Chapter 4088. Why did Lin Fei come? He wanted the Hoofing Phoenix's egg to absorb the power of fire from the land of 5 elements to speed up its incubation. If Lin Fei hadn't run into such a place, he wouldn't have come here. Fortunately, although the power of fire was a little weaker than he had imagined, it was still a pretty good supplement, and it was most suitable for this egg. The Hoofing Phoenix's egg was placed in the center. Traces of power of fire were quickly absorbed by the egg. The entire Hoofing Phoenix's egg turned red and a shadow could be seen inside. Then, a whirlpool formed around the Hoofing Phoenix's egg. Little fellow, don't be so greedy. Absorb slowly. If you continue to absorb so crazily, you might explode. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could feel that the little fellow inside was very excited. After all, the egg had not been replenished by the power of fire for a long time. If not for him, it would have died sooner or later. Now that it could absorb the power of fire again, it was like a supplement to the egg. Although it was not as nutritious as Lin Fei's blood essence, it was still a delicacy. After hearing Lin Fei's words, the fellow inside seemed to understand and slowed down. However, a whirlpool was still formed. Lin Fei collected 4 elemental raw stones but did not collect the fire yuan stone. It was for the Hoofing Phoenix's egg to absorb the power of fire. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested. Absorbing the power of fire required time. At the same time, the egg was absorbing the power of fire and the whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger. It could be seen from afar. The first to feel it were Shen Tianquan and Shen Tianhong. After all, the power of the whirlpool was not to be underestimated. They sensed it immediately. Without a word, they charged straight for the power of fire. However, when they arrived outside the land of fire, the scorching heat waves caused them to frown. Even so, they still relied on their energy to charge in. Farther away, 3 Western Arcana Masters were also rushing their way over. It was just that he hadn't gotten anything good yet. Look, that's a whirlpool. The aura of the whirlpool is so strong. I can also feel the aura of fire. There should be a treasure. China is indeed China. There are so many treasures. It seems like our luck is not bad. John Charlie stared at the obvious whirlpool in front of him and his eyes lit up. Johnson and the Poison Widow also noticed the whirlpool, and they could feel the power of the fire. As Western ability users, they were very sensitive to the elements. But as soon as the vortex of fire appeared, they knew in their hearts that there was a treasure in that place. Otherwise, it would be impossible to form such a large vortex. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over. The 3 Arcanists rushed towards the vortex. They were not the only ones who saw the whirlpool. Bing Qingya and Chief Shui had also noticed it. They all agreed that it was the appearance of a treasure, so they brought their people and rushed over. Metal power. I sensed the aura of metal power, but why did it disappear? After Johnson and the others rushed over, their expressions suddenly changed. After all, they were very sensitive to the aura of metal. Someone must have taken the treasures here. Who? Who stole my treasures? Qiangxing was annoyed. It was rare to find a treasure that was suitable for his cultivation, but it was gone just like that. I also felt the aura of the earth in front of us. Someone must have taken it too. John Charlie's heart sank, showing a very unwilling expression. The Poison Widow calmed down a lot. Someone took the treasure, so it must be among them. With the strength of the 3 of us, we can just sweep over there. When the time comes, the treasure will still fall into our hands. The Poison Widow was actually excited. After all, there was a treasure that could increase the strength of John Charlie and Johnson, so it was possible that there was a treasure that was suitable for her. This trip was really worth it. John Charlie and Johnson looked at each other and agreed. The three of them rushed forward and soon met Chief Shui and Bing Qingya's group. Because of Bing Qingya's relationship with Lin Fei, Chief Shui was very polite to Bing Qingya. This more or less made Bing Qingya feel flattered. To be honest, it was Bing Qingya and the others who were fawning over her, but now it was Chief Shui who was very polite. Not good, it's the Western experts. Chief Shui was the first to feel 3 strong auras. Alert, alert immediately. Bing Qingya also felt 3 strong auras, which were not the same as usual. A moment later, 3 figures appeared in their field of vision. This is bad, I didn't expect them to come. After seeing the 3, Chief Shui's face darkened, and the relevant information also appeared. Bing Qingya wasn't very clear, but she also felt a strong aura from them. Niece Bing, you go first. Young Master Lin should be inside. Go and inform him that there are experts coming. Chief Shui didn't have the confidence to deal with these 3, because any one of them was much stronger than him. He couldn't panic. Bing Qingya also didn't expect Chief Shui to have such a big reaction. He actually let her go inside first, obviously very afraid. You people from the West have the guts to enter the Dark Ruins. Aren't you afraid of being wanted by the Yanhuang battle team? Chief Shui said coldly, forcing himself to calm down. Shui Yiming, I know you're the branch chief of the Yanhuang battle team in Hangzhou. John Charlie laughed. You know us, don't tell me you still want to arrest us. I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Johnson also snorted coldly. Yes, get out of my way. I don't want to fight with the Yanhuang battle team. We only want the treasures in the Dark Ruins. The Poison Widow smiled slightly. Chief Shui, our opinions are very unified. What do you think? In Shui Yiming's impression, there were at most 1 or 2 experts from the World Master ranking. He didn't expect there to be 3, and the most terrifying one among them was the Poison Widow, who had the psychic ability. He was the most difficult one to deal with among the 3, so he had no choice but to take him seriously. He was afraid that he would fall into a trap at any time. The items in the Dark Ruins belong to our Yanhuang battle team, and not you. Leave before I take action, and I can pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the Dark Ruins alive. The 3 Arcanist Grandmasters burst into laughter. You're thinking too much. John Charlie stepped out, and the ground shook. A large area turned into quicksand, directly surrounding the Yanhuang battle team, including Chief Shui and the rest. Director, this is bad. The ground below us has become a quicksand trap. Even though the disciples of the Yanhuang battle team were all very strong, they had never crossed blows with a mutant master before. Just Lu Sha alone was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. Changsheng was not to be outdone. He waved a series of wind blades towards the Yanhuang battle team. Shui Yiming felt great pressure from the 2 Arcanist Grandmasters. The World Grandmaster lived up to his name. Shuk Ju website. Chapter 4089. John Charlie and Changsheng attacked one after another, instantly plunging the entire Yanhuang battle team into a dangerous situation. The quicksand and wind blades followed closely behind. Everyone's hair stood on end, their hearts uneasy. Their faces were filled with fear, something they had never seen before. Chief Shui, I heard that you're an expert on the master ranking. I wonder how many attacks you can take. John Charlie strode over, and with every step he took, a massive earth spike would shoot up from the ground. They flashed with cold light, forcing Shui Yiming to continuously retreat. He did not dare to take them head-on and could only passively defend. Quick, retreat. Everyone retreat inside. The first wave of attacks was already too much for the Yanhuang battle team. Shui Yiming had underestimated the strength of the experts on the World Master ranking. The Western mutants were indeed superior in long-range attacks. Because these attacks were condensed from the elements, they were naturally impossible to guard against. Hee, there's a Chinese beauty here. I wonder if we can get to know each other. Changxing also stared at Bing Qingya. The cold aura from her made him want to conquer her. He strode forward, his wind blade was like a knife, slashing horizontally and vertically. He didn't give Bing Qingya any chance to resist. Bing Qingya's strength had increased greatly. She raised her hand and lightly struck out with a palm technique. After the palm technique was unleashed, a wave of frost would appear, enveloping the wind blades and shattering them. She was more or less delayed, but she still felt a great deal of pressure. This was the first time Bing Qingya had met a Western expert. They were stronger than she had imagined. Chinese beauty, you're quite strong yourself. You can actually block my attack. Changxing was also interested. Countless wind blades turned into wind blades, slashing towards Bing Qingya. I wonder how long you can block them. Changxing had a mocking look on his face. The venomous widow did not move. She was best at psychic attacks, and the current situation did not require her to do anything. At the same time, she was a little disappointed. The Chinese experts were not as strong as she had imagined. Otherwise, these people would not be in such a difficult situation. You can just injure them. Don't kill them. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to leave China, unless you're willing to be hunted by the god of war Yi Xian. The three of them were experts on the world master ranking. Naturally, they had someone they were afraid of, and that was the #1 expert in China, Yi Xian. As long as he didn't kill them, there was no problem at all. Don't worry. We're not fools. How could we possibly kill or injure them? We're just exchanging pointers. Injuries are inevitable. John Charlie was already closing in on Shui Yiming. As Shui Yiming moved, the quicksand under his feet kept entangling him. Every time he broke free, the quicksand would entangle him again, forcing him to divert some of his attention. As a result, John Charlie's attacks were limited. The Yan Huang battle team disciples who had been trapped also broke free, retreating backwards. They had never felt so aggrieved before. Shui Yiming regretted not bringing his gun down. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Despite all his calculations, he had not expected the arrival of 3 grandmasters. Nish Qingya, quickly retreat. He's inside. You'll be safe once you see him. Shui Yiming saw that Bing Qingya was in danger, so he threw out a few punches and rushed over, taking over the pressure from Johnson & Johnson. Bing Qingya used all kinds of techniques in a short period of time, but still couldn't stop Johnson & Johnson. This was because the opponent's strength was too great, and belonged to the category of open and closed attacks. Although her ice-type martial arts could bring some effect, it still couldn't stop him. This was because there was still a certain gap between the strength of the two. All right. Bing Qingya didn't hesitate. She knew who Shui Yiming was talking about. It seemed that only by his side would she feel safe. This was a woman's intuition. Bing Qingya quickly left. Chief Shui, hold on a little longer. I'll inform him immediately. Shui Yiming really didn't want anything to happen to Bing Qingya here. Anyone who could become a chief was naturally not an idiot. How could he not see the relationship between Bing Qingya and Lin Fei? And Lin Fei was someone Shui Yiming couldn't see through. He was full of secrets. If Bing Qingya was really injured here, what if Lin Fei lost his temper? Who could stop him? Even if it was a 1 in 10,000 chance, Shui Yiming didn't want this to happen. So he decided to take it himself. Bang! 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 Continuous wind blades slashed, one stronger than the other. In addition to the earth spikes and the earth quicksand, Shui Yiming was blown away within 3 to 5 rounds and smashed heavily on the ground. After landing, he quickly turned over and rushed inside. Too weak, really too weak. If all the Chinese grandmasters are this strong, then the mysterious East is only a so-so. John, Charlie and Johnson both snorted coldly, their eyes showing disdain. The poisoned widow also showed a contemptuous smile. It seems that they should all be inside. We'll just sweep them later. They weren't afraid that Shui Yiming and the others would leave. As long as they were in the Yin ruins, nothing would matter. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be anyone in the entire Yin ruins who could be their opponent. I can smell the aura of the power of fire. It should be somewhere not far ahead. The three evolved Jing masters rushed over and quickly sensed the strong power of fire. Their expressions changed. If they could bring this fire treasure back to the West, they would definitely be able to exchange it for a lot of other treasures. It would not be a problem for them to use it to improve their own strength. After spending so much time, they finally saw something. Undoubtedly, their eyes lit up. Although they had felt it just now outside, it wasn't as strong as this. Inside the power of fire, Shen Tianquan and his son, Shen Tianhong and his son, as well as Wu Long, rubbed their own qi to resist the rolling heat waves and continued to walk inside. Not long after, they saw a person. However, after seeing this person, their expressions were a little abnormal. Other than that, they also saw an egg. It was a red egg, and they could even vaguely see the shadow of it. Everyone's breathing quickened. Spirit beast, this is definitely a spirit beast. Oh my god, I actually saw the egg of a legendary spirit beast. To be able to become one of the top 3 families in the south, they naturally had their own secret channels. After a short moment of shock, they immediately reacted. This was the legendary spirit beast egg. How could they not be excited? The only thing that made them unhappy was that the person was sitting not far away from the spirit beast egg. Just by sitting there casually, it was like a chasm separating them. After looking at each other, they really didn't dare to do anything. They had all suffered at the hands of Lin Fei, but they were unwilling to leave. Brother Lin, bad news. They're here. Shook Ju website. Chapter 4090. Before the crowd could leave, the voice reverberated in the land of fire. Bing Qingya rushed over nervously. She looked back from time to time, as if someone was chasing after her. Shen Tianjun actually wanted to gloat at this time, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud because Lin Fei, who was not far away, was constantly giving him a huge amount of pressure. He was afraid that he would implicate the Shen family. It was fine if he didn't know Lin Fei, but now he was really afraid of Lin Fei. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could tell. Bing Qingya and Lin Fei had a relationship, but no one knew what it was like. But it wasn't something that Shen Tianjun could laugh at. Niece Bing Qingya, what happened? Who's here? The first to speak wasn't Lin Fei, but Shen Tianquan. As an old fox, he more or less realized what had happened. Even if he said a few words, it wouldn't be a loss to Shen Tianquan. The moment Shen Tianhong heard Shen Tianquan's words, he immediately realized that he was a step too slow. This old fox actually knows how to curry favor with Bing Qingya, what a bastard. He also said, Niece Bing, don't panic. With us here, no one will dare to do anything. Shen Tianhong also admired how thick his skin was. Bing Qingya didn't have time to think about it. She only knew that she had to tell Lin Fei that experts from the West had arrived, and there were 3 of them. Lin Fei also opened his eyes at this time. Don't panic, I'm here. These few words had calmed Bing Qingya's flustered heart. It was as if the danger she had just encountered was no longer a danger, Brother Lin. Those people are here. Hurry and save Chief Shui, I'm afraid he can't hold on anymore. Those guys are very strong, they're almost suppressing Chief Shui. Bing Qingya still remembered Chief Shui. She was already under a lot of pressure when facing a Western expert, let alone Chief Shui facing 2 of them. No need to go, they're already here. As soon as Lin Fei's voice fell, a figure fell heavily to the ground. It was Chief Shui, who was in a sorry state. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood as he looked ahead with a grave expression, taking note of the situation around him. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. I've underestimated the power of those Western experts. I'm afraid I can only ask for your help today. For some reason, Shui Yiming felt particularly at ease when he saw Lin Fei. This was a feeling he had never felt before. He wasn't weak, but after facing John Charlie and Johnson, he couldn't withstand their attacks at all. He suffered losses and suffered many injuries. It's no big deal. You can stand up now. I also want to see the strength of the Western experts. Shen Tianquan and Shen Tianhong's expressions changed slightly. After all, the reputation of the Western experts had always been fearsome. No one dared to underestimate them. To be able to put Shui Yiming in such a difficult position, it was definitely an expert on the World Grandmaster list. As expected, all of you are here. Ha 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 ha, our trip was not in vain. John Charlie and Johnson walked in from a distance. John Charlie had a smile on his face. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the Huofeng Phoenix's egg. A magical beast. This is the egg of a magical beast. I can feel the aura of life within it. Johnson had also noticed the Huofeng Phoenix's egg that had formed a whirlpool. Although he didn't know what kind of egg it was, he could feel a strong aura within it. Ha 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 ha, we really made the right choice to come here. Anything that they could tell was extraordinary was definitely something good. Regardless of whether they used it for themselves or used it to trade, they would be able to reap great benefits. If you guys know what's good for you, scram immediately and hand over the item here. Then, you can suffer less. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Johnson laughed as he punched out, forming a huge windstorm that hurled towards the crowd. The moment the green windstorm appeared, everyone's expression changed. This was because the windstorm was filled with a strong aura. No one dared to take it head-on and they all retreated. Even so, everyone was still able to block the wind blades that were constantly sweeping out. These wind blades were like raindrops, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were unable to defend against it. Godly Earth Whip, sweep the world. John Charlie wasn't idle either. He controlled the earth, and a series of godly earth whips as thick as an arm shot into the sky, sweeping over. Bang, 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 bang. It was extremely powerful. As it swept over, one could hear the sound of the air being torn apart. Upon contact, a huge force surged forth, causing everyone's limbs to go numb. Some spat out blood, while others fell to the ground. Demonic spiritual voice, admit defeat. The venomous widow chuckled. These few words were like a demonic voice, sinking into everyone's hearts and reverberating endlessly, wave after wave. The weaker Yan Huang battle team members all fell to the ground, losing the ability to move. Even Shen Tianquan and Shen Tianhong had no choice but to divert some of their attention to defend against the demonic sounds. Coupled with the ferocious attacks of the two Western experts, they were all in an extremely sorry state. They kept retreating and their expressions became exceptionally grave. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first gains the advantage. John Charlie and the rest had grasped the essence, and directly suppressed everyone else's advantage. In an instant, they were in a passive state, completely suppressed. The storm dissipated, and the quicksand on the ground dissipated. Martial artists were lying on the ground, and those who could barely stand were a few grandmasters. However, their faces were full of fear. If it was an ordinary attack, it wouldn't have been much of a problem. However, these three mutant experts gave them a different feeling. John Charlie and the other two revealed looks of glee. The Chinese experts really couldn't withstand a single blow. Under the ferocious attacks, some were injured, and the fight wasn't satisfying at all. This was the strength of the World Grandmaster Leaderboard. This strength was a little weak. Just a few minor spells. You guys still have the cheek to come out and play like this. Before they were done, a voice suddenly floated over. It was extremely piercing at this moment. You talk too much. Chongqing snorted coldly. He lifted his hand and sent a wind blade sweeping over. Shut your mouth and scram. At the same time, he looked over. Chongqing wanted to see who dared to say such words. They were all experts on the World Grandmaster Leaderboard. Looking over, he saw a young man standing casually. Behind him was the Chinese girl that he had just suppressed. However, the young man's expression was calm, and it made Chongqing very unhappy. I'm already so strong. Shouldn't you show some fear? Chapter 4091. P.S. I'm still stuck. I haven't been writing well recently, so I can only update once. Sorry. The moment Chongqing made his move, Shen Tianquan and the others felt immense pressure. Although they were all evolved Jing experts, the moment Chongqing made a move, they felt immense pressure. They couldn't compare at all. Although they weren't convinced in their hearts, they couldn't help but admit that Chongqing was indeed powerful. None of the experts who could enter the World Evolved Jing list were simple. In the face of Chongqing's attack, Lin Fei still had an indifferent expression as he casually stomped his foot on the ground. You guys bullied my friend just now. A sentence that was neither light nor heavy caused Chongqing's attack to disappear without a trace. Although Lin Fei's move wasn't too obvious, it made Chongqing feel that something wasn't right. However, he didn't think that he was afraid of this guy. What a pretentious fellow. So what if I bullied your friend? If you have the ability, you can take revenge for him. Chongqing laughed loudly as he raised his hand and summoned a huge storm. The storm revolved around Lin Fei. In an instant, Lin Fei's surroundings became the center of the storm. As the storm spun and moved, countless wind blades whistled through the air. This was Chongqing's favorite move. No matter who it was, no one could last long under his storm. They would either surrender or be killed. Shen Tianquan, Shen Tianhong, and the others all retreated. Just the power of fire here was already too much for them to handle, let alone this huge storm. They finally understood the difference between them. This gap wasn't something that could be closed in a short period of time. Big Brother Lin, be careful of his storm. It's extremely powerful and can cut through anything, Bing Qingya hurriedly said. She had suffered at Chongqing's hands before. These wind blades were extremely powerful. If it weren't for her ice attribute martial arts that could block the attacks and reduce a portion of the power, she wouldn't have been able to take more than a few hits. It's just a small storm. It's only meant to scare you grandmasters. In fact, it's completely useless. Lin Fei smiled and casually glanced at it. Look at how I break it with one finger. Chongqing was so angry that he laughed. Chinese kid, my storm is not something you can break just because you want to. Just kneel down and surrender. Seeing that you found the magical beast egg, maybe I can spare your life. The closer the storm got, the more powerful it became. No one dared to underestimate it, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this storm was too weak. Child's play. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. Was this the attack of a Western superpower? It wasn't that great. He casually pointed a finger at the storm. John Charlie laughed. Chongqing, someone is going to break your little storm. I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his fingers. John Charlie knew that the power of this storm was very strong, especially the wind blades were very sharp. They could even cut through steel and iron plates, let alone flesh and blood. Lin Fei casually pointed a finger and casually pointed it out. Chongqing had a disdainful smile on his face, but suddenly, he heard a cracking sound in his ears. He saw that the small storm that had enveloped him had collapsed in an instant, and the wind blades that filled the sky had actually cracked open inch by inch and dissipated completely. "Look, I can break your little storm with a wave of my hand. I don't know what other tricks you have, but feel free to use them. Let me see how strong the Western Grandmaster list experts are." Shui Yiming was already injured, but seeing that the little storm had been broken, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Young Master Lin, good job." Shui Yiming had guessed right. Lin Fei's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi looked at each other again. They were even more certain of Lin Fei's strength. He was definitely a true god-level expert. If they had encountered this storm, they really wouldn't know how to break it. But Lin Fei had broken it so easily. Chongqing's eyes widened. "Good fellow, you can actually break my little storm. I wonder how many times you can break it." Chongqing was also a little angry. A little brat had actually broken his little storm. He raised his hand and summoned 3 more storms. Each one was exactly the same. They once again enveloped Lin Fei. Tong Tong pounced towards Lin Fei. He grabbed a wind blade in his hand. It landed on his hand like a long blade and slashed towards Lin Fei. A little brat had broken his little storm. This made Chongqing very unhappy. He had to personally defeat this brat. Only then would he be able to maintain his face. The moment the 3 little storms appeared, everyone's hearts tightened. This was especially so for Bing Qingya. She could clearly feel how terrifying these 3 little storms were together. Even Chongqing, who had taken the initiative to attack, subconsciously grabbed onto Lin Fei's clothes. She had never encountered such a strong attack before. Lin Fei's lips curled up. "If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think you're so great? Mere storms, break for me." It was a voice that was neither light nor heavy. However, this time, it contained a different meaning. Wherever the voice passed, the 3 little storms instantly collapsed and quietly disappeared. The power of fire once again filled the surroundings. Chongqing's expression turned solemn this time, but the wind blade in his hand still slashed out as usual. He still couldn't accept that the storm he had cast was actually broken by the opponent just like that, and he didn't even understand how it was broken. John Charlie and the poisonous widow looked at each other. A trace of a bad feeling rose in their hearts. After all, they were experts on the Western Grandmaster list. The strength of their abilities was definitely above these Grandmasters. However, to be able to break the little storm so easily, if it were them, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it so easily. "Get over here." Lin Fei broke the 3 little storms with a single word. He opened his 5 fingers and raised his hand to grab Chongqing. With this grab, the void seemed to be frozen. Chongqing instantly stopped moving. Even his whole body was enveloped by a powerful force. He couldn't even move if he wanted to, and his whole body flew toward the opponent. "John Charlie, poisonous widow, quickly save me. This kid is not easy to deal with." As soon as Chongqing was enveloped by the opponent, he instantly lost his ability to fight. His whole body was so scared that his face turned pale. How could there be such a person? The fierce attack disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Chongqing was caught by the opponent. This undoubtedly made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Although everyone knew that Lin Fei was very strong, he was a Western Grandmaster. He wasn't a cabbage that could be found on the street. Earth quicksand. John Charlie naturally didn't want anything to happen to Chongqing here. Once he fell into the hands of the opponent, Chongqing's forces might come looking for trouble. The area where Lin Fei was instantly turned into quicksand. The sound of the quicksand seemed to want to swallow Lin Fei. "You have the nerve to use such a method." Lin Fei glanced at him indifferently. "You get over here too." His other hand also grabbed out. The void stagnated, and John Charlie was also sent flying. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 4092. It was one thing for Johnson to be controlled, but now John Charlie was also following in Johnson's footsteps. Lin Fei casually grabbed, and an endless power enveloped John Charlie's body, causing him to instantly lose the ability to resist. Impossible, how can he be so strong? I am a Western mutant. John Charlie's expression changed. He tried to control the power of the earth, but with just a grab, he actually lost the connection with the power of the earth. In other words, he lost the ability to control the elements between heaven and earth. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Originally, the three of them had control of the situation, but with Lin Fei's move, they lost the advantage in the blink of an eye. Now, the only one left was the Poison Widow. Poison Widow, if you don't make a move now, if the two of us don't end up well, don't even think about escaping from the Yin ruins. Johnson roared. Now, the two of them were completely at their wits' end, and their only hope was the Poison Widow. Needless to say, the Poison Widow had also noticed the situation. She had really underestimated the strength of this young man. She did not even have the slightest bit of information about this young man in her memory. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. No one had the slightest bit of defense against him. Mysterious China, mysterious boy. This time, I should be able to experience it properly. The Poison Widow smiled confidently. Masters from China, why aren't you making a move? The Grandmaster level powerhouses present had been scared out of their wits. Fortunately, Lin Fei had stepped in and saved the situation. However, as soon as the venomous widow said that, the expressions of the Grandmaster level powerhouses suddenly changed and they instantly lost control of themselves. The first to make a move was actually Bing Qingya, who was standing behind Lin Fei. Bing Qingya raised her hand and launched an ice palm. She didn't show any emotion at all. No one had expected that Bing Qingya would make a move at this time. After Bing Qingya made a move, Shen Tianhong and Shen Tianjun also attacked at the first moment. Then, one after another, figures attacked. In the battlefield, the only one who could maintain a clear mind was Lin Fei himself. Facing Bing Qingya's palm, Lin Fei didn't move. He just let her slap his body. The ice power was like a stone sinking into the sea. Mysterious kid from the east, you are very strong. However, I wonder how you are going to defend against so many of your compatriots. The poisonous widow twisted her waist and walked over unhurriedly. Johnson and John Charlie laughed, but in their hearts, they were full of fear for the Poison Widow. Although they all knew that the Poison Widow's psychic attack was very powerful, they did not expect her to be able to control so many Grandmasters so easily. Lin Fei didn't show any expression on his face after taking the hit. He was still very calm. A wind ability user, an earth ability user, and a psionic ability user. It was quite interesting. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Your psychic attack is still a little lacking. You can only attack these Grandmasters. The Poison Widow's smile was bright. Even if it's a Grandmaster, it's definitely enough to make you suffer. Alright, all of you can lie down now. Lin Fei suddenly let out a cold snort. An invisible force instantly swept over all the Grandmasters. As soon as his voice fell, Shen Tianhong and the others who were attacking fell to the ground on the spot. It was as if they had fallen asleep. Including everyone present, they all looked like they had fallen asleep. The entire power of fire became exceptionally quiet. Look, your psychic ability is still not practiced to perfection. It was easily broken by me. Lin Fei smiled faintly. With a casual shake of his hand, Johnson and John Charlie let out a muffled groan and flew out like a kite with its string cut. They fell to the ground and spat out mouthfuls of blood. After Lin Fei broke the Poison Widow's mind control, his whole body trembled and he took a few steps back. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. How can you break my mind control? This is impossible. Are you a god rank expert? The poison widow was determined to win when she used mind control, but the scene in front of her made her unable to digest it for a while. You have the nerve to say that it's mind control. You're thinking too much. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. I'm in a good mood right now. Looking at your figure, you should know how to dance. Then, give me a Latin dance. With a click, Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Latin dance. How could it be? Impossible in this lifetime. The poison widow cursed in her heart, but in the next second, a horrified expression appeared on her face. She found that her body was no longer under her control. She began to dance Latin in front of Lin Fei. Left front, right back, left front. Legs raised, feet stepped. Accompanied by an orderly rhythm, a hot Latin dance appeared. Stop, quickly stop. I'm a psionic ability user. I can't be controlled. The poison widow still maintained her consciousness, but her body was not listening to her. Lin Fei watched with a smile. Did you see that? This is real mind control. Your mind control is still a bit too lousy, but I have to admit that your Latin dance is quite interesting. As expected, Westerners are more suited to Latin dance. When Johnson and John Charlie saw this scene from afar, their hair stood on end. They were at a loss. After looking at each other, they turned around and ran. One must know that among the three of them, the strongest was the poison widow. Even the poison widow couldn't withstand that guy's methods, let alone them. It was really strange. At this moment, they really suspected that this young man was a mysterious god-rank powerhouse. However, in the entire world, there were only a handful of god-rank powerhouses, and they had disappeared for decades. They really didn't believe that this person was a god-rank powerhouse. Right now, the only thing they could do was to leave this place. As for the poison widow's life or death, what did it have to do with them? The relationship between ability users was like this. They wouldn't talk about good or bad. Heartless bastards, this old lady will settle the score with you sooner or later. From the corner of her eyes, she saw Johnson and John Charlie leaving in a sorry state. The poisonous widow could not stop cursing, but she could only watch them leave. The poison widow couldn't do anything, but how could Lin Fei let them leave so easily? This is my territory. Who allowed you to leave without my permission? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Johnson and John Charlie didn't run far before an incredible scene appeared. A cage appeared on the ground out of nowhere. It just so happened to trap them inside. John Charlie's eyes widened, and his hands and feet trembled. This is the Earth Cage, a top-grade Earth ability. Chapter 4093. Earth Cage, this is the Earth Cage. As an Earth Esper, John Charlie had mastered a lot of Earth abilities, but the Earth Cage was not something he could use. This was because it required a lot of abilities, but someone was able to use it and even trap them inside. John Charlie felt as if he had seen a ghost. How could someone use the Earth ability? What bullsh** T Earth Cage, watch how I break it. Although Xiaofan was panicking, he was still unconvinced. He grabbed two wind blades with his left and right hands and slashed at the Earth Cage. The wind blades that could easily cut through steel and iron plates were now in big trouble. The Earth Cage was so strong that not even a scratch was left on it. On the other hand, the wind blades in Xiaofan's hands were shattered inch by inch. Johnson was shocked. He could not accept this scene. Impossible, Earth Storm, open. Johnson used the Earth Storm again. This storm was even more powerful than the kite in his hand. As it rotated, it hit the entire Earth Cage. But even under such circumstances, the Earth Cage was still intact. It was like a huge boulder that was as stable as Mount Tai. Johnson changed his moves again and again, but he still could not break the Earth Cage. In the end, he sat on the ground. Impossible, how can someone control such a powerful earth ability, and it's a Chinese? The only one who could accept it was John Charlie. From the moment the earth cage appeared, he knew that he had no chance of breaking through it. The move that Yi Shiwen had displayed had undoubtedly confirmed his guess. That young guy was actually a paranormal, strong enough to make him collapse. Seeing that Johnson and John Charlie were trapped in the earth cage, the Poison Widow felt a lot better for some reason. However, after the Latin dance, the young man actually said something. The Latin dance is not bad. Let's do a cha-cha. After that, we'll do a belly dance. International dance is fine too. Poison Widow almost fainted when she heard this. This was the first time in her life that she was being controlled by someone. What esper? What mind control? At this moment, it was a joke to Poison Widow. The young man controlled her with just one sentence. Coincidentally, after the international dance, the poisonous widow was drenched in sweat. She was even more afraid of this young man. Mysterious Senior, don't make me jump. I admit defeat, okay. The Poison Widow was really afraid. She was afraid that this mysterious young man would suddenly say, kill yourself. Although the Poison Widow had done this kind of thing many times, it was definitely the most difficult thing for her to accept in her life if she really had to do it herself. The widow couldn't help but speak. She was afraid that she wouldn't have the chance to speak later. You're already convinced after just a few dances. Lin Fei walked over with a smile. Tell me, how should I deal with you? These three masters on the World Grandmaster list controlled the power of special abilities. However, after they made their moves, Lin Fei was quite disappointed. Although it was infinitely close to the Xiantian realm, there was not much difference between this skill and magic. Naturally, there was not much interest in it. I can hand over everything on me. I can even hand over my entire body to you. I only ask that you let me go. From now on, I will never dare to take a step into China again. The Poison Widow no longer had any will to fight. To be able to easily break through her mind and even control her, this kind of person was too terrifying. If this news were to spread to the West, it would definitely make those experts on the Western Grandmaster list unable to sleep or eat in peace. This was because no one had ever been able to master a Western esper, let alone a psionic ability. Lin Fei said indifferently, do you think someone at my level would care about money? Although you have some strength, you're too old. You're not the kind of person I like. However, since you've been defeated by me, you still want the spoils of war. Transfer all your money to me. The Poison Widow suddenly realized that she had regained her ability to control, but she no longer had any thoughts of continuing to attack. I'll transfer it to you right away. At this time, the Poison Widow no longer had any thoughts. Without any hesitation, she directly transferred all her assets to the card number given by Lin Fei. It was a total of $1 billion. Oh right, leave me your address in the West. Maybe one day I'll go to the West as a guest. I might have to ask you to be my guide. The Poison Widow had just breathed a sigh of relief when her hair stood on end again. She didn't dare to say anything else and obediently left an address. She didn't even dare to leave a fake address. In front of this person, she really didn't dare to do anything rashly. After all, he controlled her mind and could make her speak the truth at any time. Alright, you can leave now. The Poison Widow turned around and left without another word. After the Poison Widow left, Lin Fei came to Johnson and John Charlie. The two of them were actually similar to the Poison Widow. Their tempers had been polished, especially John Charlie, who directly knelt down in front of Lin Fei. Mysterious Easterner, can I become your disciple? Become his disciple. When Lin Fei heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually an expert on the Western Grandmaster list who wanted to become his disciple. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in accepting disciples from the West. If you want to leave this place alive, you'll have to be like the poison widow. Johnson and John Charlie didn't hesitate and handed over their assets. Compared to the poison widow, their net worth was slightly lower. One was worth $300 million, while the other was worth $500 million, adding up to $800 million. From the three of them, Lin Fei got $1.8 billion, emptying the assets of the three Arcana Grandmasters. Lin Fei casually waved his hand and the earth cage disappeared. Remember my words, Wuxia isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. The next time I see you, you'll only be a corpse. The two of them had goosebumps again. They nodded repeatedly and left. When the three of them left the dark ruins, they didn't dare to hesitate and left Wuxia through a secret channel on the same day. They would never dare to come back for the rest of their lives. After they left, Lin Fei snapped his fingers, and everyone woke up at this moment. They were in a daze, and when they thought about what happened before, their expressions changed. All right, it's all over. Everyone can rest assured. Lin Fei walked over, helped Bing Qinya up, and said casually. Shuk Ju website. Chapter 4094. The departure of the three Arcana Grandmasters from the West was like a terrible nightmare for everyone present. The whistling wind blades, the quicksand, and the spiritual attacks were all imprinted on everyone's hearts. They would not be able to forget it for a long time. At the same time, everyone's attitude towards Lin Fei underwent a 180-degree change. Amidst their different expressions, they seemed to have understood something and became even more respectful. All right, everyone, go and do what you need to do. With Lin Fei's casual words, no one dared to say anything else. They turned around and left without another word. Now that everyone had changed, they were more decisive in leaving. Shen Tianquan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. I'll remember you. After leaving the land of fire, Shen Tianhong looked at Shen Tianquan coldly. He finally understood why Shen Wuti would take the initiative to jump out. He knew about Lin Fei's background and wanted to perform well in front of him. To think that the Shen family thought that the Shen family could not stand against them. So this was the case. Shen Tianquan was also thick-skinned and was naturally not afraid of being exposed. He smiled faintly. What did you say? I don't understand. Say it again. It's best if you say it more clearly so that I can understand. This made Shen Tianhong's expression turn even uglier. He snorted coldly and left with his son Shen Tianjun. Shen Tianquan watched Shen Tianhong leave with a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Just a little bit more. Consider yourselves lucky. It's a pity that such an opportunity will never come again. Shen Tianquan still hoped that Shen Tianhong and the rest would offend Lin Fei. At that time, they would not even need to do anything. Just Lin Fei's ferocious strength alone would be enough to teach the Shen family a lesson. By then, the Shen family might even be able to eat a huge piece of meat. What a pity, what a pity. Dad, what should we do now? Shen Wuti was becoming more and more afraid of Lin Fei. His strength was simply unstoppable. He originally had the intention to fight back, but now it was all gone. Even an expert on the Western Master Leaderboard was not a match for Lin Fei, let alone himself. The Dark Ruin Land is so big, we still have to look around, maybe we can find something. On the other side, after Shen Tianhong came out, his face was terrifyingly cold. There was a fire burning in his heart, but he had no way to vent it. Shen Tianquan, I'll remember you. Don't let me find a chance. Shen Tianjuan's face darkened. Who exactly is that Lin Fei? Even an expert from the Western Grandmaster ranking was no match for him and suffered such a big loss. I have never heard of such an expert from the south. Shen Tianhong said helplessly, what else can we do? The only thing we can do now is to try our luck and see if there are any good things in the dark ruins. It's a pity that there are no more spirit beast eggs. Shui Yiming finally relaxed. The most troublesome Western expert was chased away just like that. To be honest, it was beyond Shui Yiming's expectations. Logically speaking, there should have been a great battle. However, the battle between the Western experts and Lin Fei was simply as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It made people not dare to be confident. Young Master Lin, I won't disturb you anymore. Although Shui Yiming was quite interested in the spirit beast egg, he didn't dare to say that he snatched it because he really didn't have the courage to do so. He made up an excuse and left. Lin Fei didn't ask him to stay and let Shui Yiming leave. After he left, Bing Qingya also left. She had finally calmed down. After all, it was rare for her to come to the dark ruins. She had to look around. Otherwise, she would have missed a great opportunity. After they left, the land of fire quietened down once more. Lin Fei casually found a place to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. He knew that no one would disturb him for a short period of time. As for what other treasures there were in the dark ruins, Lin Fei wasn't too interested at the moment because there were too few things that could interest him. Huofeng Phoenix's egg continued to devour the power of fire. Its movements didn't change. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. This living phoenix's egg had turned red and its life aura had become more vigorous. Of course, only Lin Fei could feel this feeling. As for the others, they couldn't feel it at all. They only felt that the power of fire in this place had become more active. Looking at the time, it should hatch in 1 or 2 days. Lin Fei dripped another drop of blood on the egg. This was already the 3rd time. Using it together with the power of fire was even better. Of course, only Lin Fei could unscrupulously add blood to the Huofeng Phoenix's egg. As an immortal expert, Lin Fei's blood was very powerful. It wasn't something that a spirit beast egg could easily withstand. It could be said that Lin Fei and this Huofeng Phoenix's egg were quite fated. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to withstand it and would have exploded long ago. After absorbing my immortal blood, I'm really looking forward to what this Huofeng Phoenix's egg will become. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This was the first time that Lin Fei was looking forward to something. Another day passed. Kacha kacha. A clear sound suddenly echoed in Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and saw that this Huofeng Phoenix's egg had started to crack. Every crack produced a clear sound. Every time a crack appeared, a strand of formidable power of fire would spread out, instantly causing the temperature to rise by a significant amount. Lin Fei felt this subtle difference the most. Good fella, as expected of the Huofeng Phoenix. It hasn't hatched yet, but the power of fire it releases is actually so powerful. It's worthy of being a relative of one of the 4 divine beasts. Lin Fei was very satisfied. At the very least, his immortal blood was not wasted. Kacha kacha kacha. The crisp sound continued to fill the air. Cracks also appeared on the eggshell, and he could vaguely see a small figure inside. Lin Fei got up and walked over. Although the released power of fire increased the temperature by a lot, there was no change in front of him at all. When he was 1 step away, he stopped. This is my first time hatching a creature like the Huofeng Phoenix that has undergone nirvana. The eggshell continued to crack for half an hour. When the eggshell was full of cracks, there was suddenly another clear sound. The eggshell finally cracked. Under Lin Fei's gaze, a little thing jumped out. However, when he saw this little thing, Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? This is the Huofeng Phoenix. After Lin Fei muttered to himself, he suddenly heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. This kind of thing doesn't belong to you. Shukju website. Chapter 4095. Along with the voice. A sword energy appeared behind Lin Fei. That's right, it was a sword energy. It was extremely sharp, capable of splitting mountains and rocks. It contained terrifying power. Unknowingly, two people, one old and one young, appeared in the fire elemental land. The two of them walked as if they were on flat ground. The power of fire automatically retreated. The one who made the move was the young man. He looked to be in his 30s. His whole body was filled with an air of righteousness. It was hard to imagine that the sword energy came from this young man. This is how you behave. Sneak attacking from the back. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lin Fei turned around and opened his fingers, grabbing the sword energy. After grabbing the sword energy, an even more powerful force erupted from the sword energy. Lin Fei from Donghai, you really hide your strength. You can even grab my sword energy with your bare hands. No wonder you could cause such a big commotion. The young man seemed to know Lin Fei's background and said. At the same time, he was a little surprised. The sword energy was caught by the other party and seemed to be unharmed. Lin Fei did not have any impression of the two people in front of him. However, the strength of these two people was not weak, especially the old man who had the aura of the Xiantian realm. The young man beside him also had a trace of the aura of the Xiantian realm. Obviously, these two were great experts who had half a step into the Xiantian realm. They were much stronger than the Western ability Grandmaster. Of course, this was only a little surprising to Lin Fei. He didn't care much. He grabbed the little phoenix that had just hatched and landed on his hand like a shadow. The little phoenix was now like a featherless chick, chirping and jumping back and forth on his shoulder. If it hadn't hatched from the egg of the Hoofing Phoenix, no one would have known that it was the famous Hoofing Phoenix. Now that you know my name, you should also know my personality. Unless I say that I'm going to give it to you, no one else has the right to take it away from me. I advise you all to obediently scram, Lin Fei said calmly. The old man and the young man were actually from Yanjing. It was true that the Yin ruins were quite important. At the same time, he had investigated everyone on this trip. Among them, the most unfathomable one was Lin Fei. That was why they were not in a hurry to act. Instead, they waited until the end. As expected, even the three Western experts suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. It could be said that they had learned something new, but they still did not take it seriously. Any one of them would be able to suppress three Western Arcana Masters. This was where their confidence came from. Therefore, he didn't really take Lin Fei seriously. Young man, don't be so angry at others. Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, handing over the spirit beast in your hand won't do you any harm. The old man said with a smile. Lin Fei could see that these two people should have felt the changes in the land of fire. Therefore, they waited until now to come over. They probably knew something about the background of the Hoofing Phoenix. Even if they didn't know, they could at least confirm that it was a spirit beast. Ever since he came back, Lin Fei had not seen any spirit beast or any related information. However, there should be relevant records in these sections. The two people in front of him were people who knew about the spirit beast. In fact, Lin Fei could even see their crazy eyes. As for why they didn't attack him, it should be because they were afraid of him. Therefore, they didn't dare to attack him. Even if they won, they would have to pay a price. Since you know that it's a spirit beast, do you think I will still give it to you? Lin Fei shook his head. Unless I take it out myself, no one can take it away from me. I won't say it a third time. These two people were very concerned about the spirit beast that was like a chicken. It should be known that they didn't have much expectations when they came to the Yin ruins. It was just that the Western superpower expert seemed to be coming, so they were prepared to fight with them. However, they didn't expect that they would be stopped by Lin Fei. Moreover, they didn't expect that there would be a land of 5 elements in the Yin ruins. Spirit beasts were born in the land of 5 elements. This was not a small matter. They were secretly glad that they had come to the right opportunity. If a spirit beast was raised well, it would definitely be a great help. It was impossible for them not to be envious. The only thing they didn't expect was that Lin Fei would beat them to it. This was something that they didn't expect. They regretted not taking action earlier. "Young man, don't you know the meaning of a young spirit beast?" The old man said, "Let's not talk about anything else. If today's news were to spread, there would be no place for you in the whole of China. Other than handing over the spirit beast, you have no other choice. Don't think that you are the strongest expert in the Eastern Sea. The whole of China is more dangerous than you think. What you have seen is only the tip of the iceberg. Do you really think that you can fight against them by yourself? Cultivation is not easy. You should know that. If you hand over the spirit beast, I can make the decision and give you a god-tier cultivation technique. You can cultivate all the way to the god tier and even gain the friendship of our Yen clan." Hearing the 2 words, Yen clan, Lin Fei couldn't help but think of Yen Tianheng. They should be from the same place. It seems that your Yen clan has the same temper. Last time, Yen Tianheng came, and now an expert from the Yen clan came. Your Yen clan is indeed rich and overbearing. Your first move is a god-tier cultivation technique. It's a pity that I don't care about god-tier cultivation techniques. Lin Fei shook his head and said, "My words are still the same. Get out of here immediately. I don't want to see you again." The 2 of them were from the Yen clan. They understood Lin Fei a little from Yen Tianheng. The old man had thought that the other party would definitely agree to the temptation of a god-tier cultivation technique. After all, their Yen clan was not a small power. As long as the other party handed over the spirit beast, so what if they gave him a god-tier cultivation technique? After all, their Yen clan had quite a few god-tier cultivation techniques. When the time came, the other party might not be able to tell if they gave him the worst one. In the end, this Lin Fei actually rejected it. Moreover, he rejected it so happily, without a trace of hesitation. Could it be that he didn't care about the god-tier cultivation technique? The Yen clan had recently secretly investigated Lin Fei. There was no news of any sect or power, so they could only come to one conclusion. This Lin Fei should have obtained some kind of inheritance. It was already quite good for him to be able to cultivate to this level. If there was no further cultivation, wanting to cultivate to the god tier was basically impossible. That was why he took out a god tier cultivation technique to tempt the other party. "Are you sure you don't want a god tier cultivation technique?" The old man's voice was still the same, but there was a hint of majesty in it. "If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer." Lin Fei laughed out loud, "Then bring it on. Let me see what happens if you don't listen to the old man." Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4096. P.S. I brought my child to Hangzhou to see a doctor. Sorry. The old man was furious. The old man had never seen such a tactless guy. He didn't even want a god-tier cultivation technique. If he continued to listen to these words, it would be an invisible provocation. "Young man, you won't give up until you see the coffin. I shall fulfill your wish. Let's see what you are capable of." Originally, the old man had planned to talk nicely with him. If he was tactful, he would be willing to give him a god-tier cultivation technique and let Lin Fei join the Yen family. But the scene in front of him made the old man completely unhappy. "Old Hai, leave this matter to me." The young man, Yen Zizong, said lightly. A long sword appeared in his hand. It turned out to be a soft sword. Usually, it would be hung on his waist, but at a critical moment, it could become a sharp weapon. "Lin Fei, I'll fight you. However, before that, I've decided to give you one last chance. Hand over the spiritual beast and join our Yen clan. I promise you that you'll break through to the Xiantian realm within 10 years and become a god-level expert. I, Yen Zizong, promise you this. This was Yen Zizong's last words. If Lin Fei didn't agree, he didn't mind fighting with him. With his strength, he could definitely suppress Lin Fei. At the very least, he could fight to a draw. But this was definitely impossible. Yen Zizong was very confident because he came from the Yen family. He wasn't someone who could be defeated by someone who got an inheritance casually. This was also one of the reasons why Yen Zizong was so confident. You guys talk too much. I don't want to see you guys in this fiery place anymore. Because, in my eyes, you guys are nothing more than ants. Lin Fei's lips curled up. Ants or not, it's not up to you, it's up to me. Yen Zizong straightened his back and said righteously. But in the next second, he saw Lin Fei make a move. He raised his left hand and waved his palm in the air. It was as if he was paddling in the water. Yen Zizong couldn't help but show a mocking expression on his face, but what happened next was beyond his imagination. A gust of wind-like power directly hit the two of them without warning. Both Yen Zizong and Wu Canghai's expressions changed drastically on the spot. At the same time, crackling sounds rang out from their bodies. Even though they had pushed the power within their bodies with all their might, they were unable to withstand this casual wave of power. The two of them were sent flying. This kind of power was not something they could endure. The shock waves released by the land of fire crumbled apart and the two of them fell to the ground outside like streams of light. Each person had a deep pit. Both of their minds went blank. Seeing that you're from the Yen clan, I'll be lenient. If you dare to step into the land of fire again, I won't mind cutting off a part of your body. As for what part, that will depend on my mood. A voice that was neither light nor heavy directly fell into the minds of the two people. The two of them were shocked once again. After a long time, the two of them climbed out of the deep pit. After looking at each other, their hearts were extremely restless. I'm not dreaming, am I? This was said by Yen Zizong. His tone was full of extreme disbelief. I seem to have been knocked out by that guy casually. We were in the land of fire just now, and it's at least a few miles away from here. Am I dreaming? Wu Canghai also had a look of disbelief on his face. He felt that nothing was wrong with his body. It seems that we were really driven out by someone. It's a little unbelievable. For the two of them, it was like a dream. They were also prepared to teach Lin Fei a deep lesson so that Lin Fei would know how powerful the Yen clan was. Right now, they were standing outside the land of fire, feeling the scorching airwaves blowing on their faces. They were inside just now, but now they were outside. Lin Fei's move made their scalps go numb. This was completely different from the investigation and the information. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, who would believe that it was true? Old Hai, what should we do now? Should we continue to go in? Yen Zizong felt as if he had been hit in the head. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Wu Canghai didn't know what to say now. Lin Fei should be more terrifying than he had imagined. He had mastered a certain strength of the innate realm, which could be said to be much stronger than those at the Grand Master peak. In the end, they were still beaten out. Although the other party didn't do anything to them, when they thought about how the other party could reach such a level of strength with a casual wave of his hand, it would be easy for him to kill them. There should be more than one treasure in the Yin ruins. Let's go somewhere else to look for it. Don't offend Lin Fei for the time being, at least before we have a thorough understanding of him. In fact, Yen Zizong also thought so. He was really afraid that if he rushed in again, Qin Haodong would remove a part of his body. If he was really destroyed, who could he complain to? After hearing Wu Canghai's words, Yan Zizong also had a reason not to go in. In fact, both of them were well aware of the situation. Lin Fei was not someone they could deal with. He was an extremely dangerous existence, and even their faces were burning. Yan Zizong finally understood why Yan Tianheng had such a big reaction to Lin Fei. From the beginning to the end, Yan Tianheng felt nothing but fear. The people of the Yan family are quite timid. I thought they would have the courage to come in, but I didn't expect them to leave like this. I was really happy for nothing. Lin Fei, who was standing in the Yin ruins, could naturally feel their departure. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that this Yin ruins is still valued by many people. Even the top families in Yanjing have come. I don't know if other families will come. Lin Fei muttered, and his attention fell on the ugly phoenix. Seeing that you look so inconspicuous, I will call you Clown. Lin Fei directly gave him a clown name, regardless of whether Huofeng and Phoenix agreed or not. The clown, who was originally standing on his shoulder, began to chatter, looking dissatisfied. However, this dissatisfaction did not change at all under Lin Fei's hegemony. Lin Fei casually flicked the clown a few times, and the clown became obedient and even showed a flattering expression. If it wasn't as ugly as a chicken. Lin Fei really thought that he would meet a monster. That's right. It's your blessing to have me give you a name. You should be glad that I didn't give you a name like Little Red, Little White, or Little Black. I think the name Clown is quite good. Well, our mission in the Land of Fire is completed, and it's time to accept it. Not long after, the Land of Fire finally disappeared, and Lin Fei also got 5 attribute raw stones. Shuk Ju website. Chapter 4097. The clown accepted the new name very quickly. He squatted on Lin Fei's shoulder and looked around with his bright eyes. If one were to look at his appearance, one would think that he was an ugly chick. However, he had a noble bloodline. As for why the clown liked Lin Fei so much, it was because the clown had absorbed a lot of blood essence. The blood essence was like a great tonic to the clown. It was hard not to remember it. It could be said that the current Lin Fei was like the clown's mother. Lin Fei walked out of the Land of Fire with the clown. After losing the fire attribute raw stone, the area had completely turned into a wasteland. If one had not been here personally, it would be hard to imagine that this was the famous Land of 5 elements. The Yin ruins wasn't very big, but it would still take a long time to explore the entire area. Chirp 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 chirp. Lin Fei walked aimlessly. Although he was only taking one step at a time, each step took him very far. It could be said that he was constantly moving. Suddenly, the clown on his shoulder made a sound in a direction. It seemed to be very happy. There's something you like over there. Lin Fei looked over. On the top of a mountain not far away, there were streams of light streaking across like a meteor shower. Ordinary people might not be able to see it clearly, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. Interesting. There are moon spirit stones on this mountain. They seem to be mixed with the attributes of the 5 elements. I didn't notice it before. Could it be that the Land of 5 elements has blocked the aura of the moon spirit stones? I was wondering why I didn't find any moon spirit stones along the way. Although Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the moon spirit stones, it seemed that the clown was quite interested in them. Lin Fei quickly changed direction and ran towards the mountain. In less than a dozen breaths, Lin Fei arrived at the foot of the mountain. Before he could stabilize his footing, a stream of light flew over. It was a fiery red stream of light. Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped the air in front of him. With a grasping motion of his 5 fingers, the flying stream of light instantly came to a halt. Then, like a line, it fell into Lin Fei's hand. It really is a moon spirit stone. Furthermore, it seems to be of the fire attribute. Lin Fei opened his palm, and a moon spirit stone appeared on it. It was about the size of a thumb, and it gave off a pure fire-attributed aura. The clown, who had been standing on Xiao Chen's shoulder, jumped onto Xiao Chen's palm and swallowed the moon spirit stone. Its movements were unbelievably fast. "You like this stuff?" After Lin Fei said that, he realized that he had asked a stupid question. She was the Hoofing Phoenix. If she wanted to upgrade her bloodline, she had to strengthen the power of fire in her body. This moon spirit stone contained the aura of fire. Wasn't it the best food for a clown? However, using a moon spirit stone as food was a little too extravagant. Of course, in Lin Fei's eyes, this wasn't considered extravagant. After all, the clown had eaten the immortal blood essence before. That was a true luxury. The moon spirit stone paled in comparison. Chirp! Chirp! The clown let out an excited chirp. Lin Fei felt that if it wasn't for the fact that the clown wasn't strong enough, he would have gone up himself. "Let me see what this mountain looks like." Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go up. Instead, he focused his eyes and looked at the mountain. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known. Now that he saw it, he was shocked. There was actually a vein of moon spirit stones at the bottom of the mountain. These moon spirit stones had flown out from the whirlpool of the vein. Within his vision, he could see many cultivators fighting over the moon spirit stones. They were locked in a fierce battle. After all, this was a chance to increase their strength. Who wouldn't be willing to absorb more moon spirit stones? Lin Fei could even see that the hole where the moon spirit stones had appeared was slowly closing up. It was obvious that these moon spirit stones were being sucked out from the whirlpool. "Let's go. I'll bring you to look for the moon spirit stones." In Lin Fei's eyes, these were the snacks of the clown. Lin Fei's feet were like the wind as he moved forward. Along the way, there were moon spirit stones flying towards him. The clown tried to grab them a few times. However, every time the moon spirit stone locked onto him, he would be so frightened that he would flap his wings and jump back to Lin Fei's shoulder. It was obvious that he was still too weak. Even the speed of the moon spirit stones was enough to scare the clown. Lin Fei didn't try to collect these moon spirit stones. Compared to the vein, these moon spirit stones were nothing. Lin Fei's movements were extremely fast as he moved forward continuously. The cultivators who were still fighting over the moon spirit stones in the forest didn't even notice that Lin Fei's figure had passed by them. At most, he felt that the wind seemed to have gotten stronger. When he wanted to look again, he couldn't see Lin Fei anymore. The entrance is here. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Fei saw an opening. This opening was like an underground whirlpool and moon spirit stones were flying out from it continuously. Shin Tianquan and Shin Tianhong were fighting non-stop, fighting for the moon spirit stones. However, no one was fighting to enter the whirlpool. This was because the moon spirit stones that came out of the whirlpool contained a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, it wasn't just one or two, there were more than 10 of them. It was definitely enough to give any martial artist a headache. Unless one's physical body was extremely strong, there was no way they could enter. Lin Fei dashed into the whirlpool just like that, leaving only a ray of light behind. At the same time, the moon spirit stones that were flying out were all knocked away and smashed to the side. It's young Master Lin. Young Master Lin has gone in. Shin Tianquan was the first to react. This was because he saw a familiar figure. His heart skipped a beat and he revealed a look of envy. Actually, he also wanted to dash into the whirlpool. However, the moon spirit stones were too powerful. Even if they were at the Great Perfection Realm, they wouldn't be able to enter. Shin Tianhong's expression also changed. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, "It's best if you die in there and never come out." He knew that as they went deeper into the whirlpool, the moon spirit stones would become more and more powerful. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to enter. Shui Yiming also saw Lin Fei. However, he merely flicked his fingers and prayed in his heart that he wouldn't take too many moon spirit stones. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to speak to Lin Fei. As for asking for the moon spirit stones back, it was just wishful thinking. Bastard, he went in first again. Wu Songhai and Yan Zizong, who were fighting for the moon spirit stones not far away, revealed a look of hatred. They were prepared to go in, but now that Lin Fei was here, they didn't dare to go in again. This was because they didn't have the strength to resist Lin Fei's attack. They would only suffer if they went in. Are we going to give up just like that? I suspect that there's definitely a large number of moon spirit stones down there. With these moon spirit stones, our family's strength will definitely increase by a lot. Wu Songhai shook his head. I'm afraid we won't have a chance. It's already good enough that we can take these away. Just look at Chief Shui Yiming. I reckon that someone from the Yan Huang battle team will come and take over soon. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4098. When Lin Fei entered the whirlpool first, the warriors outside no longer dared to have any thoughts of entering. Within the whirlpool, the moon spirit stones shot towards Lin Fei. However, before the moon spirit stones could get close to him, they were repelled by an invisible force. The repelled moon spirit stones collided with the moon spirit stones. When the spirit chi collided, the moon spirit stones were repelled. As Lin Fei entered, his surroundings became a vacuum zone. The clown, who was standing on Lin Fei's shoulder, cried out even louder. He even swallowed a moon spirit stone when the force of the moon spirit stones weakened. At the bottom of the whirlpool, Lin Fei charged in effortlessly. After he charged in, he discovered that he was inside a huge cave. This cave was not a mineral vein. However, there were countless moon spirit stones of various sizes scattered throughout the cave. These moon spirit stones ranged from the size of a thumb to the size of a thumb. There were even some that were the size of a fist. They were scattered all over the walls. To think that there would be a time when I would make a mistake. At the start, Lin Fei had only taken a cursory glance and thought that it was a mineral vein. However, he now knew that he was wrong. This was not a mineral vein but a cave. The owner of the cave used moon spirit stones to decorate this place. How generous! Looking at the warriors outside, they were frantically fighting over these moon spirit stones. If they knew that the moon spirit stones they were fighting over were of the lowest quality, they would probably vomit blood. This cave should be a mystic realm created by an expert. Lin Fei took a cursory glance and realized that this cave was extremely big. Not far away, there was a stone door. The stone door was decorated with moon spirit stones of various sizes. Each of them was the size of a fist and they were filled with various attributes. They were filled with a terrifying power. This power might be terrifying to others. However, it was not enough to deter Lin Fei. Thankfully, I came. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break in. Lin Fei collected all the moon spirit stones. It might be very difficult for others, but Lin Fei only needed to spread his fingers and a force enveloped all the moon spirit stones. Countless moon spirit stones flew over and landed in Lin Fei's storage ring. The rock wall that was originally shining with starlight instantly became dim and colorless. After putting everything away, Lin Fei took out a moon spirit stone and handed it to the clown. The clown opened its mouth and swallowed it. Perhaps it was because the moon spirit stone contained a lot of attributes, but the clown just squatted there and swayed as if it was drunk. Lin Fei looked around and made sure he didn't miss anything. Then, he walked up to the stone door. He raised his hand and grabbed the fist-sized moon spirit stones. With this grab, the moon spirit stones on the surface of the stone door gathered together to form a figure. The figure then raised his hand and pointed a finger at Lin Fei's glabella. This finger was filled with endless profoundness. It was even filled with essence, energy, and soul. In the face of this finger, no one would be able to block it. However, when it was only a short distance away from Lin Fei, it stopped. Then, the invisible finger disappeared. What a brilliant setup. He really wants to kill whoever he sees. To think that the power of this finger is at the Xiantian realm. Looks like he is an Xiantian realm expert. Lin Fei easily neutralized this attack and kept all the moon spirit stones. His 5 fingers came together and slammed down on the stone door. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on the stone door. Then, it broke into pieces and a door appeared. Lin Fei swaggered in. When he walked in, Lin Fei discovered that it was a small secret room. There was a person sitting in the secret room. At this moment, the body had already turned into a skeleton. This skeleton was different from ordinary bones. It was filled with layers of gold. Clearly, this person had cultivated a powerful body tempering cultivation technique. Lin Fei casually looked around the small secret room. On the left side of the skeleton, there were stone troughs. There were many things on these stone troughs. For example, piles of moon spirit stones. Although these moon spirit stones weren't big, the spiritual energy they contained was terrifyingly thick. Lin Fei could easily determine that these should be top-grade moon spirit stones. A top-grade moon spirit stone was equivalent to tens of thousands of moon spirit stones in the outside world. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and kept all of them. In one of the stone troughs, Lin Fei found a yellowed book. It turned out to be a personal record. The book introduced the situation of this skeleton in detail. So it was a Chinese expert from Earth. He was born in the Qing dynasty and experienced all kinds of wars. In the end, he died at the age of 170 or 180. Lin Fei looked at it as if he was reading a story. He didn't pay much attention to it. However, he couldn't help but admire this person for cultivating to the Xiantian realm. In another stone trough, Lin Fei also saw a cultivation technique. It was indeed very ordinary and there wasn't anything special about it. Therefore, it was very normal for one to not be able to go far in the Xiantian realm. Other than these things, Lin Fei didn't see anything else. However, he didn't stand on ceremony and kept everything. There were many books here, which seemed to have been collected by this person. Lin Fei didn't really like books. However, when he was bored, he would take them out to read. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, Lin Fei walked out of the secret room. He casually punched the secret room. Loud cracking sounds could be heard. Countless rocks fell down and filled the secret room. Lin Fei rushed out, turned into a ray of light, and left the dark ruins. Because in the book left behind by the corpse, there was a simple introduction to the dark ruins. It was a small secret place, and there was nothing good in it. The only things that were worth mentioning were the 5 elements origin stones from the 5 elements land, and these moon spirit stones. As for the rest, they were not worth mentioning. Lin Fei wouldn't waste any more time in there. Moreover, he had gotten the most out of it. The remaining moon spirit stones weren't worth his attention. Shui Yiming saw Lin Fei turn into a ray of light and leave the dark ruins. He was secretly shocked. Such speed, and such a young age. He was too monstrous. He was also secretly glad that he hadn't offended him. Otherwise, the Yanhuang battle team wouldn't be able to get any credit in the dark ruins. However, the moon spirit stones in the dark ruins seemed to have been taken away by Lin Fei. How to explain this to the higher-ups was a headache for Shui Yiming. The others saw it too. They didn't dare to say anything. After that, the moon spirit stones were all gone. Everyone was dumbfounded. Had they all been taken away? How long had it been? It was so fast that they couldn't get used to it. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4099. Lin Fei patted his butt and left. As for what valuable things there were in the Yin ruins, it had nothing to do with him. The most valuable things had been taken away. Also, he didn't need to care about how unhappy the cultivators from the various factions were. After leaving the Yin ruins, he found that this area had turned into a forbidden area, and there were armed soldiers everywhere. It was hard to imagine that there was a Yin ruins here. Lin Fei's departure didn't alarm anyone. At least the soldiers outside didn't notice it. After returning to Hangzhou, Lin Fei didn't go to the Huo family, nor did he go to see Huofeng. Su Xiaofan had only greeted him briefly. Lin Fei had almost finished his business in Hangzhou, so it was time to go back. After coming out of the Yin ruins, Director Shui Yiming wanted to find Lin Fei, but he found that Lin Fei had already left Hangzhou. There was a trace of helplessness on his face. In fact, he wanted to have a good talk with Lin Fei, but he didn't expect that Lin Fei would leave so soon. Donghai is still the best. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to stand in the soaring dragon villa and breathe in the air. He shook his head slightly. Although the blessed enclave is good, it's still very different from the Yin ruins. The subtle changes could be hidden from others, but not from Lin Fei. Hey, the formation is open. Is there someone imprisoned inside? Lin Fei walked leisurely in the formation. He came to the innermost layer. He saw a young woman dressed in black. The woman looked dispirited, but she didn't show any despair. Instead, she was thinking about something. This woman was actually at the Grand Master peak and had even taken half a step. She could be said to be a half step to the inborn realm expert. Standing in the formation, Lin Fei saw through the woman's strength at a glance. She didn't even show any fear under such torture. Could it be that this person is the one who was secretly watching me last time? Lin Fei's eyes flickered. He sensed a familiar aura from this black-clothed woman. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of what Bing Qingya had said to him that day. This person. Could he be from the Lin family? If it was before, Lin Fei might not have believed it, but this woman had a familiar aura. Others might not be able to see it, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. I might really be related to the Lin family in some way. Before this, I thought I was an orphan. But now, it seems that my identity as an orphan is not that simple, Lin Fei said in a self-deprecating manner. Who's in the dark? Come out. At the same time, Lin Ziqing, who was in the formation, looked coldly in the direction of Lin Fei. Although Lin Ziqing didn't see anyone, she could feel that someone was watching her in the dark. It was a very subtle feeling. In a woman's words, it was the sixth sense. Lin Ziqing was very confident in her sixth sense. Once the sixth sense appeared, there was basically no deviation. Lin Fei only glanced at her alone, but he didn't expect this girl's senses to be so sensitive. You guessed it right. I'm indeed looking at you. You can only blame yourself for barging into my Longting villa. I don't know what you're here for, or do you think that I, Lin Fei, am easy to bully? Lin Fei walked out with a smile and faced the woman in black. Although Lin Ziqing knew that someone was spying on her, she definitely didn't expect that it would be Lin Fei. Lin Ziqing remembered the man in the photo clearly. You're Lin Fei. You're back from Hangzhou. Lin Ziqing looked at the young man. She was shocked, but there was also a complicated expression on her face. Because when Lin Ziqing saw this Lin Fei, several figures appeared in her mind. Although she had this feeling before, it was completely different now. Lin Ziqing suspected that she had seen wrongly. Since you know my name and know that I went to Hangzhou, you should know in your heart that my Longting villa is not a place that anyone can barge into. Tell me your identity and origin honestly, and maybe I can let you go. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the formation for the rest of your life. Even if the expert behind you comes, unless I agree, no one can save you from here. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try and see if I'm right or not. Only Lin Fei had the confidence to say such things. Lin Ziqing had been trapped in the formation for quite a long time. Ever since she was trapped that day, Lin Ziqing felt a little surprised. In a place like Wuxia, she could actually be trapped by a formation, but this formation was something that she couldn't break. Lin Ziqing had spent all kinds of effort before, but she still couldn't break this formation. Only then did she realize that this Longting Villa was more terrifying than she had imagined. In addition, the owner of Longting Villa, Lin Fei, had also become more mysterious. Although she was constantly trapped by the formation, Lin Ziqing was not disappointed. Instead, she realized one thing as she was being tempered by the formation. The other party did not intend to kill her, and this was her only chance to escape. Today, because Lin Ziqing finally had the chance to leave, the owner of Longting Villa, Lin Fei, had returned. These days, Lin Ziqing had been preserving her physical strength, just to wait for him to come in. Did anyone tell you that in front of me, as long as it's within 10 meters, everyone will be my prey, including you? Lin Ziqing moved in an instant. Using her movement technique, a scimitar actually appeared in her hand. This scimitar gently slashed, causing waves to appear, and directly slashed towards Lin Fei. This slash produced a great deterrent. Imperceptibly, it made people's hearts tighten. What a brilliant saber technique. It's not bad to use as a trump card, but it's still too far away for me. Lin Fei smiled and flicked his finger directly on the blade of Lin Ziqing's scimitar. With a snap, there was a cracking sound. The scimitar broke into 2 pieces. Lin Ziqing rolled on the ground, performed Indian yoga, and directly wrapped herself around him. Lin Ziqing had learned countless martial arts techniques, and Indian yoga was just one of them. When Lin Ziqing had just wrapped herself around Lin Fei, she felt a shock on her chest. Her whole body felt like it was being pricked by needles, and she was instantly sent flying, falling heavily to the ground. Before Lin Ziqing could attack again, she saw the other party's palms slightly open, and a suction force enveloped her body like a vortex, lifting her up directly. Do you think you can still fight with me now? You are an inborn expert. Lin Ziqing exclaimed. Chapter 4100. In the eyes of outsiders, a god-level expert was a god-level expert. But in the eyes of Wuxia, a god-level expert was just a title for an innate expert. Lin Ziqing knew this very well, but she never thought that she would meet an innate expert. She was a grand master at the great perfection and even a half-step to innate expert, but in front of Lin Fei, she was helpless and let him control her life and death. She couldn't help but exclaim. It turns out that you also know about innate experts. It seems that you don't know nothing. Since you know, how dare you come to my Longting Villa? Lin Fei controlled Lin Ziqing's life and death, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Do you think I should make you disappear now, or? Although it was just an ordinary sentence, it was full of endless horror for Lin Ziqing. Lin Ziqing didn't know that Lin Fei was an innate expert. No one could ever think that Lin Fei was an innate expert. If she knew, she wouldn't dare to break into Longting Villa, no matter how bold she was. Lin Fei, I know that you are an orphan, but I also know a secret about your background. Don't you want to know? At this critical moment, a thought flashed through Lin Ziqing's mind, and it was out of control as soon as it flashed. She felt that this was the only way she could survive. Lin Ziqing came from the Lin family, so she naturally knew more about the existence of innate experts than anyone else. They were extremely terrifying and could be said to be like Earth immortals. In the whole of Wuxia, there were only a few innate experts. Even if there were, they rarely came out, and all of them quietly cultivated. She knew that this was because of the agreement. If it weren't for the irresistible power, Lin Ziqing wouldn't have suspected that the other party was an innate expert. So the only way to survive now was to let Lin Fei take the initiative to let her go. Do you think I will still be interested in this? Lin Fei shook his head. I think it's better to make you disappear. Anyway, no one can do anything to me if I don't admit it. Lin Fei was no longer the Lin Fei of the past. He was an existence that had lived in a different world for hundreds of millions of years. It could even be said that he was very ancient. Why would he care about such a personal matter? Lin Fei, you're really related to our Lin family because you're the eldest son of the first branch of the Lin family. Don't you want to see your father and mother? Lin Ziqing was now more and more convinced that Lin Fei was related to her uncle. As soon as Lin Ziqing's voice fell, a force shook her heart and directly sent her flying. She fell heavily to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. I didn't kill you because you're a girl. If you continue to spout nonsense, I don't mind killing you for real. In just a moment, Lin Ziqing was injured. She didn't even have the strength to resist. She only felt that if the other party wanted to kill her, it would only take a thought. Go, don't come to Longting Manor again. If there's a next time, then you can die in Longting Manor. Remember, including you and everyone else. I, Lin Fei, can't be tested by just anyone. I can only say that you're pretty lucky this time. Before she could say anything, Lin Ziqing felt a force enveloping her body. She only felt her vision blur, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing outside Longting Manor. She then collapsed on the ground. Such a method was no different from an earth immortal. Lin Ziqing struggled to get up and looked at Longting Manor. I have to let the Lin family know about this. It's not that there's no one in my uncle's family, but there's a powerful person who's already an innate expert. He's simply a monster. Determination flashed in Lin Ziqing's eyes. She turned around and staggered away. Boss, are you sure you want her to leave? If she were to spread the news about this spirit array, I'm afraid many people would have designs on this spirit array. Xiaofan walked out of the spirit array and stood respectfully behind Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't too concerned about this. So what if it gets out? Even an innate expert would be trapped in this spirit array. There's no need to be concerned about it. Xiaofan naturally believed in the power of this spirit array. This was to prevent the news from spreading and attract the attention of some innate experts. After all, some innate experts were extremely concerned about certain things, especially those who specialized in spirit array. Immediately send someone to investigate the Lin family in Beijing. Investigate everything about the Lin family, especially the first branch. I want to know everything. Xiaofan left with the order. Although Lin Fei wasn't too concerned about the Lin family, he could hear some clues from Xiaofan's words. Therefore, he couldn't help but send someone to investigate. Whether he admitted it or not was another matter. He had to find out first. It wouldn't affect anything. Not long after Lin Fei returned to the Longting Manor, Tai Zhan from East Ocean's Yan Huang battle team took the initiative to look for him. He had no choice. The news from Hangzhou had really shocked Tai Zhan. He had no choice but to come. When Tai Zhan saw Lin Fei, the latter was in a pavilion in the forest, sipping his tea unhurriedly. Not far away, his disciple, Su Mei, was practicing her swordsmanship. She was methodical and very authentic. Apart from that, Tai Zhan could also feel the chilling aura in her swordsmanship. It seemed to have turned the entire area into a land of ice and frost. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This was the first time Tai Zhan had seen such a situation. Of course, what was more shocking was that Su Mei's aura had thickened. It was as though she had risen by several levels overnight. How terrifying! Director Tai, I've done what you asked me to do. You won't think that I didn't do well and come to settle the score with me, right? Tai Zhan laughed bitterly. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. Don't you know that Shui Yiming has been saying good things about you? It was normal for Shui Yiming to say good things about him. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. He had done Taizhan a great favor this time, but he wouldn't let Taizhan take the initiative to visit him. After all, Taizhan wasn't that easy to deal with. It was already good enough that he didn't come to find trouble with him. You'd better tell me the truth. I know very well what kind of person you are. Anyway, your Yan Huang battle team won't give me any reward. Lin Fei was so direct. He didn't care about Taizhan's feelings. As for whether Taizhan would think too much about it, he was already used to it. Actually, I'm here to congratulate young Master Lin. Because you've already entered the World Master ranking, and your ranking isn't low either. You're currently ranked 65th. In Wuxia, you're ranked 10th, Bookseller's website. Chapter 4101. Lin Fei was quite surprised that Taizhan had come over to talk about this. He wasn't really interested in the Grandmaster leaderboard. According to what you've said, there's nothing good about me being on the leaderboard. Lin Fei understood immediately after hearing Taizhan's words. There was definitely nothing good about being on the leaderboard. Taizhan laughed bitterly. I knew I couldn't hide it from young Master Lin. He took out a small tablet and typed in a website. After a few jumps, Lin Fei saw a website. This is the World Grandmaster Leaderboard website that only us Grandmasters can access. It was a simple website. The first thing he saw were the words World Grandmaster Leaderboard. There was a row of names on it, and there was a detailed introduction behind them. At the 65th position, Lin Fei saw his own name. The introduction was very vague, but he was actually ranked 65th. Other than that, Lin Fei also saw the Wuxia leaderboard. After clicking it, it was just as he had said, he was ranked 10th. The introduction was also very vague. Who created this website? It's very interesting. This website had actually listed him. Lin Fei was indeed quite curious, because he had never known that he had been followed before. It could be seen that the person who created this website was not simple. Taizhan shook his head and said, I'm not sure who created this website either. I only heard that the person who created this website should be a God rank expert, and the #1 God rank expert back in the day. This website has been passed down from generation to generation. Currently, only Grandmaster experts have the chance to enter. The rest of the people don't have the right. Lin Fei already knew that the waters of this world were quite deep. What he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Young Master Lin, I'm here to tell you about this. Actually, I want to say that you've taken many things from the Dark Ruins. Right now, many powers within the country are stirring. Our Yan Huang battle team's head captain hopes that you can make a trip to Yanjing. After saying this, Taizhan lowered his head secretly. He was afraid that Lin Fei would be angry. After all, Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. In the East Sea, there were not many people who could be his match. It could even be said that there were none. Just look at the situation over at Hangzhou. Outsiders might not know, but Taizhan was very clear. Even the 3 great clans were suppressed by Lin Fei to the point that they could not say anything, especially the Shen clan and the Xin clan. They had definitely suffered a lot. The Bing clan had it the best, as they had gained a lot of benefits. When Taizhan saw the news, he also suspected that he had seen wrongly. The Bing family's relationship with Lin Fei had reached the heavens in one step. Yi Xian wants me to go to Yanjing. Currently, the only one that Lin Fei was interested in was Yi Xian, the strongest. Taizhan nodded his head. I hope that young Master Lin can make a trip to Beijing. It's a good thing for you. Lin Fei said with a faint smile. What if I don't go? Will that Yi Xian be ready to kill me? Taizhan shook his head with a wry smile. You misunderstand. My master will not attack you. You are from Wuxia, so he will not attack you even if he wants to deal with outsiders. However, my master is quite interested in meeting you and having a chat. Let me think about it first. Tai Zhan didn't say anything more. After sitting for a while, he took the initiative to leave. Before he left the tablet behind. Do you think I should go to Yanjing? This was said to Yu Zishan. Yu Zishan brought a document over. Boss, this is the information I got people to collect in Beijing. It's all about you. I also heard from people in the circle that there are many people in Beijing who are quite dissatisfied with you. It seems that you got a lot of good stuff in the dark ruins, and they are a little unconvinced. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The people on this website really have some tricks up their sleeves. They helped me increase my ranking and made me the target of the Chinese forces. These people are really ambitious. Lin Fei had never been interested in ranking. In his eyes, it was all empty. Arrange for people to continue monitoring the situation outside. Lin Fei picked up the documents and flipped through them. They were all about the Lin family. The Lin family was one of the 5 major families in Yanjing. However, their ranking was not very good, and they were ranked last. The Yi family was the most powerful among the 5 major families because they had the number 1 god of war, Yi Xian. It could be said that the Yi family was the top family. The Lin family was ranked 5th, but there was still a huge gap between them and the Yi family. The current master of the Lin family was from the 2nd family. The 2nd family and the 1st family used to have the most intense competition. Everyone thought that the position of the master would fall into the hands of the 1st family. However, something unexpected happened in the end. The 2nd family took over the position, and the 1st family was suppressed and was now almost excluded from the family. The more Lin Fei read, the more his brows furrowed. The infighting in the Lin family is quite interesting. Lin Fei continued to read. Soon, he saw the situation of the 1st family. The 1st family did not have any eye-catching aspects so far. They were in charge of the daily affairs of the company. The 1st family only had 1 daughter. As for whether the 1st family had an eldest son or not, there was no news at all. However, Yu Zishan still heard some information. Back then, something happened in the Lin family. There was a rumor that a child died prematurely, and it was the 1st family's. As for how the child died, no one knew. It was just a sporadic rumor and could not be taken seriously. However, Lin Fei believed it. It was another family with infighting. In that case, I have a younger sister. Lin Fei's emotions kept changing. Soon, he calmed down. With so many people eyeing my Longting villa, if I don't go to Yanjing, I'm afraid that everyone is ready to take a bite out of me. Lin Fei was not afraid of those people. After reading the information about the Lin family, Lin Fei still felt that it was worth a trip to Yanjing. After all, he had not been to Yanjing since he came back. It was known that Yanjing was the place where the Emperor of Wuxia lived. It would be a pity if he did not go and take a look. Before Lin Fei went, Bai Xingnan called and asked him to have a meal together to talk about the development of the company. Lin Fei had almost forgotten that he still had a company. It seemed that he really hadn't paid attention to it for some time. After all, after the cloud silk material was made, he had thrown it aside. He had really become a hands-off shopkeeper, which was very bad. Lin Fei agreed readily. He had a meal with Bai Xingnan. In the evening, a BMW appeared under the building. Why are you so low-key today? Bai Xingnan smiled when she saw Lin Fei. Drive as you please, said Lin Fei. If I don't come as soon as possible, I'm afraid that you, the manager, will jump ship. Shukju website. Chapter 4102. At the same time in Yanjing. Lin Ziqing returned to Yanjing. After suffering a big loss at the Longting Mountain Villa, she did not dare to hesitate and returned to Yanjing through her own connections on the spot. After returning to Yanjing, Lin Ziqing first went to see her master, the number 1 god of war in Wuxia, Yi Xian. My good apprentice, looking at you, you must have suffered at the hands of that brat Lin Fei. Yi Xian picked up a cup of tea and drank it unhurriedly with a smile on his face. Master, you can even predict this. Lin Ziqing could not help but exclaim. Yi Xian put down the cup in his hand and smiled. How could I not know your temper? From the moment you came in, I knew there was something wrong with your breathing. For you to feel something wrong with your breathing, it could also be that the trip to Donghai did not go smoothly, and you have feelings of unwillingness in your heart. Did you see that there is always someone better than you? Yi Xian could become the #1 master in Wuxia and even bring the Yi family to the position of the #1 family. How good was his judgment? From the moment Lin Ziqing came in, he knew the result. Lin Ziqing lowered her head slightly. Master, I've lost. In front of that Lin Fei, I have no ability to resist at all. I don't know how he cultivates. All I know is that I'm like a tiny ant in front of him. Lin Ziqing was really shocked. Yi Xian said lightly, this is not surprising, because that brat is already ranked 10th in our Wuxia master ranking and 65th in the world master ranking. It is normal for you to lose to him. But you don't have to be discouraged. You are only one step away from the innate realm. I think you should be aware of the difference between the innate realm and the master realm. I believe that when you understand it, the breakthrough is just around the corner. You mean Lin Fei? He is ranked 10th in our Wuxia and 65th in the world master ranking. Lin Ziqing really did not know this news. If that is the case, then it is very normal for me to lose to him. Whether it was the Wuxia ranking or the world ranking, Lin Fei had used his strength to show Lin Ziqing how powerful he was. Yi Xian picked up the cup and took another sip of tea. Lin Fei defeated the Poison Widow, John Charlie, and Johnson, 3 masters of the world grandmaster list. Those 3 guys are not easy to deal with. With this, Lin Fei's life in the country will not be easy. There are a lot of people watching him. Lin Ziqing had already guessed some details about Lin Fei. She suspected that he was from her family, especially from the first branch, so she naturally didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fei. Master, it's rare for another heavenly son of heaven to appear in our country. Don't you plan to help? If anything happens, our country will lose a powerful master stage expert. No, it's an inborn expert. Lin Ziqing added in her heart. Even in front of her master, she had never thought of revealing this information. Although the Lin family was only the weakest of the 5 big families in Beijing. But Lin Ziqing knew a lot of secrets, far more than the average warrior knew. Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. Now that he had jumped to the 10th place in the Wuxia Grandmaster list, this undoubtedly touched a lot of interests. Coupled with the incident at the Dark Ruins, it was hard to guarantee that other forces would not have ideas. Lin Ziqing knew that Lin Fei's strength was at most in the innate stage, but he was estimated to be in the early innate stage at most. Once he went up against those veteran forces, the innate stage was really not enough. At the very least, he had to be in the late innate stage to be a deterrent. Otherwise, he was destined to suffer a great loss. Right now, the only way to make those forces have ideas was to get her master to step in. He smiled and said, "Qing, I thought you wouldn't be convinced by that kid. I didn't think that there would be a time when you would take a liking to him. That kid is indeed not bad. Even if you didn't say anything, I was planning to get him to come to Beijing. I'll get Taizhan to contact that kid. With such a good foundation, he is indeed a Wuxia expert. I'm planning to let him join the Yanhuang battle team and take on the position of a senior elder." Lin Ziqing indeed wanted her master to suppress the matter, but she did not think that her master would actually invite Lin Fei to join the Yanhuang battle team. Others might not know the true strength of the Yanhuang battle team, but Lin Ziqing was very clear. Especially this time, her master Lin Fei had joined the Yanhuang battle team and was given the position of a senior elder. This was definitely a big deal. There were only a total of 5 senior elders in the entire Yanhuang battle team. They were in charge of all the Yanhuang battle teams in the country. It could be said that they were truly all senior and important. Not just anyone could sit in this position. Lin Ziqing had also heard a piece of news. It seemed that one of the 5 senior elders in the Yanhuang battle team was about to retire. Therefore, the position of the 5th elder had always been coveted by the major forces in Beijing. Master, if you let Lin Fei be a senior elder, won't you be pitting him against the forces in Beijing? I heard that a lot of people are eyeing the position of an elder. Lin Ziqing asked hesitantly. Yi Xian laughed heartily. Strength and responsibility are divided. With strength, he can shoulder greater responsibilities and sit in a higher position at the same time. I believe that kid can do it. Lin Ziqing also knew that it was difficult for ordinary people to change their master's mind. She wondered if she should give Lin Fei a call after she left and tell him about what had happened here so that he could be mentally prepared. After all, Yanjing was not comparable to other provinces and cities. It was a real place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There were as many masters as there were clouds in the sky. Some people had foolishly come to Beijing and mistakenly thought that they were experts. Each and every one of them had suffered a huge setback. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Lin Ziqing had seen it many times. You don't have to take this matter to heart. Go back and think about it. Reflect on it. I believe that this time in Donghai will be of help to you. Lin Ziqing listened to her master's words. After Lin Ziqing left the courtyard, a figure appeared behind Yi Xian. This figure's face could not be seen clearly, and it was like a ghost. If Lin Ziqing was here, he would definitely recognize this ghost-like person. It was his big senior brother, Gui Wuying. No one had ever seen his true face, but his strength was publicly recognized as the strongest. With his terrifying movement techniques, the area within 100 meters was known as the death zone. No one could escape. Master, I think junior sister's mood is a little weird today. She can't have fallen in love with that Lin Fei, can she? Xiaoying, as the big senior brother, when did you start to care about this kind of thing? Yi Xian smiled. If you have such thoughts, have you investigated Lin Fei's background? Bookseller's website. Chapter 4103. P.S. I've come out of Cavan. Starting tomorrow. Your place is quite elegant. If you don't come here often, you probably won't be able to find it. In a small alley in the downtown area, Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan sat in a private room. The song, High Mountains and Flowing Water, echoed in their ears. Bai Xingnan put on light makeup. Her whole body exuded the aura of a strong woman. Actually, I haven't been here many times. I just think it's good to eat here, whether it's for work or relaxation. After the cloud silk shapewear became popular, it had taken down the entire Donghai market in a short time. It could be said that it was a popular product. During this period, various counterfeit products had also appeared. Due to the special product structure of the cloud silk, those who wanted to make a fortune by counterfeiting it were dumbfounded. No matter how they cracked it, they couldn't break the material of the cloud silk. Bai Xingnan had also made a name for herself in the Donghai business circle with the powerful effect of the cloud silk shapewear. Now, no one dared to look down on Bai Xingnan. Everyone knew that the cloud silk shapewear was a popular product. If anyone could get on board this ship, they would definitely make a lot of money. During this period, Bai Xingnan had basically been dealing with business matters. The strong woman aura on her body had become stronger. It couldn't be compared to before. It was as if she was a completely different person. The two talked about the company's matters. Generally speaking, Bai Xingnan was the one talking, and Lin Fei was the one listening. Boss, I don't think our company needs any financing now because it's not necessary. Instead, I think we can invest a lot of money in the development of cloud silk. I think the cloud silk material can replace most of the clothing products. We can make it bigger. Bai Xingnan's methods had become brilliant. She felt that cloud silk was a huge treasure chest. She had an absolute advantage to dig it out. Bai Xingnan still felt that it was very unbelievable that the boss could take out a material like cloud silk. This was a completely new material. It would bring a great impact to the entire market. I'm now a hands-off boss. You'll be in charge of the company's matters. I've decided to give you 10% of the company's shares so that you can continue to work for me. Upon hearing that Lin Fei was going to give her shares, and 10% at that, Bai Xingnan covered her mouth in shock. Boss, 10% is too much. I can't accept it. Don't you know how much our company is valued by those venture capitalists? Lin Fei really didn't care about the valuation of venture capital companies. Is it very tall? Hearing this, Bai Xingnan knew that her boss didn't care about the company's situation at all. No one would believe it if word got out. Bai Xingnan laughed bitterly. Boss, if you knew the market value of the company, you wouldn't have said that you would give me 10% of the shares. Our company is now valued by the venture capital company at $1 billion. And this is only the beginning. I believe that this market value will only get higher and higher in the future. It won't be a problem to break through $10 billion. Bai Xingnan was now more and more confident. That was why she was so excited when she heard about 10% of the shares. She was also grateful to Lin Fei in her heart. After all, this was a company that would be worth hundreds of billions of USD in the future. Just thinking about it was scary. Lin Fei understood why Bai Xingnan had such an expression. If the company was valued at $1 billion, 10% would be $100 million. That was equivalent to $700 or $800 million. This wasn't something that anyone could accept. Of course, to Lin Fei, the company's market value was just a number. He didn't need to take it seriously. I'm the boss. I won't take back the shares that I've given away. If you don't want to, then I can only change the manager. Boss, you're very overbearing, okay? How can you give away shares like that? Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes, but her heart was still sweet. This was 10% of the shares. If it was worth hundreds of billions of USD in the future, then it would be worth tens of billions. Not everyone was willing to give it away. Being overbearing is one of the boss's privileges. Don't you understand? While Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan were talking, exquisite and delicious food was served. It was different from other places. The food here was not big, but it was very delicate. Along with the sound of the zither, the atmosphere of the meal was very different. Now that you're a female boss worth hundreds of millions of USD, I wonder if you're willing to treat me to a bottle of good wine. Consider it a chance for you to perform. Bai Xingnan smiled sweetly. Since the boss has spoken, if I don't agree, I'm afraid you'll put shoes on me. Lin Fei called out to the waiter outside, give me a bottle of Roman Conti. I heard that this wine tastes pretty good. Lin Fei didn't usually drink, because no matter how good the wine was, the taste was the same. Some immortal brews tasted better. When he thought about immortal brews, Lin Fei felt that he had to find some time to make some immortal brews. After downing a bottle of Roman Conti, Bai Xingnan's face turned red, and she was exceptionally alluring. In the end, Lin Fei sent Bai Xingnan home. I'm sorry to trouble the boss to send me home. I see that it's still early, why don't we go up and sit for a while? Bai Xingnan plucked up her courage and leaned her entire body against Lin Fei. Her eyes seemed to be hinting at something else. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of person was he? How could he not understand Bai Xingnan's intentions? Are you sure you want me to be a guest at your house? A single man and a single woman, I'm afraid that something might happen. Boss, you really know how to talk. Even I'm not afraid, why should you be? I don't believe that you're that kind of person. Since Bai Xingnan had said so, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't back down. He was an immortal expert, how could he back down? After sending Bai Xingnan upstairs, he had been kissed by Bai Xingnan just a few years ago. After a long time, everything happened naturally. One had the intention, and the other helped along. Everything had happened so naturally. The Yan Huang battle team wants me to be a senior elder. When he woke up in the morning, Bai Xingnan was still sleeping. Her long eyelashes fluttered, showing that she was very tired last night. Lin Fei looked at his phone in boredom and saw a message. There was a short sentence on it. No wonder Tai Zhan came to find me and asked me to go to Beijing. They want me to be a senior elder of the Yan Huang battle team. The Yan Huang battle team thinks highly of me. Lin Fei pondered for a while. He didn't know many people in Beijing, but he had many enemies. The only one who could send him a message was that Lin Ziqing. What was his identity? What was Lin Ziqing's identity? The two were related. This is to remind me that the trip to Beijing will be troublesome, so I have to be prepared. Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly. Chapter 4104. I won't be in Donghai for a while, so I'll leave the company to you. Lin Fei decided to go to Yanjing. After a night of nourishment, Bai Xingnan had changed. She was bright and beautiful. She helped Lin Fei tidy up his clothes and nodded. Don't worry, leave the company to me. You can also go to Yanjing to take a look at our branch and meet the person in charge there. Bai Xingnan seemed to have thought of something. She took out a folder from the bedside and handed it to Lin Fei. We have a branch in Yanjing. Lin Fei really didn't know that Bai Xingnan had acted so quickly. Bai Xingnan smiled proudly. Our company's cloud silk shapewear has become a very popular product, so we definitely need a branch company in Beijing. However, I heard that there have been a lot of things going on over there recently, so it's best for you to go there as a boss. You can take care of the things there, lest a weak woman like me go to Beijing. If I get eaten up by someone, you'll be heartbroken as a big boss. Bai Xingnan seemed to have become a lot more relaxed. Normally, she wouldn't say something like that. Lin Fei actually didn't care much about this kind of thing. However, after hearing what Bai Xingnan said, he knew that something must have happened in Yanjing. Maybe those forces were playing tricks in the dark. If he let Bai Xingnan go, she really wouldn't be able to make a decision, so he had to deal with it himself. After a while, Bai Xingnan sent Lin Fei out. She originally wanted to send him downstairs, but she couldn't stand the fierce battle last night, so she was trembling as she walked. Lin Fei returned to the Longting Villa and asked Yu Zishan to contact Tai Zhan, telling him that he was going to Yanjing. As soon as Tai Zhan received the news, he immediately called to confirm it. To be honest, he was really afraid that Lin Fei wouldn't go to Yanjing. If that was the case, he didn't know how to report to his master. After all, this was an order from his master. Tai Zhan didn't want to mess up this matter from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, he finally heard the news he wanted to hear. Boss, are you really going to Yanjing? I heard that many people in Yanjing are interested in you. I've also asked people about the senior elders. I heard that the Yanhuang team has a total of 5 senior elders, and one of them is going to retire, so the competition is very fierce. Once the news of you becoming a senior elder spreads, I'm afraid many people won't be happy. Also, I heard that the Martial Gate also said that if you dare to step into Yanjing, they'll teach you a lesson, unless the boss hands over the thing from the dark ruins. Yu Zishan was a qualified steward. After Lin Fei had given him some information on the upper echelons of the Yanhuang battle team, Yu Zishan had collected all the information on the upper echelons of the Yanhuang battle team. Lin Fei smiled faintly. This should be a test given to me by the number 1 war god. Using the position of a senior elder to test me, he's pretty generous. Lin Fei was interested in meeting the #1 war god, Yi Xian. Of course, the #1 war god only piqued his interest. If nothing went wrong, he would be a Xiantian full completion. With such strength, he really didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of Lin Fei. But he was China's #1 war god after all, so he had to give him some face. Moreover, he also wanted to see how deep the waters in Yanjing were. After all, his company was going to be opened in Yanjing. If he didn't beat these people into submission, how could he open the company? Lin Fei could be uninterested in the company, but he could see that Bai Xingnan valued the company very much, just like a child who had been pregnant for 10 months. Since Bai Xingnan liked it, Lin Fei wouldn't let others destroy this company. Apart from himself, no one had the right to do so. This time, Lin Fei didn't bring anyone with him to Yanjing. He even declined Tai Zhan's company and only asked Yu Zishan to buy a business class ticket. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei didn't like flying. But since he was going to Yanjing, he would do as the Romans do. Actually, Lin Fei wanted to buy a first-class ticket, but he couldn't make it in time, so he could only buy a business class ticket. The business class was very spacious, and it was very different from the economy class at the back. Lin Fei's seat was closer to the inside. He changed to a more comfortable position and laid down lazily. Not long after, a woman's voice came into Lin Fei's ear. "Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you, but can I change seats with you?" When Lin Fei opened his eyes, he saw a young lady next to him. She was 183 meters tall and very tall. At the same time, she was dressed very fashionably. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that just her outfit alone cost at least hundreds of thousands of Chinese dollars. "You have to change seats with me." Lin Fei glanced at her indifferently and looked away. Zhang Xiren was already used to all kinds of gazes. When this man looked at her, he looked away. His eyes were as calm as water, and no changes could be seen. This surprised Zhang Xiren a little. She didn't expect to meet a man like this. "I'm not feeling well today, so I want to sit by the window. If you can change seats with me, that would be the best." "I'm willing to compensate you for your loss," Zhang Xiren said very sincerely. Lin Fei raised his head and looked at Zhang Xiren. "You have a serious problem. You can't just change seats and rest. I suggest that you go and see a doctor when you get home. It's good for you." If an ordinary person said this to her, Zhang Xiren would definitely be angry. However, this man had a preconceived impression of her. He was a little surprised in his heart and showed a bit of curiosity on his face. "Sir, you're a doctor. How can you tell? If I'm not wrong, your stomach will be very painful every 9th day. Yesterday should be the day you just had the pain. Although you look good today and have thick makeup on your face, it still can't hide the trace of fatigue between your eyebrows. So, you want to sit by the window and want to make yourself more comfortable. I don't know if I'm right." Zhang Xiren covered her mouth in disbelief. "How did you know?" "I haven't told anyone about this secret." Zhang Xiren had never told anyone about her stomach pain on the 9th day. She had seen many doctors, but there was no result. Yesterday was the day when the pain flared up. It hurt the whole night. She didn't expect that someone could easily see through it. Zhang Xiren could naturally swear that she never knew this person, but he seemed to be able to see through everything about her. This made Zhang Xiren feel shocked and a little flustered. She didn't know who the person in front of her was. Was it really a coincidence? Shuk Ju website. Chapter 4105. In the end, Zhang Xiren didn't change seats because she didn't have the confidence and courage to do so. Along the way, all kinds of emotions emerged. Lin Fei didn't know that his words had caused all kinds of thoughts in Zhang Xiren. He was just casually mentioning it, How could he know that Zhang Ziren had so many thoughts? If he knew, he wouldn't have said so much. All the way until they got off the plane. Lin Fei was refreshed. Zhang Ziren, on the other hand, was very uncomfortable. She wanted to talk to him several times, but in the end, she didn't. "Sir, can you tell me what's wrong with my body?" After leaving the airport, Zhang Ziren couldn't help but want to know the answer in her heart. Lin Fei smiled mysteriously. "I actually believe in karma. Since I can meet you, I believe we can meet again next time. I'll tell you the answer when we meet again." Zhang Ziren seemed to have heard wrongly. She had actually been rejected once when she took the initiative to ask questions. Beijing was so big, Zhang Ziren didn't have the confidence to meet him again. Since he had already said so, Zhang Ziren couldn't say anything else. She could only watch as he got into a taxi and left. This also made Zhang Ziren unhappy for the whole day. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a thing one day. She didn't know why, but she seemed to feel that she would meet this person again. This was a very ridiculous thought. Lin Fei sat in the taxi. He casually said a name, to Tianlang Building. This Tianlang Building was where the branch office was located. Lin Fei didn't forget Bai Xingnan's instructions, so he planned to go to Tianlang Building to take a look. What happened to the branch office? He also wanted to take a look at the situation of the branch managers because Bai Xingnan had already arranged for headhunters to hire a few managers, but the final decision still needed to be made by the big boss, Lin Fei. If it wasn't for Lin Fei coming to Beijing, this matter would have been handled by Bai Xingnan. This was Lin Fei's first time in a place like Beijing. Even in his previous life, he had never been to Beijing. After coming to Yanjing, he realized that the air in Lin Fei was really bad. It was very turbid and not suitable for cultivation. Lin Fei, on the other hand, felt that there were a few places in Beijing that were unusual. If I'm not mistaken, these places should be the Blessed Enclave. It seems that there are quite a lot of Blessed Enclaves in Yanjing. There are actually 8 of them. As expected of the land of the Emperor. Even though the spiritual energy released by these grotto heavens and blessed lands was very weak and could hide it from others, it could not hide it from Lin Fei. Yanjing is indeed a place with deep waters. 8 blessed paradises, in other words, there are 8 top forces. Currently, there are 5 top families, plus a martial gate and a Yan Huang battle squad. I wonder what the other one is. Beijing was famous for its traffic jams. Half an hour later, Lin Fei stood under the Tianlang Building. This was a bustling business district. There were tall buildings and commercial buildings everywhere. It was very imposing. On the 39th floor of the Tianlang Building, Lin Fei came out of the elevator. This was because this floor was the company's branch. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei heard a noise. "Listen up, I'll give you 3 days to sign this contract. Otherwise, you'll be ready to scram from this company. Without our permission, you won't be able to open a company in the Heaven Wave building." There were more than a dozen youths standing in the company's branch. Unlike other youths, these people were all dressed in suits. They looked dignified, but they had a hooligan aura. The leader was also wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, but his tone was very arrogant. It scared the people at the front desk so much that their faces turned pale. Lin Fei smiled. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation as soon as he arrived at the branch. It seems that there are quite a few people eyeing the cloud shapewear. After all, this is a company worth hundreds of billions. He now blamed Bai Xingnan for not telling him in advance. Otherwise, Bai Xingnan wouldn't have to worry about these things. He could handle it himself. Lin Fei walked into the branch. When these people saw a young man walking in, they didn't think much of it. However, a few of them glared at him. "Kid, you've come to the wrong place. If you don't want to cause trouble for yourself, get out immediately. These people thought that Lin Fei was a job seeker, so they naturally didn't hold back and roared angrily. Everyone else can leave. The one with glasses who spoke just now, you stay here and don't leave. No one expected this young man to say such a thing. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's the fool. However, the next scene made everyone's expression change, especially the young man with gold-rimmed glasses. He saw that the people he brought with him were actually silently retreating outside like walking corpses. He immediately shouted, "Why are you leaving? Stop right now, do you hear me?" No matter how the young man with gold-rimmed glasses shouted, these people still walked into the elevator. Soon, the branch office became quiet. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses felt a little uneasy. Was it you who was playing tricks just now? Lin Fei had indeed used hypnosis to make them leave. After all, this was Yan Jing and there was no point in fighting and killing here. Lin Fei smiled as he walked over. I forgot to tell you that I'm the boss here. Now, I want to talk to you. Before the young man with gold-rimmed glasses could say anything, he saw Lin Fei stretch out his hand and strangle his neck. Then, he casually dragged him into the office. Oh yeah, ask which office is empty. The receptionist pointed to a room not far away. It's empty. Thank you. Lin Fei dragged the gold-rimmed glasses into a room not far away and closed the door. Everyone in the company was dumbfounded by this scene. Do you know who that person was just now? He's so manly. Is the boss of our company that young? Could it be the new manager? At this moment, a weak voice said, I remember that our company does have a boss. He's very young. Could it be him? This was a storeroom. It was really spacious and there was nothing inside. Lin Fei casually threw the man on the ground. You're quite bold. How dare you cause trouble in my company? Now, you can tell me who asked you to cause trouble. Remember, you only have one chance. The man with gold-rimmed glasses got up and panted hard. He almost suffocated just now. He looked at Lin Fan with a trace of fear. But when he thought of the backer behind him, his face became fierce. I'm Fifth Lord's man. If you dare to touch me, you'll have to be prepared for Fifth Lord's revenge. You still don't intend to tell me the truth. Then, you can only say it yourself. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers. The man with gold-rimmed glasses lost consciousness. Fifth Lord wants to invest, Shook Ju website. Chapter 4106. Yan Jin was bustling and lively in the evening. It was even more dazzling and enchanting. The bar street was the busiest place in the Third Ring Road. Once night fell, all kinds of people would come here. They put down their masks and let out their energy. Night bar. It was the busiest bar on the street. It was said that the night bar had a strong background and few people would cause trouble there. However, those who caused trouble there did not end up well. They either had their limbs broken or disappeared from the face of the earth. However, this did not stop the love between men and women. Xiren, what are you thinking about? It's not easy to ask you out. You can't just sit here in a daze. There were 3 girls sitting in a booth. The 3 girls were all good-looking. Sitting in the booth, they were like a scenery, especially one of them, who was over 1.8 meters tall. Her long, white legs were very eye-catching. Zhang Xiren did not know why she was in a daze. She was thinking about what had happened on the plane. Usually, Zhang Xiren wouldn't be like this because she was a regular here. When she was tired from work, she liked to come here to drink a few glasses and dance for a while. However, she really didn't have any interest tonight. After getting off the plane, Zhang Xiren went to the hospital for some reason. He went to a private hospital, but nothing happened. Zhang Xiren had a preconceived impression of the young man. She felt that there was more to the young man's words. Xiren, let me tell you, there are a lot of handsome guys here today. If you don't want them, then they'll all belong to me. Beside her was a bosom friend who was brimming with a passionate aura. The other one had a childlike face, like a high school student, but his alcohol tolerance was extremely good. He downed a glass of wine in one go, and his expression didn't change at all. Hee, I guess Xiren must be thinking about a man. I wonder when you'll bring a man out for us to see. After all, it's rare to see a beauty like us in a daze. Zhang Xiren rolled his eyes. Shen Yan, don't talk nonsense. I don't have a boyfriend. You, on the other hand, are the most dishonest one. You're always messing around with those young and handsome boys. The high school girl called Shen Yan said proudly, who told you to have a pair of A's? I'm naturally attractive. Zhang Xiren suppressed the thought in his heart. I haven't had a drink with you for a few days. You're getting cocky now. If I don't get you drunk today, I'm not Zhang Xiren. Zhang Xiren's three best friends were the kind of people who were very open. Zhang Xiren suppressed her thoughts and drank with her best friend without hesitation. Outside the night bar. Lin Fei stood outside and raised his head to look at the bright lights. He frowned slightly. If possible, he really didn't like to come to this kind of place. Although this was a relaxing place for young people, this place was filled with all sorts of darkness for Lin Fei. In the end, Lin Fei still walked in. Because the fifth lord that person was talking about was the owner of the night bar. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let someone who dared to hit his company's people off so easily. For example, the young people who had been chased away had their memories rewritten by Lin Fei. From then on, they would never cause trouble at the branch company again. As for the leader, he was directly turned into an idiot by Lin Fei. People like that had done a lot of bad things and they wouldn't have a good ending in the future. The bar was bustling with noise. Lin Fei immediately released his divine sense. Very quickly, he found a man in a private room upstairs who matched the description. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a big belly and he was drinking with women in his arms. This should be the fifth lord. Lin Fei made up his mind very quickly and walked up unhurriedly. Hey, isn't he that guy? Why is he here? How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Zhang Xiren, who was on the stage, inadvertently saw a figure. At first, he thought he was mistaken. When he looked again, Zhang Xiren really found that he met that young man again. His first feeling was a little disbelief. After all, Yanjing was so big. It was really not easy to meet someone. Why is he here? Is he also here to hang out in the bar? Zhang Xiren stopped and watched Lin Fei go up to the second floor. He should be here to meet a friend. Zhang Xiren had never forgotten the words at the airport. No, it's not easy to meet someone. I must ask him clearly. Zhang Xiren gritted his teeth and made up his mind. In any case, he must let that person explain to him clearly today. Otherwise, he would always have a question in his heart. Sooner or later, there would be a problem. Lin Fei came to the private room at the end of the corridor. Before he pushed the door open, he heard the voices inside. Young Master Wang, you can rest assured. That branch company can't withstand my people coming every 2 to 3 days. If there are no accidents, they will definitely sign the contract. When that time comes, young Master Wang will have a cornucopia. You don't say, the effect of the cloud shapewear is really good. All the women around me have bought it and worn it. This was a rather old voice, but it was obviously complimentary. You guys seem to be having a good chat. Do you mind if we have a chat together? The fifth lord's name was Zhang Wu. He was the fifth child in the family. Hence, after he became famous, he was called Fifth Lord. Zhang Wu was ranked fifth, but he was very cruel and merciless. He was also famous in Yanjing. Everyone who saw him would respectfully call him Fifth Lord, but most people knew that Zhang Wu was a dog of the Wang family. He would do whatever the Wang family wanted him to do. The Wang family was one of the top families in Yanjing. For example, Zhang Wu was working for Wang Dong. Wang Dong was one of the direct descendants of the Wang family. Although he was just a playboy, no one dared to ignore Wang Dong. One word from him could destroy one's family. Zhang Wu and Wang Dong's expressions changed slightly when they heard the unexpected voice. Zhang Wu grabbed a bottle of wine and smashed it at the door. "Get out! Who allowed you to come in? You have no respect for your elders." Zhang Wu mistakenly thought that it was one of his subordinates who came in. After all, everyone knew that this private room was exclusive to Zhang Wu. Ordinary people would not dare to come in. Lin Fei casually waved his hand, and the bottle of wine exploded with a bang. The wine spilled all over the sky and poured on Zhang Wu and Wang Dong's heads like rain. The private room suddenly exploded in chaos. Those who are unimportant can sleep now. The women in Zhang Wu and Wang Dong's arms fell into a deep sleep, leaving only Zhang Wu and Wang Dong looking at each other. Zhang Wu stepped on the ground and pounced on Wang Dong flexibly. He directly used the black tiger steel's heart. "How dare you cause trouble in my place? You must be tired of living." Lin Fei lifted his leg and kicked Zhang Wu away. Zhang Wu directly smashed on the wall. Although it looked like a big movement, there was no sound at all. Zhang Wu was lying on the ground, unable to move. "Friend, this is my territory. Don't you think you are too arrogant to hit my people? Don't you know who I, Wang Dong, am?" Chapter 4107. Compared to Zhang Wu's miserable appearance, Wang Dong was relatively calm. However, the change in the corner of his eyes showed that he was a little nervous. After all, he knew Zhang Wu's strength. Although he was only a Dark Realm expert, he was still an expert in the martial arts circle. However, he did not expect that he would be unable to move after being kicked by someone. It was obvious that this man was definitely an expert. Wang Dong was also a smart person. He directly mentioned his own name. In Yanjing, Wang Dong's reputation was not small. The words top family were not as simple as it sounded. In Yanjing, they were practically influential in both the underworld and the underworld. It could be said that with Wang Dong's name, he could do whatever he wanted in Yanjing. This was also the reason why Wang Dong could be so calm. It was because his Wang family also had martial arts experts. Although he could not see the strength of the person in front of him, Wang Dong was not afraid. This was because the name Wang Dong was enough to make the person in front of him feel fear and dread. "Don't you want to invest in my company? Furthermore, you want to invest 1 million Chinese dollars. I really don't know how your brain works. Just a mere 1 million and you want to invest. Have you asked for my permission?" Lin Fei walked over and sat on the sofa. He casually opened a bottle of wine and poured himself a glass. He slowly took a sip. "So, you are the boss of the company. You are quite young and you are actually a martial artist. Seeing that your strength is not bad, I am willing to let you be my subordinate. In the future, I will take care of your company and make it glorious. You can set up branches everywhere in China and no one will find trouble with you. I only want 90% of your shares. The remaining 10% will be your hard work fee." Wang Dong had naturally investigated the origins of this company. However, he was not very clear about the boss behind the scenes. However, since the other party had taken the initiative to come to him, Wang Dong did not mind accepting him. After all, this was a company that would be worth hundreds of billions in the future. With such a treasure bowl, even his status in the Wang family would rise. Wang Dong knew many secrets. For example, cultivation was not as simple as talent. It also required a large amount of money. If he could obtain a company worth hundreds of billions, even his brothers and sisters might not be his match. Wang Dong, who was originally quite angry, calmed down quite a bit. In any case, it was just Zhang Wu, and he didn't suffer any losses. That was just one of his dogs. If he wasn't satisfied, he could just kill it and get another one. It wasn't easy to come across a profitable company. You're really thick-skinned. Lin Fei put down his glass and waved his hand. Instantly, Wang Dong felt a huge force colliding with his body. He smashed into the wall and saw stars. He felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Wang Dong didn't expect that the other party would dare to hit him even though they knew his identity. Moreover, the power was so strong that he couldn't block it. Although his talent was average, he was still an early Dark Realm expert. This strike almost broke all the bones in his body. How dare you hit me? Even my father wouldn't dare to hit me like this. How dare you hit me? I'm going to kill you. Wang Dong had never suffered like this before. He struggled to get up, but when he was halfway up, another force hit him, and he slammed into the wall again. This time, the force was even stronger than the last time. He could even hear the sound of his bones cracking. You want to kill me with your strength? Go back and train for 100 years. Lin Fei raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Wang Dong discovered that he could not move at all. Lin Fei had grabbed him by the neck. Wang Dong was like a dead dog. How dare you touch my company? I don't know who gave you such courage. Or is it because the Wang family behind you is powerful enough to swallow my company? I'll give you a chance now. Go back and ask the experts of your Wang family to come here. Let's see if your Wang family can eat me. With a loud bang, Wang Dong smashed into the wall again. This time, the force was so strong that he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Wang Dong almost couldn't get up. He had never thought that someone would dare to hit him so heavily in Beijing, knowing his identity. Didn't he know that he could call the experts of the Wang family over with a phone call? Or did he think that he could eat the Wang family? Just you wait. If I don't take care of you tonight, then I'm not Wang Dong. Wang Dong struggled to take out his phone and dialed one of the numbers. After a few rings, the call connected. Dad, I was beaten up at Night Color Bar. It's a martial arts expert. Hurry up and ask the experts of the family to come over. Lin Fei initially thought that the person who was targeting his company was Fifth Godfather. However, after coming here, he knew that Fifth Godfather was just a middleman. The real mastermind was Wang Dong. Wang Dong relied on the backing of the top family, the Wang family, to do whatever he wanted. It was normal for him to target a company that was worth hundreds of billions. Lin Fei poured himself another glass of wine. Don't worry, I won't leave. I'll wait for the experts of the Wang family to come. After all, you guys attacked my company. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. If you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about leaving this room today because I have the final say. Lin Fei also knew that the news of him coming to Beijing would definitely be known by many people. Since he had met the Wang family here and dared to target his company, Lin Fei might as well make an example out of Wang Dong. At the very least, he would let those people know that he, Lin Fei, wasn't that easy to deal with. After Wang Dong hung up the phone, he thought that this young man would be afraid and fearful. However, he didn't expect Lin Fan to just mind his own business and drink his wine calmly. This made him confused for a moment. Is he really not afraid of the Wang family? One had to know that when the Wang family was angry, it would cause the earth to shake. He must be pretending. Even if he was a guru, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in front of the Wang family. Wang Dong's eyes flashed with anger. He knew that later, this guy would definitely be afraid and even beg him. Because no one had ever been able to stay safe under the Wang family's anger. At the same time, in a huge courtyard house in Beijing, This courtyard house was different from other courtyards because it used to be a Wang mansion. Now that it was given to the Wang family, it could be said to be a proof of power. In the study room, Wang Qingyun put down her phone. This little B** starred can't not cause trouble for a day. He was beaten up and he still has the nerve to call me. Although Wang Qingyun said that, she still ordered the servants to go to Yisei Bar. Ask Qing Yuan to go to Yisei Bar and bring that guy back. Also, bring that martial artist back. I want to see which family has the guts to dare to beat up the people of the Wang family. Wang Qingyun was so protective. Shook Ju website. Chapter 4108. Xiren, why are you in a daze? I noticed that you've been looking upstairs ever since you came down. Could it be that you've seen another handsome guy? Shen Yan said with a smile, if you see a handsome guy, don't hide it. You have to share it with us. Zhang Xiren shook his head and said, there's no handsome guy. You must be mistaken. In fact, after coming down from the stage, Zhang Xiren really looked upstairs. He thought that the man would come down soon, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see him. Zhang Xiren wished he could go up there himself. Zhang Xiren finally persuaded his two best friends to stop talking about it. Then, he accidentally saw a familiar figure. Isn't that Wang Qingyuan from the Wang family? Zhang Xiren blinked and couldn't believe it. Wang Qingyuan was a Grand Master expert of the Wang family, and he rarely came to places like bars. Zhang Xiren had seen him once or twice at banquets, so he remembered Wang Qingyuan. Zhang Xiren really couldn't believe seeing Wang Qingyuan in such a place. People who practiced martial arts would rarely come to places like bars. For them, alcohol was poison, and it was a big taboo for martial artists. Unless their strength reached a certain level, they would be affected. In addition to Wang Qingyuan, Zhang Xiren also saw several disciples of the Wang family, who were not weak. Wang Qingyuan came to this bar in person to catch someone. For some reason, a figure appeared in Zhang Xiren's mind. I must be thinking too much. That person is not a martial artist, so he won't offend Wang Qingyuan. Wang Qingyuan must be here to catch someone, or a disciple of the Wang family is making trouble here. But it must be something big for Wang Qingyuan to come here. Zhang Xiren finally decided to go up and have a look. While his two best friends were dancing, Zhang Xiren went up to the second floor and saw the disciple of the Wang family standing at the door at the end of the corridor. There was a loud bang. The door was pushed open. The moment it was pushed open, the whole door was smashed by an overbearing force. The sawdust contained a force and went straight to Lin Fei, who was sitting on the sofa. Under the control of this power, these sawdust flew straight towards Lin Fei. Not a single piece flew out. It was clear that the control of this power had reached a very high level. Uncle Qing Yuan, you're finally here. This is great. This is the guy who injured me. You must capture him. This unexpected scene made Wang Dong, who had been lying on the ground, excited. Especially when he saw who it was, he knew that this person wouldn't be able to get any benefits tonight. Wang Qingyuan was a grandmaster expert in the family. Although he was not the most famous one, he was still a genuine grandmaster. He had cultivated step by step, and he was not someone who could be compared to those who were not as good as him. Wang Qingyuan also saw the situation in the private room the moment he pushed the door open. That was why he suddenly launched an attack and shattered the wooden door. He wanted to show off his power first. Especially after seeing Wang Dong lying on the ground, Wang Qingyuan realized the benefits of taking the initiative to gain the upper hand. Your Wang family is really overbearing. You shattered the wooden door the moment you arrived. Are you trying to show off your power? The sawdust that filled the sky suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Lin Fei, who was drinking, slowly put down his wine cup. Since your Wang family is so overbearing, I will return this gift to you. With a wave of his hand, As if he was throwing away a piece of trash, the sawdust instantly changed direction and enveloped Wang Qingyuan and the other disciples of the Wang family. Quick, dodge! Wang Qingyuan's expression changed as he hurriedly sent out palm strikes. Every palm strike created a strong wind and huge waves as he tried to shake the sawdust away. However, Wang Qingyuan had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. Even though Lin Fei had just casually waved his hand, the force contained in the sawdust was not something that he could resist. Bang, 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 bang. Wang Qingyuan sent out 5 or 6 palm strikes. When the palm wind struck the wood shavings did not fly out. Instead, they only shook slightly before continuing to attack. Wood shavings filled the sky like a meteor shower. With every palm strike, Wang Qingyuan took a step back. He retreated from the door to the corridor. The disciples of the Wang family who had been following behind him were not so lucky. One by one, they fell to the ground, their bodies more or less pierced by sawdust. Blood flowed from their wounds as they wailed in pain. Until now, they still had not reacted. Just a mere sawdust had seriously injured them. Wang Qingyuan was not much better. His left and right shoulders, including his chest, were pierced with sawdust. However, his strength was relatively strong, and he bore most of the force. Even so, he still looked very miserable. He leaned against the wall, his hands and feet trembling slightly. His pupils contracted as he stared at the young man sitting on the sofa. "Who are you?" "I know all the experts in Yanjin, but none of them are as young as you." Wang Qingyuan's tone was also solemn. Originally, he thought that coming here was just a small matter. Who would have thought that the other party was so strong? He had been injured after coming here. The difference in strength could be seen immediately. Doesn't the Wang family have a lot of connections? It's not difficult for the top families in Yanjin to find clues about me. Of course, you can also ask the disciples of the Wang family what happened. Today, I'm just teaching you a little lesson. Go back and tell the master of the Wang family that I'll pay a visit in 5 days. Wang Qingyuan's pupils contracted again. Pay a visit to the Wang family. This is too much. Our Wang clan will definitely welcome your excellency. Wang Qingyuan did not dare to attack again. He shook off the sawdust on his body, helped Wang Dong up, turned around and left. He did not say too many harsh words, because it was meaningless. When he came out with Wang Dong, Wang Qingyuan saw Zhang Ziren. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, but he did not say anything. He turned around and left. Zhang Ziren was also dumbfounded. He had never thought that Wang Qingyuan, a guru, would be defeated so easily. What shocked Zhang Ziren even more was that the voice that came from the private room was the voice that he could not be more familiar with. He actually defeated Wang Qingyuan. For a moment, Zhang Ziren felt that the world was in chaos. This is a guru strong. Zhang Ziren knew better than anyone else how powerful a guru strong was. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were earth immortals. Why did the 5 big families in Yanjin become the top families? It was because they had many gurus strong and controlled a large number of resources. Without a guru strong, no family could last long. Because they could not defend themselves against a guru strong's attack. Beauty, you've been watching for so long. Don't you want to come in and have a seat? Shook House website. Chapter 4109. He actually knows me. Zhang Ziren was at a loss. Before, Zhang Ziren really wanted to see him to solve the doubts in his heart. After Wang Qingyuan was injured, Zhang Ziren's thoughts changed completely. The person in the box must be a grandmaster expert to be able to defeat Wang Qingyuan so easily. Zhang Ziren couldn't believe that such a young grandmaster expert could be so powerful. There were many grandmaster experts in Yanjing, and there were many young ones as well. However, it was rare to see someone like Lin Fan, who was able to hide his aura perfectly. It could be seen that Lin Fan's talent was beyond imagination. Zhang Xiren took a deep breath. He walked into the room. As expected, there was only one person in the room. We should be quite fated. We just separated at the airport during the day and met in this bar at night. Let's have a drink. Lin Fei raised the glass in his hand. It's my honor to have a drink with a young guru. I don't know if I'm qualified to know your name, handsome. You'll know after drinking this glass of wine. Anyway, you have a lot of doubts in your heart. What do you want to know in the long night? I can tell you. Lin Fei never thought that he would meet Zhang Xiren here. In fact, after Zhang Xiren went upstairs, he already knew that no one could escape the detection of his divine sense, let alone someone like Zhang Xiren, who he had already met once. On the other side, Wang Qingyuan returned to the Wang mansion with Wang Dong immediately. Wang Qingyuan, who thought it was a small matter, suddenly saw Wang Qingyuan injured, and his expression changed. You're injured, who did it? Is it those bastards from the four families? In Wang Qingyuan's mind, only the four families could injure Wang Qingyuan. Among them, the most suspicious should be the Gao family, the Lin family, and the Yan family. Because the strength of these three families was on the same level as the Wang family. As for the number one family, the Yi family, it was naturally an exception. Wang Qingyuan smiled bitterly. He's not from the four great clans. He should be an outsider. He's very strong and looks to be less than 30 years old. I didn't even have a chance to make a move against him before I was defeated. Wang Qingyuan had thought that he would only be injured after exchanging blows for a long time, but he had never thought that this would be the result. He found it hard to believe, and his gaze became cold as he turned to Wang Dong and said, "Kneel." Outside, Wang Dong could indulge in debauchery and was respectfully addressed as young Master Dong. However, in front of his own father, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. With a plop, he obediently knelt on the ground. Dad, I didn't know that kid was so powerful. Really, if I knew he was so powerful, I definitely wouldn't have thought about his company. In front of his father, Wang Dong honestly explained everything. He knew that if he didn't explain everything clearly and waited, he would only welcome his father's roar and rage. Wang Qingyuan's expression was uncertain. He had thought that it was someone from the four great clans, but he didn't expect that such a small matter would provoke a grandmaster powerhouse. Big brother, that person said that he would visit our Wang family in 5 days. It seems that he doesn't intend to let it go. Wang Qingyuan smiled coldly. He still wants to visit our Wang family. He's quite bold. Immediately arrange for someone to investigate this person's background. I want to know all his information. Since the Wang family became a top family, no one had dared to visit their Wang family for a long time. No matter who the other party was, Wang Qingyuan was ready to teach him a deep lesson. Your name is Lin Fei. Why does this name sound familiar? Zhang Xiren had a good capacity for alcohol. After drinking a glass of wine, he heard the other party's name as he wished. At first glance, he felt that he had heard of it somewhere. You are Lin Fei from Donghai, the owner of Longting Villa, the strongest person in Donghai. Zhang Xiren was a person in the martial arts circle. At first, he didn't notice it, but he had heard of the name Lin Fei more or less. He couldn't help but exclaim. It turns out that my fame has spread so far. Zhang Xiren smiled. I really admire you. You are now a cornucopia in everyone's eyes. Everyone wants to snatch this cornucopia away from you. You still have the nerve to say that. Lin Fei smiled and said, It's because I'm a cornucopia that I came to Yanjing to see how arrogant and domineering the big forces in Yanjing are. Today, I have learned something new. In fact, Zhang Xiren also wanted to say that she had also learned something new. After all, that was a member of the Wang family and a grandmaster. He was really powerful and domineering. Zhang Xiren also believed in her intuition more and more. Maybe Lin Fei really knew something. Previously at the airport, I remember someone said that the next time we meet, you will solve my doubts. I wonder if you can solve my doubts now. Zhang Xiren's tone was a little nervous. The things that a grandmaster could see were far beyond her imagination. Lin Fei laughed out loud. I've always been a man of my word. I'll definitely tell you the next time we meet. Are you sure you want to hear it? Zhang Xiren took a deep breath. I want to hear it. Please tell me. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Actually, it's not a big deal. I want to congratulate you in advance because you have caught the eye of a big shot. If nothing goes wrong, it should not be long before this big shot comes to find you. Zhang Xiren's heart skipped a beat. She felt as if there were thorns in her body. She stood up. How do you know? Zhang Xiren had never had a boyfriend since she was young. During this period, there were many handsome men who came to find her, but after that, they all disappeared. Her family clearly told her that she was not allowed to fall in love when she was 20 years old. At that time, Zhang Xiren did not understand anything. But now, after hearing Lin Fei's words, she finally understood. It turned out that she had caught the eye of a big shot. This is what I saw from you. To put it simply, you have a blood mark on your body. That is to say, you are someone's exclusive product. You should be able to understand it, right? Zhang Xiren sat on the sofa. Her beautiful face turned pale and she muttered to herself, Kunlun's secret land. It must be Kunlun's secret land. How good was Lin Fei's eyesight? When they were on the plane, he saw the difference in Zhang Xiren. Now hearing Zhang Xiren say the words, Kunlun's secret land, Lin Fei's eyes lit up and then returned to normal. Thank you, Lin Fei, for helping me solve the doubts in my heart. After a long time, Zhang Xiren stood up. Although her body was a little shaky, she still thanked Lin Fei. I'm leaving. Shukju website. Chapter 4110. That night, Lin Fei stayed in a 5-star hotel in Yanjing. At the same time, he contacted Wuxia to find out more about the Kunlun Mystery Land. From what Zhang Xiren said, Lin Fei could tell that the Kunlun Mystery Land should be a great mystery land, which was very different from the Yin ruins. Now, Lin Fei was not interested in other things, but he was actually quite interested in the secret lands of the Yin ruins. To him, there would be some interesting things in those places. One night was enough for the Wang family to find some useful information. They found the video from the bar and immediately sent people to look for it. During breakfast in the morning, there was an extra document on Wang Qingyun's table. Wang Qingyun did not have a good appetite because of what happened last night, so he put it down after eating a few mouthfuls of porridge. Picking up the folder, Wang Qingyun was shocked when he opened it. It's actually this guy. How could it be him? Wang Qingyun thought that it was someone with 3 heads and 6 arms, but he did not expect it to be a new star in the martial arts circle. Wang Qingyun came in at the same time. He had almost recovered after a night of recuperation. Big brother, do you know who that guy is? Wang Qingyun had never suffered a loss since he became a grandmaster, but he still could not forget that he had suffered a loss in the hands of that guy. His heart was filled with murderous intent. The person who defeated you is called Lin Fei, the #1 expert in Donghai. Wang Qingyun continued to look at the information in the folder. The introduction was very simple, which made Lin Fei seem very mysterious. I really did not expect that this company, which will be worth hundreds of billions of dollars in the future, is actually run by this guy. Wang Qingyun really did not know who Lin Fei was. But the words, #1 expert in Donghai, still shocked him greatly. Big brother, are you sure? That guy is the #1 expert in Donghai. Wang Qingyun threw the folder over. Look at it yourself. Wang Qingyuan read all the way down and his face became solemn. He was very confident in the information from the investigation. My goodness, this brat is still a dragon crossing the river. He caused so much trouble in the East Sea, and his enemies are all over the world. He even beat up people from the Yan clan. He really is a troublemaker. Wang Qingyuan put down the folder and sneered, Big brother, what are you going to do? Wang Qingyuan's gaze was cold. Of course we're waiting for Lin Fei to come. Since they want to visit our Wang family has to show our strength. Since he's here, he doesn't have to leave. A company worth hundreds of billions of dollars is enough to be our Wang family's compensation. Lin Fei woke up very early. After enjoying the exquisite breakfast in a 5-star hotel, a stranger knocked at his door. It was a very young man. He looked to be less than 25 years old, and his behavior was very mature. Hello, I'm Zhang Yi from the Yan Huang battle team. Today, I'll be bringing you to meet the chief of our battle team. The young man smiled as he took out an identification card and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at it and saw that it was Zhang Yi from the Yan Huang battle team. As for whether or not he was really from the Yan Huang battle team, Lin Fei didn't really care. Then I'll have to trouble you. Young Master Lin, you're too polite. This is what I should do. The car is parked downstairs, please follow me. Zhang Yi drove a black Volkswagen and was very low-key. Of course, he was also quite surprised by this Lin Fei. Not everyone had the good fortune to be able to meet the chief of the Yan Huang battle team. Although he knew that Lin Fei had caused a huge commotion in the East Sea, he really didn't think that the chief of the Yan Huang battle team would meet Lin Fei. After getting into the car, Lin Fei closed his eyes to rest. When the car drove into an alley, Lin Fei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Your chief of the Yan Huang battle team really knows how to find a place to stay. Zhang Yi parked the car on the side of the road. Young Master Lin, you really have a good eye. This place was personally chosen by the chief of the Yan Huang battle team. Every time I come here, I feel that the other places are not good. After getting out of the car, Zhang Yi led the way in front and finally came to the front of a mansion. There were 2 words hanging on the top of the mansion, Wang Mansion. Looking at these words, Lin Fei smiled. This Yi family was really powerful. Looking at this scale, this courtyard house must have been a Wang Mansion before. They walked into the Wang Mansion. A warm aura greeted them. A light breath could relax one's pores, as if they had eaten a heavenly peach. Lin Fei's expression didn't change much. It was as if he had walked into his own home. This also shocked Zhang Yi. As a member of the Yan Huang battle team, he more or less knew that the Wang Mansion wasn't an ordinary place. It was a paradise. It was a place that all martial artists yearned for. Every time he came to the Wang Mansion, Zhang Yi couldn't help but want to train here before going back. Under normal circumstances, if the chief of the Yan Huang battle team agreed to train in the Yi Mansion, many people would be envious. He originally thought that Lin Fei, who came from another province, would be shocked by this paradise. He didn't expect him to be like an ordinary person. There wasn't any change in his expression at all. He didn't even look surprised. It was as if it was natural. Indeed, there are differences between people. At the very least, he and I aren't on the same level. You are Lin Fei, known as the strongest person in the East Sea. As he passed through the courtyard, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking a stone path. This person held a blade with both hands. He had a rough aura as he walked towards Lin Fei. This person had the back of a bear and the waist of a bear. His eyebrows were like knives, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. He just stared at Lin Fei. Brother 4, this is the person the chief of the Yan Huang battle team wants to see, Zhang Yi said immediately. The person called Brother Four said, "Stand to the side. This has nothing to do with you. I'm just asking if you are Lin Fei." Lin Fei smiled faintly. "You should be a bladesman, and your temper isn't small either. You probably want to teach me a lesson. Since I'm here, I might as well show you my blade techniques. Otherwise, you won't be able to calm down." When Zhang Yi heard this, he didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately moved to the side. He knew his fourth brother's temper. He was famous for being irritable. He was especially disdainful of people with undeserved reputations. It was obvious that his fourth brother treated Lin Fei as one of those people with undeserved reputations. Brother Four's name was Yifan. Yifan indeed looked down on those who had an undeserved reputation, and Lin Fei was one of them. However, Lin Fei's words surprised him. "You're not as weak as you look. I'm Master's fourth disciple, Yifan. I love to fight with the younger generation. You're the #1 expert in the East Sea. Unless you can defeat me, you don't have to go in today. If you can't even defeat me, how can you meet my master?" Yifan said coldly. There was a buzz. Yifan unsheathed his saber. With just a simple unsheathing, he used the unsheathing technique and slashed at Lin Fei. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4111. At the end of the gravel path, two people looked over. Both of them were in their 30s. The one in the lead looked like he was in his 40s. Junior brother has made his move. His sword drawing technique is even more powerful than before. I wonder if Lin Fei can withstand it. The one who spoke was Yilong, the fifth junior brother. He was also the youngest, just 30 years old this year. I'm guessing that Lin Fei definitely won't be able to withstand it. Fifth junior brother's saber drawing technique has been practiced for 10 years. No one has ever been able to withstand the power of his saber. Even if they could withstand his saber drawing technique, how could they withstand his saber technique? Even the few of us know the flaws of his saber drawing technique, so we could barely withstand it. If it were Lin Fei, it would be good enough if he didn't get injured. Who knows, he might even end up in a sorry state. These two were the disciples of Yi Xian, the god of war. They were also inner disciples, one of the only 5. The 5 of them were all talented individuals, and among the younger generation, they were the cream of the crop. They had never paid much attention to the younger generation. Lin Fei was the #1 powerhouse in Donghai. He had defeated many powerhouses in a short time and appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, many people were dissatisfied. The few of them were one of them. Among the younger generation, only the geniuses of a few clans could compete with them. The others were not qualified. As for those from other provinces, they did not even take them seriously. As soon as they heard that Lin Fei was coming, the few of them put down their business and came back. They wanted to see what Lin Fei was capable of. Therefore, they let their 4th junior brother, Yifan, who had the worst temper, attack first. They wanted to see what level Lin Fei had reached. They were all master powerhouses. There was really nothing to be afraid of. Yifan, who was still talking a moment ago, drew his saber in the next moment. This move was extremely fast, leaving only an afterimage. It was impossible to see Yifan draw his saber. They only saw him raise his hand, and a dangerous, hair-raising aura greeted them. It was just a matter of leading the way, but in the end, it turned out like this. Zhang Yi did not know how to explain it. As for being angry, how could he dare to be angry? He only hoped that Lin Fei could block Yifan's blade. Yifan drew his saber in the blink of an eye. You can't even block my saber and you still want to meet my master. Yifan's eyes were filled with disdain. That was because his saber had indeed slashed across the other party's body. As for whether the other party lived or died, that had nothing to do with Yifan. Yifan was very confident in his saber drawing technique. No matter which warrior it was, even if it was a grandmaster, as long as he drew his saber in front of his opponent, there would be no third choice. Are you sure you hit me just now? A lazy voice came from a place not far away. Yi Fan's pupils constricted. He saw Lin Fei standing at his previous position. No, he was one step away from his previous position. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, that smile was filled with mockery. You actually dodged my attack. So it was your afterimage that I hit just now. Looks like you do have some strength. Yi Fan's expression returned to normal. Then I'll let you have a taste of my real saber technique. He drew his saber out of its sheath and slashed horizontally. This slash was different from other saber techniques. This slash belonged to an arc with ripples. In an instant, it turned into 4 attacks, locking Lin Fei in front, back, left, and right. This is my own saber technique. It's called lock and can lock anyone. Yi Fan was proud. He did not practice saber techniques all the way. Instead, he combined various saber techniques and created his own saber technique. His strength had improved greatly. They were both in the Grandmaster realm, but his strength was already equivalent to the existence at the Grandmaster peak. Even the existence at the Grandmaster peak was not necessarily a match for him. This move alone is not enough. Show me all the saber techniques you know. Don't hide them. It's very boring. Lin Fei still smiled faintly. In the face of the incoming saber technique, he also looked indifferent. I missed again. Yi Fan displayed the saber technique with great confidence, but he did not expect that he still missed. He did not see how Lin Fan moved, but he hit an afterimage. It could only be said that the moment he attacked, Lin Fan had already left. Yi Fan could only prove that Lin Fan's body movement was extremely fast. He was a little angry. He strode over and slashed with the saber technique in his hand. There was a trace of strangeness in the slash, which made it impossible to guard against. It was clearly aimed at the chest a moment ago, but the next moment, it appeared on the back. It could be seen that Yi Fan's mastery of the moves had reached the level of perfection. However, such a saber technique could not do anything to Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not move from beginning to end. He stood with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. It seems that you have used all your saber techniques. It's a pity that your saber technique can't touch me. Yi Fan's temper had also reached its peak. It was a great blow to a saber user that his saber had missed again and again. That's impossible. My saber will definitely see blood. Another saber slash came. This time, it broke through Yi Fan's previous limit. Lin Fei raised his hand and flicked it. There was a crisp sound. With a loud rumble, a wall not far away was smashed through. There was a splash and a lot of water splashed. It turned out that Yi Fan's saber slash was flicked away by Lin Fei's finger and fell into the water. Brother Yi, you are already a big shot. Why do you have to make things difficult for them? A voice came from the inner yard. It was the voice of the #1 war god, Yi Xian. War god Yi, your disciple's saber technique needs to be improved. He slashed me 136 times. However, among these 136 slashes, there are 76 flaws. Fortunately, he met me. If he met an enemy, forget about 136 slashes, he would probably be killed after 13 slashes. Your disciple still needs to be nurtured. The 2 disciples watching from the corner felt their scalps go numb. He actually saw through it. How is that possible? You must know that the flaws in Junior Brother's saber techniques are impossible to grasp. That's why Junior Brother chose to practice swift saber techniques. But now, this Lin Fei is too scary. If I were to fight with someone like him, I'm afraid I'll be killed within a few moves. Lin Fei's mood was not affected by the arrival of these people. He walked into the inner yard with a faint smile on his face. In the inner yard, there were fake mountains and water streams. There were pavilions on the water and birds chirping. The Yi clan's paradise is indeed different. Cultivating here for a month is equivalent to cultivating for a year. It's really a good place to cultivate. Brother Yi, your eyesight is indeed extraordinary. You saw through it with just a glance. My disciples were actually unconvinced. Fortunately, you showed them mercy. Otherwise, they would have lost all their faith. Chapter 41:12. Yi Xian was well aware that his disciple Yi Fan was testing Lin Fei, but he did not stop him. He wanted to see how strong Lin Fei was. Yi Xian was shocked by the result. Yi Fan's bladesmanship was sharp. He was not at the innate level, but he was not far from it. He had always been one of Yi Xian's prides. However, in front of Lin Fei, his disciple had no advantage at all. If Lin Fei wanted to kill Yi Fan, he would only need one move. Yi Xian said. He could not afford to lose face if the fight continued. At the same time, he began to value Lin Fei more. Because until now, Yi Xian had not been able to tell what level Lin Fei was at. It was like a huge mountain, too high to climb, with no end in sight. Yi Xian had not felt this way for a long time. This time, he felt it on Lin Fei. This is a very strange feeling. I think you have been stuck in the late stage of the innate level for a long time. You are only one step away from the innate level. If nothing goes wrong, you will not have a chance to break through to this level. Because you became an innate level too late. There are too many restrictions. While Yi Xian was still thinking about how to say it, Lin Fei spoke first. He poured himself a cup of tea and tasted it with a smile. But for Yi Xian, those words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in his heart. You can see through my level. There were only a handful of people in the entire Yanjing who could see through his realm. It could even be said that there was not a single person who could. However, Lin Fei had seen through his realm not long after they met. This made Yi Xian feel terrified. Yi Xian became an innate level powerhouse at the age of 45. Although he was only 45 years old, he was still a genius among the younger generation. In fact, Yi Xian knew that his talent was average. Becoming an innate level powerhouse at the age of 45 was very slow. He knew that if he could become an innate level powerhouse before the age of 30, he would be the best among the innate level powerhouses. He was far from that level. Yi Xian was currently stuck in the late stage of the innate level. He was only one step away from achieving the great completion of the innate level. However, Yi Xian had been stuck at this step for 10 years. Although it was only the difference between the late stage of the innate level and the great attainment of the innate level, Yi Xian knew very well that once he broke through to the great attainment of the innate level, his overall strength would skyrocket by 4 or 5 times. That was what Yi Xian valued the most. His lifespan would also increase, and he might even get a glimpse of a mysterious realm. That was a higher level of life. It's not strange for me to see through your realm. I also know that you've been stuck in this realm for at least 10 years. Lin Fei said with a smile, as if he was talking about something casual. Unfortunately, you suffered an internal injury back then and didn't recuperate properly, leaving behind an internal injury. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been stuck in this realm for 10 years, such a long time. Yi Xian was shocked again. Of course, he knew what Lin Fei was talking about. That year, he had just entered the innate level and fought with an innate strong. Although he killed his opponent, he was seriously injured. He thought that he had fully recovered in the past 10 years. However, after hearing what Lin Fei said, he knew that there must have been something wrong with his body back then. He didn't recuperate properly, so he was stuck in this small realm and couldn't make any progress. Not many people knew about this secret. Now that Lin Fei had taken the initiative to tell him about it, Yi Xian realized that Lin Fei's background was more mysterious than he had imagined. I've met you, and I've drunk your tea. Since you're the #1 god of war in Wuxia, I'll lend you a hand. Lin Fei came to Yanjing this time because he wanted to see the atmosphere in Yanjing. Of course, he also wanted to meet the god of war of Wuxia, Yi Xian. From the first time he saw Yi Xian, Lin Fei knew that this god of war was not as powerful as he had imagined. He was in the late stage of the innate level. Although he looked powerful, he had already suffered internal injuries. If he fought with a strong person again, he would sooner or later suffer the same injuries, unless he could improve. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, it was almost impossible for Yi Xian to improve. You can take me one step further. Yi Xian found it hard to believe. This was the difference between the late stage of the innate level and the full level of the innate level. Although it was only a small realm, it was as difficult as reaching the sky. Lin Fei laughed heartily. In my eyes, this is nothing. If Wuxia doesn't have an expert like you, those foreign experts will be able to do whatever they want. Smiling, Lin Fei pointed his finger. Yi Xian's heart trembled. In the face of this finger, he couldn't put up any resistance. He let the finger touch the center of his eyebrows. Wah! Yi Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. This mouthful of black blood gave off a rotten smell when it landed on the ground. After spitting out this mouthful of black blood, Yi Xian felt that his body was completely different. It was a light and agile feeling that he didn't have before. I've already gotten rid of the internal injuries in your body. If you recuperate for a while and try to break through again, you will definitely be able to break through to the full innate level. To Lin Fei, this was just a trivial matter. In Yi Xian's ears, Lin Fei was like a second parent. He could clearly feel that he was different. Just as he said, as long as he recuperated his body, he would naturally be able to break through to the full innate level. He had been unable to break through because of the internal injuries in his body, which caused problems in his cultivation. Although it was only a small problem, it was a huge problem when it came to breaking through, and it would be infinitely magnified. Yi Xian also thought to himself that it was lucky that he didn't find someone to deal with Lin Fei. Otherwise, the entire Yanjing and even the Yanhuang battle team would be in chaos. He also realized that there would always be someone stronger than him. Although he hadn't fought with Lin Fei, but judging from his actions, he knew that Lin Fei was much stronger than him. In fact, he didn't even have the confidence to force Lin Fei to use his full strength. Thank you, young Master Lin, for helping me get rid of the internal injuries in my body and allowing me to peek into a higher level. I can't thank you enough. Yi Xian stood up and bowed to Lin Fei. This was from the bottom of his heart. When the three disciples outside saw this scene, they were also dumbfounded. That was their master. How could he possibly bow to Lin Fei? This was too unbelievable. If word of this got out, the entire Yanjing would be in an uproar. Lin Fei didn't let Yi Xian stop and enjoyed his bow with peace of mind. After all, this was Yi Xian's personal wish. If he wasn't allowed to thank him in person, it would naturally affect his mentality. I've received your gratitude. Then I should also leave. Lin Fei stood up and prepared to leave. Bookseller's website. Chapter 41:13. Lin Fei had come here for no particular reason other than to meet the #1 war god. After doing this, Lin Fei naturally had to leave. Young Master Lin, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xian's attitude changed very quickly. Lin Fei, who was about to get up, stopped and sat back down. You know that I'm not interested in fighting and killing. If you want me to be an elder of the Yanhuang battle team, then forget it. I'm used to being free and unrestrained, and I'm not interested in other things. Lin Fei was only here for a stroll. He naturally did not want to be an elder of the upper echelons. This sort of sesame seed status was really meaningless. Yi Xian indeed had the intention of letting Lin Fei join the Yan Huang battle team and become an elder. He even wanted to give the position of chief to Lin Fei, because Lin Fei's strength made him more qualified to be the chief. Yi Xian was also convinced. When looking at a person, one did not need to make a move to be able to sense it from other aspects. Moreover, Yi Xian was a late-stage innate stage expert, and his eyesight was extraordinary. Naturally, he could sense a different aura from Lin Fei. I wonder if young Master Lin has heard of the Kunlun secret realm, Yi Xian suddenly said. Lin Fei nodded. I've heard of the Kunlun secret realm, but I don't know much about it. Could it be that this Kunlun secret realm is different? This was the third time Lin Fei had heard of the Kunlun secret realm. He could sense a solemn aura from Yi Xian. Clearly, this Kunlun secret realm was not simple. Yi Xian was really afraid that Lin Fei did not know about this Kunlun secret realm. You definitely don't know why the position of an elder in the Yan Huang battle team would attract so many people. That's because those who become elders are all qualified to enter the Kunlun secret realm to cultivate, and the Kunlun secret realm is the #1 sacred place in China. I also came from the Kunlun secret realm, but in the Kunlun secret realm, I was just an ordinary disciple. Yi Xian said with a bitter smile. Lin Fei really did not know about these secrets, so he was not too shocked. After all, he could see that Yi Xian was the strongest in history. At this age, at this level, he must have had some miraculous encounters. Now it seemed that it was just as he had guessed. Lin Fei had been observing Lin Fei. He had thought that Lin Fei would be very excited after mentioning the Kunlun secret realm. However, Lin Fei was very calm. His calmness was incredible. After all, it was the Kunlun secret realm. The Kunlun secret realm is the #1 sacred place in our country. Could it be that there's something special about it? Lin Fei could also tell that the Kunlun secret realm was indeed not simple. It could actually become the #1 sacred place, and even the #1 war god, Yi Xian, was a disciple of the Kunlun secret realm. No wonder he has always been the #1 war god. He has a backer. Because the Kunlun secret realm controls the path to heaven. As for what exactly the path to heaven is, I'm not too sure. Every year, the Kunlun secret realm will release a quota for the geniuses of China to cultivate. I think that young Master Lin is a genius. If you become an elder in the Yan Huang battle team, you will be qualified to enter the Kunlun secret realm to cultivate. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. But the words, path to heaven, still surprised him. Others might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could definitely tell that the Kunlun secret realm might control an entrance to another world. And to put it more bluntly, the Kunlun secret realm was a gatekeeper. Are there many experts in the Kunlun secret realm? Yi Xian nodded. There are many masters in the Kunlun secret realm, such as the leader and the elders. Their strength is unfathomable, and all the elders are innate masters. Back then, there were countless innate masters in the world, and there were even Western masters who invaded Wuxia. In the end, it was also the people from the Kunlun secret realm who took action. I remember that only one elder came that time, and he killed and injured all the Western masters single-handedly with his sword. Since then, Wuxia has become the mysterious East. Until now, Western experts do not dare to barge in. Lin Fei pondered. This expert from the Kunlun secret realm should have surpassed the innate stage. To put it simply, he was an expert in the Qi realm. Only then could he easily kill innate stage experts. Lin Fei was instantly interested. Then do you know where the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm is? Yi Xian shook his head. We don't know where the Kunlun secret realm is. We only know that it is on the Kunlun mountain. Every time, it is the people from the Kunlun secret realm who take the initiative to bring us in. Outsiders cannot enter at all. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. In that case, I have to be a high-level elder in order to be qualified to enter the Kunlun secret realm. Yi Xian nodded. That is the fastest way. With young Master Lin's strength, there is no doubt that you will become the 5th high-level elder in the Yan Huang battle team. Those people will not be a match for you. From what you're saying, there will be a fight for the position of high-level elder. Lin Fei indeed wanted to go to the Kunlun secret realm to take a look. After all, for a Qi realm expert to appear, the sect leader might even be a foundation establishment expert. Lin Fei was quite interested in the world of the path to heaven. Lin Fei knew that the waters of China were deep, but he did not expect that it would involve the Kunlun secret realm. To be able to be called a holy land, it was naturally a place that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Its foundation was deep, and the more such a place was, the happier Lin Fei would be. I want the position of high-level elder in the Yan Huang battle team. When the examination is held, just arrange for someone to inform me. I believe that the Yan Huang battle team will be able to find me easily. Lin Fei stood up, and casually glanced at the empty space beside him. Your stealth secret technique is too weak, and you can't control your breathing well. It doesn't matter if you're next to an ordinary expert, but if it were an expert like me, you wouldn't even know how you died. A figure fell out, his face filled with fear and unease. It was Yi Xian's eldest disciple, Gue Wuying. Luckily you didn't do anything. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing until now. Lin Fei stood up and left. Yi Xian's expression was also constantly changing. It's good that everyone knows about what happened today. Once it gets out, I will be expelled from the Yi residence and the Yan Huang battle team. Yi Xian directly issued a gag order. If other forces knew that Lin Fei from the East Sea had unfathomable strength, and even surpassed the innate stage, it would definitely cause a series of reactions. After issuing a gag order, Yi Xian released the news that Lin Fei was going to become a high-level elder. When the news came out, all the forces in Yanjing were in an uproar, especially the 5 major clans. No, it should be said that the 4 major clans' masters were all furious. One had to know that the position of high-level elder in the Yan Huang battle team was a treasure in their eyes. Now that it had fallen into Lin Fei's hands, how could they be satisfied? Bookseller's website. Chapter 41:14. When the news that Lin Fei would become the 5th elder of the Yan Huang battle team came out, all the forces in Yanjing were stunned. Then, all the forces were unhappy. The Yan Huang battle team's chief, Yi Xian, also received visits from countless big shots. Without exception, they were all here for the position of elder of the Yan Huang battle team. Lin Fei did not care about these things. After leaving the Yi residence, he had forgotten about them. The position of elder of the Yan Huang battle team was not something he wanted to be. It was just that he was interested in the Kunlun secret realm, so he decided to go there. If Lin Fei really went to look for the Kunlun secret realm, it would just be a waste of time. He really did not believe that there was a secret realm that he could not find. It was not a good thing to look for it personally. It would be too ostentatious. After meeting the number 1 war god Yi Xian, Lin Fei had also solved many of his doubts. He could finally let go of everything. For example, there was one more thing that needed to be resolved, and that was the manager of the branch company. Once again, he came to the branch company. Everyone in the company had a huge change in their attitude towards this young boss. After that day, no one came to the branch company to cause trouble. Ever since the cloud shapewear became a popular product, many people wanted to join this company, especially young girls. They loved the cloud shapewear so much that they wanted to wear it every day. Therefore, more than anyone else, they wanted to understand this company and participate in it. As long as one was not an idiot, they could see that this company would develop even more cloud shapewear products in the future. Boss, would you like a cup of coffee or a cup of green tea or black tea? Sitting in his office. A tall and slender secretary said in a crisp voice. A cup of black tea will do. By the way, are the interviewees here yet? We've already called to inform them. They are all waiting outside. As long as the boss says the word, they can come in. Then inform them to prepare to come in for the interview. Actually, Lin Fei did not like things like interviews. However, he had no choice. This was the branch company, and at the same time, it was the most important place to seize the market. In the entire Wuxia, Yanjing, Donghai, and even Hangzhou, these were all first-tier cities. He had to first gain a foothold. Now, Yinshu's products were very popular, and they had to set up all sorts of branch companies. This was the only way to take over the whole Chinese market. Lin Fei reluctantly came to be an interviewer. The first person to come in for the interview was a middle-aged man. He looked gentle and refined. Although Lin Fei didn't have much experience in interviewing, he was the boss. As long as he felt that one person could do it, it was fine. Very quickly, they came in for the interview one by one. However, Lin Fei was not very satisfied with all of them. That was because these people's personalities were more or less problematic. One of them even had possessive thoughts. Although it was hidden very well, how could it be hidden from Lin Fei's eyes? With just one sentence, the other party revealed the secret in his heart. This also made Lin Fei feel quite disappointed. You may know a person's face, but not his heart. If they hired such a person to be the manager of the branch in Beijing would definitely have all kinds of problems and huge losses. There's only the last one left. If this last one is not good enough, then I can only choose the tallest one among the shortest. Lin Fei didn't have time to waste here. He still had an agreement with the Wang family, so he had to pay a visit to them no matter what. Only by suppressing the Wang family, then other forces would no longer covet his company. If they wanted to deal with his company, they would first have to see whose fist was bigger. When the last person to come in appeared in front of Lin Fei blurted out, "How could it be you? Miss Lin." The last person to come in was an old acquaintance of Lin Fei, Lin Ziqing, who had once broken into Longting Villa. Today, Lin Ziqing was dressed like a white-collar beauty. It was hard to believe that this was Lin Ziqing who had broken into Longting Villa and was a martial artist herself. "Young Master Lin, can't I come? I was hired by your headhunting company. I think you won't chase me out, right? After all, I'm considered an acquaintance of yours." Lin Ziqing smiled gently. There was no awkwardness on her face at all, as if she was talking about something ordinary. Lin Fei really didn't expect that Lin Ziqing would come to apply to be the manager of his branch. "Miss Lin, you've misunderstood. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Since you've come to our company to apply for a job, then you're qualified to sit here. As for whether we'll invite you or not, that's another matter." In fact, when Lin Ziqing found out that the Cloud Silk Shapewear was a company opened by Lin Fei, she was also very shocked. Many of her best friends were using the Cloud Silk Shapewear and had unknowingly changed their bodies. Lin Ziqing had also tried the Cloud Shapewear before, but she didn't expect that there would be such a magical material in the world. The shapewear made with this material seemed to contain magic. To all women, it was a kind of poison. As long as they used it, it was equivalent to a lifetime of pleasure. As for Lin Ziqing, who was in front of him, Lin Fei's feelings were a little complicated. This was because he had already realized that he definitely had a relationship with the Lin family. "Since you're here to apply for the branch manager position, then tell me your thoughts," Lin Fei said. He also wanted to see if Lin Ziqing had the ability to be the branch manager. It had to be said that Lin Ziqing was very eloquent, and she seemed to have a deep understanding of the company, especially the Cloud Shapewear product. Her words could be said to be very logical. Compared to the previous few applicants, her level was obviously much higher. If I become the branch manager, the first thing I have to do is to continue to promote the cloud shapewear with all my might. After that, the company will develop more cloud shapewear products. Only then can we occupy the market share at the fastest speed, so that they won't have any chance to respond. At the same time, the company can also use cloud shapewear as a material to produce luxury goods, establishing our company's market position in one fell swoop. Lin Ziqing spoke in great detail. It was hard for Lin Fei to imagine that Lin Ziqing, as a martial artist, was extremely talented and was only a step away from the innate realm. However, she was also very proficient in business. This was not something that anyone could have. I really didn't expect you to be so eloquent. You're also a martial artist. It's really surprising. Lin Ziqing smiled and said, I just don't know if young Master Lin is satisfied with me. After all, I personally look forward to your company. Who would have thought that the inventor of the cloud shapewear was a man? As the saying goes, only men understand what women like. I think young Master Lin can display this to the fullest. Since Lin Ziqing had said so, Lin Fei naturally had nothing more to say. He felt that Lin Ziqing was really suitable to be the branch manager. Congratulations, Miss Lin. The position of the branch manager belongs to you. Shukju website. Chapter 41:15. If someone like Lin Ziqing wasn't qualified to be manager's son, then other people were even less qualified. Lin Fei could also see that Lin Ziqing had a very keen intuition for business. Even if he wasn't a martial artist, he would definitely be able to shake the world in the business world. Although Lin Ziqing came from the Lin family, which was a big family in Yanjing, it was reasonable for her to understand business matters. Lin Fei wouldn't miss such a talent. Although Lin Ziqing was from the Lin family, it didn't matter. As for whether he would acknowledge the Lin family, that was another matter. Because no one could make Lin Fei change his mind, except for himself. Boss, since we are done with business, can we talk about some private matters? Lin Ziqing asked. In fact, she wasn't very confident. Lin Fei didn't care about this. Anyway, he had a candidate for the branch manager, so he didn't have to worry about the company's matters. Sure, I'm not some scourge or tiger. Why can't I say it? Lin Fei smiled. Lin Ziqing heaved a sigh of relief. Although she didn't feel any special aura from Lin Fei, there was an invisible pressure when facing him. This kind of pressure might not be felt by outsiders, but it was quite obvious to martial artists. The higher the realm, the more obvious it was. Boss, I heard that you are going to the Wang family as a guest. If possible, I hope that you don't go because the Wang family is more terrifying than you think. Even if our Lin family goes against the Wang family, we won't be able to gain any advantage. Instead, we will suffer a certain loss, Lin Ziqing said very seriously. Outsiders might not know about this, but the Lin family was one of the top 5 families in Yanjing. Although it was the last one, it still knew many secrets that ordinary people didn't know. Even if Lin Ziqing didn't come to the branch today to apply for a job, she would find Lin Fei and tell him about this. She didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fei and the Wang family. Lin Fei smiled. Can I understand that you are concerned about me? Or do you think that I won't be able to take advantage of the Wang family, or are you worried that the Lin family will lose a prodigy like me? If that's what you think, then I think you're overthinking it. I, Lin Fei, am an orphan. Even if I'm related to the Lin family, I won't acknowledge the Lin family. Even if your Lin family is one of the top families, in my eyes, this top family is completely vulnerable. You should be able to understand this, right? Lin Ziqing really hoped that Lin Fei could return to the Lin family, because the current generation of the Lin family was lacking in talent. Although they had produced 1 or 2 geniuses, overall, they were still weaker than the other families. With the return of Lin Fei, the situation would be completely different. Lin Ziqing did not know the true strength of Lin Fei, but she knew that he was at least an inborn expert. Among the 5 top-notch clans, there were only 4 innate experts among the younger generation. If Lin Fei was included, then there would be a total of 5. An innate expert, especially one from the younger generation, was extremely important to a family. If the Lin family had Lin Fei back, then within half a year, the Lin family would be able to push their strength to another level. But Lin Ziqing did not expect Lin Fei's attitude and impression of the Lin family to be so average. He had no intention of returning, especially when he said those words. It was definitely not a joke, but a real possibility. For a moment, Lin Ziqing did not know what to say. But the Wang family is really dangerous. According to what our Lin family knows, the Wang family has 5 Xiantian experts, and the most powerful one has reached the Xiantian consummate realm. The Wang family also knows many sects and powers, and it can be said that they are spread all over the world. Lin Ziqing gritted her teeth and said, also, the news from the Yan Huang battle team has spread. The Wang family hates you to the core. Not just the Wang family, even the Gao family and the Yan family have great intentions towards you. I really don't want anything to happen to young Master Lin in Yanjing. Lin Fei laughed out loud. To be honest, you are really thinking too much. Since I, Lin Fei, dared to come to Yanjing, I do not care about these dangers. If there is nothing else, then you can leave. Lin Ziqing opened her mouth, but in the end, she still stood up and left. Towards a person like Lin Ziqing, Lin Fei could not afford to lose his temper. At this point, Lin Fei could not be affected by anything. Boss, if you have time, can you come to our Lin family as a guest? Lin Ziqing turned around and said, don't you want to meet that person? Lin Fei hesitated for a moment. After I deal with the Wang family, I will definitely pay a visit to the Lin family. As for what will happen then, I do not know, so the Lin family should be mentally prepared. Lin Ziqing's heart shook. I will pass on the message to the family. As for the Lin family, Lin Fei actually did not know whether or not he should go, but in the end, he still decided to go and fulfill a wish in his heart. Although this wish could be sealed at any time, Lin Fei still chose to pay a visit to the Lin family. The matter of paying a visit to the Wang clan wasn't a secret in the upper echelons of society, and everyone knew about it. The moment he came out of the hotel and got into the car, Lin Fei knew that he was being watched, and the people who were watching him were not weak. They were all in the dark realm, and specialized in stalking. Lin Fei could not be bothered, and closed his eyes to rest. The Wang family was located in the suburbs, occupying a mountain top. They had built a huge manor. The disciples of the Wang family basically lived in this huge manor. Sir, we can't go in, so we can only get off here, because it is a private place in front. The taxi driver stopped and said. Lin Fei did not say anything, paid the driver, and got out of the taxi. Standing on the mountain road, he could see a huge faintly discernible villa in front of him. In this villa, Lin Fei felt several tyrannical auras, and they were undoubtedly in the innate realm. There is still something wrong with the information of the Lin family. The Wang family does not only have 5 innate realm experts, in fact, they have 6, and there are 2 in the full circle of the innate realm. They really have a deep foundation. Lin Fei took a look and understood everything. He walked towards the villa, step by step, and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Today, the Wang family was also on guard. After all, Lin Fei's name was more or less valued by these forces, especially after the god of war Yi Xian spread the news that Lin Fei was going to be a high-level elder of the Yan Huang battle team. Everyone wanted to tear this Lin Fei to pieces, and among them, the Wang family wanted to tear Lin Fei apart more than anyone else. After all, they had put in a lot of effort for this slot. Now, with one sentence, they would lose the position of elder. How could they be satisfied? Bookseller website. Chapter 41:16. From the moment Lin Fei went out, all the big forces in Yanjing were paying attention. Of course, this big force was limited to the 5 top families, plus a martial school, and some top experts. Lin Fei, that young man, really came to the Wang family villa. There's going to be a good show. It's best if Lin Fei can be crippled. Get out of Yanjing, as far as you can. The Wang family villa was very big. Lin Fei walked very slowly. Xiao xiao xiao. There was a forest in front of the road. 3 black shadows went straight, directly attacking the top, middle, and bottom of the road, locking the position of Lin Fei's movement. Obviously, this was a godly archer. Is this an appetizer? As soon as the voice came out, Lin Fei saw 3 black shadows attacking with great strength. Even before they clashed with each other, one could tell that the power of these 3 black shadows was absolutely terrifying. This was the attack of a great master realm master. Interesting, interesting. On the road in the distance, the Wang family's grandmaster Wang Tianhai was holding a big bow in his hand. This was a black big bow, very big, as tall as a person. It was not an ordinary big bow, it was a treasure big bow passed down in the Wang family. In the Wang family, to be able to pull a bow, one must be a grandmaster expert. Wang Tianhai did not like brother Lin Fei, so he decided to show brother Lin Fei his strength along the way. He shot out 3 arrows in a row. Even an ordinary grandmaster expert would not be able to block these 3 arrows, because these 3 arrows contained countless changes. In the face of these 3 arrows, one could only take it head-on. If he wanted to dodge it, it would only make his injuries worse and become serious. Therefore, Wang Tianhai was very confident in his 3 arrows. He did not believe that Lin Fei could block the power of his 3 arrows. The power of the 3 arrows was indeed very strong, but a scene that made Wang Tianhai feel incredible appeared. He saw that the 3 arrows instantly passed through Lin Fei's body, without any pause. With 3 loud bangs, a bull-sized tree in the distance directly exploded, split into pieces, and the sky was full of fallen leaves. He can actually dodge it and increase his speed at the critical moment. Has his physical body reached such a powerful level? Wang Tianhai's pupils constricted. He could clearly see that his opponent couldn't dodge, but he had shot his opponent's afterimage. This meant that his opponent had exploded with great speed in that instant and had directly dodged the 3 arrows. Where is he? Where did he go? Wang Tianhai quickly drew his bow, and 3 more arrows appeared on it. Not good, something is flying towards me. As a grandmaster, Wang Tianhai was very sensitive. He subconsciously shot 3 arrows in the direction of the sound. Each arrow was more powerful than the previous one. After shooting 3 arrows, Wang Tianhai's face showed a trace of fatigue. Wang Tianhai thought that after shooting these 3 arrows, he would be able to block the sound, but in the next second, he saw a tree branch flying towards him. He blocked it with his hands, and his whole body was hit by a force of gravity. He flew out from the tree and fell on the road. Half of his body couldn't move. I was hit by a tree branch, Wang Tianhai said. Your archery skills are still not up to par. A voice drifted over. Wang Tianhai glanced over and saw a silhouette walking over from afar. In the hall of the Wang family villa, Wang Qingyun, the patriarch, was sitting with a golden saber and a golden horse. His whole person was very serious, causing the atmosphere in the entire hall to become particularly oppressive. No one spoke. Patriarch Tianhai lost. He was hit by Lin Fei with a tree branch. A warrior ran in and said. There was a little commotion in the hall. After all, everyone knew that Wang Tianhai's archery was very powerful, especially when he went all out. No one could block more than a few arrows. Under such circumstances, Wang Tianhai was actually defeated by a tree branch. Everyone gasped, but more than that, there was a kind of anger. Obviously, Lin Fei didn't take their Wang family seriously. Continue to watch for me. If you want to be a guest in my Wang family, not just anyone can sit there. Pass the 6 tests first. The Wang family naturally had its rules. This was the threshold that Wang Qingyun left for Lin Fei. If everyone came to visit the Wang family, then what dignity would the Wang family have? Everyone felt sorry for Wang Tianhai's defeat, but they still had great confidence in their family's strength. Even if Lin Fei passed the first test, so what? There were still 5 more tests, all of which were master-level experts. Even if he passed these 6 tests, when he arrived at the Wang family, he would be greeted by the Wang family's Xiantian experts. On this point, the Wang family was still very calculative. If a top family didn't have a little calculative, then it wouldn't be a top family. Everyone was waiting patiently. What was different from what they expected was that after Wang Tianhai lost, Lin Fei actually defeated the remaining master-level experts in an irresistible manner. Wang Tianfeng lost, he was sent flying by a saber. Wang Tianlin was defeated by Lin Fei's sword energy. Wang Lingling was also sent flying by Lin Fei's punch and lost the ability to fight. Bad news came one after another. Your Wang family really knows how to play. Unfortunately, these people's strength is very ordinary. A figure that wasn't very muscular appeared at the entrance of the hole. It hadn't been long, but all the master-level experts guarding the door had been defeated without exception. It was the Wang family's first time seeing Lin Fei. At such a young age, they indeed felt great pressure, as well as a trace of envy and jealousy. The 6 master-level experts weren't weak, and the last one was a veteran master-level expert, but even he couldn't block Lin Fei's attack. At such a young age, it made them realize that this Lin Fei might really be an Xiantian expert. Donghai Lin Fei, you really have some ability. My Wang family is one of the top families, but ever since we started our business in Yanjing, we haven't seen many people like you. Wang Qingyun squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Fei, who was at the entrance of the hole. This was the first time he saw Lin Fei. Although he had seen him in photos, he looked younger than the photos. From Lin Fei, he couldn't feel any trace of a warrior's aura, which was the scariest thing. Wang Qingyun was an Xiantian expert, but he still couldn't see through Lin Fei's strength. This made him a little puzzled. He was obviously young, but he could hide his strength. This meant that he must have a treasure that could hide his strength. I'll cut the crap. You guys should know what my goal is. Since you dare to scheme against my company, you have to pay the price. I wonder if you guys have thought about what price to pay. Lin Fei said with a smile, completely ignoring the angry eyes of the Wang family. You are very confident in your own strength. Wang Qingyun stood up. It's not impossible for our Wang family to give you an explanation, but you have to show us strength that can convince our Wang family. Otherwise, it's another matter. Shukju website. Chapter 41:17. How could the Wang clan give an explanation? Wang Qingyun would not agree, nor would the entire Wang clan. If word got out, how would the other elite clans view the Wang clan? Wang Qingyun understood this logic. Moreover, the Wang clan had a total of 6 experts, all of them at the Xiantian realm. 2 of them were at the full Xiantian realm, and they were only 1 step away from that supreme realm. This gave Wang Qingyun enough confidence. Even if Lin Fei was also a Xiantian realm expert, he would at most be at the early stage. He would not be his match. Therefore, this time, the Wang clan was destined to have Lin Fei. Perhaps they could even dig out some secrets from Lin Fei. Who asked Lin Fei to come knocking on their door? Wang Qingyun suspected that Lin Fei had really obtained some treasure. Since Lin Fei had come knocking on their door, the Wang clan did not mind playing some tricks. It could only be said that this was the Wang clan's fortune. Lin Fei had chosen to come to the Wang clan of all clans. If they did not make a move now, when would they make a move? You think you've got me? That I, Lin Fei, have to bow my head to the Wang clan? You're thinking too much. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Wang Qingyun snorted coldly. It's good that you understand this. I know that you're very strong, being able to defeat 6 grandmasters of our Wang family, and that you're a Xiantian master yourself. However, in Yanjing, Xiantian masters aren't the strongest. Any one of our Wang family can easily make you suffer. On account of your young age, join our Wang family, become our guest, and give up your position as an elder of the Yan Huang battle team, and our Wang family will forgive your ignorance this time. After all, our Wang family isn't a place where just anyone can join. You talk too much nonsense. Since you won't listen, I can only make a move. After dealing with you, we can go out for lunch. Gotcha. Lin Fei stomped his foot on the ground. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. The floor of the hall suddenly cracked. The Wang clan's upper echelons were already prepared, but they did not expect the force of the crack to be so strong that they fell to the ground one by one. Many of the artworks fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Lin Fei, you're courting death. Wang Qingyun looked at the mess in the hall, and her face became terrifying. How dare you behave atrociously in our Wang clan? Kneel. After everyone fell to the ground, a figure pounced forward. A saber light rose up like a bright moon, giving off a resplendent light as it appeared before Lin Fei. This was a Xiantian expert from the Wang family, Wang Fan. He was a saber expert and was around 60 years old. However, his saber techniques were exceptionally fierce and domineering. Wang Qingyun didn't make a move. An early-stage Xiantian expert from the Wang family could do it. He was good at saber techniques, and his strength was much stronger than ordinary Xiantian experts. He wanted to see, on what basis did Lin Fei dare to be arrogant in the Wang family. Under the resplendent light that filled the sky, a hand stretched out and slapped Wang Fan's saber. Wang Fan smiled coldly. This kid is courting death. He actually dared to block my Xiantian Gang Qi with his body. He's definitely courting death. Xiantian Gang Qi was extremely sharp. Even steel bars and iron plates could be easily cut apart. It was not something that could be blocked by flesh and blood. He had never seen such a person without common sense. Lin Fei casually slammed his palm against the saber, and a gotcha sound rang out as countless cracks spread out. What was unexpected was that when the saber shattered, the countless shards of the saber contained a terrifying amount of power, and they shot back into Lin Fei's body. Some of the shards stabbed into his body, and the power they contained surged into his body. Lin Fei coughed up blood, and his head smashed through the wall of the hall. Such a Xiantian expert dares to make a move. His saber techniques are full of flaws. No wonder he's only at the early stage Xiantian. Lin Fei seemed to have done something casual. I know that your Wang clan has 6 Xiantian experts. 2 of them are at the Xiantian full circle. Let them do it. Otherwise, with just you guys, I really don't have any desire to make a move. How many Xiantian experts did the Wang clan have? Outsiders might not be very clear, but Wang Qingyun was the clearest. His expression suddenly changed, especially the 2 Xiantian full circle experts. This was the biggest secret of the Wang clan. To the outside world, their Wang clan only had 1 Xiantian full circle expert. After all, a Xiantian full circle expert was qualified to pull a clan into the ranks of the top clans. Moreover, 2 Xiantian consummate level experts were like earth immortals. No family would dare to act rashly because 2 Xiantian consummate level experts were enough to easily destroy a first-rate family. Even a top-grade family would have to consider whether or not they could withstand their anger. But now, their Wang clan's biggest secret had been exposed. How did he know? Could there be a spy in the clan? Impossible. The 2 ancestors of the Wang clan have always been in seclusion and rarely appear. In the entire Wang clan, only I know. Even if Wang Qingyun broke his head, he wouldn't have thought that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. It was normal for him to sense the Xiantian full circle expert. Today, we must not let Lin Fei leave the Wang clan. We must take him down. Attack! Wang Qingyun already had a plan for today's incident. He had called all 4 Xiantian experts back at the first moment to deal with Lin Fei. Of course, in his imagination, the 4 Xiantian experts were just backup. The situation wasn't optimistic. Wang Qingyun held a long sword in his hand. Countless sword shadows spread out and attacked Lin Fei. After Wang Qingyun made his move, another 3 Xiantian experts attacked from 3 different positions. The terrifying might of the Xiantian experts exploded and shrouded the Wang clan's manner. I have a sword that can defeat 10,000 enemies. Let's see if you can take it. Facing the siege of 4 Xiantian experts, Lin Fei smiled faintly. He grabbed the void with his bare hands and an invisible sword chi landed on his hand. When the invisible sword aura appeared, the pupils of the foreign-born experts contracted and their hair stood on end. The sharp aura left numerous sword scars on their bodies. The one who had the biggest change was Wang Qingyun. He was a swordsman and had a deep understanding of sword principle. His entire face was hideous and filled with horror. This is invisible sword chi. You can actually master invisible sword chi. How is this possible? How old are you? Even I can't comprehend invisible sword chi. Wang Qingyun was on the verge of breaking down. The sword slashed over. It was unbelievably ordinary. The invisible sword chi slashed across their bodies. The 4 Xiantian experts were sent flying and smashed through the wall of the hall. A huge wound was left on their bodies and blood was flowing out continuously. How long do the 2 of you want to continue watching? Bookseller's website. Chapter 41:18. The moment the aura of the innate level powerhouses erupted. Yi Xian put down the cup in his hand in the courtyard closest to the villa. The Wang family is indeed the Wang family. I didn't expect all the innate level powerhouses to make a move at once. That kid Lin is a little scary. As the #1 war god in Yanjin and even China, Yi Xian had his pride and his strength. The aura of the powerhouses from the Wang family villa was as striking as the sun in the night. Wait, this is sword energy. What a sharp sword energy. Did Wang Qingyun break through? No, this is not an ordinary sword energy, but an invisible sword energy. That bastard Wang Qingyun definitely hasn't reached this level yet. Could it be Lin Fei? After Yi Xian recovered from his shock, he quickly regained his composure. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. This is the aura of a complete innate level powerhouse. There are 2 of them. The Wang family really hid their strength well. They claimed that they only have 1 complete innate level powerhouse. In the entire Yanjin, only Yi Xian could sense the specific number and level of innate level powerhouses. If it were someone else, they would at most sense the aura of an innate level powerhouse. Could it be that Lin Fei really didn't come out from the Kunlun Mystery Land? Otherwise, his strength would be too profound to be able to force out the 2 consummate Xiantian experts of the Wang clan. Yi Xian sighed. The main hall of the Wang family had already descended into chaos. Strands of sharp sword chi were everywhere, all left behind by the invisible sword chi after the attack. No one in the hall could stand unscathed. Even Wang Qingyun and the others were covering their wounds. They were in a mess. Blood was dripping from their wounds. Wang Qingyun knew how powerful the invisible sword energy was. However, when he experienced it himself, he realized how terrifying it was. It was an attack from both inside and outside. Like him, he had completely lost the ability to fight. The power of this sword energy directly defeated the 4 innate level powerhouses of the Wang family. In front of Lin Fei, a dignified top-notch family had no ability to resist at all. Wang Qingyun's heart was filled with bitterness, but the only hope now was for the 2 old ancestors to make a move. They were both experts at the consummate Xiantian realm. Other than them, no one could defeat Lin Fei. Xiao. Suddenly, from the depths of the hall, several black shadows flew out. These black shadows were actually short spikes. There were 9 of them, and they attacked Lin Fei. It's the patriarch. Wang Qingyun recognized it immediately. The one who attacked was the second elder, Wang Guohua. He's best at controlling weapons. With this, he's able to suppress Xiantian experts. Finally, a passable expert. Lin Fei's eyes lit up and a sword beam slashed forward. Under his control, the 9 short spikes dodged to the sides, and once again attacked from the left and right. It was as if they were human arms, and with a single thought, they could attack infinitely. This was much more powerful than Wang Qingyun and the others. Just this move alone was not something an ordinary Xiantian realm expert could withstand. Xiantian full circle is indeed Xiantian full circle. It's indeed different. Even though the 9 short spikes were extremely powerful, they were unable to get close to Lin Fei. Each time, they would be forced back by the invisible sword qi. Guohua, let me help you. Another cold voice was heard. A figure dashed out from the hall in front. This figure was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages. He was holding a huge machete in his hand. This machete was as tall as a person, with a thick back and a sharp edge. It was completely different from ordinary machetes. The machete was coming straight at Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his hand and pointed. A sword qi hit the machete. A terrifying force flowed through the machete and into the man's body. The burly figure was smashed through the wall with a bang, and the ground was covered with dust. Sword qi attack. Ding 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 ding. Under the attack of the sword qi, the 9 short spikes were also sent flying. Lin Fei raised his hand, and 2 invisible sword qi flew out. With a clanking sound, the 2 Xiantian full circle experts of the Wang family were tired of dealing with it. The 2 streaks of sword qi constantly transformed into streaks of attacks, forcing them to retreat all the way. The faces of the 2 Xiantian full circle experts kept changing. From anger at the beginning to shock, and then to unwillingness. It was unknown how many times their expressions changed in a short period of time. In the end, there was only endless sorrow. Because they were 2 veteran Xiantian full circle experts, and they were just a step away from that final step. But in the end, they were powerless in front of Lin Fei. Just the 2 invisible sword qi had forced them to use all their means, but they still couldn't withstand it. We lost, we admit defeat. The 2 figures retreated all the way to the back mountain of the manor. They leaned against the tree powerlessly. Their clean and tidy clothes were already covered with sword marks. An illusory figure walked over and appeared in front of the 2 Xiantian full circle experts. I thought you guys would persevere to the end. It's really boring. You guys have brought me too few surprises. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to these 2 Xiantian full circle experts. But in the end, the means they used were very ordinary, much worse than what he had imagined. Although they had rich combat experience and had endless advantages when dealing with ordinary middle and late-stage Xiantian full circle experts, they had no advantage when facing Lin Fei. Wang Guohua and Wang Guofeng were twin brothers, and they were also the most talented in the Wang clan. They had both reached the Xiantian full circle. The 2 of them had never cared about the Wang clan's matters. They would only appear when it was a matter of life and death. But under normal circumstances, they wouldn't make a move. Today was an exception. But they didn't expect that they would be defeated by a young man. Those two invisible sword chi actually contained a set of sword techniques. They were easily defeated. If it wasn't for the other party showing mercy, just those two invisible sword chi would have taken their lives. If we still don't know what's good for us, I'm afraid we won't be qualified to stand here and talk. The white-haired Wang Guofeng said with a bitter smile. He had also cursed Wang Qingyun and the others countless times in his heart. Of all people to offend, they had to offend such a young and powerful person. The other party's background could be imagined. The only thing they could do now was to take the initiative to admit defeat. Perhaps, the Wang clan would still have a chance to survive. Today's matter was caused by your Wang clan. I only want an explanation from you. I see that there's still some time left. I'll give you an hour. After that, if I don't see an explanation that belongs to me, then there's no need for your Wang clan to exist anymore. Wang Igwe and Wang Guofeng's faces were filled with bitterness as they said repeatedly. Sir, you can rest assured that we will deal with it immediately. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Shukju website. Chapter 41:19. To Lin Fei, it was only a matter of time before he could kill two Xiantian great perfection experts. This was because these two were indeed very weak. Wang Qingyun and the rest of the Xiantian great perfection experts stood there listlessly. The scene in front of them was too much for them to accept. The two strongest experts in the family, the Wang family Xiantian great perfection expert, were not a match for Lin Fei. Wang Qingyun, Wang Qingyun, I told you to manage the family properly, but you actually caused such a thing. What do you think we should do now? Wang Guofeng's face was extremely gloomy, as though a storm was coming. Wang Qingyun opened his mouth and said, Old ancestor, this matter is indeed our Wang family's fault. We are willing to pay any price. We only hope that Lin Fei can settle this matter peacefully. What Wang Qingyun wanted to do the most now was to make Lin Fei leave the Wang family. Such a tyrannical iron plate was actually encountered by their Wang family. In fact, it was not Wang Qingyun who wanted to offend him. Who asked Wang Dong to cause such a mess? In fact, Wang Dong was also very pitiful. He also wanted to contribute to the family. After all, a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars in the future was very helpful to the cultivation of the Wang family. In the end, they encountered such a thing. It was definitely not what he wanted to see. I think that if we want to solve this matter, we have to deal with the source. Wang Qingyun thought for a moment and said, this matter was caused by Wang Dong, so we have to deal with him first. Wang Dong was a direct disciple. If possible, Wang Qingyun did not want to deal with him. But in the current situation, it was impossible not to deal with Wang Dong. Moreover, the two old ancestors were here. The meaning was clear. No matter what, Wang Dong had to be dealt with. Wang Guofeng was expressionless. Whoever caused this matter, who is responsible? No matter which disciple it is, they have to be punished. Apart from this, is there anything else? That is to give Lin Fei a generous gift and let him leave satisfied. Only in this way can we completely solve today's matter. As the family head, Wang Qingyun was very thoughtful. Lin Fei gave them an hour to prepare. In the end, they only used half an hour to return. This time, a total of 4 people came. The two old ancestors, Wang Qingyun, and the culprit of the previous incident, Wang Dong. At this moment, Wang Dong no longer had the strength to walk and was carried over by Wang Qingyun. Last time, Wang Dong had suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Fei, but in his heart, he had always been unreconciled. After knowing that Lin Fei was coming to visit, he had even considered whether to personally deal with Lin Fei. But who would have thought that this visit would turn out like this? When Wang Dong was brought over, he couldn't believe that Lin Fei could cause such a huge impact. Wang Dong, as a disciple of the Wang family, you have to bear the consequences of your own actions. The family didn't raise you for nothing. It's time for you to contribute. This sentence kept echoing in Wang Dong's mind. He knew that he was finished, completely finished. No one could save him. Young Master Lin, it was our Wang family's fault for this matter. Now, we will give you an explanation. Wang Qingyun said in a deep voice. This Wang Dong wanted to use our Wang family's identity to scheme against young Master Lin's company. There's no need to keep such a person alive. Wang Qingyun ruthlessly slammed his palm on Wang Dong's chest, shattering his heart meridians. This is our first explanation to young Master Lin. Wang Qingyun took out another document. After taking out this document, Wang Qingyun's eyes were still twitching. This document was too valuable. If this matter wasn't resolved, the Wang family would never be at ease. Who knew when Lin Fei would come again? Even the two old ancestors couldn't stop him, let alone others. This is the ownership of the 19th to 30th floors of the Tianlang building. I heard that young Master Lin's company is in the Tianlang building, so we plan to transfer the ownership of the 19th to 30th floors to young Master Lin. I hope you are satisfied with this. This is our second explanation. Facing Wang Qingyun personally killing Wang Dong and handing over the ownership of the 19th to 30th floors of the Tianlang building, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. There was a faint smile on his face. Wang Qingyun had been observing Lin Fei all this while. Knowing that these two prices weren't enough to appease Lin Fei's anger, he took a deep breath and took out another item. It was a wooden box. When the box was opened, a blood-colored pill appeared. It was filled with a medicinal fragrance. It was clear that this pill was of extraordinary quality. Young Master Lin, this is a dragon tiger pill. It's something that our Wang family has kept for a long time. After consuming this pill, there's a chance that an evolved Jing Peak expert can break through to the Xiantian realm. It's nothing much to young Master Lin, but it's a token of our Wang family's sincerity. Compared to the previous two prices, this third price was indeed a little more severe. Back then, in order to buy the Dragon Tiger pill, the two old ancestors had spent a lot of effort in the Kunlun secret region. They had even paid the price of half a year to obtain it. They had intended to let the Wang family's genius consume it. But now that something like this had happened, they could only take it out to compensate Lin Fei. It could be said that taking out the Dragon Tiger pill was extremely painful for them. If such a pill were to be auctioned outside, it would fetch at least a few billion Chinese dollars. Moreover, there was no market for it. Only a fool would take it out to auction. Lin Fei could also feel the importance they placed on this Dragon Tiger pill. It could be said that taking it away was equivalent to the Wang family losing a Xiantian expert. A Xiantian expert was no different from a cabbage in front of Lin Fei. But in the eyes of these top powers, a Xiantian expert was equivalent to a deterrent force. In a battle between powers, if you didn't have a Xiantian expert, then you would be completely suppressed. Otherwise, you could sit down and have a good talk. There was no need to fight, because you had the qualifications. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Lin Fei kept the Dragon Tiger pill. Seeing that this is your first time, I'll let you off. If there's a next time, there's no need for your Wang family Xiantian experts to exist anymore. Lin Fei's voice sounded out. It turned out that at some point in time, Lin Fei was only left with an afterimage. His whereabouts were unknown. What terrifying strength, even I couldn't feel when he left. Wang Igua sucked in a deep breath of cold air. When did such an expert appear in our Wang clan? Even in the Kunlun secret region, there aren't many experts like him. Could it be that he has already taken that step? Wang Guofeng looked into the distance, his eyes filled with a sense of hopelessness. An enemy like this was truly not someone their Wang family could afford to offend. From today onwards, if any family member dares to offend Lin Fei, they will be expelled from the family. Book Guest Residence. Chapter 41:20. The spies outside the Wang villa were all there. Everyone wanted to know the results immediately. He's out, he's out. How could this be? I clearly felt a few terrifying auras just now. If I'm not wrong, they must be innate stage powerhouses. How could he come out? Something big has happened. A dragon has come to Yanjing. Even the Wang family can't do anything to him. The eyes of these spies lit up. Because they saw a figure walking out. That person was Lin Fei, whom they had been watching. After Lin Fei walked out of the Wang villa, everyone realized one thing. Lin Fei's strength was more terrifying than they had imagined. Although they did not know how many innate stage powerhouses the Wang family had sent out, the fact that he could walk out alive and look unscathed showed that the Wang family had failed this time. As one of the top 5 families in Yanjing, they actually couldn't handle an outsider. This was the most terrifying thing. The Wang family was done. Didn't that mean that the other big families were done for? At this moment, they seemed to understand why the number 1 war god, Yi Xian, would agree to let Lin Fei be the senior elder of the Yan Huang battle team. I'm going back to the hotel. Please be my driver. Lin Fei grabbed a laborer at random. Actually, this laborer was just a spy. Becoming Lin Fei's labor force, the captured spy did not dare to say anything. No problem, no problem. Mr. Lin, where do you want to go? I promised to send you there. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Fei got into the car and left. The rest of the spies also sent the news back at the first moment. Those families who had been waiting were all shocked when they received the news. They could not digest the news for a while. Because the situation was worse than they had imagined. We won, we won. In a Sihiyuan. Lin Ziqing heard the news through her friend and could not help but clap. I didn't expect the Wang family to lose this time. I guess they will have to lick their wounds for a long time. Lin Ziqing was indeed more worried about Lin Fei than anyone else. Because she already knew Lin Fei's identity. That was her uncle's only son. The door to the courtyard opened. A well-built figure walked in with a dignified look on his face. Patriarch, why are you here? Lin Ziqing was shocked and quickly asked. The leader of the Lin family was in his early 50s. He had a refined aura and looked more like a man in his 40s. I just received news that the Wang family failed to capture Lin Fei. And through our people in the Wang family, we also received news that the few Xiantian experts suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. What do you think is the possibility of our Lin family wanting Lin Fei to return to the family? Lin Moyuan's voice was a little low. Currently, in the Lin family, only Lin Ziqing and Lin Moyuan knew that Lin Fei was from the same side as his uncle. No one else knew. Lin Ziqing didn't know what to say. She thought for a moment and said, I think the possibility of Lin Fei returning to the Lin family is very low. Unless the second branch apologizes personally and the few culprits pay the price, there might be a possibility. Otherwise, Lin Ziqing didn't finish her sentence. She knew that the patriarch would definitely understand. Lin Moyuan also didn't expect that there would be such a heaven-defying talent in his uncle's side. Initially, when he knew that Lin Fei had offended the Wang family, he indeed had the intention to resolve the matter. But in the end, he chose to watch from the sidelines. However, what was unexpected was that as one of the top families, the Wang family actually suffered a huge setback in this matter. Lin Moyuan also felt the aura of the Xiantian expert. He was also shocked by Lin Fei's strength. He didn't know how Lin Fei cultivated, but based on this strength, he was definitely better than all the elites of this generation in the Lin family. You are familiar with Lin Fei. When you are free, walk with him more often and bring him around Beijing. At the very least, you have to make sure that he doesn't bear a grudge against the Lin family. Lin Moyuan said, as for returning to the family, let's not talk about it for now. You also know the temper of the second branch. Even if it's my words, they are also from the same family. How can they listen to me? Lin Ziqing also knew what the patriarch meant. The people from the second branch were indeed quite domineering. If it wasn't for the fact that the patriarch of the Lin family had insisted on letting someone from the third branch become the patriarch, it might have been someone from the second branch who had succeeded Lin Fei. Therefore, the second branch didn't pay much attention to Lin Moyuan. On the surface, they seemed to respect him, but in fact, they didn't like him at all. This secret was known by all the top families in Beijing. Then, should I still invite Lin Fei to our house as a guest? Lin Ziqing asked again. Being a guest is no problem. As for other things, we can't give him any explanation for now. Regarding this matter, Lin Moyuan was also having a headache. Until now, he still had no idea how to deal with it. If Lin Fei's strength was ordinary, it would be fine. However, he was an innate realm expert, so it was different. He was already qualified to be on equal footing with him. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested all the way back to the hotel. After returning to his room, Lin Fei called Bai Xingnan in Donghai and told her about the property rights of the 19th to 30th floors of the Tianlang building. Bai Xingnan was shocked after hearing this. Boss, how did you do it? In a place like Beijing, skyscrapers are very valuable. How did you get so many floors? Bai Xingnan clearly remembered that in order to get one floor of the Tianlang building, the annual rent alone had reached more than 9 million yuan. In addition to the miscellaneous expenses, it was at least 10 million yuan a year. At that time, Bai Xingnan lamented that the housing prices in Beijing were expensive. In just a short period of time, the company actually had 12 floors and it was in the downtown area of Beijing. This was completely different. I can only say that I'm amazing. You can make arrangements now. What are you going to do with these floors? Bai Xingnan said without thinking, of course, we'll use it all to open our branch office. We'll let those people in Beijing know that our branch office is awesome. They'll use one floor to open a branch office, but we'll use 12 floors. We'll piss them off. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that a strong woman like Bai Xingnan also had such a cute side. All right. Then I'll listen to you. If you want to use it to open a branch office, then open a branch office. Lin Fei smiled. Oh right, Lin Ziqing will be the manager of the branch office. What do you think? If you don't think it's suitable, I can change someone else. There's no need to change. That Lin Ziqing is very powerful. Back then, she was already a powerful figure in the circle. I didn't expect you to recruit her. With her in Beijing, I don't have to worry at all. Shook House website. Chapter 41-21. After settling the Wang family's matter, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to return to Donghai. Since he was already in Beijing, it wouldn't hurt to stay longer. Because Beijing was much more mysterious than Lin Fei had imagined. Of course, there was another important matter, which was the Lin family. It was a problem that couldn't be avoided. Lin Fei's heart was made of stone. No one could change his mind. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have any other thoughts after knowing that the Lin family was such a top family. Not to mention anything else, the Lin family would look down on him and wouldn't take it seriously. But everything was different now. The Lin family was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. He just wanted to confirm a regret in his heart, which was to meet his parents. As for whether it would improve, it was another matter. So he was waiting for Lin Ziqing. He believed that Lin Ziqing would definitely come. After Lin Fei strolled around Beijing for 2 days, Lin Ziqing came to visit him. Congratulations, boss. You're a powerful person in Beijing now. Lin Fei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the traffic below. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. You're my boss. How can I not come? If I make you angry and you kick me out, my position as the branch manager will be ruined. You still care about not having a job. Boss, I'm not like you. You've opened a company that will be worth hundreds of billions of dollars in the future. Don't you know that a martial artist needs a lot of money to cultivate? So I can only work hard to earn money for my cultivation, Lin Ziqing said. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't believe Lin Ziqing's words. Is there any interesting place in Beijing? Lin Ziqing was slightly stunned. She thought that Lin Fei would ask about her uncle's family, but it turned out to be this. She smiled and said, Boss, if you want to talk about interesting places, there are quite a few in Beijing. Which one do you like? Livelier. I prefer quiet ones, and even some with a mysterious flavor. Lin Fei didn't say anything and quietly listened to Lin Ziqing's introduction. You actually have a warrior auction house here. Ah, boss, you don't even know this. Our Yanjing martial artist auction house is the largest in the whole country. Only martial artists can enter here. There are many novel things in this auction house. As long as you have a good eye, you can get treasures. Last time, someone found an elixir in an antique. After taking it, he broke through the barrier and reached the Guru realm from the Dark Realm. You don't know how many people are envious of him. Alright, let's go to the martialist auction house and take a look. At the same time, I can broaden my horizons and understand how many good items there are in the auction house. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to see his parents. Speaking of which, it was the barrier in his heart that he had yet to overcome. Lin Ziqing tactfully chose not to say anything and took the initiative to lead the way. The martialist auction house was located in a villa on the outskirts of Yanjing. Lin Fei also discovered that this martialist auction house was not far from the Wang family villa. It was only a few kilometers away. If it wasn't for Lin Ziqing, he really wouldn't have known that this villa that looked like a holiday villa was the location of the martialist auction house. Boss, this martialist auction house actually belongs to the Martial Gate. The Martial Gate used this martialist auction house to rope in various forces. That's why they are able to confront the Yan Huang battle team. The villa's parking lot was full of luxury cars. At a glance, there were more young and middle-aged people. They all had the aura of martial artists on them. Obviously, there wasn't a single ordinary person in this place. The Martial Gate is quite powerful to be able to integrate so many resources. Lin Fei smiled. In his eyes, this Martial Gate was actually quite a domineering existence. However, to be able to integrate so many resources, it could be said that they had some means. Any martial artist who wanted to enter the martialist auction house had to apply for a membership card. A membership card cost 500,000 Chinese dollars, and it was also used as a deposit. If they didn't want the membership card anymore, they could come and apply for a refund. 500,000 Chinese dollars was nothing to Lin Fei, so he applied for a membership card. The villa was very big. It was different from other villas. Once inside, this villa was a huge existence similar to a public square. Boss, is it strange? You can't get used to it at all. Such a big place is like a vegetable market. Lin Ziqing said with a smile. In Lin Fei's eyes, he seemed to be in a vegetable market. Come and take a look at the spirit beast egg. It's a big sale. You can take it away for only 5 million. Heavenly immortal divine grass. After consuming it, it can expand the meridians. Now, it only costs 500,000. 300,000 jade pills. All kinds of voices echoed in Lin Fei's ears. This was a little different from the martialist auction house that Lin Fei had imagined. It's indeed different from what I imagined. However, I actually quite like this kind of place. If you have a good eye, you might be able to find a lot of good things. In such a big place, the villa seemed to be at least a few thousand square meters. There were martial artists everywhere. Usually, it was hard to see martial artists, but they seemed to be gathered here. There were people of all ages. Boss, you should understand now that cultivating as a martial artist is not an easy thing. If you don't have money, it will be hard for you to move an inch in your life. Look at these things, they cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. It's really not something that ordinary people can afford, so I really envy boss. Lin Ziqing really admired Lin Fei. He was only in his early 20s, but he already had a profitable company in his hands. Furthermore, the cloud silk was an exclusive material that outsiders couldn't imitate. Furthermore, his own strength had reached the innate realm. In the future, who would dare to touch his company? Unless those people were willing to be chased by an innate realm expert. Just look at the Wang family. Now, the 5 top families in Yanjing had a big change in their attitude towards Lin Fei. At the very least, they didn't dare to do anything brazenly. If he was unhappy and killed his way to your family, no matter what the final result was, you would lose a group of elites. Things like this had never happened before. Lin Ziqing also knew that there were probably many people who wanted to marry Lin Fei. Once a person like him, who had no background, got married, there would be endless benefits. Let's go and take a look. Lin Fei hadn't experienced such an atmosphere for a long time. Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-22. The martial artist auction was quite lively. Lin Fei saw many good things along the way. In his eyes, these good things were only passable. There was nothing that could make his eyes light up. But to other warriors, these things were of great help to their cultivation. Little Qing, if you trust me, then go and buy that thing. It will be helpful to your cultivation. Lin Fei stopped and pointed to a blue and white herb not far away. Lin Ziqing brought Lin Fei to the warrior auction to experience the atmosphere. Her eyesight was average, so she rarely bought things here. Because nowadays, there were too many fake items. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan were considered small. Those items that were worth millions of yuan each, if one's eyesight was not good enough, there would be huge losses. It was very normal for one to go bankrupt. It will be helpful to my cultivation. Lin Ziqing didn't recognize what it was, but subconsciously believed Lin Fei's words. This was a super genius that even the Wang family was helpless against. Lin Ziqing bought it without hesitation. Fortunately, this herb was not expensive. It only cost her 200,000 Chinese dollars. This was the first time Lin Ziqing saw this herb. The fragrance of the herb made her feel very comfortable. This is a water attribute herb. Take it back and boil it in water for 3 hours. Take this medicine when you are cultivating. It will be very helpful to you. Lin Ziqing carefully put away the herb. There were things everywhere in the thousands of square meters of the warrior auction. It was as if he had returned to an auction in another world. Lin Fei didn't plan to buy anything here because there was nothing that caught his eye. Just as Lin Fei was about to walk through the entire martialist auction house, he suddenly stopped and walked in a certain direction. Lin Ziqing didn't know what was going on, but she saw that there were many people in front of her. Old man, I can't go any higher than 800,000. If you want to sell it, then sell it. If you don't, I don't think anyone will buy it because I, Yan Wuhan, said it. Before Lin Fei arrived, he could already hear the arrogant and condescending voice. Young Master Yan, you can't be like this. This is something that I have painstakingly picked. According to the market price, it should be worth at least 1.5 million. 800,000 is really too little. I only have 500,000 left. Whoever dares to buy this thing of yours will be my, Yan Wuhan's, enemy. Everyone, do as you see fit. There was an old man sitting in the crowd. This old man's face was pale, and it was obvious that he was injured. In front of him was a magical fruit tree without leaves. In front of the old man stood an arrogant young man. He said arrogantly. His eyes were almost looking up to the sky. The people around him didn't dare to make a sound. This was someone from the Yen clan. The Yen clan was one of the top clans. Who would dare to go against someone from the Yen clan? And this Yen Wuhan was a genius of the Yen clan. He was truly powerful. Although the early stage of Grand Master was nothing, he was still a real Grand Master expert. The old man's hands and feet were trembling. He was obviously very angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. 500,000 is your last chance. It won't be worth 500,000 later. Maybe it will become 200,000 or 300,000, Yen Wuhan said. The old man was also helpless. He was counting on this money to buy some medicinal materials to heal his wounds. He gritted his teeth and was about to say something when a voice rang out in the crowd. 5 million, I'll take it. The voice, which was neither light nor heavy, shocked everyone. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was a young man walking over. They couldn't feel a strong warrior's aura from this young man, but when they saw Lin Ziqing behind him, their eyes lit up. After all, Lin Ziqing was a member of the Lin family in Yanjing. More or less, some people knew her. Lin Ziqing, your people are so bold. How dare they rob my things? Yen Wuhan's eyes directly crossed over and fell on Lin Ziqing. After all, Lin Ziqing was the proud daughter of the Lin family. She was not far from that step. She was not someone that Yen Wuhan could fight against. Lin Ziqing was beside Lin Fei. She looked very obedient, but in front of this kind of person, she was a high and mighty Valkyrie. So it's you, Wuhan. You really know how to play now. Bullying an old man. If you have the ability, play with me. If I don't beat you up until your mother can't recognize you, then I lose. Lin Ziqing's words were filled with a fierce aura. She even secretly observed Lin Fei's expression. Fortunately, there was no change, so she heaved a sigh of relief. This was her temper. If you asked her to speak in a ladylike manner, she would definitely not be able to do it. Yen Wuhan was very angry. He shook his head and said, Lin Ziqing, this is something that my Yen family needs. Please be magnanimous. Yen Wuhan had to buy this plant. However, he was unhappy with the old man's tone, so he made a fuss. There was really no one here who would dare to fight with a top family for something. Lin Ziqing did not know why Lin Fei was here, but it more or less had something to do with this plant. She could not give Yen Wuhan any face. Moreover, the Yen family and the Lin family had always been on bad terms. I want it. You can scram now. If you have the confidence to fight with me, then go ahead. If I even frown, I'm not Lin Ziqing. Yen Wuhan took a deep breath, turned around, and left. The veins on his hands popped, and then he retracted them. Miss Lin, you're a good person. The old man also recognized Lin Ziqing and said gratefully. Lin Fei spent 1.5 million to buy this plant. In the eyes of outsiders, it seemed that Lin Ziqing liked this plant. Your branch manager has quite a temper. The moment he opened his mouth, he scared away the genius of the Yen family. Lin Fei said with a smile. Lin Ziqing was really afraid that Lin Fei would say something about this matter. Oh right, boss, why did you think of buying this thing? I think it looks quite ordinary. It doesn't seem to have any special attribute. Lin Fei laughed. This thing really doesn't have any use. It's just that this fruit contains a trace of fire attribute, which is a little helpful for martial artists' cultivation. However, this thing is for my pet to eat as a snack. Lin Fei did not forget his pet clown. It was a phoenix. Eating more fire attribute things was beneficial to its growth. Pet snack. Lin Ziqing's eyes widened. You're using something worth more than 1 million to snack your pet. As expected, the boss is rich and willful. If Yan Wuhan knew about this, he would probably cry in the toilet. I can't help it. I just have money. Lin Fei was also amused. Chapter 41-23. Lin Ziqing is too despicable. It's fine if I let her have her way, but this time, she even dared to snatch my things. In the distance, Yan Wuhan gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He watched Lin Ziqing and the others leave, but he didn't dare to go up and snatch the thing back. Yan Wuhan really wanted to give himself a slap. This was what he had done. Now, he didn't know how to go back and explain, because this thing wasn't needed by the actors, but he had bought it for someone else. Young Master Yan, what should we do now? The thing is in Lin Ziqing's hands, it won't be easy for him to get it back. Yan Wuhan's eyes turned cold. I'll go find uncle. If he takes it back now, I'll be punished at most, but the good days of the Lin family are coming to an end. What he didn't know was that Yan Wuhan's words might not have been heard by others, but Lin Fei, who was walking forward, heard it clearly. The good days of the Lin family are coming to an end. Yan Wuhan deliberately lowered his voice, but it still escaped Lin Fei's ears. He frowned slightly, then returned to normal, and casually asked, the Lin family and the Yan family don't seem to get along well. Lin Ziqing didn't know why Lin Fei would ask this, but he still nodded. Our Lin family and the Yan family do have a big conflict. It can be said that this matter has something to do with you, but if you want to explain it clearly, it can't be explained in a few words. With this sentence, Lin Fei felt that it was enough. This Yan Wuhan was probably scheming something again, and there was a high probability that he was going to take advantage of the Lin family. If it was somewhere else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't care, but this was Beijing, and he still had a little bit of relationship with the Lin family. Although this was something that Lin Fei didn't want to admit, his blood still belonged to the Lin family, and this couldn't be changed. Even if the entire Lin family was finished, it had nothing to do with Lin Fei. However, the parents that he had never met were more or less a sore point for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was now an undying expert. He could forget everything. Although he could seal everything, he still couldn't get past his own barrier. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to take a look. If the Yan family really dared to do anything, it would be fine if they were to deal with the Lin family, but if they were to make a move against the first branch, then they would touch Lin Fei's bottom line. Boss, this is the auction. Our luck is pretty good today. It's the medium-sized auction that happens once every 3 months. Every medium-sized auction has a lot of good stuff. Do you want to go in and have a look? Lin Fei said casually, then let's go in and take a look. It's still early anyway. The layout of the auction house was simple, with rows of tables and chairs. It was a public auction house. There were no private rooms here, so everyone was sitting on chairs. There were already a lot of people in the auction house. There were at least 100 of them, and Lin Fei even saw about 10 grandmasters. As for the Dark Realm, there were more than a dozen of them. Yanjing is indeed a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In the East Sea, there are not so many experts. Lin Fei and Lin Ziqing randomly found a place to sit. This place was not very eye-catching, and it was relatively in a corner. After sitting down, Lin Fei heard many people talking about the Wang family. Of course, most of them were talking about Lin Fei. Boss, if these guys all know that you are that person, I wonder what their expressions will be. I think it will be very interesting, Lin Ziqing said in a low voice. Lin Fei did not have such a bad taste. Hey, strange, why are there so many people today? I remember there were not many people in the last auction that happened every 3 months. Today I see several Grand Master experts, and people from the top 5 families are here. Lin Ziqing exclaimed softly, a little shocked. It seems that something good has appeared today. I wonder what it is. Lin Fei also noticed several Grand Master experts. They were very strong, stronger than ordinary Grand Masters. If there was no accident, they should be from Yanjing. At this time, a figure walked in front of them. There was another person next to the figure. Niece Lin, long time no see. After the person came over, Lin Ziqing also stood up and said calmly, Uncle Yan, you are too polite. I remember we just met last time. Did Uncle Yan forget so quickly? The person who came was a Grand Master expert from the Yan family, and standing behind him was Yan Wuhan. Yan Tiannan said, I heard that niece bought a plant and spent 1.5 million. I wonder if you can transfer it to our Yan family. Our Yan family will pay 3 million, and you will earn 1.5 million. I wonder, how about niece Lin? Lin Ziqing subconsciously looked at Lin Fei, and was a little surprised. That thing only contained the power of fire, and Lin Fei gave it to his pet as a snack, and now the Yan family was willing to pay 3 million to buy it back. But this thing was not hers. Uncle Yan, I am really sorry, I am not selling this thing. Right now, the Yan clan had an esteemed guest, and this plant was bought for that esteemed guest. Yan Tiannan was in charge of this matter, and he sent Yan Wuheng over, but in the end, he was there to play with his temper, and it was bought by someone else. Moreover, the person who bought it was Lin Ziqing, and under such circumstances, he could only tell Yan Tiannan. After Yan Tiannan scolded her, he had no choice but to come personally. He felt that Lin Ziqing would give him face. Niece Lin, this thing is useless to you anyway. How about I add another 1 million to make it 4 million for you? Yan Tiannan's tone also sank. Then you have found the wrong person. Even if you offer 400 million, I will not sell this plant. When Lin Ziqing did not know what to say, Lin Fei's faint voice sounded. Boy, you are not qualified to speak here. Shut up. Yan Wuhan, who was originally full of anger, directly slapped over with full strength. Obviously, he wanted to teach this person a profound lesson. A loud bang resounded. Lin Fei kicked out, and Yan Wuhan flew out like a cannonball, hitting the high platform not far away. The scene was in chaos. Everyone's eyes were cast over. Yan Tiannan also took a deep breath. The person in front of him was too strange, but he kicked Yan Wuhan, who was at the early stage of the Grand Master realm, out. What kind of strength was this? The other party was too arrogant. He was still standing, representing the Yan family. You hurt my Yan family's people, and you still dare to sit there swaggeringly, get out of here. Yan Tiannan clenched his 5 fingers and instantly grabbed down. Lin Fei did not move, and Yan Tiannan grabbed Lin Fei's shoulder, but after this grab, a powerful force surged up. Bang 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 bang. Yan Tiannan knocked away countless chairs and heavily hit Yan Wuhan's body. The scene was silent. Chapter 41-24. Yan Tiannan was beaten, and he was in a very sorry state. The dignified Grand Master of the Yan family, an existence that no one dared to say a word about in Yanjing, was sent flying by an unknown guy in the warrior auction house. If it didn't happen in front of them, who would believe it? It was true. While everyone was shocked, they began to guess, what was the identity of this young man? Or did the Lin family have another powerful expert? No matter how they guessed, no one suspected anything, as if this person had appeared out of thin air. You actually dared to make a move, who gave you the courage? Today, if I, Yan Tiannan, don't skin you alive, then I don't have the qualifications to continue being a grandmaster in Yanjing. Yan Tiannan crawled up, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was in pain, as if his entire body was about to fall apart. He never thought that the guy who seemed to be Lin Ziqing's subordinate would actually have such ferocious strength. He clenched his 5 fingers, and the power that was reflected back was like a torrential river. It was not something that the power in his body could withstand. If it was somewhere else, then so be it. If he lost face, then so be it. If no one saw, then he would just turn around and leave. At most, he would suffer a loss. Today, he really could not leave. With so many people looking at him, he represented the Yan family, represented a grandmaster. If he left now, wouldn't it mean that the Yan family was afraid of this young man? This was something that Yan Tiannan absolutely did not want to see, so today's matter had to be settled. Then the best way to settle it was to personally defeat this guy. The best outcome would be to dig out the power behind him and destroy it immediately. Otherwise, once these people left the cultivator auction, the news would spread like wildfire. Yan Tiannan had been arrogant in Yanjing his entire life. He did not want to be defeated by a junior. If a junior stepped on him, then he would not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. Clear breeze sword art. Yan Tiannan took a sword from his subordinate's hand. Striding forward, he displayed the Yan family's clear breeze sword art. This clear breeze sword art was based on speed. When Yan Tiannan executed it, everyone felt as if the temperature had dropped quite a bit. They only saw the sword light turn into a cool breeze, causing them to recall the feeling of a cool breeze. Yan Tiannan is indeed the Yan clan's grandmaster. This clear breeze sword art is too sharp. I'm afraid he has already comprehended sword intent. Even I would not be able to block this sword technique. I wonder if that kid can block it. I don't think so. This is a sword technique unleashed by a veteran grandmaster in a fit of rage. Its power is 30 to 50% more powerful than usual. It won't be easy to withstand. Many grandmaster experts sighed inwardly when they saw the clear breeze sword technique. The grandmasters of top-notch clans were indeed different. When they used this set of sword techniques, their might was boundless and profound. You have the nerve to take out such a lousy sword technique. It's full of flaws. Lin Fei sat there without moving. With a flick of his hand, a formless sword chi shot out. Its sharpness sliced through the void. The sword chi that was like a cool breeze crumbled. Formless sword chi, this is formless sword chi. You actually managed to cultivate formless sword chi. Yan Tiannan's entire face turned pale as he was once again sent flying. I said you can't do it. Is there a need for you to suffer like this? Or does your Yan clan, as a top-notch clan, subconsciously think that people like us can be easily bullied? A formless sword chi was unleashed. The sharpness of the aura was so great that even the surrounding people shivered in fear. This formless sword chi could only be unleashed after reaching a certain realm. In the entire Yanjing, there was basically no one who could unleash this formless sword chi. You, who exactly are you? Yan Tiannan covered his wound with his hand and struggled to get up. The wound on his body was shocking. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. This was left behind by the formless sword chi. Yan Tiannan felt as if he had walked around the gates of hell. He could not block this sword at all. He did not even have the strength to block it. He did not even dare to think about how he could survive. Once again, he breathed in the fresh air. Yan Tiannan was already full of fear and uneasiness towards this young man. If it was not for the mentality of a veteran grandmaster, forcing him to calm down, if it was an ordinary person, he would have already collapsed. Therefore, he only wanted to know who this person was. To be able to unleash formless sword chi at such a young age, there might not be a second person in the entire Yanjing. Who is causing trouble here? Do you not put our martial sect in your eyes? A group of people came from afar. As soon as the voice came out, everyone subconsciously opened up a path. They only saw a middle-aged man in white rushing over angrily. Behind him, there were more than 10 martial artists, all of them were in the dark realm. Many grandmaster experts recognized the person. This person was the person in charge of the martial artist auction, Wu Qiankuan. He was a veteran master ranker. He belonged to the same era as Yan Tiannan. All these years, he had been in charge of the martial artist auction. Those who could recognize Wu Qiankuan were basically from the older generation. No one dared to underestimate Wu Qiankuan. Wu Qiankuan was most proficient in calculation. As soon as he came over, he noticed Yan Tiannan who was covering his wound. The expression in his eyes also slightly changed. He knew Yan Tiannan's strength. It seemed that his injury was not light. The person who attacked was also a sword expert. Wu Qiankuan could also feel the extraordinariness. Brother Tiannan, this is our martial sect's healing pill. Take it first. I will definitely give you an explanation for today's matter. Wu Qiankuan did not ask for the reason. In any case, the Yan clan could not be offended. Moreover, the martial sect and the Yan clan had a tacit understanding. They could be considered as comrades of the same sect. Wu Qiankuan subconsciously sided with Yan Tiannan. Yan Tiannan was indeed afraid of the young man who attacked. Brother Qiankuan, you have to be careful. This kid has cultivated formless sword qi, which is extraordinary. You absolutely cannot resist it. When Wu Qiankuan heard this, his heart could not help but skip a beat. It was formless sword qi again. Others might not know, but their martial sect really did know about a recent matter. That was, the experts of the Wang clan were injured by formless sword qi. Is your martial sect also planning to make a move? If that's the case, then hurry up and make a move. Don't waste everyone's time. Lin Fei's voice sounded. Wu Qiankuan looked forward and saw a young man sitting steadily. However, when he looked, his whole body was instantly covered in cold sweat. Young Master Lin, you misunderstood. For a person like you, how could our martial sect dare to make a move? Aren't you making things difficult for us? Wu Qiankuan quickly explained. Now, who doesn't know how terrifying Lin Fei is? A foreign dragon crossing the river. Booksellers reading website. Chapter 41-25. Wu Qiankuan appeared. Many people thought that a good show was about to be staged. One must know that Wu Qiankuan was an old-fashioned person with a traditional mindset. In his territory, he never allowed people to cause trouble. Even if it was people from other families, he would not give them face. All along, few people dared to cause trouble in the warrior auction. Once they were targeted by Wu Qiankuan, they would not have a good ending. If it was light, they would be bedridden for a few months. If it was heavy, even the family would have to pay a price. This kind of thing was not rare. They thought that Wu Qiankuan would suddenly cause trouble after seeing the other party. If they were to compare strength, Wu Qiankuan's strength was a level higher than Yan Tiannan's. But the next scene shocked everyone. Wu Qiankuan actually said something good. He was terrified. Could it be someone from the Lin family? No, if the Lin family really had such a powerful person, the Lin family would not be as low-key as they are now. Wait a minute, the one with the surname Lin. I just thought of someone. Does everyone still remember the commotion caused by the Wang family a few days ago? I heard that the one who went to visit the Wang family was someone with the surname Lin. He is very young and seems to have used the invisible sword qi. I remember, he seems to be called Lin Fei. With the help of some people, they recalled. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He is Lin Fei. Everyone had heard of Lin Fei's name, but they had only seen him a few times. He was a dragon that crossed the river. Yan Tiannan was shocked. In the past few days, the most famous person was Lin Fei. He went to visit the Wang family empty-handed and came out unscathed. On the contrary, the Wang family did not make a sound. There were even rumors that the Xiantian experts of the Wang family were injured. This news was not confirmed, but within the top families, which family did not have spies? They more or less knew some news. If the person in front of them was Lin Fei, then everything was very normal. He dared to visit the Wang family, and it seemed very reasonable for him to beat up the people from the Yan family. Lin Fei had strength, and he might even have a huge backing. Lin Fei was not surprised that he was recognized. As one of the huge forces, if the martial gate couldn't even recognize this, then this force would really be laughed at by others. You're right. I'm Lin Fei. What can I do for you? Or do you think you can exchange a few moves with me? If you want, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. With a buzzing sound, an invisible sword qi turned into a stream of light and flashed past Wu Qiankuan's side. A statue not far away was cut in half at the waist, leaving a sharp cross-section. The sharp aura once again shocked everyone. At first glance, no one had noticed it. But this time, everyone truly felt the terror of this invisible sword qi. Even a reinforced steel plate might not be able to withstand the cutting of this invisible sword qi. Wu Qiankuan knew that Lin Fei was not weak, but the moment the invisible sword qi appeared, he knew that he was no match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a Xiantian expert who had a profound grasp of the sword Dao. Invisible sword qi could only be used at the Xiantian realm. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. How can I be a match for a genius like you? I still have this bit of self-awareness. How could Wu Qiankuan dare to make a move, unless he wanted to experience the power of the invisible sword qi? In his heart, he was also very sullen. If you don't have any objections, then that's for the best. I'm a very easy person to talk to, but once I get angry, then it's different. Lin Fei glanced at Yan Tiannan in the distance. Yan Tiannan was covered in cold sweat from this glance. He finally knew why he was no match for Lin Fei. This was someone who even dared to provoke the Wang family. Yan Tiannan was strong, but he was no match for Lin Fei. The opponent was at least a Xiantian realm expert. Although there was only a step between the two, it was not something that Yan Tiannan could catch up to. Right now, Yan Tiannan's face was full of bitterness. Originally, a matter that could be easily resolved, but in the end, it turned into such an unforeseen event. Yan Tiannan really wanted to slap Yan Wuheng to death. Yan Wuheng had naturally heard of the name Lin Fei, because a few of his Yan family members had suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. A long time ago, Yan Wuheng had even boasted that if he were to meet Lin Fei one day, he would definitely make Lin Fei suffer. But now, that invisible sword qi had left an indelible mark in his heart. Even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to make a move. It was true that he was a genius. As for Lin Fei, he was a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. There was no way to compare him at all. Young Master Lin, we were wrong in this matter. We don't want that plant anymore. This is a little compensation from our Yan family. I hope that young Master Lin can accept it. Yan Tiannan also knew how to do things. He brought Yan Wuheng over, kicked him to the ground, and handed over an apology gift. It was a cash check with 100 million written on it. Using 100 million to resolve this conflict, Yan Tiannan was really generous. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Yan Wuheng kowtowed. The surrounding Grandmaster experts, while sucking in a breath of cold air, also secretly remembered this young face. They swore that when they returned, they would definitely make the disciples of their family remember this person and never offend him. Even a veteran Grandmaster like Yan Tiannan was not his opponent. What was even more terrifying was that he had already reached the innate level at such a young age. Lin Fei also did not continue to find trouble with Yan Tiannan. "I'll accept the apology gift, you can leave now." "Thank you, young Master Lin." Yan Tiannan brought Yan Wuheng and turned to leave. "Brother Qinkuan, this matter, the Yan family will give you an explanation." Yan Tiannan also felt embarrassed that such a thing had happened in the martial artist auction house. Wu Qinkuan also secretly rejoiced that his temper had become a lot better over the years. If it was before, he would have made a move without saying a word. Once he really made a move, the martial school might have to bleed a lot. "Young Master Lin, why don't you sit somewhere else? It's rare for you to come to our martial school, it's our honor." If the president knew, he would definitely be very happy. Lin Fei smiled and refused. "Forget it, I'm here to participate in the auction today, just don't let me make a wasted trip." Wu Qinkuan revealed a smile. "You can rest assured, today's auction will definitely satisfy you." Wu Qinkuan was also observing Lin Fei. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not angry. "Young Master Lin, if you have any instructions, just say it, don't be polite." After Wu Qinkuan exchanged a few words, he left. He had to tell the president the news of Lin Fei coming to the martial artist auction. Lin Fei was now a dragon crossing the river, not everyone liked him. "Boss, you're still the best. This Yan Tiannan and Yan Wuheng are not some nameless people. I didn't expect them to suffer such a big loss in your hands. Just thinking about it makes me vent my anger." The scene in front of him made Lin Ziqing the happiest. There were many conflicts between the Yan family and the Lin family. To be able to see two grandmasters suffer a big loss, Lin Ziqing could not wait to immediately tell the family and let everyone be happy. "You also have a day where you suffer a loss." Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-26. Yan Family Villa. It was also located in the outskirts of Yanjing. It occupied a large area and was not inferior to the Wang family villa. The younger generation of the Wang family, including the older generation, all lived here, forming a large group. Yan Tieshue also received the news at once, and he flew into a rage. Lin Fei is really daring. Not only did he offend the Wang family, but now he's offending our Yan family. Does he really think that we won't dare to do anything? Yan Tieshue knew a lot about Lin Fei. Not long ago, a Yan family disciple suffered a loss in his hands and was blacklisted by the Yan family. He was blacklisted by the Yan clan, but the Yan clan did not do anything about it. Now that Lin Fei had dared to steal something that belonged to the Yan clan, they could not let him off easily. Not only did he steal something, he also injured Yan Tiannan and Yan Wuheng. This was stepping on the Yan family's head. If it was any other time, it wouldn't matter. But this time, the Yan family had contacted a big shot. There couldn't be any mistakes. Family head, now that the thing is in Lin Fei's hands, it will be difficult to get it back. If that big shot gets angry, our Yan family won't be able to handle it. Yan Tiannan's face was pale and without a trace of blood. "I can only talk to that person personally. I hope he can understand us." Yan Tieshue glared at Yan Wuheng. "Scram. You are not allowed to leave for a month. If you dare to step out of your room, I'll break your legs and you won't be able to leave for the rest of your life. Reflect on what you did wrong." Yan Tieshue hated Yan Wuheng for failing to meet his expectations. In a courtyard of the Yan family, it was very quiet. Yan Tieshue pushed the door open and entered. His footsteps were much lighter. "Little Tai, you've brought the thing I wanted." If someone heard this, they would be shocked. Yan Tieshue was in his 60s and was called Little Tai. It was obvious that this person was not someone to be trifled with. "Deacon Luo, I'm really sorry. There was an accident with the thing you wanted. I'm afraid it will be delayed for a few days." Yan Tieshue braced himself and said. There was a person in his 40s or 50s sitting in the courtyard. A cold gaze shot over, and the air seemed to be covered in frost. Little Tai, this is how you work for me. Naturally imposing without anger. With a loud bang, Yen Tai retreated 6 steps. Every step he took left a footprint on the ground, and blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. You're really useless. I asked you to do something small and you're like this. If I asked you to do something big, you wouldn't even be able to do it. Yen Tishue could not bring himself to be angry in front of this person. He said timidly in a low voice, Deacon Luo, please give me a chance. I will definitely bring that thing back. As the head of the Yen clan, he was an extremely powerful figure in Yanjing. However, who knew that the middle-aged man in front of him who looked like he was in his 40s or 50s was the real terror? Because he came from the Kunlun mystic realm. I've watched you grow. You've done well in the previous few things, but you've let me down on this matter. Fortunately, it's just a medicinal herb. It's not a big deal. I want to know who robbed it. There shouldn't be anyone in Yanjing who dares to rob this old man's things, right? The man called Deacon Luo said in an indifferent tone. Every word he said was filled with a terrifying pressure. It's an outsider. His name is Lin Fei. He's an inborn expert. The thing was robbed by him. 2 of our grandmasters were injured, Yen Tishue said honestly. Lin Fei. Is it that Lin Fei who caused trouble in the Wang clan recently? Deacon Luo said with a smile. I didn't expect a junior to step on your Yen clan. What a joke. Yen Tishue could only stand there silently. I heard that this person's background is quite mysterious. He might be from some sect. It's normal for your Yen clan's grandmasters to be no match for him. Just arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. After I'm done with the Lin family, I'll deal with that guy. No matter how troublesome a person was, he was just a stronger ant in the eyes of Deacon Luo. For now, he wasn't worth his time. Leave such a small matter to our Yen clan. Although he's an inborn expert, our Yen clan has inborn experts too. Now, many people think that our Yen clan is a pushover. It's time to punish the chicken to warn the monkey, Yen Tishue said coldly. Yen Tishue would transfer all the grievances he had suffered to Lin Fei. The only fortunate thing was that Deacon Luo wasn't really angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting here. Are you sure that the item is in the hands of the Lin family? You're not mistaken. You should know that I can't come out whenever I want after coming out of the Kunlun mystic realm. If you mess this up, you should know the consequences. Yen Tishue nodded. I know. I know that the item is in the hands of the Lin family because the disciple of the Lin family has been bought over by our Yen clan. Soon, our people will support him to become the new clan leader of the Lin family. I think it's best to go 5 days later because it's the 90th birthday of the Lin family's old ancestor. There's no better time than that. At that time, all the blood members of the Lin family will be there. We can get rid of the Lin family in one fell swoop. Who asked them to get something that they shouldn't have? Deacon Luo laughed. That's good. The commotion caused by the martial artist auction was quickly suppressed. However, everyone knew who Lin Fei was. Not only was he young, he was also more overbearing than expected. The Yen clan beat the people of the martial sect just like that. He even suppressed the martial sect to the point that they didn't dare to say anything. It was absolutely inconceivable for an outsider to have such ability. The auction was carried out as scheduled. It had to be said that the items in this auction were quite good. There were cultivation techniques, secret techniques, and all kinds of things. Of course, the prices weren't cheap. Often, they started from a few million, and this was still relatively cheap. Most of the items had a price of tens of millions. There were 3 to 5 items that were auctioned for more than 100 million. The poor scholar and the rich martial artist were vividly experienced at this moment. There was nothing that caught Lin Fei's eye. He wasn't interested in it either. He had been happy for nothing. Lin Fei didn't bid for anything, which made those people heave a long sigh of relief. After all, if Lin Fei really took a fancy to something good and wanted to fight for it, this young man might rely on his martial arts. This kind of thing was not certain. Being young and frivolous, wasn't it someone like Lin Fei? The last item for today's auction is a special key. The key is called the Divine Dragon Key. After being appraised by our experts, this Divine Dragon Key should be the pass to open the checkpoint of a certain secret realm. And according to the investigation of our people, this Divine Dragon Key should be related to the legendary Divine Dragon Land. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4127. Land of the Divine Dragon. Wait, isn't that the legendary birthplace of Xiao? Could there really be such a place? Everyone present was a little dumbfounded. Then, they became excited. Whether it was real or not, it had to be real for it to be auctioned at the warrior auction. As far as I know, as long as 10 Divine Dragon Keys are gathered, the land of the Divine Dragon can be opened. The exact location of the land of the Divine Dragon is where the 10 Divine Dragon Keys are gathered. I don't know if it's real or not. I don't know where the Divine Dragon Keys are either, but this is a rare opportunity for everyone. If you miss it, you might regret it for the rest of your life. The auctioneer was eloquent. With just a few words, he raised everyone's spirits. A woman in a cheongsam carried a box covered with a red cloth. After the red cloth was removed, a dragon-shaped key appeared in front of everyone. The dragon key was black, with tiger claws and fangs. It exuded a dragon's aura. Even though it was just a key, everyone could tell that the dragon's aura was extraordinary. It was as if they were facing a real dragon. It was an incredible feeling. This is the bloodline aura left behind by the Azure Dragon. Lin Fei, who had lost interest, suddenly perked up. He felt a familiar aura from the key. It was the aura of the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts. There's a land of the Divine Dragon in China. Lin Fei asked Lin Ziqing. Lin Ziqing was an erudite and knowledgeable person. She frowned and said, "The land of the Divine Dragon seems to exist. I remember reading about it in an ancient book, but there's not much information about it. If it wasn't for the auction, I would have forgotten that there's such a place in China. It's just that no one knows where the land of the Divine Dragon actually is." Lin Ziqing took a deep breath. "I think that once the Dragon God Key appears, all the martial artists in China will go crazy. It's very significant. I finally understand why the people of the 5 big families are here. Anyone who is interested can come up and take a look. This Divine Dragon Key is the real deal." The people from the top families who were sitting at the front could not sit still anymore. They all stood up to take a look at the Divine Dragon Key. After they came down, they looked very excited. They lowered their heads and whispered to each other, as if they were discussing something. Lin Fei's spiritual consciousness enveloped the Divine Dragon Key. He discovered that there was a gap on the Divine Dragon Key, and this gap should have merged with the other Divine Dragon Key. Hidden within the Divine Dragon Key was a sealing power. The power was extremely strong, yet it was perfectly contained within the Divine Dragon Key. Under the power of the seal, there was a small part of the map. This map was left behind by an unmatched power. Even after endless time passed, it wasn't affected in the slightest. It was extremely vivid. Lin Fei wasn't very familiar with the world's geography, but he could tell at first glance. The land of the Divine Dragon should be in the north. As for which part of the north it was, he still had to search carefully. Of course, it wouldn't be difficult to find it. The real difficulty lay in the Divine Dragon Key. It seemed like only the Divine Dragon Key could open the entrance. Wuxia really has a lot of good stuff hidden away. Lin Ziqing said seriously, I heard from my father that Wuxia was very glorious in the past. However, for some reason, many experts disappeared overnight, and many cultivation techniques became consummate skills. Because the divine dragon key is not ordinary, we will not compete with money in the auction. Instead, we will use bartering. Whoever offers the highest value will be the one to exchange the divine dragon key. I hope that everyone will consider carefully before bidding. The auctioneer announced the rules of the auction. As soon as the rules were announced, many people had a change of heart. The forces that could come to the auction were all rich people. They could easily take out hundreds of millions or even billions. However, if they used the method of bartering, it would be a completely different story. Money was easy to earn, but these things couldn't be compared to money. The scene fell into a brief silence. Soon, some forces spoke up. Our Sky Cloud Tower will offer an innate stage cultivation technique. The representative of Sky Cloud Tower was a middle-aged fatty with a big belly. He had a simple and honest smile on his face. Sky Cloud Tower was not a small force in Wuxia. Although it was still some distance from the top forces, it was still considered a first-class force. Fatty, an innate stage cultivation technique is nothing. Our square sect will offer 2 innate stage cultivation techniques to suppress you. Another force stood up and said. For martial artists, with an innate stage cultivation technique, as long as they had enough talent and resources, they could break through to the innate stage. Without an innate stage cultivation technique, even if they had talent, they were destined to be stuck there. It was because they had no cultivation path. In Wuxia, resources were the most important. Among them, the ones that people cared about the most were cultivation techniques. The cultivation technique resources in Wuxia were very limited. Basically, every innate stage cultivation technique was controlled by the big families and would never flow to the outside world. Even if it did, it would be chased by the strong families. On the black market, many people bought innate stage cultivation techniques at a high price. However, there was always a price but no supply. No one dared to sell an innate stage cultivation technique. Therefore, it was self-evident how important an innate stage cultivation technique was. The competition was very fierce. First, it was an innate stage cultivation technique. Then, it was supplemented by secret techniques and weapons. Every time, it was a big price. Isn't he tempted? Wu Qiankuan had been paying attention to the situation. Among the people present, the only one he was concerned about was Lin Fei. Although the Dragon God key was precious, it was a useless thing for the martial sect. Therefore, he took out this useless thing and aroused everyone's interest. Maybe, another Dragon God key would appear. If it wasn't for the appearance of Lin Fei, then Wu Qiankuan wouldn't have paid so much attention to this auction. However, the presence of Lin Fei was different. He was afraid that this person would make a big scene. The price of the competition was also getting higher and higher. It was so high that it made people scream. However, more people were excited and ecstatic. The 5 big families also entered the competition one after another. In the end, the Yi family bid the highest. 3 innate stage cultivation techniques, a secret technique, and the 3 requirements of the Yi family. This made the other families at a loss for a while. Among the 5 top families, the Yi family was ranked first. The 3 requirements of the Yi family would definitely make everyone excited. In the view of the auctioneer, if there was no accident, then this Dragon God key would fall into the hands of the Yi family. And their martial artist auction house could also make a huge profit. So what if I can take out an innate stage cultivation technique? Being able to cultivate to the innate stage is the key. However, I, Lin Fei, am different. Lin Fei smiled and stood up. Brother Wu, what do you think? I believe that no one can bid a higher price than me. Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-28. The appearance of the divine dragon key involved the land of the divine dragon. The 5 major clans immediately rushed to bid for it. Among them, the Yi clan offered the highest price, which convinced the other 4 clans wholeheartedly. After all, the Yi clan was a top-notch clan with a god of war like Yi Xian overseeing it. Any one of their conditions could make countless forces go crazy, not to mention 3 conditions. After Lin Fei spoke, everyone looked at Wu Qianquan, especially the experts of the Yi clan. This was a middle-aged man, the leader of this time. He also wanted to know what other things Lin Fei had opened that could surpass the Yi clan. Brother Wu, our Yi family is also fair. As long as you publicly announce what item Lin Fei is going to bring to the auction and satisfy me, I will give up on this divine dragon key. Otherwise, I believe that no one can match our Yi family's offer. The man from the Yi clan spoke in a sonorous and forceful manner. He was extremely confident in his conditions. Wu Qianquan's face was a little red, and his hands and feet were trembling slightly. This was not visible to others, but the words still echoed in his mind. Cultivation method, even if there is an innate level cultivation method, how many can cultivate to the innate realm? I, Lin Fei, don't have many things, but I do have one thing that you don't have, and that is to give you a real innate expert. If your martial sect wants to take a step forward, you naturally need an innate expert. One more deterrent force, and I can provide an innate expert to you, anytime, anywhere, as long as it is someone that your martial sect promotes. These were the original words of Lin Fei. Through the secret sound transmission technique, it directly fell into Wu Qianquan's mind. Wu Qianquan could not do this level of means. None of the people present could hear this sound. Wu Qianquan was temporarily lost in thought. This was really a great temptation, even greater than the temptation of the Yi clan. The Yi clan provided an innate level cultivation method and took out 3 conditions. It indeed looked very tempting, but it was obviously a level lower than the martial sect producing an innate expert. The higher a cultivator's cultivation, the more difficult it would be. There was a huge gap between the Zhongshe realm and the Xiantian realm. Many people were stuck at this step, unable to cross it for their entire lives. Even if the martial gate was rich in resources and had blessed paradises, it was still very difficult to cultivate a true innate rancor. Up until now, the number of innate rancors in the martial gate was only 7, but only 2 or 3 of them had been cultivated. It was obvious how difficult it was. It wasn't something that could be seen in a few years. The martial gate was looking for all kinds of monstrous geniuses in order to increase the number of innate rancors. Wu Qianquan did not respond to the Yi clan's words. After all, this news was too harmful. If it were to spread, the entire martial arts circle would go crazy. At such a young age, Lin Fei had such a skill. This was what made all the forces afraid. Everyone, please wait a moment. This matter is too big, and I need to report it to the guild leader. Whether or not the guild leader decides to make it public will be up to the guild leader. Wu Qianquan indeed did not have the qualifications to make this matter public. The temptation was too great. Wu Qianquan also knew that as long as he dared to open his mouth, he would not have a good ending. He decisively chose to notify his guild leader. Wu Qianquan still had to take the blame. Wu Qianquan, could not. No one expected Wu Qianquan to say such a thing. Could it be that Lin Fei's conditions were stronger than the Yi clan's? No matter how they thought about it, they could not figure out what conditions Lin Fei would offer. I don't believe that the Yi clan's conditions can be better than mine. The middle-aged man from the Yi clan sat down again. Under the commotion, everyone became even more curious. They really could not figure out what good things Lin Fei, the dragon that crossed the river, could take out. Of course, the most important point was that since Wu Qianquan said such a thing, it must be something amazing. Boss, what did you say to Wu Qianquan? I remember that Wu Qianquan is usually a very old-fashioned person, but from the tone of his voice just now, he seemed to be controlling his excitement, which is very different from usual. Lin Ziqing more or less saw that Wu Qianquan's attitude was different. Guess. Lin Fei could not say that he specially sent an innate expert to the martial sect for the divine dragon key. If this was said, it would be a mess. Everything was within Lin Fei's expectations. Wu Qianquan did not dare to make it public, it was really too much information. Only the guild leader can deal with this kind of thing. Anyway, you just need to know that what I take out is something that the martial sect cannot refuse, even if it's the Lin family, the Yan family, the Gao family, or even the 5 families. Lin Ziqing was also full of doubts. What on earth did her uncle's son go through? He had become so mysterious. In an inconspicuous tea garden in Yanjing, people with a good nose could smell the floating tea fragrance. All kinds of tea fragrance gathered together, not interrupting the tea fragrance, but forming a unique existence. This was a sacred place for tea ceremony. The people who came here to taste the tea were the real people of Yanjing. In a private room, 2 men sat there. The sound of the zither lingered, and the tea artist was making tea. Her smooth movements were full of all kinds of beauty. Good tea, good tea. The 2 slowly tasted. Among them, the middle-aged man's phone rang. The middle-aged man slightly frowned, but he ignored it. When it rang for the second time, he took out his phone. What is Wu Qianquan doing? He knows that I can't be disturbed when I'm drinking tea. The man on the other side said, I know Wu Qianquan. He is very serious in his work. I'm afraid that something happened to the martial artist auction. If you don't deal with it, I guess Wu Qianquan can't handle it. The middle-aged man picked up the phone. No one knew what he heard, but his face suddenly changed, which was a great change from before. Are you sure he said that? After the middle-aged man hung up the phone, he drank the last cup of tea on the table and put down the cup. I'm afraid I can't drink tea with you today. Something really happened at the martial artist auction, and I have to go as the guild leader. Drinking tea requires a state of mind. If your state of mind is in a mess, drinking tea will be meaningless. I'll wait for you next time. The middle-aged man left the private room. Sitting in his exclusive car, the middle-aged man had been frowning. Lin Fei, do you really have the ability to turn something rotten into something magical? You can make a guru expert into an inborn expert. I'm afraid that even the Kunlun secret land doesn't have such means. But I still have to see it. It's very important for our martial arts sect. An inborn expert was a great deterrent. If Lin Fei really had this ability, the entire China and even the martial arts circle would change dramatically. Shuk Ju website. Chapter 41-29. While everyone was waiting, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The calmest one should be Lin Fei. No one could figure out what Lin Fei was planning. The Yi family was the most anxious. When Wu Qianquan informed the president, the Yi family also arranged for someone to inform the patriarch, Yi Xian, so that they could make arrangements. The dragon key was related to the land of the divine dragon, whether it was true or not. If the dragon key appeared, then the rest of the dragon keys would appear as well. If the Yi family had one more dragon key, it was equivalent to having one more right to speak. The other 4 families were more or less the same as the Yi family. They all passed on the news. When they came, they did not know that the final treasure was the dragon key, but since Wu Qianquan personally invited them over, it must be a good thing. Wu Qianquan's reputation in the circle was pretty good. He wouldn't say much if he had to. Wu Qianquan personally greeted the president outside. As soon as the president got out of the car, Wu Qianquan's eyes lit up. President, you're finally here. If you didn't come, I would be embarrassed to continue. Tell me everything again. Remember, I want to know everything. Don't miss any details. The middle-aged man had to understand everything clearly in this short period of time. In less than a few minutes, Wu Qiankuan told him the whole story. You said that Lin Fei knows the superior skill of secret voice transmission. He also said that he would personally help our martial sect get an innate master. Are you sure he is joking? Wu Sihai asked. I think the possibility is very high, because it has not been long since Lin Fei appeared. The most important thing is that he disappeared for 5 years. In these 5 years, it is very terrifying for an ordinary person to become a master. Not to mention that he is not a master, but an innate master. I think the possibility of his words is very high. If our martial sect can really add another innate master, our influence will greatly increase. As for the final choice, it still depends on the president. Wu Qiankuan said. I think they have been waiting for a long time. Let's go in. Wu Sihai was also constantly thinking about how to choose. On one side was the Yi clan. With their qualifications, they would be of great help to the martial gate in the future. On the other side was Lin Fei, a guy who had appeared out of nowhere and had many secrets on him. Every time one layer was uncovered, another layer would appear. It was as if his entire body was shrouded in mystery. President Wu is here. He's quite fast. I remember that he rarely comes to the martial artist auction. Could it be that Lin Fei's request has moved even the guild leader? Wu Sihai entered the auction house. Everyone's expression began to change. This was especially evident in the Yi family. It was unknown how many times the martialist auction had been held, but the appearance of Wu Sihai, the president, could be counted on one hand. It wasn't something important. Normally, Wu Sihai would be in the tea house. In his words, the world was big, but not as big as drinking tea. Although everyone knew that this was a joke, those who truly knew the truth were still very clear. I've made everyone wait for a long time. You all know that Beijing's traffic is terrible, Wu Sihai said to everyone. Traffic jams were nothing to everyone. It was obvious that this was a polite remark. Anyway, everyone had waited for so long. I'll talk to little brother Lin Fei for a while. Everyone wait a little longer. Wu Sihai walked towards Lin Fei. I don't know if little brother Lin Fei has time, let's talk a little more. Wu Sihai needed to confirm one thing, and that was whether Lin Fei's words were true or not. Not everyone could raise a great master to the Xiantian realm. At the very least, Wu Sihai had never heard of such a thing before, unless it was some forbidden elixir. That was very harmful to the martial artist, and his entire future would be ruined. Generally, unless they had reached a dead end, they would not take this kind of elixir. Of course, if such elixir really existed, countless guru would choose to take it. As for the martial gate, there was also a kind of elixir that could enhance strength, but it was a kind of forbidden elixir that could enhance strength in a short period of time. Very few people would choose to take it, unless it was a matter of life and death. I won't say anything unnecessary. Everyone should be anxious. I'll say it again, if you believe it, you won't regret it. If you don't believe it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you won't see it. It's that simple. Lin Fei didn't get up as he spoke calmly. Wu Sihai's brows furrowed even more. Do you want me to make my own choice? If possible, Wu Sihai would definitely choose the Yi family. After all, it was a real benefit, while Lin Fei had to take a risk. The choice between the two. It seemed fair, but the balance was unknowingly tilted to one side. Little brother Lin Fei, you really know how to talk. Such a question is difficult for me, Wu Sihai said jokingly. After seeing this scene, many people could not help but feel that Lin Fei was very bold. Even his words were so arrogant. In the younger generation, there were really not many people who dared to speak to Lin Fei like this. Looking at President Wu Sihai's expression, he was clearly hesitating. This made the 5 top clans feel even more uncomfortable. It was as if a cat was scratching their hearts, and they could not wait to unravel the mystery. Wuxia could become the president of the martial sect, and lead the martial sect all the way from being weak to where they were now. He was able to go against the Yan Huang battle team. Naturally, he was a man of courage. After thinking for a while, he announced to the crowd. Your Yi family's offer is not bad, but in the end, I still choose Lin Fei. As for Lin Fei's offer, I will tell Yi Xian about it. I will tell Yi Xian about this. Wuxia would not choose to disclose Lin Fei's conditions. After all, it was too shocking. The warrior auction house ushered in quite a commotion. The middle-aged man from the Yi family was very disappointed. He did not expect that Wuxia would still choose Lin Fei. This made him very unhappy, but he also knew that since Wuxia had made this choice, he would not change his mind. I will report this matter to the patriarch, the man from the Yi family said. In fact, everyone wanted to know what item Lin Fei had offered that could make Wuxia so determined to stand on Lin Fei's side. Could it be that the items of their top clans were not as good as the items in Lin Fei's hands? Everyone had seen it before, and they really could not think of anything that could surpass their Xiantian level techniques. They had secret techniques, they had money, they had. No matter which one it was, it seemed to be able to crush this kid Lin Fei. But the final result was quite surprising. In 3 days, I will go to your martial sect. As for who you want to let break through, that will be up to the president. The secret voice transmission technique once again appeared in Wuxia's mind. Lin Fei took the divine dragon key that was sent down. He swaggered away. Chapter 4130. P.S. Thanks for the clueless grasshopper's tip. It's not easy to change the cover. The news about the dragon god key spread like wildfire among the upper-class society. Of course, the upper class was only limited to the warrior circle. Only the 5 top families in Yanjing knew the exact origin of the dragon key. After the families returned to their families, they flipped through the relevant information and became more aware of the importance of the dragon key. It involved the land of the dragon, and it was extraordinary. It was a pity that the dragon key had fallen into the hands of Lin Fei. Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. Even Wu Qianquan and Wu Sihai, the president of the martial sect, did not dare to make a move on him. If it were them, they would not dare to make a move either. This was a very sad thing. The strength of a dragon crossing the river was really a mess. Master, do you think that Wu Sihai has tricked us? Until now, I still can't think of any conditions that are better than the Yi families. In the yard, Yi Xian was making tea, savoring the fragrance in the tea. Several people stood in front of him, including the middle-aged man who went to the auction. At this moment, he said with a puzzled face. It's just a divine dragon key. As long as the other divine dragon keys don't appear, this divine dragon key is really nothing. Yi Xian did not care much about this matter. He was not interested in what conditions Lin Fei had offered. You don't have to take this matter to heart. You just need to know that Lin Fei will become a senior elder of the Yan Huang battle team soon. These people from the Yi family had a puzzled look on their faces. That was just a dragon crossing the river. Why would their master have such an idea? He was not going to interfere. What did Lin Fei do? To change the impression of the master, it was scary just thinking about it. The Yi family was the calmest. Yi Xian knew that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. Since that time, his hidden injury had been cured. His strength had been increasing bit by bit, and he was getting closer and closer to breaking through that realm. At this critical juncture, Yi Xian would not make things difficult for Lin Fei. Nor did he have the confidence to do so. Even the sects in the Kunlun mystic realm could not tell that he had hidden injuries in his body. However, Lin Fei saw through it easily and allowed him to take the most important step forward. Yi Xian would not trouble Lin Fei. Meanwhile, Yen Tieshua also reported the news to Deacon Luo Sandao. Speaking of which, the divine dragon key appeared. Luo Three Blades' originally cold face exploded with a hint of excitement, his heart moved. Are you sure? Yen Tieshua nodded. Wu Men found a divine dragon key from somewhere and used it to exchange for benefits. As a result, that Lin Fei snatched it from the Yi family. Until now, we still haven't guessed what conditions Lin Fei offered that made Wu Sihai recognize the other party's words. Yen Tieshua could also tell that Three Blades Luo seemed to be interested in the dragon key. Deacon Luo, is there something different about this dragon god key? Yen Tieshua asked carefully. Three Blades Luo was originally in a bad mood. Because that herb was something that he wanted to get his hands on. It was only because of his identity that he did not go to the warrior auction venue. When he heard about the divine dragon key, the medicinal herbs were nothing. You people only know that the dragon god key is extraordinary, but do you know that in the land of the divine dragon, there are unparalleled treasures? Three Blades Luo said with a smile, I'll tell you this. Wu Sihai is lucky that he did not keep the dragon god key. No matter who gets their hands on this dragon god key, they will not have a good ending. You have to know that when 10 dragon god keys come together and open that treasured land, there is unparalleled god's blood that can help people break through and go one step higher. Think about how sensational this news will be when it spreads. Yen Tieshua was also shocked. He never thought that such a thing could happen here. The dragon god key could also be exchanged for a large amount of credit in the sect. Three Blades Luo never thought that such a task could be completed. It was impossible to complete anyway. But now it was right in front of him, just one step away from him. How could Three Blades Luo not be happy? That was why he told Yen Tieshua such a thing. Yen Tieshua was still too ignorant. Just the 2 words, God's blood, were enough to shake his entire mind. Doesn't that mean that Lin Fei, who has the dragon god key, will immediately be targeted? Lin Fei, that's an interesting guy. Three Blades Luo laughed very coldly. Now it looks like I can settle old and new grudges. He stole my herb and gave me the dragon god key. If he knows what's good for him, this old man will send him on his way. Yen Tieshua knew that if Lin Fei was targeted by Three Blades Luo, he would not have a good future. No matter how unfathomable Lin Fei's strength was, he would lose the chance to struggle against Three Blades Luo. Deacon Luo, do you need me to take that kid down? Why would a big shot like you make a move against a little guy? Yen Tieshua volunteered to fight. Actually, he also wanted to see Lin Fei for himself. What gave him the guts to be so arrogant and domineering in Yanjing, and even be called a dragon crossing the river? Especially since their Yen clan had suffered losses time and time again. If they did not teach Lin Fei a lesson, people would really think that their Yen clan was as obedient as rabbits. They were not obedient rabbits, but real fierce tigers that could bite off a piece of flesh from the other party at any time. I heard that even the Wang clan suffered at his hands. Forget it. This old man will personally deal with this matter, lest a long night brings trouble. Find out where that kid went. Prepare to make a move tonight. How could Three Blades Luo sit still? That was the dragon god key. Bringing it back to the sect would be a great merit. It could be exchanged for 1,000,000 merits. After working hard for 10 years, he had only accumulated 400,000 to 500,000 merits. Now that he could bring back a key, it would be 1,000,000 merits. Just thinking about it made him excited. A guy in the Khanate realm was at most in the early Khanate realm. There was no need to care at all. If he did not make a move now, once the news spread to those sects, more and more people would come to fight for it. Okay. Yen Tieshua felt a little regretful that he did not get the chance to make a move. But since Three Blades Luo had already said so, how could he dare to say anything else? Someone arranged to keep an eye on him quickly sent back news. Deacon Luo, I don't know what's wrong with that kid. He actually ran to the suburbs instead of staying in a 5-star hotel. Could it be that he knows something? Three Blades Luo laughed loudly. The suburbs are good. This is a chance for this old man to fulfill his wish. It was clear that Three Blades Luo preferred the downtown area and the outskirts. Everything was under his control. Three Blades Luo personally went after Lin Fei, and Yan Tixue was lucky enough to go. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4131. After leaving the warrior auction, Lin Fei did not return to the city. He asked Lin Ziqing to send him to the suburbs on the other side. Lin Ziqing was confused. Don't know what you're not supposed to know. You can drive back now. Lin Ziqing was chased away just like that. She drove far away. A phone call pulled her back from her confusion. Dad, why did you call me? Aren't you always busy? Lin Ziqing's father was not a warrior, but a businessman. He had a high status in the Lin family and was busy with work every day. The clan leader wants you to come home immediately. Remember, immediately. Don't play outside. If the clan leader is unhappy, I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Ziqing pondered for a moment and immediately knew what was going on. I'll be back in a bit. Lin Ziqing knew that she had guessed correctly. The Dragon God key was very important. Lin Fei did not return to the city on purpose. When the Dragon God key appeared at the warrior auction, he could clearly feel the change in many people's expressions. He knew that the Dragon God key's origin was not simple. Of course, Lin Fei did not know the specific use of the Dragon God key. However, he believed that someone would tell him. This Dragon God key was the most unusual treasure that Lin Fei had obtained since his return. The land of the Dragon God was related to the origin of Wuxia. This made Lin Fei even more interested. Therefore, he prepared to go fishing and see how many big fish he could catch. If the other forces knew about this, they would definitely scold Lin Fei for being shameless and treating them like fish. Lin Fei knew that someone was following him. Moreover, the person was very skilled at following him. If it could be graded, it would at least be an 8. With a secret technique, he could follow him silently. It was indeed impossible for ordinary people to detect him. Lin Fei pretended that he did not know anything. He walked and stopped every now and then, putting on a vigilant look. On the other hand, the person following him in the dark was secretly pleased with himself. This time, I've made a great contribution. Even if you, Lin Fei, are a dragon crossing the river, so what? You're still under my watch. When the experts from the family come, let's see if you still have the qualifications to be arrogant. None of the martial artists in Yanjing had ever been convinced by Lin Fei. If he could see Lin Fei, the dragon that crossed the river, being beaten into a dead dragon, it would definitely be a very satisfying thing to do. The person who was following him had been secretly sending out his location. He was also quite curious. Where is this kid going? Lin Fei's speed was neither fast nor slow. He went all the way to the outskirts of the mountains and finally stopped by the river. He carefully took out the divine dragon key. Does he know something? The guy who had been following them secretly took a deep breath after seeing this scene. You must be tired after following me for so long. It's time for you to come out. Lin Fei's palm casually swept across the gravel beside him. Whoosh! 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 Countless gravel turned into streaks of light and shot towards him. Damn it, he actually found me. Why didn't I know anything? The person who was following him was shocked and quickly chose to retreat. He was good at stalking, not fighting. With his powerful body movement technique, he did not know how many people's counterattacks. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, a stone struck his left leg, causing him to wail in pain. I've been hit. Just like that, all his steps were messed up. Bang! 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 Dozens of stones hit him and sent him flying. He smashed into the river and splashed a lot of water. Your body movement technique is not bad. It's a pity that you haven't perfected it. There are flaws everywhere. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The person felt a force enveloping him. He flew from the river and floated in front of the other party. I'm quite curious. Which side are you from? Remember, you only have one chance. Otherwise, you'll be thrown into the river to feed the fish. Lin Fei's words were like magic. The person's eyes became hazy and he lost consciousness. I'm Yi Feng, from the Yen family. Among so many people following him, only the Yen family's tracking method was the best. It was not a problem at all to follow those grandmaster experts. Unfortunately, he met Lin Fei. The Yen family is really generous. They actually arranged such a powerful tracking master outside. They should know the real secret of the Shenong key. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to act. From the person's words, Lin Fei also knew that the Yen family leader, Yen Tishue, was on his way. After waking the person up with a slap, he casually threw him beside the river. Just sit there obediently and reply to whatever message your patriarch sends. Just like that, Lin Fei sat on a rock and closed his eyes to rest. Yi Feng, who was covered in injuries, did not dare to do anything. He was still in shock. Relying on those stones to defeat him was terrifying. Yi Feng even suspected that if Lin Fei did not want to know the news, he would have been killed by that force instead of hitting other parts of his body. Even though Lin Fei was resting with his eyes closed, in Yi Feng's eyes, Lin Fei was evil to the core. If he moved, he might become a corpse in the next second. Therefore, he could only obediently reply to the message. An hour and a half later. Night had begun to fall. A few figures were shuttling through the forest quickly. The one in the lead was Luo Shandao. He covered a few meters with each step. His movement technique was much better than Yen Tishue's. Deacon Luo is indeed different. His movement technique is much better than mine. I can't catch up with him even if I try my best. Luo Shandao was more excited than anyone else because he would soon get the Divine Dragon Key. It was worth 1,000,000 credits. He could exchange it for a lot of good stuff in the Kunlun Mystery Land. Luo Shandao really wanted to thank Lin Fei for such a good thing. Therefore, he had decided that when he saw Lin Fei, he would send him on his way with one slash. There would not be a second slash. Luo Shandao's real name was not Luo Shandao's name. After he started practicing his saber techniques, he changed his name to Luo Shandao. He only used 3 slashes to kill his enemies. He had also pushed the name Luo Shandao to a very high position. Anyone who knew him would never dare to attack him because he would die within 3 slashes. This was not a joke. It was real. It's really in front. Luo Shandao could already feel the sound of breathing and the sound of running water. There were also 2 auras. He quickly locked onto one of them. You are the Lin Fei who stole my stones. Luo 3 blade slashed out with his saber and struck the pebbles. The pebbles fell like rain from the sky. Shook Shandao's website. Chapter 4132. Luo Sandao wanted to take down Lin Fei before everyone else, and then get his hands on the dragon key. A merit worth 1,000,000. Only when it was in his hands could it be considered truly in his hands. After Luo Sandao confirmed his opponent's identity, he slashed at the stones, and a sky full of stones flew towards Lin Fei like a meteor shower. The power of this slash was not weak. The power seeped into the stones, and each stone was like a bullet. It was not something that could be blocked by flesh and blood. Yen Tishue came to the stream, but did not make a move. He knew that in this situation, he could only watch from afar. After Luo Sandao made his move, Lin Fei knew that this person should be the main force this time, but not the Yan family patriarch. Lin Fei still had this little bit of insight. No wonder you rushed over here in such a hurry. So you're quite strong. Striking first gives you the upper hand, and you can get all the benefits first, Lin Fei said with a smile. He casually waved his hand at the void. The powerful immortal body erupted with power like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. These stones had been infused with a huge amount of power, but in the face of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, they exploded continuously, turning into white mist that drifted away. This move alone shocked Luo Sandao. After all, the power contained in this slash was not weak, and it had been blocked by the opponent just like that. It was somewhat surprising. This move alone was not enough to make Luo Sandao retreat. He rushed forward with large strides. Triple wave. The saber slashed down. The saber light carried a heavy pressure, and even the power between heaven and earth was guided into this saber light. In an instant, this saber light became infinitely dangerous. Luo Sandao's powerful strength allowed him to explode with a powerful offensive. One slash contained 3 slashes, one followed by another, and the 3 slashes merged into one. This required great power and a strong physical body to be able to use it. The 3 saber lights were extremely fast, as if they were one slash. Luo Sandao did not believe that Lin Fei could withstand his triple wave. The long saber in his hand followed. Today should be the 2 big fish. It's time to reel in the net. Lin Fei smiled as he raised his hand and punched out. His punch collided with the blade light. Before the sharp blade light could even approach Lin Fei's fist, it was shattered into pieces by the surging power of Lin Fei's fist. The 3 saber lights also collapsed completely in the face of this punch. After shattering the saber light with one punch, he opened his fist and easily caught Luo Three Blades' blade with 2 fingers. With this, all of Luo Sandao's power seemed to fall into a world of nothingness, without a trace of power. With a crack, the tough saber was actually snapped in by the opponent. The quality of your saber is not good. With a whoosh, a flash of saber light appeared in front of Luo Sandao's eyes. With a muffled grunt, his entire body flew backwards and smashed into the side of the stream. The broken saber had pierced through half of his body above his left shoulder. You're not at the early connate stage. You're at least at the consummate connate stage. Luo Three Blades spat out a mouthful of blood. You're not an early stage innate. You're at least a complete innate. When Luo Three Blade made a move, victory or defeat would always be decided with one strike. However, he was disappointed this time. Lin Fei's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. How could there be such a terrifying guy in the younger generation? Who said I'm an early stage innate? You people just love to let your imagination run wild. Lin Fei's gaze swept across and landed on Yan Tixue in the distance. Yan family head, I advise you not to move. It's better to stand still. Yan Tixue had originally planned to go up and flatter him, but who knew that the next scene would happen so quickly? Luo Sandao, who came out of the Kunlun mystic realm, was actually defeated. Even the triple wave that he was so proud of did not cause any damage to the opponent. Instead, the weapon in his hand broke into 2, and he himself was seriously injured. Yan Tixue was trembling. His opponent's simple words made him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss, as if he was being stared at by a great demon. It was a very stifling feeling. He did not doubt that if he moved even a little, he would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. Lin Fei, how dare you disrespect Deacon Luo? Do you know Deacon Luo's identity? He is someone from the Kunlun mystic realm. Why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing to apologize? Yan Tixue demanded. Forget it. You'd better kneel and talk. An illusory palm appeared on Yan Tieshua's head. After a muffled groan, his entire body seemed to fall apart. He was stuck to the ground, and fresh blood flowed out. He could not move at all. I already told you, it's good to be obedient. Why did you have to suffer? You people. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed. Luo Sandao flew over uncontrollably and was thrown in front of him. Now it's your turn. Confess everything. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. Just as Luo Sandao was about to say something, he lost his train of thought and began to speak in a daze. This is too scary. How can Lin Fei be so scary? Luo Sandao is, after all, a deacon of the Kunlun mystic realm. His status is high, and it's not something a person like me can compare to. To think that he could not even put up a single resistance in front of Lin Fei. This is too scary. Yan Tieshua's entire body could not move. He did not know how many ribs and bones he had broken. In any case, he could not even muster an ounce of strength. He was, after all, the head of the Yan clan, and yet he could not even withstand a single blow. He really wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Luo Sandao knew more than Lin Fei. Furthermore, it was very detailed. It was not a waste for him to specially come to the outskirts. He had really caught 2 big fish. This Kunlun mystic realm is not simple. It was just that they did not interfere with the matters of the outside world. However, with the appearance of the divine dragon key, some people in the Kunlun mystic realm would probably be tempted. Luo Sandao told Lin Fei everything he knew. However, there was not much that could interest Lin Fei. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. It could only be said that Luo Sandao's status was still a little lacking. If he had the status of an elder, he would have known more. Lin Fei waved his hand and Luo Sandao fell to the ground once again, waking him up. Feeling the intense pain in his body, Luo Sandao knew that he was not dreaming. Go back and tell the Kunlun mystic realm that once the divine dragon key is in my hands, it's impossible to take it out again. Please send a decent expert when you arrange for someone next time. Trash like you better not come. Luo Sandao let out a cry and vomited another mouthful of blood. He was a middle-stage innate expert. How did he become trash? I will definitely convey this. Luo Sandao clenched his teeth. Chapter 4133. Whether it was Luo Sandao or Yan Tieshue, they were just passers-by in Lin Fei's eyes. Luo Sandao's strength was quite good for him to be a deacon in the Kunlun Mystery Territory. One could imagine how strong the Kunlun Mystery Territory was. After finding out what he knew, Lin Fei left quietly. After that, Luo Sandao and Yan Tieshue left quietly. Luo Sandao and Yan Tieshue were in disbelief. How could he let us go just like that? Isn't he afraid of the Kunlun Mystery Territory's revenge? Luo Sandao roared. In the night, his voice reverberated continuously, startling countless birds. Disdain, this was blatant disdain. He completely looked down on him, a middle-stage post-celestial expert. Luo Sandao had never been disregarded like this before. It was too sad. Yan Tieshue was even more afraid to speak. He, the clan leader, was nothing in front of Three-Blade Luo, and even less so in front of Lin Fei. He could only watch as Three-Blade Luo vented his anger. What are you waiting for? Help me up, Luo Sandao snorted. Yan Tieshue went up to help Luo Sandao up. He was swaying, regretting not bringing more people. What should we do now? Lin Fei's strength was so brutal that it was a complete mess. Yan Tieshue did not have the mood to deal with him anymore. He knew Luo Sandao's strength. Even in front of Lin Fei, Luo Sandao was utterly defeated, let alone himself. Luo Sandao was also very depressed. That was a million merits, right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, It was gone, and he was despised by the other party. The other party's arrogance was boundless. He did not even put Luo Sandao or the Kunlun mystery territory in his eyes. Arrange for people to keep an eye on Lin Fei. If I can't handle a middle-stage post-celestial, then I'll get a late-stage post-celestial full completion post-celestial expert to come. No matter what, make him hand over the divine dragon key. Luo Sandao knew that he did not have the strength to compete with Lin Fei, but Kunlun mystery territory was full of experts. No matter what, he had to let Lin Fei know the power of Kunlun mystery territory. Lin Fei quickly returned to the 5-star hotel. To him, such a short distance was nothing. Playing with the divine dragon key in his hand, he was quite interested in this land of divine dragons. Since one divine dragon key has appeared, the remaining 9 keys should appear soon. I can sit back and wait for them to take the bait. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and was no longer anxious. This was because no one could snatch the godly dragon key from him. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to enter the land of the godly dragon, they would have to obtain the key from him. The matter of the divine dragon key caused a huge uproar in the martial arts circle. Everyone was paying attention to the situation. However, what made everyone dumbfounded was that the Yi family didn't do anything. The Yen family was the same. As for the Wang family, they didn't even dare to say a word. In a short period of time, the 3 forces did not utter a word, plus a martial sect, also did not retaliate. Invisibly, Lin Fei's name became a household name in the Yen Jing martial arts circle once again. He was even more powerful than the influential figures. Lin Fei did not care much about these things. Right now, there was only one thing left for him to do in Yen Jing, and that was related to the Lin family. When Lin Ziqing came looking for him again, it was already the 3rd day since that incident. I thought you would hide and never come. Seeing Lin Ziqing come up, Lin Fei smiled and said. Lin Ziqing's feelings were very complicated, especially the words of the clan leader. Even after a few days, she had not completely digested it. The Lin family must have pressured you. Lin Fei did not need to think to know what Lin Ziqing was facing. Lin Ziqing was indeed under a lot of pressure. The more outstanding Lin Fei's performance was, the more pressure she was under. Now the whole Lin family knew Lin Fei. However, with the precedent of Lin Fei breaking into the Wang family, although the family members did not like Lin Fei very much, no one was stupid enough to come to provoke him. At least Yan Tianan and other Grand Masters were no match for Lin Fei, which proved one thing, that was, Lin Fei's strength was at least at the Grand Master late stage or the peak level. As for the rumored innateness realm, because no one in the innateness realm had shown up yet, everyone did not believe it. Boss, I can't hide anything from you. You're a big shot in our family now. I just don't know when you'll be able to visit the Lin family. Lin Ziqing smiled bitterly. She didn't plan to hide anything from Lin Fei. If possible, you'd better go to our Lin family the day after tomorrow, because that day is the 90th birthday of our old Lin family's old ancestor. Lin Fei smiled. Your Lin family is quite calculative. If I go to visit your Lin family's old ancestor's 90th birthday, and you come to recognize me as your relative, won't your Lin family's influence be greatly increased? This is a good deal. Boss, you think too much. Our Lin family will not do such a thing. Lin Ziqing knew it would be like this, but she had no choice but to say nothing. Not to mention the other disciples of the family in front of Lin Fei. Now everyone knew that Lin Fei was a powerful man in Yanjing. He did not even give face to the people of the martial school, let alone the Lin family. Moreover, the family did go too far in the past. They were even more ashamed to see Lin Fei. Then how can your Lin family be so kind as to invite me to participate in the old ancestor's birthday banquet? Lin Fei smiled and said, there is no free lunch in this world. I still believe in this. The foundation of your Lin family is not even worth mentioning in my eyes. Lin Ziqing took a deep breath. Boss, it was actually the old master who asked you to go to the Lin family. Because our Lin family has a treasure. This treasure has already been known by outsiders. The old master thought about it and thought that the treasure could not be kept, so he planned to give this treasure to you. Lin Ziqing took out a photo from her bag. The old master said that when you see this photo, you should be interested in this treasure. Looking at the pitiful look on Lin Ziqing's face, which was very different from the appearance of the Valkyrie before, he still took the photo and casually glanced at it. Your Lin family is really lucky. Unknowingly, you actually received a divine dragon key and such a magical tool. The power of this magical tool is also not bad. It should be a top-grade magical tool. This thing is like a treasure in Wuxia. The old ancestor of your Lin family really has a good eyesight. No treasure could be hidden in front of Lin Fei. He only needed a glance to see through the bottom line. Ah, that thing is a top-grade magical tool. No wonder the old master's face turned grave when he mentioned this thing. Lin Ziqing said in surprise. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4134. Lin Ziqing had originally planned to use the item left behind by the patriarch to send Lin Fei to his 90th birthday banquet 2 days later. However, she did not expect that Lin Fei would recognize the origin of this item at a glance. When Lin Ziqing first saw it, she was confused. Later, after listening to the patriarch's explanation, she then realized that it was a supreme-grade celestial artifact. It was a pity that the Lin family could not use this supreme-grade celestial artifact. If they could use 20% or 30% of its power, it would not be like this now. Lin Ziqing did not dare to ask or say anything. She just waited quietly. Lin Fei did not care about any supreme-grade celestial artifact. At the same time, he realized that the patriarch of the Lin family was really a big shot. He was actually willing to give away this supreme-grade celestial artifact. If one thought that a supreme-grade celestial artifact would be given away, then one would be sorely mistaken. Lin Fei did not believe that the patriarch of the Lin family would be so kind. He might even make him a scapegoat. A supreme-grade celestial artifact was extremely powerful. An inborn expert could not activate it at all. Even if he could, it would not be like this now. Lin Fei still had this bit of common sense. If it was someone else, I would definitely not go. However, you are the manager of my branch, and I have to leave the matters in Beijing to you. I will reluctantly go this time. Lin Fei said calmly. In fact, even if Lin Ziqing did not come, Lin Fei had also planned to go to the Lin family to meet his parents and untie the knot in his heart. The stone in Lin Ziqing's heart was finally put down. As long as Lin Fei was willing to attend the birthday banquet, it would be fine. Regardless of whether there was any other relationship, at least Lin Fei's presence at the birthday banquet would be completely different. I heard that my parents do not live in the villa of the Lin family. Bring me there, I want to meet them. Lin Ziqing did not dare to refuse. Boss, please don't be angry when you meet them. Lin Ziqing added. Lin Fei was not angry. Just lead the way. You don't have to worry about the rest. Lin Ziqing secretly sighed in her heart. If she had known that her uncle's son would be so powerful, the Lin family would never have done that. Lin Ziqing could only hope that Lin Fei wouldn't be too angry when the time came. If he vented his anger on the family, no one would be able to withstand Lin Fei's anger. Now, everyone knew that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. At the very least, he was at the Grand Master completion. There was even a rumor that Lin Fei's strength had reached the innateness realm. Unfortunately, the Wang family did not say anything. Based on her woman's intuition, Lin Ziqing could more or less feel that Lin Fei was an innate expert. Even if he was only at the initial stage of the innate realm, he was still far beyond the reach of others. As one of the 5 major families in Yanjing, although the Lin family was ranked last, there had never been a genius among the younger generation who had reached the Khanate realm. The most powerful one was only at the peak of the Khanate realm, but there was still a long way to go before reaching the Khanate realm. Instead of driving, Lin Fei sat in Lin Ziqing's Land Rover. Throughout the entire process, Lin Fei had been resting with his eyes closed, looking very calm. The more he was like this, the more Lin Ziqing felt that something was wrong. They drove the Land Rover to a Sihiyuan, got off and walked in on foot. "Boss, my uncle now lives in a Sihiyuan. The air here is good and quiet. It's the most suitable place for cultivation." Lin Ziqing was secretly observing while talking. Lin Fei could also feel that this place was really different from the outside. It was a good place. After walking for a short distance, Lin Fei sensed 2 breaths in his divine sense. These 2 auras were weak, extremely weak. However, Lin Fei was familiar with one of them. It was the aura of the bloodline. Lin Fei knew that he was indeed from the Lin family, and he was from the first branch. Lin Fei's expression became complicated. He arrived in front of a Sihiyuan. This Sihiyuan was not big. It was much smaller than the God of War's house. He walked up the steps and gently pushed the door open. Lin Ziqing followed behind, feeling puzzled. How did he know that my uncle lives in this Sihiyuan? Could it be that Lin Fei knew in advance? The yard was not big. There were many bottles and jars, and many flowers and plants were planted. It looked green. There was an empty space on the upper left side of the yard. A man and a woman were busy in the empty space. The man on the left was moving slowly, coughing from time to time. The woman on the other side kept patting her back, full of heartache. At this moment, the woman turned around and saw a young man standing in the yard. With one look, the woman's entire mind was shaken, and then it was followed by joy. She stared fixedly at the person who had come, and tears continuously flowed down from her eyes. "You're Xiaofan. You must be Xiaofan." The woman turned around, her voice trembling. The man next to her did not understand. "Honey, you're talking nonsense again. What Xiaofan? Xiaofan passed away a long time ago. I've told you so many times. Why can't you remember?" It was not a long distance. Lin Fei could clearly feel the aura coming from this woman. Who else could it be other than his mother? Lin Fei, who had lived for countless years, had killed countless experts. However, when he faced his parents, he could not remain calm. Lin Ziqing stood at the back and didn't say anything. She knew that at this time, she could only watch quietly and not say anything. The man stopped working and turned around. He saw a young man who looked similar to him standing in front of him. Behind him was the genius of the family, Lin Ziqing. There was a loud bang. The man seemed to have understood something. He stared at Lin Fei. When Lin Fei saw his father's appearance, his breathing became heavier. He finally understood what Lin Ziqing had said before. Who did it? A simple sentence instantly turned the entire courtyard, which was originally filled with a warm atmosphere, into a world of ice and snow. Even Lin Ziqing, a grandmaster expert, had a drastic change in expression. Oh no! Who did it? It was still the same sentence, but the voice was colder than before. Little Fei, forget it. It's all in the past. There's no need. Don't you see that I'm fine now? The man trembled and laughed dryly. The empty left arm was very ear-piercing. After seeing his father, Lin Fei had a general understanding of what had happened back then. If it had been someone else, it would have been fine. But this man was his father. He had the blood of his parents in him. This could not be changed. Even if Lin Fei did not recognize his parents, no one could do anything in front of his parents. Because they did not have the right. Lin Lang, how many times have I told you that you can't plant vegetables in the Sihyuan? Have you not learned your lesson? Shukju website. Chapter 4135. When Lin Ziqing heard what Lin Fei said, she knew that she was in trouble. In the face of Lin Fei's powerful aura, Lin Ziqing was simply unable to speak. Even when she was facing the clan leader, Lin Ziqing had never experienced such a strong sense of oppression. Lin Ziqing also understood that if these auras were directed at her, she would probably lose in a single exchange. Lin Fei was indeed angry. Even if he had a heart of stone, he would still be angry when he saw his father lose his left arm. He was originally in his 50s, but now he looked like he was in his 70s. At the same time, a sarcastic voice came from outside. A group of people came in. The leader was a young man in his 30s. He had a few lackeys behind him, and he looked like he was showing off. Lin Haiyang was a collateral relative of the Lin family. However, the people he followed were quite powerful, and he had made a name for himself in the Lin family. He didn't expect to see a man and a woman standing in the yard when he came in. He didn't know the man, but he knew the woman. She was the proud daughter of the clan, Lin Ziqing. How can you say that? Get out. While Lin Ziqing was still thinking about how to explain this matter, such a cold sentence made her realize that things would get worse. She snorted coldly at Lin Haiyang. Lin Haiyang and Lin Ziqing didn't have a good relationship. They didn't greet each other much. However, Lin Haiyang felt that something was wrong when Lin Ziqing said that. Miss Ziqing, I didn't say anything wrong. This courtyard house isn't Lin Lang's. He's just living here. He's not allowed to grow vegetables in the courtyard house. What's wrong with him using it to farm? As soon as Lin Haiyang said that, an illusory palm print appeared on his face. With a loud bang, Lin Haiyang was smashed into the wall. It was like the word was embedded in the wall. Lin Haiyang was hanging on the wall, but he didn't smash through it. He was like a wall painting. He couldn't move, and his mind was blank. Where am I? What am I doing? Everything popped up in his mind. It wasn't until a moment later that he realized he was hanging on the wall. His face was burning. Who did it? Lin Haiyang roared angrily, which affected his qi and blood. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and his expression became dispirited. Those followers were all external forces of the Lin family. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically because they didn't see who did it from the beginning to the end. Boss, listen to my explanation. Lin Ziqing really wanted to kill Lin Haiyang. Things were already like this, and this brat still dared to add fuel to the fire. Boss? Lin Haiyang was even more confused. When did Lin Ziqing have a boss? Did you do it? Lin Haiyang stared at him fiercely. But with a single glance, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Because this person looked too much like Lin Lang. Who didn't know that Lin Lang's child had died a long time ago? How did another one pop up now? Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. Lin Haiyang felt himself being sucked out by a suction force. Then, powerful fingers grabbed his neck. Tell me everything you know. Lin Haiyang originally wanted to say, how could I say it? But in the next second, he was shocked to find that he couldn't help but say it. I'm the second master's man. I'm here to make Lin Lang roll out of this courtyard house and roll back into his doghouse. Lin Fei's face was calm. Lin Ziqing, who was at the side, could actually see that the boss's anger was very big. It was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Lin Lang and Li Qingya looked at each other, and they became anxious in their hearts. They didn't know about Lin Fei's existence, and they didn't know about it from the beginning to the end. They didn't live here a while ago. Therefore, they were still not used to living in this courtyard house, which was why Lin Lang was working here. Hubby, is this our son? Li Qingya said excitedly. She didn't care how strong her son was, as long as he was her son. Lin Lang was also a martial artist back then, and he was also very talented. However, after seeing his son's strength, Lin Fei, he was even more shocked. Beating people like hanging pictures, this was a test of fire. Lin Haiyang's strength was not strong, it was only the strength of the dark realm, but he couldn't defeat the power of his son's palm. It could be imagined that his son's strength was definitely stronger than his, maybe he had already reached the realm of supreme power. Lin Lang seemed to see another himself. At this time, he was also high-spirited, but in the end. It's our son. I didn't expect him to be so big, and his strength is stronger than mine at that time. Lin Lang said with emotion. Lin Fei was really angry. He casually threw Lin Haiyang into the air. Lin Haiyang disappeared from the courtyard. Those lackeys didn't dare to say anything else. They scrambled and ran out. It was really too scary. Your Lin family is really interesting. These words were directed at Lin Ziqing. Lin Ziqing's blood boiled when she was looked at by Lin Fei. She almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Boss, listen to my explanation. Actually, it's not like what you think. There's no need to explain. I know very well. Lin Fei shook his head and said, I only believe what I see. Originally, Lin Fei's impression of the Lin family was average. Now, his impression has become even worse. Little Fei, in fact, you don't have to do this. Anyway, I'm used to it. You don't have to go against the Lin family, because it doesn't make any sense. Lin Lang trembled and walked over. You've worked hard all these years. It's our fault that we, as parents, weren't by your side. You can refuse to recognize us as parents, but I don't want you to be enemies with the Lin family. Yes, little Fei, it's all over, and we've all admitted it. You don't have to fight with the Lin family anymore. Everything is not worth it. I'm already very satisfied to see you again. Li Qingya said with tears. After Lin Lang and Li Qingya saw Lin Fei, they knew that in this life, no matter whether Lin Fei recognized them as parents or not, at least they were not qualified to be biological parents. It was not easy to get to this point without any resources, so they didn't want anything to happen to their son more than anyone else. They couldn't keep their son in the past. Now they don't want anything to happen to Lin Fei, and they don't want to see their son die. Lin Ziqing, tell me, where is the second master now? I want to get even with him. Under Lin Fei's gaze, Lin Ziqing hesitated and said, the second master should be in his tea house at this time. Facing Lin Fei, Lin Ziqing knew that she didn't dare to refuse. You don't have to come. Just stay here. Shukju website.
Chapter 322. Giving up 100 strings of cash to get out of the palace in exchange for an unknown underwear shop caused a lot of waves in the Yeding Palace. No one knew what an underwear shop was. How much could the shop make in the future? No one knew. This made the palace maids talk about it, not knowing where to go. 100 strings of cash was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. If it was the salary of a 7th grade official in the Tang dynasty, it would be about 50 months, which was about 4 years of salary. The average monthly income of an ordinary person in Chang was about 100 strings of cash. 100 strings of cash was equivalent to 8 years of income of an ordinary person. This made the palace maids hesitate, not knowing if they should invest. Some palace maids were hesitant, but there were also people who understood. As soon as the news came to the Yeding Palace, some palace maids signed up without hesitation. Many palace maids who were familiar with these bold palace maids could not help but persuade them. Ronyang, it's 100 strings of cash. Are you going to give it up? Is it worth it? I don't know what an underwear shop does. Jade Mother, you have to trust me. Go and sign up. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. The palace maid called Ronyang smiled sweetly and persuaded her. But, no buts. Think about it. The underwear shop is the business of Her Highness and Huxian Man. Who is Wuxian man? That was a literary star descending to the mortal world. His and Her Highness the Empress carriage business was a good business that made them a lot of money. With these two as the owners, what are you worried about? It's 100 strings of cash. The palace maid was still reluctant. She had never had 100 strings of cash. Ronyang sighed. So what if it's 1,000 strings of cash? There will be a day when it's all gone. What should we do then? Since we don't want to get married, we can't go to Pingkong Square to entertain people. Jade Mother, listen to me. Go and sign up. Well, okay, I'll listen to you. I'll sign up too. The palace maid called Jade Mother hesitated and was finally persuaded. Such conversations were not uncommon in Yeting Palace. The palace maids, who had been hesitant, all decided to take a gamble after a mental struggle. They would use the settlement fee in exchange for a stable business. If these palace maids knew what underwear was, if they knew that after Pai Lupi saw Yang Fei wearing underwear, he was amazed by the changes in his wife's body and had a night of plum blossoms, perhaps they wouldn't be so worried. Of course, the palace maids didn't know that after a few years, there would be more than 500 rich ladies in Chang'an. She was beautiful and wealthy, which attracted the attention of many people in Chang'an, but also caused a lot of trouble. These were all things that would happen later. At this time, the 500 or so palace maids who were nervous naturally could not foresee what would happen in the future. With the support of Empress Zhang's son and enough copper coins, the establishment of the lingerie shop went smoothly. However, this had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. Having been excluded from the underwear industry, he didn't have to worry about how to settle the palace maids. Therefore, he spent a few days leisurely. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms had been copied and had been given to owner's son to slowly engrave and print. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was popular in Chang'an and the surrounding counties. There were all kinds of pirated copies, which made Li Wangyu feel helpless. Fortunately, he didn't rely on this book to make money, so he didn't care. The two little kids, Li Chengqian and Li Tai, came to Dingzhou village more and more often, and became closer to Li Wangyu. The two little kids were full of admiration for this little teacher, who could always think of all kinds of ways to bring them along to play. Li Wangyu's way of educating these two little kids was to combine education with fun. He took them to play with the other children in the village, hoping to re-establish a normal worldview for them, so that their future would not be so tragic and dark. As for Princess Royal Li Lizzie, she was taken away by her beautiful superior every time she came to Dingzhou village. After all, she was a girl, and it was more suitable for her to be taught by a beautiful superior. The carriage business was thriving, and the high alcohol content of the winery was also on the market. After tasting the highly distilled liquor, the people of Chang'an went crazy. They went crazy for the unprecedented wine. How could the Tangs, who were addicted to wine, resist such good wine? But all the restaurants and wine shops that sold wine were filled with an unprecedented and extremely rich wine fragrance. The wine fragrance made the Tangs' wine worms feel uncomfortable, and many people were attracted to the winery by the rich wine fragrance. The Tangs, who were used to drinking low alcohol content wine, could not stand the alcohol stimulation of the high alcohol content wine. The Tangs, who could drink a bucket of wine and not get drunk, became drunk after drinking a liter of white wine. Li Bai wrote hundreds of poems when drinking wine, and could drink 300 cups in one go. If it was high alcohol content wine, he would have been drunk into a puddle of mud. For a time, the number of drunkards in Chang'an increased, and the number of drunk people was innumerable. Every day, the Marquis who patrolled the streets had to drag out many drunkards who passed out on the streets. Especially after the curfew, those who passed out on the streets would not only be beaten 40 times, but also thrown into the prison to sober them up. But even so, the Xiaodao wine brewed in the winery was still sold out. The high price of 50 strings of coins per bucket, which was 5 times the price of the most expensive wine in the Tang dynasty, still did not stop the drunkards of the Tang dynasty from chasing after the Xiaodao wine. At present, the winery in the col of Mount Shouyang had just started production, so the output was not high, only about 10 tons of white wine a month. Converted into the unit of measurement of the Tang dynasty, it was 1,000 buckets. If all of them were sold, the income would be 50,000 strings of coins, and the profit would be at least 40,000 strings of coins. The output of the winery was still increasing. As long as there was enough sorghum, more wine could be brewed. Now, the Qiu family in Chang'an was constantly transferring sorghum from all over the Tang dynasty to Li Wangyu's winery. However, due to the locust plague in Guangzhou this year, the sorghum that could be transferred was limited, which also limited the output of the winery. Li Wangyu was not worried. After all, he knew that the grain of the Tang dynasty would usher in a bumper harvest 3 years after Zhengguan. It was recorded in the comprehensive mirror of aid for governance. When the year is ripe, the world is vast, and the scattered people return to their hometowns, rice will be no more than 3 or 4 coins. Although Li Wangyu did not believe that the price of rice would be reduced to such an extent, at least the grain harvest was certain. After calculating the property of his family, Li Wangyu was very satisfied and lived quite leisurely every day. But today, a group of playboys suddenly came to the door and insisted on dragging Li Wangyu to Chang'an to watch the polo match. Li Wangyu looked up at the scorching sun in the sky, but he had no intention of going out. Going out on such a hot day was not like drinking iced fruit juice in his own backyard and looking at cool beauties. However, Li Wangyu could not resist the playboy's forceful pull. He was dragged on the back of a horse, and the group of people rode to Chang'an. Chapter 323. Polo was known as striking Ju in ancient China. It was invented in the Han dynasty and flourished in the Tang and Song dynasties. In the Three Kingdoms period, Chao Zhi's Mingdu chapter had a poem that said, "Even riding a horse to strike Ju rang, cleverly pushing through 10,000 ends." This showed that polo had existed at least in the late Han dynasty. Polo was known as striking ball in the Tang dynasty. It could be said that it was the #1 sport in the Tang dynasty. Its popularity was far beyond that of football and basketball in the modern era. It was not an exaggeration to call it the national sport. Not only the civil and military officials and the common people loved polo, but even the emperors of the Tang dynasty were the same. Among the 23 emperors of the Tang dynasty, 2 of them actually died because of polo. This showed how passionate the people were. There was even a women's polo team in the Tang dynasty. Polo in the Tang dynasty already had detailed rules and etiquette, and there were polo courts all over the country. The mural playing polo, that was unearthed in the tomb of the Tang dynasty's crown prince, vividly depicted the scene of polo in the Tang dynasty. Unfortunately, with the rolling wheels of history, polo almost disappeared from China during the Ming and Qing dynasties and was instead popular in the West. It was a pity that this style of the Tang dynasty still existed in the West. Li Wangyu only knew about polo in his previous life. He had never come into contact with it, so naturally, he was not interested in it. However, since he was dragged here by the popinjays, he just went with the flow and treated it as a chance to experience the customs of the Tang dynasty. Today, the popinjays dragged him to a place that Li Wangyu had never been to. The Beia 6 Army's encampment in the Northern Imperial Garden. Li Wangyu could not help but be curious when he saw that the polo match was held in the Imperial Army's encampment. Brothers, why is today's striking ball being held in the Beia Imperial Army's encampment? Who are the 2 sides of the match? Chung Chumo laughed. Today is the match between the Beia 6 armies and the Nanya 16 guards. Last time, this group of robbers lost in the Nanya encampment and were very unconvinced. They are clamoring for another match in the Beia encampment. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of them? That's right, today, our Nanya will win. Yuchi Baochi also laughed. Li Wangyu was a little confused by the words of these 2 bastards. He simply pulled Fang Yai aside and asked in a low voice. Only then did he figure out the reason. In Chang'an City, the Northern Yamen 6 armies were Pai Lupi's personal troops. They were the soldiers and their descendants who served Li Yuan when he attacked Taiyuan. The 6 armies of Beia, also known as the Yuan Song Imperial Army, were responsible for guarding the north gate of the palace and accompanying the emperor in hunting. They were Pai Lupi's closest bodyguards and were stationed in the north courtyard of the palace of Chang'an. As for the 16 guards of the southern Yamen, they were in charge of all the soldiers under the heavens, including Cheng Chumo's left and right Jinwu guards and Yuchi Baochi's Chenyo guards. Because the 16 guards were located in the south of the imperial palace, they were called the 16 guards of the southern palace. Because the 6 armies of the northern Yamen and the 16 guards of the southern Yamen were both stationed in Chang'an City, there was no lack of friction between them. However, they were all imperial guards of the Tang dynasty. If there was a conflict between them, they couldn't fight with real swords and spears, could they? Thus, playing polo to determine the winner became a very good choice. Every time there was a conflict between the imperial guards of the southern Yamen, the generals of the 16 guards of the southern Yamen would negotiate with the imperial guards of the northern Yamen to play polo. The loser would retreat. Pai Lupi was happy to see this happen. After all, he liked to play polo. The Imperial Guards could resolve conflicts and train their horsemanship by doing this. Why not? With Pai Lupi's tacit approval and support, playing polo to resolve conflicts between the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen became a common practice. The reason for today's game at the Northern Yamen Imperial Army was also related to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was confused about this. What does this have to do with me? Brothers, don't talk nonsense. Nonsense. Isn't it because of the burning knife brewed by your winery? A few days ago, a group of soldiers of the 16 guards of the Southern Yamen went out for a rest and drank your burning knife. As a result, they got drunk and had a conflict with a group of soldiers of the 6 armies of the Northern Yamen who were also drunk. Cheng Chumo patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and laughed. Damn it. They got drunk and caused trouble. What does it have to do with me? Li Wangyu didn't want to take the blame for this. Cheng Chumo continued, Tisk, TSK. Those drunken cats fought each other so fiercely. In the end, they all said that it was the other party's fault. So, they had to play polo to solve the problem. The loser has to apologize. It's that simple. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. These generals of the Imperial Guards were so bored that they had to make such a big scene for such a trivial matter. He felt that it was most likely Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, these old bastards, who were so bored that they let the Imperial Guards play polo to pass the time. Li Wangyu was too lazy to ask about this matter. He looked around and asked the group of playboys, How come I don't see that fatty Cho Kuan? This is the Northern Yamen Imperial Guards encampment. I'm afraid he can't come in by himself. This was the fatty who bought his Chang'ong Tu from Ping Kong Fong. Although their statuses were different now, their relationship was still very good. The Cho family owned 10% of the Shun Feng Carriage Company. The sorghum used in the winery was all purchased through the Cho family. The relationship between the two parties was even closer. Li Wangyu liked this fatty who didn't have any schemes. He didn't put on airs in front of him and even introduced him to the group of playboys. The fatty Cho Kuan was also very much to the liking of the group of playboys. They didn't treat him as a merchant or a lowly commoner. Under the fatty's painstaking efforts to befriend him, he became friends with the playboys. They often met up to drink and have fun together. Today, when they came to the Northern Yamen Imperial Guards encampment to watch the polo match, the playboys also called the fatty along. That was why Li Wangyu asked this question. The fatty sent a message. His family's Darren caught a cold today, so he will be a little late. I ordered people to wait for him at the entrance of the barracks. When he arrives, they will bring him in. Cheng Chumo replied. Li Wangyu nodded. Everyone dismounted from their horses in the Northern Yamen barracks and left the horses to the Imperial Guards to take care of. The group of people walked together to the polo field. When they arrived at the polo field, Li Wangyu was slightly surprised. It was mainly because the polo field was too big. Han Yu once wrote a poem. Bien and Si communicate with each other at the corner of the county. The field is flat like a knife. The short fence is winding on 3 sides, with red flags beating drums and soaring trees. The baseball field has short walls on 3 sides and red flags around it. The field is 1,000 steps long and flat like a knife. Since ancient times, the distance of 1 step in China was different. In the Tang dynasty, 1 step was taken by Pai Lupi's left and right feet. It was defined as a unit of length, which was about 1.5 meters in the modern era. The polo field was 1,000 steps long, which was 1,500 meters long, which was 1.5 kilometers long. The standard football field in the modern era was no more than 120 meters long, which was equivalent to the length of 12 or 13 football fields. Li Wangyu could only click his tongue and express that he was also a country bumpkin for once. He was convinced by the scale and momentum of the great Tang dynasty. At this time, the 3 short walls of the polo field were full of armored soldiers from the Northern Yamen 6 armies. There was also a platform built from logs on one side of the field for people to watch the match. Li Wangyu and the group of playboys chatted and laughed as they walked towards the platform. Suddenly, they heard an Imperial Guard running towards them. Young Duke, your friend was beaten up by someone. Chapter 324. His friend was beaten up? Who was beaten up? Li Wangyu and the group of wastrels were stunned for a while before they suddenly realized that the Imperial Guard was talking about the fatty Cho Kuan. Speak clearly, where is it? Who dares to touch my brothers? At the gate. The Yuan Gate was the entrance to the barracks. The foppish lords looked at each other and rushed towards the northern Yamen Imperial Army barracks with angry faces. Li Wangyu followed closely behind them. However, this group of wastrels was a group of animals and disappeared in a few seconds. Poor Li Wangyu, who was 16 years old and still very thin and weak, how could he catch up with them? The encampment of the Imperial Guards was terrifyingly big. If it weren't for the fact that horses were not allowed in the camp, Li Wangyu would have wanted to find a horse to ride. By the time he reached the gate with a red face and breathless breath, he saw that the wastrels were already fighting with a group of strong men. This group of Silk Pants, Cheng Chumo and his brothers, the Yuchi twins, Chai Lingwu and the others, needless to say, were taught by Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda, these kind of old scoundrels. They were all muscular, skilled in archery and horse riding, and had martial arts skills. Although Niu Zhongping's legs were inconvenient, he ran faster than Li Wangyu just now. At this time, when he fought, he was even more vigorous and didn't seem to be affected by his leg injury. As for Fang Yai's strength, it was recorded in the history books, so there was no need to talk about it. He didn't know how Fang Xianling gave birth to such a son. He really didn't know if Lady Fang had cuckolded Prime Minister Fang. The brothers Wei Shuyu, Du He, and Du Go had mingled with Cheng Chumo and the others for too long. Unexpectedly, they were not careless in the slightest when it came to fighting. The way they fought made Li Wangyu feel sorry for their opponents. In short, there were more than 20 strong men fighting with the wastrels, but the wastrels seemed to have the upper hand. At this time, the people who were beaten to the ground were the other party's people. Li Wangyu naturally didn't want to fall behind. It wasn't like he hadn't fought in groups when he was young. However, when he looked at the huge difference between his body and the group of brawny men, he wisely did not rush forward. Looking around, Li Wangyu picked up a green brick from the ground. The gate of the northern Yamen Imperial Army was built in a rather imposing manner. Even the ground was paved with specially baked, high-quality bricks, which made things much more convenient for Li Wangyu. As the saying goes, no matter how good one's martial arts are, they will still be knocked down by a brick. In the street fighting cold weapon ranking, even if the brick wasn't number 1, it was still one of the top weapons. Li Wangyu weighed the brick in his hand and felt that it felt good. Then, he turned his palm and put the brick into his wide sleeve. After preparing a convenient weapon, Li Wangyu slipped into the battlefield. On the other side, Wei Shuyu was wrestling with a strong man. Apparently, he didn't have enough strength. He was pressed under the man's body and was about to suffer. Li Wangyu appeared behind the brawny man like a ghost. He raised the brick in his hand and smashed it down heavily on the brawny man's head. It had to be said that the quality of the bricks baked in the Tang dynasty was absolutely excellent. When the brick hit the brawny man's head, it was like a die factory. The brawny man's head was directly smashed by the brick and fell down with a muffled groan. If Wei Shuyu was also a person from another world, he would definitely give Li Wangyu a thumbs up to show his gratitude. Unfortunately, the action of giving a thumbs up was invented by the ancient Romans and had not yet been spread to the Tang dynasty. It was a pity. Wei Shuyu smiled and winked at Li Wangyu. He pushed away the brawny man who had been knocked unconscious by Li Wangyu and shouted as he rushed toward the other brawny man who was wrestling with the Du brothers. Li Wangyu remained calm and collected. He once again stayed behind the brawny man who was wrestling with Chai Lingwu and smashed the brick again. Relying on Li Wangyu's shameless sneak attack, coupled with the powerful fighting strength of Cheng Chumo and the others, soon the brawny men were lying on the ground. All of them groaned for a long time and couldn't get up. As for those unlucky fellows whose heads were bleeding, they were obviously the result of Li Wangyu's sneak attack with a brick. Seeing that his side had achieved a complete victory, Li Wangyu casually threw the green brick to the side and patted the dust off his hands. Only then did he notice fatty Cho Kuan at the side. This unlucky kid had obviously been beaten up quite badly. Both of his eyes were already bruised, the corner of his mouth was also broken, and blood was seeping out. His clothes were tattered and covered in filth. Cho Kuan, what happened? Who are these people? Why did they beat you? When Li Wangyu ran over, the two sides were already wrestling. He didn't have time to ask what had happened and was still confused. Before Cho Kuan could speak, Cheng Chumo angrily spat on the ground. Bastards, they are all fake sons of the Duke of Chongping. The leader is called Zhang Xinji, the adopted son of the Duke of Chongping. When we rushed over, this group of bastards was beating up the fatty, so we started fighting. Duke of Chongping? Zhang Liang? Why was it him again? Could it be that this Cho family was really incompatible with Zhang Liang's birth characters? Previously, because Cho Yuanliang drank too much and bragged, Zhang Liang's fake sons came to ask for the fake ancient painting and forced Li Wangyu to help them forge one. Today, everything was fine. How did Cho Kuan, this fatty, provoke this group of Zhang Liang's fake sons? Li Wangyu looked at Cho Kuan questioningly, only to see the fatty's face full of grievances. The bruised eyes on his fat face blinked as he complained. Ziyu, how would I know the reason? I just arrived at the gate of the Northern Yaman's Imperial Army, and asked the Imperial Army brothers to pass on a message for me to find my brothers. These people were also preparing to enter the barracks, so they said that I was blocking their way and told me to scram. How would I dare to provoke them? So I retreated to the side. Cho Kuan pointed at Zhang Shenji, feeling wronged. But that person said that I was spying on his wife and had bad intentions, so he had people beat me up. I really am innocent. Just now, I didn't even dare to lift my eyelids. Hearing Cho Kuan's words, Li Wangyu finally noticed that not far away, there was a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire with a frosty expression. Behind her were several servant girls. This woman was beautiful, but her pair of peach blossom eyes and the mole at the corner of her mouth made Li Wangyu feel that this woman in palace attire had a flirtatious and seductive aura. That is the Duke of Chongping's new wife, the Li clan. This woman is really something. Fang Yai suddenly lowered his voice and winked at Li Wangyu. Obviously, there was a hidden meaning in his words. Seeing that Li Wangyu still didn't understand, the group of silk pants immediately became interested. Ignoring the madam of Commandery Duke Chongping, who was staring at them coldly from not far away, she began to talk about the rumors between Commandery Duke Chongping and the Li clan. As the saying goes, Taiji gives birth to yin and yang give birth to the four symbols, and the four symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. A group of gossipy top playboys of the Tang dynasty told the story of Zhang Liang and the Li clan in a few words, but Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Talent, this is what a real talent is. He looked at Fang Yai, who was spitting saliva everywhere, with a complicated expression. Beloved brother, I was wrong. The cuckold of the Tang dynasty is not you, but Chongping Commandery Duke Zhang Liang. Chapter 325. The Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang, came from a poor background. His greatest ability was his good luck, which allowed him to hug the right thigh. This was because of Pai Lupi's contributions during the Xuanwu Gate incident. As a result, after Pai Lupi ascended the throne, Zhang Liang was given the title of General of the Right Guard, Governor of Huai Province, and Duke of Chongping for his contributions. However, after Zhang Liang rose to power, he despised his wife, who was born a peasant, and divorced her to take a new wife, Li clan's wife. Although Li clan's wife was young and beautiful, she wasn't easy to deal with. This woman was as fickle as water, and went around seducing young and handsome men, making Zhang Liang wear many green hats. However, what Li Wangyu found hard to understand was that not only did Zhang Liang not divorce his wife, but because he couldn't bear to part with Li clan's beauty, he allowed her to do as she pleased. The one that made Li Wangyu speechless the most was Zhang Liang's adopted son, Zhang Shenji. This person was originally a male actor who was good at music, and Li clan took a liking to him. In the end, when the two were having an affair in the manor, Zhang Liang discovered them. From Li Wangyu's perspective, in the normal version of the script, Chongping County would draw his sword out of anger and chop this adulterous couple into pieces. However, it was clear that the script in Zhang Liang's hands was a blackened version. Not only did Zhang Liang not draw his sword to kill, he even adopted the male lead as his son and gave him the name Zhang Shenji. He allowed him to freely enter and leave the mansion, and from then on, there was no need to avoid taboos. Alright, Li Wangyu could only say that the circle of nobles was really messy. Admirable, admirable. Naturally, he couldn't be bothered with what this cuckold Zhang Liang was thinking. However, Cho Kuan had been beaten for no reason, and this matter had to be explained. Although the silk pants had beaten up Zhang Shenji, as well as Zhang Liang's adopted sons, this matter wasn't over yet. Li Wangyu didn't pay any attention to Li clan's wife, and walked over to Zhang Shenji and Li clan's side. This Zhang Shen was born as a male actor. He was not like Zhang Liang's fake actors who were strong and strong. He was thin and weak like a pretty boy. Just now, when he was fighting with the debauches, he didn't participate. Instead, he stood on the side with Li clan and watched coldly. Seeing Zhang Liang's fake sons being knocked to the ground by the silk pants and Li Wangyu, he did not care. He only laughed coldly. Li Wangyu saw that this man's face was fair without any beard. He was actually born with good looks. No wonder he was able to seduce the Li clan to have an affair with him. Li Wangyu frowned and asked coldly, "Your name is Zhang Xinji? Let me ask you, did you order people to beat up that fatty? Why did you order people to commit murder and beat people up for no reason?" Zhang Shen had a disdainful expression on his face. He tidied up his clothes and pretended to be cool as he said, "He's just a lowly merchant. So what if I beat him up? What do you want? Did my brother offend you? Humph, so what if there is? So what if he didn't? Was there a need for a reason to beat a lowly merchant like him? You really don't know what you're talking about. But you Qiuba, how dare you beat up the fake sons of Royal Duke Chongping? Do you know that a great disaster is imminent?" Zhang Xinji spoke casually as he looked at Li Wangyu and the others with eyes full of disdain. Behind him, Li Clan also had a mocking expression on his face, saying that they had caused a great disaster and were about to be finished. Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. Did water get into this guy's head while he was bathing? It was fine if he didn't recognize him. Today, Li Wangyu was habitually wearing the white clothes of a commoner. It was normal that he didn't recognize him. But in Noda's Chang'an, the number of noble families and officials who didn't recognize Cheng Chumo's group of silk pants could be counted on one hand. Was this Zhang Xinji crazy? He dared to call the silk pants Qiuba. He really had guts. Li Wangyu silently gave Zhang Xinji a thumbs up in his heart. Respect to you for being a man. In reality, Li Wangyu had misunderstood Zhang Xinji. He was originally a male actor with a lowly status. How could he have come into contact with the nobility of the Tang dynasty? Naturally, he didn't recognize Cheng Chumo, the top silk pants of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Liang's fake sons, however, did recognize some silk pants. But when the silk pants rushed over and saw the fatty being beaten up, they didn't say anything and directly attacked. Since the two sides were fighting, they naturally didn't have time to tell the Li clan and Zhang Xinji about the silk pants' identities. At this time, when they heard Zhang Xinji's arrogant words, one of the fake sons of Zhang Liang lying on the ground groaning, wanted to speak up to stop him. But that person hesitated for a moment and swallowed his words, continuing to lie on the ground and play dead. Zhang Xinji was Zhang Liang's adopted son, while they were just fake sons. Their status wasn't much different from the troops, so there was a big difference in status. This Zhang Xinji suddenly changed from a male actor to Zhang Liang's adopted son. Relying on the Li clan's favor, he was usually very arrogant. Even Zhang Liang's fake sons were often angered by this guy. Everyone didn't like him. So at this time, no one spoke up to remind Zhang Xinji. They just let him continue to talk nonsense, hoping that he would be unlucky. As for Madame Li, she also did not recognize Li Wangyu and the debauches. Because she saw the debauches rushing out of the Northern Yaman's gate, she, like Zhang Xinji, mistook the debauches for the Northern Yaman's imperial guards and a group of vulgar bandits. The reason why Zhang Xinji and the Li clan had such a misunderstanding was also related to the clothes Cheng Chumo and the others wore today. Today was the battle between the Northern Yaman's 6 armies and the Southern Yaman's 16 guards. Cheng Chumo and the others naturally had to support the Southern Yaman's 16 guards. So everyone, including Wei Shuyu and Feng Yai, wore the robes of the Southern Yaman's imperial army to show their support. This was the same reason that fans in the future would wear the uniform of the team they supported when they watched a football match. But they didn't expect that the robes of the Southern Yaman's imperial army would cause Zhang Xinji and the Li clan to misunderstand and treat the silk pants as imperial army soldiers. The Li clan maintained his status. He only had a gloomy face and didn't say a word. She was waiting for her husband to come and deal with this group of lawless imperial army soldiers. If he didn't make this group of lawless imperial army soldiers peel off a layer of skin today, the anger in Li clan's heart would be hard to vent. Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Xinji's arrogant words. The group of silk pants also laughed. Everyone gathered around with their hands crossed in front of their chests and laughed, surrounding Zhang Xinji in the middle. "Oh, there's a noble here. I'm so scared. Should we kneel down and kowtow to you and beg you to let us go? Wahahaha, interesting. How do we face imminent disaster? You scared me to death. Bah, you silk pants. Why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing to the noble? Haha." Zhang Xinji was surrounded by silk pants. His face turned pale. He was also afraid of being beaten. But he still stubbornly said, "You scoundrels, why aren't you backing down? I'm the adopted son of the Duke of Chongping. As Imperial Army soldiers, how dare you be so impudent? Do you still have any respect for your superiors? Cheng Chumo reached out and patted Zhang Xinji's face. He said with a mischievous smile, "It's been a long time since someone called me impudent." "Wahaha, you scoundrel. Do you really think you're a noble?" "Haha, Chumo brother, you can't say that. Other people's adopted sons were obtained with their own abilities. TSK, they must be skilled in martial arts." As Fang Yai spoke, he wretchedly shrugged and winked at the nearby Li clan. The silk pants present were all veterans of the Tang dynasty. How could they not understand the meaning of Fang Yai's words? Everyone laughed even louder. Naturally, Madame Li also heard their conversation, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. Chapter 326. Zhang Xinji was instantly enraged by the profligate son's mocking words. Zhang Xinji had an inferiority complex and was sensitive. As a wastrel, because of his lowly status, he had been played around with. It was quite pitiful. He was willing to go all out. For glory and wealth, not only was he willing to be Zhang Liang's adopted son, he even changed his surname. As an adopted son, it would be better to say that he was the Li clan's boy toy. If his ancestors were still alive in the underworld, he wondered if they would be so angry that they would crawl out of their graves to settle the score with him. Zhang Xinji had suddenly gained power, and with the Li clan's favor, he immediately became rude and unreasonable. Today, he accompanied the Li clan and led Zhang Liang's fake sons to watch the polo match. When he saw the black-clothed Cho Kuan at the gate of the Northern Yamen's imperial army, he was unhappy and purposely went up to find trouble. When he was a wastrel, he was often played around by those rich and powerful families. Now he still had to humbly serve those nobles, but merchants like Cho Kuan, who had money but no status, had become the target of his resentment. After becoming the adopted son of Zhang Liang, Chang'an's many merchants had been humiliated by Zhang Xinji using Zhang Liang's name. Zhang Liang's reputation in Chang, and had also been ruined by his 500 fake sons, Zhang Xinji, and the Li clan. Zhang Xinji now hated it when others talked about his original identity. After being mocked by the wastrels, he ignored everything and cursed at Cheng Chumo and the others. "You bunch of lowly wastrels dare to be disrespectful to the Duke of Chongping? You bastards with no parents to teach you. Today, I will let you know the power of the Duke of Chongping." He then turned his head and roared at Zhang Liang's fake son, who was lying on the ground. "Are you all King dead? If you can breathe, get up and ride a horse to the manor to invite His Excellency. How dare they? I'm going to skin these bastards alive today." Before Zhang Xinji could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face, followed by a thunderous paw sound. At that moment, he felt his vision go black and stars appear in front of him. When Cheng Chumo heard the vulgar words coming out of this fellow's mouth and dared to scold his father and mother, he immediately slapped him across the face. Cheng Chumo's palm, which was as large as a palm leaf fan, immediately swelled up Zhang Xinji's cheek and knocked out one of his molars. Even Li Wangyu felt pain for Zhang Xinji when he saw this slap. It was really too tragic. Who do you think you are? How dare he speak such arrogant words? Even if Zhang Ji was here, he would not dare to do this. You are just a lowly actor. Do you really think that you are the son of Commandery Duke Chengping? Bah! Cheng Chumo slapped Zhang Xinji and knocked him down to the ground. Still not satisfied, he spat a mouthful of phlegm on Zhang Xinji. Zhang Lin was Zhang Liang's eldest son and also the son of his first wife. Zhang Lin's personality was completely different from his father, Zhang Liang. He was cautious his whole life. He had tried to persuade his father many times, but Zhang Liang did not listen to his son. In the end, Pai Lupi took him to Chang'an and executed him. It could be said that he had brought his own death. Fang Yai and the others naturally did not dare to show weakness. Including Li Wangyu, the group of people surrounded Zhang Xinji, who had been beaten to the ground, and kicked him. Zhang Xinji, who had been arrogant just now, could only hold his head with his hands and curl up like a shrimp, wailing loudly. Seeing his beloved adopted son being beaten, Li Clan, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines and was certain that this group of soldiers would not dare to be presumptuous, immediately went crazy. She let out an ear-piercing scream and waved her hands wildly as she threw herself at the group of wastrels. The graceful and luxurious appearance of a noblewoman was completely gone. She was no different from a shrew in the marketplace. "You dare to beat my son? I will fight with you. You bunch of bastards. Kill. I will let my husband chop off your heads and use them as chamber pots. Seeing that Madame Li had suddenly rushed over like a madwoman, the debauches naturally dispersed with laughter and ran towards the Yuan gate. No matter how unbearable this Li clan was, she was still the wife of Princess Chongping. They could beat and curse Zhang Xinji, but they could not do anything to Li clan. When Li Wangyu saw the silk pants running away, he naturally pulled Fatty Cho Kuan and ran away as well. In any case, the fight had already been fought. The fake sons of Zhang Liang who had beaten Cho Kuan had all been beaten up, and Zhang Xinji had been beaten very badly. From the wastrel's point of view, Cho Kuan's beating could be considered as revenge. Naturally, they could not be bothered to tangle with the crazy Li clan. Li Wangyu dragged Cho Kuan and chased after the wastrels, complaining that they were not loyal and did not call him along when they were running away. The group of people laughed and joked with each other, no one taking what had just happened to heart. Cho Kuan, on the other hand, was somewhat worried. His chubby face was wrinkled like a steamed bun. He was the son of a merchant family. If he really incurred the wrath of Princess Chongping because of what had happened today, then he would have no way out. Li Wangyu could see his worry and comforted him, saying that this matter was not a big deal. Princess Chongping's household was not in the right, so there was no need to be afraid of them. Chang Chumo patted his chest, assuring Cho Kuan that there would not be any trouble. If Princess Chongping wanted to find trouble, then they would not stand by and do nothing. Hearing everyone's words, the wastrel finally relaxed. The group of people continued to chat and laugh as they walked towards the polo field. After Li Wangyu and the wastrels left, they naturally did not notice Li clan's venomous gaze, which was fixed on their backs. Not long after the wastrels left, a group of people rode to the gates of the northern yamen. Seeing this scene, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe hurriedly dismounted. "Madam, what's going on? Why are Shenji and the others like this?" The person who had come was Princess Chongping, Zhang Liang. Today, he had also invited his military colleagues to watch the polo match. When Li clan saw Zhang Liang appear, she immediately burst into tears. Feeling wronged, she said, "Husband, if you didn't come, I would have been bullied to death." "Madam, if you have something to say it slowly. What happened?" "Wu, just now, when Shenji accompanied me to the gates, there was a merchant with shifty eyes, spying on me." Shenji had the fake sons teach that merchant a lesson. Who knew that in the army camp, more than 10 boorish soldiers would rush out. Not only did they speak rudely to me, they also spoke vulgarities and beat Shenji to this state. "Husband, you have to help me get justice. Otherwise, I don't want to live anymore." Wu. Li clan added oil to the fire, recounting what had happened. Naturally, she pushed all the blame onto the wastrels. Seeing Li clan crying so miserably, Zhang Liang was unable to restrain his anger. "Who has the guts to humiliate my madam? Men, come. Go to the Yuan gate and ask clearly. Find out who did it and capture that person for me." Zhang Liang ordered his subordinates. Immediately, a soldier ran to the gates of the northern Yamen's imperial army and asked the soldiers guarding the gates about the situation. Not long after, the soldier returned with an ugly expression. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered a few words into Zhang Liang's ear. After hearing the soldier's words, Zhang Liang's expression turned ugly as he thought to himself. How could it be this group of wastrels? Today's matter would not be easy to handle. Chapter 327. When Zhang Liang learned that it was Chang Chumo and the others who had beaten up his adopted sons and impostors, he couldn't help but hesitate. If it was only Zhang Xinji and his impostors who had been beaten, Zhang Liang would have laughed and acted as if nothing had happened. But his beloved wife was crying in front of him, putting him in a difficult position. If he gave up just like that, he would lose all face in front of Madame Li. But if he really wanted to investigate, not to mention whether the truth was as Li clan said, even if it was, what could he do to this group of debauches? Moreover, the sage's favorite son, Hu Xiannan, was also involved. So Zhang Liang didn't want to get involved. Although this Hu Xiannan wasn't an official in the court, the sage had entrusted his crown prince and Li Tai to teach, which showed how much trust he had. Moreover, Zhang Liang knew that the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the other 5 surnames and 7 princes had a dirty relationship with this Hu Xiannan, but they still couldn't do anything and even seemed to have suffered a loss. Thus, Zhang Liang didn't want to incur the wrath of Li Wangyu. "Husband, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Hurry and have someone arrest that group of Chioba." This concubine wants to see them punished with her own eyes. When Li Clan saw that Zhang Liang hadn't moved for a long time, she began to pull on Zhang Liang's robe and act like a spoiled child. Zhang Liang felt a headache coming on, so he could only lower his voice and tell her the identity of Li Wangyu and the others. After learning the truth, Li Clan's woman stopped crying, and her face turned green and red. She had thought that it was just the imperial army causing trouble, but she hadn't expected that the other party was actually the sons of Cheng Yaojin and Feng Xianling. This surprised her. But when Li Clan turned her head and saw Zhang Xinji's red and swollen face, she began to feel uncomfortable. Husband, are we just going to let it go like this? Even the son of Duke Lu can't casually beat people. Look at the injuries on Xinji's face. Even I feel distressed. Zhang Xinji's body trembled like a sieve. He had just cursed the sons of a duke? When he heard Li Clan's words, he wanted to say that he was fine, but he didn't dare to speak for fear of angering Li Clan. All right, you don't have to worry about this. I have my own plans. I'll have someone send you back home. You don't have to go today. Zhang Liang could only persuade Li Clan. Humph. Husband, are you afraid of Cheng Yaojin and the others? Li Clan didn't give up and said, Husband, if you don't help me vent my anger, don't enter my room today. All right, all right, all right. I'll do as you say. You take Xinji back to get treated first. I'll make sure you're satisfied, okay? With that said, Li Clan could only nod his head and reluctantly lead Zhang Shen and the others back to the residence. After Li Clan left, Zhang Liang's brows furrowed even tighter. It wouldn't be easy to get back at them. Prefectural Duke, what happened? Why did your wife go back? Just as Zhang Liang was feeling conflicted, a voice came from behind him. He turned his head and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Duke Lu. It's nothing. It's just that my wife isn't feeling well and has returned early, Zhang Liang said perfunctorily. This person was none other than Hou Junji, the general of the left guard. He and Zhang Liang could be considered colleagues in the army. One was the general of the right guard, the other was the general of the left guard. The two of them were also subordinates of the old king of Qin's residence. They had fought alongside Pai Lupi on many expeditions and had also supported the Xuanwu Gate, so they had a rather good relationship. In the 17th year of Zhengguan, when Hou Junji and Crown Prince Li Chengqian were plotting a rebellion, Hou Junji had even tried to rope in Zhang Liang. But Zhang Liang wasn't honest. He had turned around and reported to Pai Lupi, selling Hou Junji out. Hou Junji chuckled at Zhang Liang's polite words and said, Prefectural Duke, is there anything that isn't convenient for the two of us to talk about? This. Zhang Liang hesitated for a moment before recounting the conflict between his wife and those wastrels at the Yuan Gate. I was wondering what was going on. It's just the younger generation messing around. Prefectural Duke doesn't need to take it to heart. Hou Junji didn't take the matter to heart. Although that's the case, my wife is worried about my adopted son and insists on venting her anger. Prefectural Duke Lu, don't you think that this is just a woman messing around? Hou Junji couldn't help but feel a little disdainful at his words. The Li clan's so-called adopted son had already been treated as a joke among the nobles of Chang'an, and Zhang Liang still had the nerve to speak of it. But because Hou Junji didn't have a good relationship with Cheng Yaojin and the others, he didn't mind egging Zhang Liang on and causing trouble for them. Haha, Prefectural Duke, what's so difficult about this? Haha, have you forgotten why we're here today? Hou Junji said with a hearty laugh. Zhang Liang was taken aback. What does Prefectural Duke Lu mean? Hou Junji used his horsewhip to point in the direction of the Baya military camp's racetrack. Prefectural Duke, you just want your wife to vent her anger. It's simple. Just invite that county man for a round of batting. Hou Junji's words made Zhang Liang's eyes light up. This was a good idea. In the Tang dynasty, it was extremely common for the nobles to settle their conflicts through batting. As long as he won the batting match, he would be able to vent Li clan's anger without offending Cheng Yaojin and the others. Of his 500 adopted sons, there were quite a few experts in batting. Zhang Liang loved to play polo, and he had even taken in many adopted sons just to play with him for fun. Haha, Prefectural Duke Lu is indeed wise. Let's go to the racetrack and not delay the match today. Zhang Liang laughed heartily as he invited Hou Junji into the Yuan Men Gate. Li Wangyu and the other scions had returned to the Baya Imperial Army racetrack, and they were watching the batters warm up on the field with great interest. There were already quite a few people gathered around the racetrack, and the wooden platform used for watching the match was also filled with nobles and officials. As expected, the Tang people loved polo. Even the match between the Baya 6 armies and the Nanya 16 guards attracted many spectators. Not long after, drums sounded around the racetrack, signaling that the match was about to begin. Then the sharp voice of an eunuch could be heard. "The sage has arrived." Li Wangyu turned his head and saw Pai Lupi strolling to the racetrack under the protection of the imperial army. Behind him were Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots. Clearly, the polo fans of the Tang dynasty were all round, from top to bottom. Around the racetrack, the nobles and officials who had come to watch the match bowed to Pai Lupi. "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. We're also here to watch the batting match and enjoy the match with everyone." Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand to the crowd, indicating for them to rise. He then saw Li Wangyu and the others, and he smiled and waved at them, indicating for them to come over. Fatty Cho Kuan had never expected to see Pai Lupi, and he was still kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to this coward, and he followed the other playboys to Pai Lupi's side. "Zio, do you also like to watch the batting match?" Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyu shook his head. "Uncle, this is my first time watching the batting match. It was Chung Chumo and the others who insisted on bringing me here." "Haha, Chumo and the others did the right thing. Who in the Tang dynasty doesn't like to watch the batting match? Zio, you'll like it." Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders at Pai Lupi's words. "You're the boss, so you have the final say." At this time, the sun was gradually rising, and the temperature was rising. It was slightly hot. Li Wangyu then took out an item from his bosom and shook it in a carefree manner. With a swish sound, it attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 328. Li Wangyu took out a folding fan. A few days ago, when he was looking at a beautiful woman enjoying the cool air in his backyard, he suddenly thought of this item. He drew a rough outline of the folding fan and handed it to Carpenter Lu and his family to figure it out. Carpenter Lu was indeed skillful. In less than 2 days, he made the folding fan that Li Wangyu wanted out of bamboo. Moreover, the bamboo was processed by Carpenter Lu and his family. After polishing, painting, and carving, the folding fan in Li Wangyu's hand was actually golden yellow in color and felt as smooth as jade. Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed. He did not expect Carpenter Lu's craftsmanship to be so exquisite. His beautiful superior also liked it when she saw it and asked Carpenter Lu to make her a few more folding fans for women. After the fan ribs were made, the fan needed to be framed. His beautiful superior's folding fan for women was simple. She just needed to choose silk with beautiful patterns. It was beautiful and convenient. However, the paper fan that Li Wangyu wanted still took him a bit of effort. In the end, with the help of owner Sun, he found a skilled framer from Chang'an City. He used thin rice paper to frame 7 layers of the fan before it was completed. Li Wangyu excitedly ran to find Yan Liben to draw a fan for him after he had finished pasting the face of the fan. In the end, Yan Liben also loved this fan so much that he asked Li Wangyu, his teacher, to give him one. When Ma Zhou found out, he did not show any weakness. He rode to Dingzhou village and begged for the folding fan. Sure enough, folding fans were the best tool for scholars to show off. When Li Wangyu saw Yan Liben and Ma Zhou's reaction, he could not help but feel a little smug. Anything that I produce must be of high quality. Today, Li Wangyu shook out his folding fan again at the side of the polo field. He pretended to be cool and relaxed as he waved the fan lightly. His actions naturally attracted the attention of everyone, including Pai Lupi. They all looked at the fan in his hand. "Zio, what's that?" Fang Yai immediately came over and stared at the folding fan in Li Wangyu's hand. Li Wangyu smiled faintly and pretended to be pretentious. He waved the fan in his hand a few times and folded it back. With a snap, the wide fan disappeared and was folded back into the handle. Hee, this item is called a folding fan. It's just a new toy that I've made recently. Li Wangyu's smug look made Cheng Chumo and the others' teeth itch. His attitude was purely to tease the silk pants. He wanted to use the folding fan in his hand to toy with them. He didn't believe that these silk pants wouldn't be interested in a folding fan that could be opened and closed at will. Li Wangyu's guess was right. The fops were naturally interested in the folding fan in his hand, but Li Wangyu had underestimated the shamelessness of the fops. Before he could continue to tease the fops, He felt his hand suddenly empty. The folding fan in his hand had been snatched away by Cheng Chumo. Zio, you're not being kind. If you had such a fun toy, why didn't you take it out earlier? Cheng Chumo was fiddling with the stolen goods. He snatched while scolding Li Wangyu. He almost angered him to death. Seeing the fops fighting over his folding fan and clumsily opening and closing it, Li Wangyu almost cursed out loud. Mother ***, these shameless bastards. He had overestimated their moral bottom line. And this was in front of Pai Lupi. They were robbing in broad daylight. Where was the law? Pai Lupi, are you going to do something about it? Do you still want the law and moral construction of the Tang dynasty? Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. He took out another folding fan, opened it with a swish, and continued to fan it. Fortunately, this lord had great foresight and had already calculated the shamelessness of these fops. Wahahaha! Li Wangyu was secretly pleased. He had more than one folding fan on him. However, this folding fan didn't last long in his hand. Feng Ai snatched it away again. F***ck. A group of bandits. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. He took out another folding fan. But this time before he could open it, his hand was empty. Blinking his eyes, Li Wangyu was speechless as he looked at his empty hands. Beside him, a pack of hungry wolves was still eyeing him covetously, wanting to see if he could still take out the folding fan from his bosom. Before Li Wangyu could speak, he heard someone coughing. Li Wangyu looked over and saw Pai Lupi staring at him and pretending to cough. It was another person who was eyeing his folding fan. However, this person still wanted to save face. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he couldn't just snatch it like the other fops. Li Wangyu obviously understood Pai Lupi's meaning. He obediently took out another folding fan and respectfully handed it to Pai Lupi with both hands. Uncle, this is a folding fan that I had someone make when I was bored. Please have a look. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction and took the folding fan without any hesitation. However, he still scolded Li Wangyu. Zio, you're using your talent in this kind of place. Using an object to play tricks on others is a waste of your spirit. Don't do it again in the future. Mother ***, aren't you wicked? You took my things, yet you still want to lecture me with false intentions? Li Wangyu was so angry at Pai Lupi's words that he almost vomited blood and died. If it weren't for the fact that Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he would have snatched the folding fan back. After Pai Lupi finished lecturing him, he leisurely played with the folding fan in his hand. Just like the other fops, he kept opening and closing the fan. Before Li Wangyu turned around and left, he keenly felt several scorching gazes on him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He looked up and saw Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots. Their gazes were constantly shifting between the folding fans in the hands of Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. Their meaning was self-evident. Li Wangyu faced the aggressive gazes of these big shots. How could he pretend that he didn't see it? He could only helplessly take out the folding fan from his chest again and respectfully give it to the big shots. He even had to politely ask them to accept it. He was prepared to show off this folding fan today. He was quite well prepared. Fortunately, the robes of the Tang dynasty were big enough. He had more than 10 folding fans in his chest, and now he had given them all away. However, on this wooden stage, there were too many monks and too little gruel. How could these fans be enough? The 3 folding fans that the fops snatched were confiscated by his father before they could even warm up. The empty-handed fops once again surrounded Li Wangyu. Ziyu, how can you be so stingy? You prepared too few folding fans. How can it be enough to share? That's right. It's all Ziyu's fault. Your actions really make me disappointed. Cheng Chumo beat his chest and stomped his feet, lamenting his incompetence. This made Li Wangyu want to bite someone. F***CKU, do I owe you anything? This group of bastards. Li Wangyu wanted to roll his eyes and spread his hands to show that he didn't have any either. However, he heard a voice that made his hair stand on end. Wahahaha, there's actually such an interesting fan. Kid, where's my fan? Quickly give it to me. Li Wangyu silently looked at Cheng Chumo. I still misunderstood Brother Chumo. I shouldn't have scolded him in my heart just now. Compared to this old bastard Cheng Yaojin, Cheng Chumo was already very civilized. Cheng Yaojin was too shameless. He directly opened his mouth and asked for his fan. Hey! I despise this kind of old hooligan who doesn't want his fan. Chapter 329. Li Wangyu was already very experienced in dealing with old hooligans like Chang Yaojin. That was to not resist and just admit defeat. Anyway, no matter how you resisted, you couldn't beat the shamelessness of the #1 troublemaker of the Tang dynasty. After hearing Chang Yaojin's words, Li Wangyu turned around and ran down the wooden stage. He wasn't scared off by Chang Yaojin, but he was going to get a fan. Li Wangyu wasn't a robot cat after all, so he couldn't carry so many folding fans in his pocket. Carrying around 10 was already his limit. The rest of the folding fans were carried by Niu Wu. After Carpenter Lu's family made the folding fans, Li Wangyu let them continue making them. Now, they had made nearly 100 of them. Today, the foppish sons dragged him to watch the polo match. They said that many big shots in the imperial court, including their father, were going to watch the match. Since Li Wangyu was going to take out the folding fans to show off, he naturally had to be well prepared. Thus, he ordered Niu Wu to bring all the folding fans he had made. This little thing was suitable to be used as a gift. It was exquisite and didn't cost much. He also thought of finding craftsmen to make them in large quantities and sell them in Chang'an. He would definitely make a profit. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about this small amount of money. Moreover, the folding fan's craftsmanship was very simple. Once it appeared, it would definitely be copied in large quantities. Thus, he didn't want to waste the effort. After asking Niu Wu to bring a large bag of folding fans to the wooden stage, Li Wangyu respectfully presented the folding fans to the big shots who came to watch the polo match. Sure enough, everyone was quite satisfied with this gift. Some of them politely nodded to Li Wangyu and thanked him repeatedly before accepting the gift. Some of them weren't polite, such as Chang Yaojin. After accepting the fan, they complained that Li Wangyu's gift was too little. Moreover, there was no painting on the fan and it was too plain. As for the latter, Li Wangyu could only pretend that he didn't hear it. Apart from the few that were snatched away by the foppish sons, the rest of the fans he gave out didn't have any painting on them. Firstly, he was too lazy to find someone to draw so many fan faces. If Yan Liben were to draw more than 100 fan faces, he would probably vomit blood from exhaustion. Secondly, apart from Chang Yaojin and the other generals, these big shots of the imperial court were all skilled in calligraphy and painting. It would be more appropriate to give them a blank fan and let them draw the fan themselves. For a moment, the wooden stands of Noda beside the polo field were filled with the sound of rustling. Everyone was constantly opening and closing their folding fans. It was very lively. Li Wangyu slightly flapped the butterfly wings of history. The folding fan could be considered to have been invented more than 100 years earlier. It had become a necessary artifact for Chinese scholars to flirt with girls. While everyone was playing with their folding fans in high spirits, they heard the sound of Kuka-style drum music coming from the side of the polo field. It was the drummers of the guys department of the musical house of the Tang dynasty. They began to beat the drums, and the polo match was about to begin. The leaders of the Northern Yamen 6 armies and the Southern Yamen 16 guards came to invite Pai Lupi to kick off. This was also the ceremony of the polo match. Pai Lupi happily mounted the horse, took the stick, and galloped to the center of the field. Before the official kickoff, Pai Lupi had to give a lecture. He talked a lot of nonsense to the 20 polo players of both sides. He talked about friendship first, competition second, unity and progress to contribute to the harmonious society of the Tang dynasty, and so on. Of course, these were all imagined by Li Wangyu. After Pai Lupi symbolically hit the red, fist-sized ball, he galloped back to the stands on the side of the field. Li Wangyu felt it was quite interesting. It was the same as the World Cup games in the modern world, where celebrities were invited to kick off. In fact, in Li Wangyu's opinion, the polo rules of the Tang dynasty were very similar to the rules of football in the modern world. Except that the field was larger and the horses running on the field were strong, they were very similar in many other aspects. For example, there were also 2 10-foot-high goal gates at both ends of the polo field. You could score points by hitting the ball into them. On the polo field, there were 10 batters on each side, wearing narrow-sleeved robes of different colors. Moreover, there was a goalkeeper on the field and a referee, Zhou Wei, on the field. It seemed that except for the lack of red and yellow cards and offside rules, everything else was very similar to modern football. This discovery made Li Wangyu interested. His favorite sports in the modern world were football and basketball. In football, Li Wangyu had won countless World Cups. Of course, that was in the game of live football. He was originally not interested in polo, but after the referee blew the copper whistle, he suddenly became interested. Compared to the football of the later generations, horses were the ones running on the field in polo, which brought about an unprecedented visual impact. When the horses, which weighed nearly a ton, ran at a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, the feeling of power and impact was incomparably shocking. On the field, the batters spurred their horses, galloping and leaping, hitting the ball in the air. The red polo ball danced in the air as fast as a meteor. These batters' horsemanship was superb, and their ball control skills were adept. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded and gasped in amazement. Pai Lupi and the others on the wooden stands also occasionally applauded the batters for hitting the ball well. Those big shots still had their own statuses, so they did not have too much of a bias. However, the group of playboys did not have such concerns. Every time the batters of the 16 guards of the southern yamen took control of the ball, they would whistle and cheer endlessly. On the other hand, when the 6 guards of the northern yamen took control of the ball, this group of people would jump and curse loudly. This made Li Wangyu have an illusion. Did he transmigrate back to the modern world? Was he sitting on the stands, surrounded by fanatical fans watching the game? As the game progressed, Li Wangyu also began to immerse himself in it. Along with the cheers and curses of the playboys, on the field, from time to time, a batter would roll off the back of the horse after being hit by the horse. Every time, it would cause the crowd to cry out in alarm. When the batter got up and indicated that he was fine, the side of the field would erupt into loud cheers. The sound of the horse's hooves was like stepping on Li Wangyu's heart, causing his heart to beat along with it. He dared to touch his chest and swear that he had really fallen in love with this blood-boiling sport. Exciting! It was too exciting. The intensity and observability of polo had far surpassed the football games of the modern world. It was faster and more powerful. This made him completely fall in love with polo. When he thought about how polo disappeared from China in the modern world, Li Wangyu felt deeply regretful. Fortunately, he was now in the flourishing Tang dynasty, so he could personally witness the charm of this sport. The rules of polo were similar to basketball in the modern world. There were 3 breaks in the middle, and there were a total of 4 periods. Each period lasted for an incense stick, which was roughly half an hour in the modern world. An official polo match used 2 hours, which was 2 hours in the modern world. The break in the middle was used to change horses. Horses that were running at high speed did not have enough stamina to complete the entire game. At the end of the first period, Li Wangyu felt that his throat was a little sore. Obviously, he had been too engrossed in the game and used too much strength to shout, so he had hurt his vocal cords. However, he did not care. He reached out to take the wine that Niu Wu handed over and drank it. Awesome! Brothers, today was the right day to come. Haha, awesome, awesome. Haha, I told you that Zio would like it. Come, come everyone, let's drink. Now that the 16 guards of the southern yamen were in the lead, Cheng Chumo and the others were in a good mood. While everyone was in a lively mood, Wei Shuyu seemed to have seen something terrifying. Her pupils violently contracted, and then she dodged and hid behind Fatty Cho Kuan. Chapter 330. There was only one person in the entire Tang dynasty who could scare Wei Shuyu to this extent. He was the minister of the left, the imperial censor, and the Duke of Zhang. Wei Zhang, Wei Shuyu's father. This famous minister in history was able to make Pai Lupi fly into a rage, but he could not do anything about it. Wei Zhang could be considered as a name card of the great Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi loved to play with eagles, so when someone offered him a sparrow hawk, Pai Lupi loved it so much that he could not put it down. One day, when Pai Lupi was playing with the hawk, Wei Zhang asked for an audience. Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zhang's nagging, so he hid the sparrow hawk in his arms. However, Wei Zhang was not a good person either. After seeing through the clues, he deliberately talked nonsense. By the time Wei Zhang finally retreated, the sparrow hawk had already been choked to death in Li Er's arms. Even Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zhang's nagging, let alone Wei Shuyu's son. When he saw his father, he was even more afraid than a mouse seeing a cat. Wei Zhang did not like polo, so Wei Shuyu did not expect to meet his father today. When he saw Wei Zhang suddenly appear, Wei Shuyu subconsciously trembled and hid behind Fatty Cho Kuan. However, Wei Zhang did not seem to see his son. Instead, he went straight to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Pai Lupi was happily watching polo today, so when he saw Wei Zhang, he could not help but feel a headache. Although Pai Lupi later ordered people to put up the portraits of the 24 meritorious ministers in the Lingyan Pavilion and put Wei Zhang forth, it did not mean that Pai Lupi would be happy to see Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang's lifetime of admonitions amounted to tens of thousands of words. The number of times he spoke, the intensity of his words, and the firmness of his attitude made him the leader of all the ministers in the court. Although Pai Lupi could not leave him, he still felt a headache. This was also human nature. No one could stand someone nagging in their ears every day. No matter how accurate the words were, they couldn't stand it. Pai Lupi even gave Wei Zhang a nickname, Goat-Nosed Duke. This was also the only nickname that Pai Lupi had given to anyone in his life. It meant that the old man with the goat nose was as aggressive as a goat. Stubborn and unyielding. As for Wei Zhang, Pai Lupi hated him, but at the same time, he couldn't leave him. It was very distressing. Seeing that Wei Zhang had something to say again, he couldn't help but frown. He reached out and rubbed his temples. Duke Wei, if you have something to say, can we talk about it after this match? Your Majesty, you mustn't. I came here to ask you to stop this match. Wei Zhang didn't give Pai Lupi any face and directly retorted. Pai Lupi was taken aback. Stop hitting? Why is that? Because of horses. Horses? Pai Lupi was confused by Wei Zhang's words. The conversation between the monarch and his minister naturally reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone present was also baffled by Wei Zhang's words. Why did this ball strike provoke the goat-nosed duke out of the blue? Your Majesty, do you know how much it cost to buy 2 Jue-dun horses in the Tang dynasty? Wei Zhang asked with a straight face. Pai Lupi pondered for a moment. Between 50 to 100 strings of coins per horse. That's right. Last year, the Tang dynasty bought 3,000 horses from various countries in the western regions. The total cost was more than 200,000 strings of coins, which was more than 35,000 taels of gold. Does your Majesty know how many Tujue horses were eliminated last year? Wei Zhang continued to ask. This. Pai Lupi seemed to know what Wei Zhang was going to say. His face became a bit ugly. Wei Zhang didn't wait for Pai Lupi to answer. He continued, last year, more than 4,600 horses were eliminated because their hooves were damaged and they couldn't bear weight. He pointed to the polo field and continued, Your Majesty, Tujue horses are precious. How can they be used for playing? It's not easy to buy and train war horses. How can they be used so recklessly? I ask your Majesty to quickly issue an edict to ban hitting in the military. After Wei Zhang finished speaking, Pai Lupi and the other generals who were originally very dissatisfied with his words fell silent. They had to admit that this goat-nosed duke was right. The Tang dynasty didn't lack horses, but not all horses could be used as war horses. In the era of cold weapons, cavalry was the most powerful army. Therefore, the source and breeding of war horses was very important. Most of the horses in the Central Plains were relatively short and not suitable to be used as war horses. The best war horses were Tujue horses. After the Li Tang dynasty established the country, Pai Lupi personally ordered the selection of 2,000 Tujue horses and 3,000 surplus horses from the Sui dynasty's official horse farm to be used for grazing in Longyu. The purpose was to breed excellent war horses. Even so, the Tang dynasty still needed to buy a large number of Tujue horses from the western regions every year to make up for the shortage of war horses. The horses used for the races on the racecourse were the best horses that had been carefully selected. Wei Zhang naturally couldn't bear to see Pai Lupi and the nobles of the Tang dynasty use these precious war horses to play polo. This would only increase the number of horses that were damaged. This was simply a wasteful behavior. Pai Lupi, who felt that he was in the wrong, and the generals of the northern Yamen 6 armies and the southern Yamen 16 guards all fell silent. Even Chang Yaojin, who was always noisy, shut his mouth tightly and didn't say a word. Wei Zhang, the goat-nosed duke, was naturally right. However, whether it was Pai Lupi or these generals, they were unwilling to let Pai Lupi issue an edict forbidding polo. The scene became quite awkward for a while. Li Wangyu heard the conversation clearly from the side, but he was somewhat confused. In his opinion, polo was a very good sport. Although it required the horses to run, it shouldn't be as serious as Wei Zhang said, right? How could the war horses become useless after a few more matches of polo? This wasn't a joke, was it? However, looking at the serious faces of the people around him, He was somewhat uncertain. Was there some secret that he didn't know? Li Wangyu moved closer to Fang Yai's ear and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yai, why did Duke Wei say that polo would hurt the horses? What could happen if the horses run more?" His question made Fang Yai look at him strangely, as if he was looking at a fool. "Zio, don't you know that horses' hooves can't withstand wear and tear?" Duke Wei meant that if the war horses were to use the polo, it would be a loss if the horses' hooves were worn out. Wear out the horses' hooves? What did that mean? Li Wangyu blinked and still didn't understand. Fang Yai could only continue to explain to him that the horses' hooves were similar to a human's fingernails. As the war horses needed to run a long distance, it was very easy for them to bump or step on stones or other things. The horny layer on the horse's hooves could easily split open. Once the horse's hooves split open or were severely worn out, the war horse would be useless and would no longer be able to run at a high speed. It could only be withdrawn from the army and used as a draw horse. This was also the reason why Wei Zhang wanted to stop the polo competition. After hearing Fang Yai's words, Li Wangyu sighed deeply. So it was like this. He had just started to like this sport. If it was to be banned because of Wei Zhang's words, that would be too regretful. However, after thinking about it, there seemed to be something wrong with this matter. He couldn't help but think of an English folk song that he saw on the internet in his future life. Losing a nail meant losing a horseshoe. Losing a horseshoe meant losing a war horse. Losing a war horse meant losing a war horse. Losing a war horse meant losing a war horse. Losing a war horse meant losing a country. A horseshoe. Chapter 331. That's right, it was a horseshoe. Li Wangyu could not help but pat his head. How could he have forgotten about this transmigration benefit? A horseshoe was also called a horseshoe. This item was extremely simple. It was a U-shaped piece of metal about the size of a horse's hoof. Using a nail to nail the horse's hoof, it could protect the horse's hoof. Li Wangyu had read many transmigration novels, and this horseshoe was a godly item for showing off and slapping people's faces. In the future, Li Wangyu was so bored that he argued with people on the internet about when horseshoes appeared in China. Although there was a saying in the future that horseshoes appeared before the Sui dynasty, the evidence was a mural in the Dunhuang Mogao grottos that depicted a horseshoe. However, Li Wangyu had seen that mural on the internet, and he could not tell that it was a horseshoe. Moreover, there were no horseshoes, and it looked more like it was a treatment for the horse's hoof. Moreover, there was a clear record in the history books. In the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, Gao Juhui, a diplomat from the Jin dynasty, was sent to the western region's Yuqian kingdom, where he saw horseshoe technology from the Uyghur people. However, China did use bamboo, rattan, and leather to make simple shoes to protect the horse's hoof. However, they were more of a decoration than actual protection, and these things would be easily damaged when the horse ran at high speeds. In history, Wei Qing and Hua Zubing led an army to attack the Xiongnu people. When they set out, they had 140,000 horses, but when they returned, they only had 30,000 left. Most of the horses that were worn out were because they did not have horseshoes. After running for such a long distance, they had no choice but to give up. Li Wangyu thought about how such a simple U-shaped piece of metal could solve the problem. But it caused Wei Zhang and Pai Lupi to confront each other, and he could not help but laugh out loud. His laugh was not a big deal, but it attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, on the wooden stage, Wei Zhang, Pai Lupi, and the other big shots were at each other. Everyone stared at each other in silence, and the atmosphere became tense. At this moment, Li Wangyu laughed out loud, and Wei Zhang could not help but stare at him. "Huxian man, why are you laughing? Is what this old man said funny?" Li Wangyu felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, Wei Gong, you're right." Wei Zhang glanced at him, then turned to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, hitting the ball will hurt the horse. You must not continue. Your Majesty, please grant this official's request to cease the practice of batting." Pai Lupi was forced into a corner by Wei Zhang's words. He could neither agree nor disagree. This goat-nosed duke was so stubborn that it made people uncomfortable. When Li Wangyu saw this, he hesitated for a moment, but still braced himself and stood up. "Your Majesty, Eunuch Wei, there is actually a way to satisfy both sides. You don't have to stop batting, and you can also protect the horses." Pai Lupi's eyes lit up, but before he could say anything, Wei Zhang began to glare at him again. His words were quite rude. "Huxian man, don't mess around. This matter concerns the integrity of the country. How can it be treated as a joke? This old man sees that you are young and have gained the trust of His Majesty. You should be careful with your words and actions. Don't be like those traitorous officials and act recklessly. Wei Zhang actually didn't have any ill feelings towards Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu's water wheel, saline alkali soil management, and four-wheeled carriage were all good tools that benefited the country and the people. Wei Zhang greatly admired them. The old man was also a fan of the Three Kingdoms. When he had nothing to do, he would hold the romance of the Three Kingdoms and carefully study it. Wei Zhang loved Li Wangyu. No matter if it was his poems or essays, he loved them to the extreme. Wei Zhang also knew that his son, Wei Shuyu, had a close relationship with this Wuxian man. The old man became more and more impolite. He completely treated Li Wangyu as his own nephew and taught him a lesson. In the old man's opinion, his son and you are brothers, so he should control you and prevent you from being arrogant and unrestrained. Wei Zhang's words had good intentions, but it was hard to listen to. Li Wangyu's nose was about to become crooked from anger. What do you mean by child's play? What do you mean by acting recklessly? When Wei Zhang said this, his stubborn donkey temper came out. He straightened his neck and said, "This matter is unnecessary trouble. If the war horse's hooves are worn out, then think of a way to protect the horse's hooves. Who would stop the war horse from running just to protect the horse's hooves? Do our Tang cavalry have to be careful when fighting and not let the war horse run? What nonsense are you spouting? How can these two be compared? This is a matter of the country. Wuxian man, don't treat it as child's play." When the goat-nosed elder heard Li Wangyu's words, he also lost his temper. Li Wangyu was choked by the old man's words. He simply ignored him and cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I have a way to make the horse's hooves not wear out when running. It is very simple." Without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, Wei Zhang refuted, "Nonsense. Who has heard of horses running without wearing out their hooves? Which ancient book has such a record? Bola Sutra of Horse Identification, Essential Techniques of Qi People, See Mu Anji Collection. I have read these books several times. How can there be a way to make the horse's hooves not wear out?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at the old man. "If Wei Gong doesn't believe me, why don't we make a bet?" When he heard Li Wangyu mention a bet, Wei Zhang's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. "Wuxian man, don't make trouble. This matter concerns the horse administration of the Tang dynasty. How can you use a bet as child's play?" Li Wangyu simply looked at Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, do you believe what I said just now?" This. Pai Lupi didn't know how to answer. Li Wangyu often exceeded his expectations, but he didn't believe that he could make the horse's hooves not wear out. As the horse emperor, Pai Lupi's understanding of horses was no less than those who raised horses. He naturally knew the nature of horses very well. In his opinion, it was natural for horses to wear out their hooves when they ran. What if it could be reversed by human power? But in the face of Wei Zhang's aggressiveness, Pai Lupi couldn't say that he didn't believe him. Wouldn't he have to let the sheep-nosed duke force him to issue an edict forbidding polo? As a fanatical polo enthusiast, it was too difficult for him to issue an edict. However, Pai Lupi also knew that Wei Zhang was right. Nowadays, among the nobles of the Tang dynasty, playing polo was a trend. In Chang'an, almost every noble had a group of polo players. 1 or 2 games of polo didn't wear out the horses much, but over time, the number of horses lost every year was considerable. Seeing Pai Lupi like this, Li Wangyu was a little depressed. He simply raised his voice. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." "Report it." "Your Majesty, please build a large polo field in Chang'an. Pile up soil slopes around the field and set up benches to accommodate tens of thousands of people in Chang'an to watch the game. Playing polo can train the military's horsemanship, and also let the people of Chang'an and the vassal states know the military power of the Tang dynasty and the national prestige of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, please make a decision." Li Wangyu's words were simply going against the old man, Wei Zhang. Not only were Li Er and the other big shots dumbfounded, but even the foppish young masters were dumbfounded. Wei Shuyu, who was hiding behind Cho Kuan, couldn't help but poke her head out. She wanted to see if Li Wangyu was crazy. Where did he get the courage to challenge her father? Chapter 332. Li Wangyu's words shocked everyone to the point of being tongue-tied. but he still felt that it wasn't enough. When he was watching the polo game, he was wondering why the Tang dynasty didn't promote polo to the common people since there was such a lack of entertainment. Even if not everyone would be able to play polo, at least they would be able to watch polo. For example, today's game between the 6 armies of the Northern Army and the 16 guards of the Southern Army only had less than 100 spectators. It was really a waste. Since the rules of polo were similar to football in the future, why not set up a polo league in the Tang dynasty? Wouldn't it be faster? Originally, this was just a fantasy in his heart. But now that he was rebuked by old man Wei Zhang, he didn't care anymore. He poured out all his immature thoughts cleanly and neatly. Your Majesty, I would like to present a memorial to ask Your Majesty to set up a royal polo league in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu raised his voice. Wei Zhang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Li Wangyu as if he was looking at a traitor. Pai Lupi felt a headache coming on, but he couldn't help but ask, "What is a league?" The 6 armies of the Northern Army and the 16 guards of the Southern Army can form their own teams. A total of 22 teams can compete against each other. The winner gets 3 points, the draw gets 1 point each, and the loser gets no points. The team with the highest points will be the champion and will be rewarded by Your Majesty. Li Wangyu directly copied the rules of the Football League in the future, but the eyes of Pai Lupi and Cheng Yaojin lit up. What kind of league is this? It sounds very interesting. Bravery will lead to the champion, and power will shock the enemy. The champion will be ranked at the top of the army. Good, good. Pai Lupi was very happy and clapped his hands. His words made Wei Zhang's face even darker. If his eyes could kill, Li Wangyu would have been riddled with holes by now. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Huxianan's words are full of evil intentions. He wants to ruin the horse policy of the Tang dynasty. In the long run, the army's excellent horses will be exhausted. Don't tell me that we are going to let the generals and soldiers ride horses to kill the enemy? Wei Zhang then pointed at Li Wangyu. His eyes were about to spit fire. Huxian man, I only thought you were a mischievous youth. I didn't expect you to come up with such a disastrous idea for His Majesty just to please His Majesty. You are truly a sycophantic minister. I'll beat you to death, you filthy bastard. After saying that, Wei Zhang grabbed the imperial sword from the waist of the guard behind Pai Lupi and pulled it out. He raised the shining imperial sword and began to chase after Li Wangyu. The old man's actions scared Li Wangyu so much that he broke out in cold sweat. This goat-nosed old man was too scary. He couldn't win in a verbal argument, so he drew his sword and slashed at him. He was already so old, yet he was so agitated. Wasn't he afraid of a heart attack? Li Wangyu was so scared that he ran away. He jumped off the wooden stands and ran into the polo field. Behind him, Wei Zhang was still panting as he chased after him. In reality, Li Wangyu didn't know that the imperial sword hanging from the waist of Pai Lupi's imperial guard was only a ceremonial sword. It wasn't sharpened at all, but it looked bright and scary. Most of the imperial guards by the emperor's side carried weapons like this. This sudden turn of events stunned Pai Lupi and the other leaders. When they saw Li Wangyu being chased by the old man, Wei Zhang, they couldn't help but laugh. After Pai Lupi laughed a few times, he finally remembered his identity. He couldn't help but cough a few times to suppress his laughter. He ordered the imperial guards behind him, who were also unable to hold back their laughter. Why aren't you going to stop them? What kind of scandal is this? After Pai Lupi's words, the imperial guards finally reacted. They ran out in a hubbub, stopped the panting Wei Zhang, and took back the imperial sword. Li Wangyu was also covered in sweat from running. Seeing that there was no danger, he walked back to the wooden stands. Zio, hurry up and apologize to Eunuch Wei. Look at how angry he is. Pai Lupi held back his laughter and began to smooth things over. He wanted to give Wei Zhang, this stubborn old man, a way out. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, felt that he had been wronged. What did this have to do with him? It was clearly the goat-nosed old man who was being unreasonable. Why did he want him to apologize? However, Pai Lupi winked at him, indicating that he should hurry up and apologize. Li Wangyu could only bow to Wei Zhang helplessly. Eunuch Wei, it was all my fault. Please forgive me. Humph. The stubborn old man still ignored him. He let out a cold snort and turned his head to the side, refusing to look at him. Li Wangyu helplessly shrugged his shoulders and looked at Wei Shuyu. He was thinking about how to get revenge on Wei Shuyu when he returned. You bastard, I can't deal with your parents, but you think I can't deal with you? Wei Shuyu naturally didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the farce just now. When he saw Li Wangyou's threatening gaze, he repeatedly made a gesture of begging for mercy. As for Cheng Chumo and the others, they were laughing so hard that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Regarding this, Li Wangyu could only curse in his heart. This group of bastards, not a single one of them came to help him stop the stubborn old man. They just watched as he was chased down. How hateful! Pai Lupi lightly coughed and asked Li Wangyu again. Zio, you said that there is a way to not damage the horse's hooves. Is this true? Of course. This matter is very simple. If we are barefoot, we will not be able to walk. It is the same for horses. If we put shoes on the horse, won't the problem be solved? Li Wangyou's words made Pai Lupi shake his head. Wei Zhang once again snorted coldly. Cheng Yaojin and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Zio, you finally showed your weakness. These horseshoes have been around since ancient times. They are made of bamboo, rattan, and leather. It is not a novel thing. But it is not practical. Once the horse runs, it will be damaged. Cheng Yaojin laughed as he explained to him. In the eyes of the crowd, Li Wangyou's so-called method was just nonsense. Uncle Cheng, how do you know that my method won't work? Do you want to bet? Li Wangyu was annoyed by Cheng Yaojin and the others' laughter. He simply didn't tell them the truth about the U-shaped horseshoe. He straightened his neck and asked loudly. Little bastard, are you itching for a beating? I will slap you to death. The old hooligan didn't respond to Li Wangyou's words. He directly raised his large palm and threatened. Li Wangyu was speechless. What kind of people were these? If they didn't want to pull out a knife and cut someone, they would want to hit someone. Rude. Barbaric. Despising them. Pai Lupi shook his head. Zio, this matter is not child's play. Don't mention it again. He turned his head and said to Wei Zheng, we will consider Duke Wei's words. We will discuss this matter another day. How about it? No. Just as he finished speaking, Li Wangyu and Wei Zhang spoke at the same time to dissuade him. This made Pai Lupi so angry that his teeth itched. He couldn't say anything to Wei Zhang, but he wasn't so polite to Li Wangyu. He glared at him. Zio, if you say any more, we will have someone kick you out. Li Wangyou's temper also flared up. He ignored Pai Lupi's threat and loudly said, Since your majesty does not believe me, how about we have a match in 3 days to verify my words? Your majesty, please allow it. Before Pai Lupi could speak, he heard someone say, Your majesty, I am willing to have a match with Wuxia man in 3 days. Chapter 333. At this time, someone actually jumped out to support Li Wangyu. Was he not afraid of being spat to death by Wei Zhang? Everyone turned to look. It was Zhang Liang, the Duke of Chongping. What did Zhang Liang mean by this? Including Pai Lupi, no one understood. Only Li Wangyu and the other wastrels looked at each other, as if they had guessed what the Duke of Chongping was thinking. Today, they had a conflict with his wife and adopted son at the gate of the northern Yamen. Could it be that the Duke of Chongping wanted to use this opportunity to take revenge? Li Wangyou's guess was correct. Zhang Liang had been urged by Li Wangyu to use this game of polo to give the wastrels and Li Wangyu a little bit of trouble, so as to vent his anger for his wife, Li Wangyu. Originally, Zhang Liang had been struggling to find an opportunity to speak. Now that Li Wangyu had taken the initiative to suggest that they play in 3 days, he did not care about Wei Zheng's anger and hurriedly interjected, expressing his willingness to play with Li Wangyu. He was afraid that Pai Lupi would not allow it, so he took the initiative to explain, Your Majesty, this subject is willing to play polo with Wuxia man in 3 days. Today, Wuxia man and my wife had a misunderstanding at the northern Yamen gate. This subject wishes to use this opportunity to play polo with Wuxia man to resolve the misunderstanding. Your Majesty, please allow it. Zhang Liang's words might seem absurd and laughable to the people of the future. However, in the Tang dynasty, this was a common method to resolve conflicts between nobles. Before Pai Lupi ascended the throne, when Li Yuan was on the throne, there were conflicts between nobles in the Tang dynasty. Occasionally, there would be large-scale private fights between troops. When words could not convince the other party, they would use their swords to resolve the problem. This was also one of the reasons why nobles had their own troops. Ever since Pai Lupi ascended the throne after the incident at the Xuanwu Gate, he had decreed that nobles were forbidden from using troops to fight. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. Under the suppression of Pai Lupi's imperial power, private fights were suppressed. However, when nobles had conflicts, there had to be a way to resolve them. Therefore, it became an unspoken rule among the nobles of the Tang dynasty to solve conflicts by hitting the ball. The reason why Zhang Liang did not mention Qing Chumo and the other debauches, and only mentioned Li Wangyu, was because this fellow also bullied the weak and feared the strong. From his point of view, although Li Wangyu was loved by Pai Lupi, he was, after all, the lowest-ranked county official who founded the country. He did not hold an official position in the court and had no power or influence. But behind Qing Chumo and the others were Chang Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and other military bigwigs, so he did not want to offend them. Therefore, even when Hou Junji urged him to find trouble with Qing Chumo and the other dandy, he was very smart to bypass them and only mentioned that he had some misunderstanding with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu didn't think much of Zhang Liang's words, but the group of silk pants became anxious and waved their hands at Li Wangyu. Cheng Yaojin and Fang Xianling also spoke. Zhang Gonggong, it's just a misunderstanding. Why do you have to do this? Son of a bitch, isn't it just a little conflict with your wife? You want to hit the ball with my nephew for such a trivial matter, don't you feel embarrassed? Pai Lupi also glared at Zhang Liang. His dissatisfaction was obvious. Zhang Liang did not expect that Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and the others would defend Li Wangyu like this. He could not help but feel embarrassed. Li Wangyu felt a little confused. Wasn't it just hitting the ball? How big of a deal was it? Was it necessary? Anyway, he wanted to show Pai Lupi and the stubborn old man Wei Zhang 3 days later. What difference did it make who he played with? He did not pay attention to the dissuading eyes of the silk pants and nodded his head casually. Mr. Zhang, if His Majesty agrees, then you and I will hit the ball 3 days later. After he said this, the wooden platform suddenly became silent. Even Wei Zhang, who had been glaring at him, looked at him like he was a fool. The silk pants were even more speechless. They covered their faces with their sleeves and did not want to look at him. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Ziyu, you really want to hit the ball with Mr. Zhang? Li Wangyu saw everyone's reaction and finally began to realize that there seemed to be something that he did not know. He asked weakly, Your Majesty, if I say no now, is it too late? Pai Lupi did not speak, but Cheng Yaojin scolded. Nonsense, how can a man's words not count? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Old hooligan, it's okay for others to say this, but you have *Kingomi copper coins for playing mahjong before saying this. Li Wangyu knew that there must be something wrong with everyone's reaction. He quickly asked the silk pants in a low voice. The answer he received made him break out in a cold sweat. *CK, what kind of stupid rule was this? As long as he agreed to Zhang Liang's suggestion, Li Wangyu, as the head of the family, had to play the game. Zhang Liang naturally had to play as well. But could he compete with Zhang Liang? Although Zhang Liang did not have any great skills, he was still a veteran of the battlefield. Playing polo was a piece of cake for him. However, Li Wangyu had only learned how to ride a horse for 2 months. He barely knew how to ride a horse, so how could he be considered skillful? With his thin and weak body, if he really fell off the horse, wouldn't his head bleed and even break his bones? Playing polo in the Tang dynasty was really too dangerous. In today's polo, the players did not have any protective measures and were very easy to get injured. Han Yu said in the second book of Shangzhong Pu Shi, small injuries to the face, large injuries to the body. During the Tang dynasty, there were many examples of people getting injured or even dying from playing polo. During the Tang dynasty, Li Heng fell off the horse and died from a stroke. During the Tang dynasty, General Zhou Bao was blinded in one eye. At the end of the Tang dynasty, General Zhu Quanzhong's son played polo with Tang Xiaozong. Unfortunately, he fell to the ground and died on the spot. In short, it was a very dangerous sport. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. How was it possible for him to play polo? Before he could change his mind, he heard Pai Lupi stand up and announce, since Chongping County Duke and Huxian County Duke have agreed to this, then 3 days later, we will have a match at Taiji Palace's Wuda Hall to test Huxian County Duke's words. Were they really going to play? It was as if Li Wangyu could already see himself rolling off the horse's back. His flesh lacerated and his flesh mangled. His back was soaked in cold sweat. In the face of the pressure of survival, Li Wangyu's thoughts were as fast as lightning. He came up with an idea. "Your Majesty, I have something to say," Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. "Speak. Since 3 days later, you want to test whether my method of protecting the horse's hooves is feasible. Then I will be responsible for setting up the polo field. Is that okay?" Zhang Liang didn't have any objections to this. Pai Lupi thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The matter was settled. Even the stubborn old man Wei Zhang didn't say anything. Everything would be decided in 3 days' time. After Wei Zhang's disturbance, today's polo match couldn't continue. Pai Lupi directly stopped the match and prepared to return to the palace. Li Wangyu hurriedly ran after him. Pai Lupi turned his head in confusion. "Zio, is there something else?" Li Wangyu rubbed his hands and laughed. "Uncle, hee, there is something else." What is it?" Borrow a horse. Chapter 334. In the Tang Dynasty, 10 people were required to play in a regular cricket match. Li Wangyu currently had neither men nor horses, so he naturally had to ask Pai Lupi for them. Horses were easy to get. Pai Lupi might not have anything else, but he had plenty of fine horses in the palace. Among them, there were 10 Turkic horses, which were named by Pai Lupi as the 10G horses. They were all first-class horses. Pai Lupi was naturally reluctant to lend the 10G horses to Li Wangyu to play polo, but he could choose the other horses. In a polo match, the horses had to be changed 3 times. 30 horses were enough. After solving the problem of horses, Li Wangyu still wanted to borrow people. His Li family was small in number, so he couldn't drag the old housekeeper Li Heng, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, Perrin, and the 4 maidservants into the match, right? However, Pai Lupi shook his head and refused. "Zio, the cricket match in 3 days is between you and Zhang Liang. It's not convenient for me to lend you a batter from the palace." Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and understood Pai Lupi's meaning. As the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, he naturally had to be impartial. Although Li Wangyu was now his nephew, he still couldn't be biased. If he lent a batter, it would show his bias, and it would easily cause the court to criticize him. After sending off Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu began to think hard about where he could find a batter. Niu Wu and the other old soldiers were all skilled in archery and horse riding, but how could they know how to play polo? Just as he was feeling distressed, a group of playboys gathered around. "Zio, if you don't bring us brothers to the cricket match in 3 days, we'll cut ties with you." Cheng Chumo patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, "That's right, us brothers also want to play." The Yuchi twins also expressed their stance. Fang Yai cracked his knuckles and said with a smile, "Haha, how can you not count me in for this kind of thing?" Even Niu Zhangping, whose leg was inconvenient, was the same. "I'm lame, but I have no problem hitting the ball. Zio, don't forget about your brother." "Haha, after beating up the young one today, I'll teach the old one a lesson in 3 days. What's there to be afraid of? Ziyu, there's no need to worry. We beat him up together. If the prefectural Duke Chongping is unhappy, we brothers will take it on together." "Yes." 3 days later, "I'll kill that old bastard Zhang Liang." The silk pants words made Li Wangyu's nose tingle. These bastards were really interesting. This was something that he couldn't avoid, but this group of silk pants actually wanted to step in personally. He had to remember this favor. He would forgive Wei Shuyu and this group of bastards for not saving him when he was in danger. Li Wangyu nodded gratefully at the foppish young masters and sat down in a circle. "Brothers, many thanks." Cho Kun stood to the side and said sadly, "Ziyu, this whole thing happened because of me. If there's anything I can do, I won't refuse." Of those who wanted to hit the ball, only Fatty Cho Kun didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that with his size, it was too difficult to find a horse that could carry him. Li Wangyu laughed and patted his belly, which looked like it was 4 months pregnant. "Stop talking nonsense. If you continue to be so pretentious, I'll beat you up." The silk pants also laughed and stepped forward to trample on Fatty Cho Kuen's body of fat, laughing and joking. This made Cho Kuen feel less guilty. Ching Chumo laughed. "Ziyu, you still don't know how to hit the ball, right? Let's go. Brother will take you to practice." The silk pants also became interested. Knowing that Li Wangyu had borrowed a horse from Pai Lupi, they all clamored to ride the palace's imperial horses. Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped them. Brothers, please wait. There's no hurry to hit the ball. The most important thing right now is to make the horse's shoes. Have you all forgotten the reason why I'm hitting the ball with the prefectural Duke Chongping in 3 days? What's a horse's shoe? Ziyu, do you really have a way to reduce the wear and tear on the horse's hooves? Horseshoes aren't reliable. I think Ziyu can definitely do it. Ever since Li Wangyu's amazing performance at the Jia Temple, Feng Yai had 100% trust in Li Wangyu. Wei Shuyu also nodded. I think my family's lord is going to fall this time. Haha, Ziyu, you must win. Yes, if there's really a way to reduce the wear and tear on the horse's hooves, that would be great. The tournament that Ziyu mentioned just now sounded very exciting. Not to mention the baseball field that can seat tens of thousands of people. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ziyu, what method do you have? Hurry up and tell us. We brothers will help you plan it out. Li Wangyu smiled mysteriously. Hee, I'll keep it a secret for now. You all follow me. Alright, does anyone know a good blacksmith? I need to make a batch of things. Fatty Cho Kuan hurriedly said, I know. Xieji blacksmith shop in the east. My family's rice business needs ironware and they make it there. Let's go quickly. Li Wangyu pushed Fatty Cho Kuan and ran out of the barracks. The group of debauches looked at each other and chased after them with a smile. In the East Market Xieji blacksmith shop, shopkeeper Xie saw Cho Kuan leading a group of people and quickly came out to greet them. Lang Jun, do you need to make ironware today? Cho Kuan nodded and pointed at Li Wangyu. This is Hu Xian Man. He needs to make some things. Shopkeeper Xie, let the blacksmith work hard. There can't be any delays. Shopkeeper Xie quickly went forward to greet the young man in front of him when he heard that the young man in front of him was Hu Xian Man. When he found out the identity of these debauches, he became even more unwell. He couldn't even speak clearly. I can't walk downstairs. I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry for the neglect. Please wait for a moment. I'll call the blacksmith over immediately. After saying that, shopkeeper Xie turned around and ran into the shop. After a while, he came out with a middle-aged man. This is the best craftsman in my shop. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask him. I'm not bragging, but our Xieji blacksmith shop is one of the best blacksmiths in Chang'an City. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Li Wangyu nodded, but he didn't rush to say what he needed to make. Instead, he asked Chung Chumo to bring a horse over. Chung Chumo was confused by him, but he still followed his orders and brought the horse over. Li Wangyu asked shopkeeper Xie to bring a brush, ink, and paper. He spread the paper on the ground and asked the debauches to help him make the horse's hooves stand on the paper and not move. He took the brush and sketched the outline of the horse's hooves. Zio, what are you doing? The debauches couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Don't worry. You'll know in a while. Li Wangyu took the paper with the outline of the horse's hooves. He compared the size of the horse's hooves and drew a U-shaped pattern. Then, he handed it to the strong blacksmith. Please help me make this object. It doesn't need to be too thick, just about an inch thick. You need to make holes in these places on the iron plate. Li Wangyu pointed to the marked places on the drawing and explained. The middle-aged blacksmith frowned and looked at it for a long time. He didn't know what this strange little iron plate was for. However, he knew that these were all nobles, so he didn't dare to ask. He just nodded and replied in a low voice, "Please wait for a moment. There's a ready-made iron bar in the workshop. You just need to bend it and make holes." "That's good. You can make 4 pieces first." The middle-aged blacksmith nodded and went to the blacksmith shop behind to make. After about an hour, 4 pieces of steaming horses' hooves were sent to Li Wangyu. Chapter 335. Chung Chumo and the others grabbed the 4 pieces of horseshoes and looked at them for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out what they were used for. "Ziyu, is this the horseshoes you were talking about? How do you use this?" Li Wangyu didn't answer, but asked, "Which one of you has a good stable boy? Let me borrow it, and you will know the use of this horseshoes." Duke Lu's residence was not far from the East Market. After a short discussion, they got on their horses again and headed towards Duke Lu's residence. As soon as he entered Duke Lu's residence, Li Wangyu regretted it. He actually forgot that the old hooligan, Chang Yaojin, also returned home after the polo tournament was cancelled. Miscalculation. It was really a miscalculation. He turned his head and glared at Cheng Chumo. You did it on purpose, didn't you? The three brothers of the Cheng family had been with Li Wangyu for a long time now, so they also learned his movements. They shrugged their shoulders at Li Wangyu, meaning that it was none of their business. Wahaha boy, quickly come and tell me clearly, what method do you have to prevent the horse's hooves from being worn down? If you can't do it, if you can't hold the tournament, I will beat you up. Chang Yaojin waved the folding fan Li Wangyu gave him. His attitude was very arrogant. Faced with the old hooligan's threat, Li Wangyu could only obediently admit defeat. Uncle Cheng, I came to your residence specifically to demonstrate to you. Why don't we go to the residence's stable now? Summon your manners, stable boy, and I will teach him. How effective it is, Uncle Cheng will know when you see it. Including Cheng Chumo, the group of debauches looked at Li Wangyu with disdain. You have the nerve to say such words? You came here specifically to demonstrate to Cheng Yaojin? Are you sure? Li Wangyu stared back at them. F***ck, do you dare to say no? All the debauches. We don't dare. Cheng Yaojin was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's answer and took the lead to the residence's stable. When they arrived at the stable, Li Wangyu asked the stableman to prepare the wooden frame that was usually used to cut the horse's hooves. He took out a fine horse from the stable and tied it to the wooden frame to prevent the horse's hooves from hurting anyone when the horse's hooves were being nailed. He asked the stableman to clean the horse's hooves and use a small knife to cut off the uneven parts of the horse's hooves. After the preparations were complete, he took out the horseshoes that he had made in the blacksmith shop and had the stableman nail the horseshoes to the horse's hooves. Using an iron nail to nail this piece of iron to the horse's hooves? Regarding Li Wangyu's instruction, Ma Xiao of Duke Lu's mansion was stunned for a long time, not knowing whether he should follow it or not. On the other hand, Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up. He had already figured out what was going on. Bastard, what are you standing there for? Why haven't you done as Hu Xiannen said? Seeing the stableman standing there in a daze, Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but curse. Only then did the stableman wake up from his dream. He hurriedly picked up the wooden hammer and nails and began to nail the horseshoes as Li Wangyu had instructed. The horseshoes were a layer of cuticles, similar to human nails, and did not feel any pain. Under everyone's gaze, the horse's hooves were nailed to the horseshoes. Li Wangyu had the stableman release the bound horse and was ready to test the effect of nailing the horseshoes. Cheng Yaojin pulled away Cheng Chumo, who was about to mount the horse, and directly jumped onto the horse's back. Duke Lu's mansion occupied a large area, and there was even a horse training field set up in the mansion. Cheng Yaojin pulled the reins and urged the horseshoe-nailed horse to run towards the training field. Li Wangyu and the wastrels bitterly smiled. They could only slip away and chase after the horse's butt. The horseshoes nailed to the metal horseshoes made an unprecedented crisp knocking sound on the blue stone floor of the mansion. It was very pleasant to hear. Cheng Yaojin's ears listened to this sound and became more and more excited. He rode the horse to the training field and began to gallop happily. This old bastard was so happy that he grabbed a long spear from the weapon rack next to the training field and began to practice a horse battle. Li Wangyu and the others were scared witless as they cowered in the corner of the training field. They could only helplessly watch the old hooligan behave atrociously. There were even several times when the old hooligan deliberately urged the horse to run in front of them. The shiny blade of the horse passed in front of everyone's eyes. Li Wangyu was so scared that he quickly shrank his body behind Cheng Chumo. Brother Chumo, I'm sorry. Li Wangyu patted Cheng Chumo's shoulder and said sympathetically. The other wastrels also looked at the three Cheng brothers with sympathy. They were unlucky to have such a father. The three Cheng brothers had tears in their eyes. As for their father, they also had to applaud with tears in their eyes. Finally, the old hooligan was satisfied. He rode the horse in front of everyone and dismounted. He personally checked the horse's hooves and then raised his head and laughed. Boy, if you had such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? Do you know that you almost made a mistake? If my Tang Dynasty's army had these horseshoes earlier, how many more horses could we have produced every year? He had made the horseshoes himself, but in the old hooligan's words, it was his fault. Li Wangyu was too lazy to argue. He obediently bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Only then did Cheng Yaojin let him go. These horseshoes really are useful. Why didn't this old man think that nailing a piece of iron to the horse's hooves could prevent them from wearing out? Even if the horseshoes wear out, I can just replace it with a new one. Good, this is really good. This won't do. This old man must go to the palace to see the emperor. This matter cannot be delayed. Li Wangyu quickly pulled Cheng Yaojin back. Uncle Cheng, please wait. If you go to the palace, won't everyone know about it? Hee, this little nephew is still waiting for 3 days to play ball with Prefectural Duke Chongping. Cheng Yaojin glared at him. He wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he laughed. Wahahaha, you're right. Then let's talk about it in 3 days. However, this horseshoes of yours must be kept a secret. You must not let others know about it. Where did you get this horseshoes made from? Chong in East City's Xieji blacksmith shop. Cheng Yaojin nodded. Men, send someone to the East City's Xieji blacksmith shop. Bring everyone to the Golden Guard of the Left's barracks. Don't let a single person leave. Do you hear me? Yes, sir. Cheng Yaojin's personal guards immediately received the order and rushed out of the residence. Li Wangyu couldn't help but sweat profusely. What was this old hooligan trying to do? Wasn't he making a big fuss over a minor issue? Bringing everyone from the blacksmith shop to the barracks? Wasn't this too much of an exaggeration? Without waiting for him to persuade him, Cheng Yaojin turned his head and continued to make arrangements. Zio, Yu, Chumo, and the others will move to the Golden Guard of the Left's barracks in the next 3 days. Send the horses His Majesty lent you there as well. For the next few days, don't leave the barracks. Practice well inside. Nanny? Even they were going to live in the barracks? What was this old hooligan trying to do? Li Wangyu was confused. He opened his mouth, wanting to object. However, Cheng Yaojin didn't give him a chance to speak. He waved his hand and had someone send them to the Golden Guard of the Left's barracks. Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of sin had he committed? He could only send someone to Zhou village to deliver a message, saying that he would be staying in Chang'an for a few days. His beautiful superiors didn't have to worry. The group of silk pants were also confused by Cheng Yaojin's arrangements. They could only send someone back to their residence to say that they had been asked to stay by Lu Guogong. Chapter 336. Li Wangyu, Cho Kuan, and the other playboys were sent to the barracks of the Golden Guards of the Left by the old hooligan. As for the Xieji blacksmith shop in the East City, the shopkeeper, the craftsman, and the workers were all sent to the barracks. Shopkeeper Xie was so scared that he was trembling. He didn't know what had happened to him. When he saw Li Wangyu and the others, he kept crying and begging Li Wangyu to be merciful and let him go. Li Wangyu could only comfort him and promise that he would be able to go home in 3 days. Only then did shopkeeper Xie and the others calm down. Cheng Yaojin ordered them to move the tools from the blacksmith shop into the barracks. He ordered them to start making horseshoes immediately. Shopkeeper Xie and the others knew that it was because of the small piece of iron they made today. However, they didn't dare to complain. They could only bury themselves in forging and hope that they could go home as soon as possible. They didn't know that the small piece of iron they made could solve the problem that troubled the dynasties of China. It was really a divine tool. It could be said that the Xieji blacksmith shop had opened a new era of cavalry. Of course, it didn't mean anything to shopkeeper Xie and the others who were in a mess. The group of playboys admired Li Wangyu to the extreme because of the horseshoes. Li Wangyu was the youngest in this small group. But now, no one disobeyed him. The group of playboys faintly followed Li Wangyu's lead. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Li Wangyu's words were more effective than their father's words. They were forced into the barracks by Cheng Yaojin, but they all felt that it was very fun. After laughing and playing for a while, they prepared to go to the polo field of the Golden Guards of the Left to practice. Li Wangyu still didn't know how to hit the ball. Cheng Yaojin and the others wanted to train him well since he would be playing in the game in 3 days. Even if he couldn't learn how to play polo, he should at least learn how to protect himself so that he wouldn't fall off the horse. Li Wangyu suddenly remembered that he had to set up the venue. This was the key to showing the effect of the horseshoe. Whether he could win the game with Zhang Liang depended on the layout of the venue. He hurriedly pulled Cheng Yaojin aside and told him his thoughts. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Cheng Yaojin, this old hooligan, couldn't help but slap Li Wangyu heavily on the shoulder. The shock caused Li Wangyu's body to go numb. In the future, I will make my 3 foolish sons stay away from you so that they won't be fooled by you. Tell me the truth. Some time ago, people pasted those things on the gates of the markets in Chang'an overnight. Was it you who did that? Hee, Uncle Cheng, what are you saying? That night, I was at your house, drinking with Brother Chumo and the others. Li Wangyu of course would not admit it, and replied with a smile. Cheng Yaojin nodded. I know. It seems that it was you who did it. It must be my 3 foolish sons and your gang of bad friends. Damn, this Cheng Yaojin was really cunning. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes, indicating that he was tired and didn't want to talk with this old bastard. Well, I will ask someone to prepare the things for you. But can you do it? Hitting the ball is not so simple. Be careful if you fall off the horse and your head bleeds. In my opinion, you are too impulsive. Although Zhang Liang doesn't have any **T ability, he is not someone you can compete with. Li Wangyu really wanted to raise his middle finger to this old hooligan. Damn, today on the wooden platform, who blocked my mouth with words, saying that a man's word should be nailed with a mouthful of saliva? Li Wangyu knew that he couldn't win the argument with this old hooligan. He turned around and went to find the playboys to practice. In the Tang Dynasty's polo tournament, each side had 10 batters. Everyone discussed for a while. Apart from Li Wangyu who had to play, the other 9 people were the Cheng brothers, the Yuqi twins, Fang Yai, Chai Linggu, Niu Zhengping, and Wei Shuyu. As for Du He and Du Go, they could only serve as substitutes and cheerleaders. These 9 people, including Wei Shuyu, were all good at playing polo. Niu Zhengping, who had always been low-key, was even more outstanding. After all, he was Niu Jinda's son. Although one of his legs was lame, it didn't affect him from learning his father's archery skills. It was also because his legs were inconvenient that Niu Zhengping became more and more passionate about polo. Because riding on horseback had nothing to do with his legs. Speaking of his father, Niu Jinda, he was also a fierce general in the early Tang dynasty. However, he was too low-key and didn't have good luck. Even Zhang Liang, that kind of trash, later became a duke and was ranked among the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. Niu Jinda, who came from Wagong village and joined Pai Lupi with Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the others, was only conferred the title of Langyi County Duke. He was so low-key that even the old and new Tang book were not given to him. As for himself, he had made illustrious military achievements and was far from what trash like Zhang Liang could compare with. Therefore sometimes, being too honest and dutiful was not good. Niu Jinda, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the others had a deep relationship. Even Niu Zhengping, Cheng Chumo, and the others had a deep brotherly relationship. They were so close that they almost wore the same pants. The people of old Niu's family really lived up to their surname. Each of them was as low-key as old Niu. Niu Zhengping usually didn't talk much among the playboys. However today, after riding on horseback and holding his polo stick, he was like a different person. He was abnormally excited. Zio, watch brother show you what hitting a ball is. Niu Zhengping pulled the reins and the horse rushed out. Cheng Chumo used all his strength to hit the ball in Niu Zhengping's direction. However, Niu Zhengping did not wait for the ball to hit the ground and directly hit the ball in the air. The ball was 70 to 80 feet away from the goal. The red polo ball was like a meteor. It flew straight to the goal and accurately drilled into the goal like a guided missile. Li Wangyu and the other playboys applauded and cheered. Niu Zhengping's play was really wonderful. It was not inferior to the batters they saw in the Northern Imperial Army field today. In order to practice, Cheng Yaojin even arranged opponents for the playboys. The left Imperial Guard's batters would practice with them. Li Wangyu temporarily stayed on the sidelines and watched. He planned to familiarize himself with the rules first. However, after watching the playboys practice for a while, he frowned. There seemed to be something wrong with the polo of the Tang dynasty. Looking at the scene of 20 people chasing the red polo ball in Noda's polo field, Li Wangyu hugged his elbow with one hand and supported his chin with the other. He started to think. Why did he feel that there was something wrong? At this time on the field, Fang Yai had just intercepted the opponent's attack and hit the ball forward. The 20 horses turned their heads and chased the ball again. Li Wangyu suddenly clapped his hands, startling Cho Kuan, who was next to him. That's right, that's it. I know. Li Wangyu didn't care about anything else. He quickly blew the copper whistle and stopped the game. Chapter 337. Although polo in the Tang dynasty was prosperous, in Li Wangyu's eyes, it was still very rough. In his opinion, including the playboys, whether it was horsemanship or batting skills, they could be called perfect. It was a personal skill that the stuntmen in the movies of later generations could not show. But these batsmen of the Tang dynasty mostly used cavalry formations when playing polo. Out of the 10 batters, other than one goalkeeper, the remaining 9 were in a cavalry triangular charging formation, with 3 men in a team cooperating with each other. There was no distinction between forwards, midfielders, and defenders on the field. As a result, the originally spacious polo field was not effectively used. In Li Wangyou's eyes, it was wonderful and lively, but there were no skills or tactics in it. He was used to playing live football games in later generations, so he was familiar with football tactics like 3-4-3 and 4-4-2. Why couldn't it be the same in polo? Cheng Chumo and the others were playing happily, but the game was stopped by the whistle. They looked depressed. Zio, what's wrong? Why did you whistle? Li Wangyou asked someone to bring him a pen and paper, and while writing and drawing on it, he replied, "Brothers, don't worry. I have some ideas to discuss with you." Zio, you also know batting tactics? Hey, wait for me to draw it for you. You'll know when you see it. Li Wangyou drew a diagram of the polo field on the paper, picked up a handful of stones from the ground, and put 2 of them on it. Brothers, please look. These 2 stones represent 2 batsmen. He pointed to Niu Zhangping and Cheng Chumo. Brother Zhangping and Brother Chumo have good skills and can be responsible for the offense. They are the first line of the team's offense, mainly wandering in this area. I call them the forwards. He used the pen to outline an area in front of the polo field. Brother Zhangping and Brother Chumo will be in this area, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Niu Zhangping and Cheng Chumo looked at each other and laughed. Forwards are good. We are the vanguard officials, directly attacking the enemy. Got it. Zio, go on. Li Wangyou nodded and took out 3 more stones and placed them on the paper. These 3 stones represent Brother Yuqi and Brother Eai. The 3 of you are the middle army, and I am the middle. He is mainly active in the middle of the field and is responsible for connecting the forwards and defenders. He can attack and defend when he advances. Fang Yai and the Yuqi twins also nodded excitedly. Understood, Zio, you're arranging the troops. Li Wangyou chuckled and placed the last 3 stones on the paper. Brother Linggu, Brother Xu Yu, Brother Chuliang, and Brother Chubi, the 4 of you will be the rear guard on the field. I will be the rear guard, mainly responsible for defense and intercepting the opponent's attacks. The 4 of them nodded excitedly. Looking at the 9 stones that Li Wangyou had placed on the paper, they felt like they were in a battlefield. Chokun suddenly asked, Zio, what are you doing then? Me. Li Wangyou answered matter-of-factly. Don't tell me you expect me to charge and break through the enemy lines? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then they all laughed loudly. Out of their absolute trust in Li Wangyou, the playboys didn't raise any objections. Instead, they listened to Li Wangyou's explanation with great interest. Li Wangyou picked up his pen again and circled around each position, explaining how they should run to attack, widen the field, and use the ball to control the players. He explained to the playboys for a long time. The playboys were all quite smart. After Li Wangyou's explanation, they all roughly understood their duties and running routes on the field. Haha, Zio, this formation of yours is quite interesting. Let's try it out? Cheng Chumo couldn't wait. Li Wangyou nodded and was about to get on his horse when he suddenly thought of something. He called over an imperial soldier and asked him to bring him a helmet. Everyone didn't understand, and Li Wangyou was too lazy to explain. Damn this group of barbarians. They didn't bring any protective equipment for such a dangerous sport. It was too much. With his soft skin and tender flesh, he didn't dare to imitate them. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tang army's armor was too thick and heavy, Li Wangyou would have wanted to fully equip himself and go play polo. After putting on the helmet and tightening the straps, Li Wangyou carefully climbed onto the horse and prepared to go on the field. The training match started again, and the left Golden Guard's batsman casually rode onto the field. In the eyes of this group of veterans, playing polo with Li Wangyou and the others was just playing with them. Although the playboys' skills were good, how could they compare to this group of old soldiers? With the cooperation of the 3 batsmen, it was very difficult for the playboys to compete. This was the cooperation of the cavalry in the army. On the battlefield, the cavalry charge was also the same. The cavalry formation that seemed to cover the sky and cover the earth actually consisted of 3 cavalrymen working together. One person was in charge of attacking, and the other 2 were in charge of protecting the left and right wings. This was similar to the 3-3 infantry tactic invented by the People's Liberation Army in the future. The three people formed a battle group and attacked or defended in a triangle formation. This tactic had both offense and defense, and the division of labor was clear. It could maximize the combat strength of the cavalry. However, although this tactic was powerful on the battlefield, it might not be suitable on the field. If the players were too concentrated on the field, it would leave too much space for the opponent to use. Originally, when playing polo in the Tang dynasty, everyone was like this, and it didn't matter. As the saying goes, noobs pecked at each other. However, Li Wangyu shamelessly copied the football tactic from the future, and the original polo tactic immediately became outdated. When the playboys rode on the field and tried to stand according to Li Wangyu's instructions, it caused a burst of laughter from the imperial guards. Although they were just accompanying the playboys to train, it still attracted many left Golden Guard's imperial guards to watch from the sidelines. Many generals also ran to the sidelines to join in the fun. Seeing the playboys standing on their horses, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Young dukes, what are you playing at? Why aren't they forming a battle formation? If they fight by themselves, won't they be tortured to death? Hee, I'm afraid that the dukes are playing some tricks. Let's see, this formation definitely won't be able to block the attack. Are the dukes preparing to surrender? I bet that if the dukes use this formation, they will lose at least 5 balls. Does anyone want to bet with me? Scram to the side. Who's crazy enough to bet with you? At the corner of the field, Cheng Yaojin was surrounded by a group of left Golden Guards as he watched the playboys train. Seeing the situation on the field, the group of generals couldn't help but discuss. Great General, what are the little Gongzi and the others doing? They won't be able to win against the Duke of Chongping's batting team. It's probably that Huxian guy's idea, right? Just now, I saw him call the dukes over. That's why it's like this. This is the first time I've seen someone stand like this. Haha, it's really an eye-opener. This Huxian guy really has some ideas. Cheng Yaojin waved the horsewhip in his hand. Damn it, this group of bastards. If they make me lose face in front of the soldiers, I'll beat them to death. Without waiting for Cheng Yaojin to explode in rage, the referee blew the copper whistle and the match began. Chapter 338. Niu Zhengping casually pushed the ball to Cheng Chumo. The 3 batsmen of the left Golden Guards clamped their legs on their horses' bellies and urged their horses to rush over. Cheng Chumo was not in a hurry as he used the stick in his hand to push the ball behind him before the 3 men could surround him. The polo field was 1,000 steps long and the distance in the first half was 500 steps, which was more than 700 meters. Their horses were all military horses and could reach a speed of about 50 kilometers per hour. Even so, the horses needed nearly a minute to cross the field at full speed. In the movie One Goal to Fame, there was a classic line that went, "The football will always run faster than you, so we need to pass the ball." This sentence was even more appropriate to describe the polo field. Although the speed of the horses was much faster than the running speed of a human, the polo field was much wider. The red polo ball under the stick flew much faster than the football. Although the playboys were not adept at standing on the field and their horses were very immature, they perfectly utilized the width and length of the polo ball. The moment the match started, the laughter of the Imperial Army soldiers on the sidelines became softer and softer and was replaced by gasps. The generals beside Cheng Yaojin were also shocked by the scene on the field. The 10 best batsmen of the left Golden Guards could not even touch the surface of the polo ball on the field. The batters in a group of 3 were busy chasing the polo ball in vain on the field. On the other hand, the debauches were having a very easy time fighting. Every time they were about to be caught or surrounded by their opponents, they would always be able to move the ball as if they were taking a stroll in the park. The first time the playboys attacked, the polo ball was passed 3 times and was sent to the front of Niu Zhengping's horse. At this moment, there was only the goal and a batsman in front of him. The batsman was very anxious and urged his horse to rush towards Niu Zhengping, desperately trying to stop him from shooting the ball. Niu Zhengping raised his club high, but he didn't use any strength. Instead, he pushed the ball out before the Imperial Army batter arrived. The batsman of the Imperial Army turned his head in shock and looked in the direction of the ball. He saw Cheng Chumo riding his horse in the direction of the ball. He bent down and easily pushed the ball with his stick. The ball rolled into the Imperial Army's goal without any obstruction. The referee at the side of the field immediately blew his copper whistle, accompanied by the sound of drums. An Imperial Army soldier ran to the back of the goal with a banner in his hand and stuck it into the ground, indicating that the silk pants had scored a point. Li Wangyu was alone in front of his own goal, looking into the distance. The polo field of the Tang dynasty was really too big. The opponent's goal, which was 1.5 kilometers away, made it quite strenuous for him to see. However, when the whistles and drums sounded, and the flag fluttered in the wind, he immediately understood that the debauches had broken through the opponent's goal. He couldn't help but clench his fists and wave them in the air a few times. Success! Using football tactics to play polo was really useful. Cheng Yaojin was so shocked by this scene that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. After a long while he muttered to himself, "Bastard, you can play polo like this?" The generals who had been making fun of the debauches also fell silent. They felt that their faces were burning. This was a slap in the face. Some of the thin-skinned generals couldn't help but shout at the Imperial Army batters on the field, scolding them and telling them to be more serious. The game started again. These Imperial Army batters no longer dared to underestimate the debauches. They were 120% focused. However, the result of the game was still one-sided. After only 2 hours of the game, the debauches were leading by a score of 7-3. The 3 goals that they had lost were almost all related to Li Wangyu. This guy's goalkeeping was really too weak. His level was so terrible that it was impossible to look at him directly. He wasn't even able to stop a seemingly harmless shot from the other party. Instead, he almost rolled off the back of his horse, causing the debauches to burst into laughter. In the second half of the game, the Imperial Army batters also tried to imitate the debauches' tactics. However, there was no one to teach them. They could only observe with their eyes. How much could they learn? In the end, they were like dogs instead of tigers. They became scattered sand and were unable to threaten Li Wangyu's goalkeeping. After the training match ended, the debauches were all smiles. They didn't think that they could win so easily. As for the Imperial Army soldiers of the Imperial Army, they were all silent. This blow was too great. The debauches rode on their horses and escorted Li Wangyu to the side of the field. While everyone was laughing and joking, they saw a group of people galloping over. "Bastard brat, if you don't teach the batters of the left golden guards that you used just now, don't even think about leaving this military camp." From afar, Cheng Yaojin's hoarse voice could be heard shouting. It scared Li Wangyu so much that he shrank his neck back. This old hooligan couldn't see anything good in his eyes. The horseshoes were snatched away by him. He even wanted to snatch the tactics for playing polo. He was really going too far. Li Wangyu took a deep breath and glared. He opened his mouth and roared, "Yes, Uncle Cheng, don't worry. I will do my best to teach them." Damn it, he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. This was the Imperial Army of the Imperial Army. Facing the old hooligan's threat, Li Wangyu admitted that he wasn't a tough guy and couldn't say no. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, the martial virtue hall of Taiji Palace was unusually lively. As the saying goes, Taiji gave birth to yin and yang, yin and yang gave birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols gave birth to the 8 trigrams. There were many gossipers in Chang'an. The imperial tutor of the crown prince, Li Wangyu from Hu County, was in the Imperial Army's barracks 3 days ago. He had a conflict with the wife of the Duke of Chongping's family, the Li clan, and beat up Zhang Liang's adopted son. Today, he was going to teach the saint how to protect the horseshoes and play polo with the Duke of Chongping. These gossips had already spread to the ears of all the nobles and officials in Chong, and within 3 days. In this era where there was a serious lack of entertainment, even the nobles and officials in Chong were very bored. After hearing about the commotion in front of the martial virtue hall, who could still sit still? Therefore, all those who were qualified to enter the Taiji Palace to watch the ball game came. Because polo was popular in the Tang dynasty, there was also a polo field in front of the martial virtue hall of Taiji Palace. However, the field was slightly smaller. It was about 800 meters long and 400 meters wide. It had to be said that the most distinctive feature of the prosperous Tang dynasty was the word, big. The streets were 150 meters wide and the palace was tall. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that there was such a big polo field in front of the martial virtue hall. The nobles and officials arrived at the martial virtue hall one after another. However, when they saw the polo field that was being used today, they all had the same thought. What the hell is going on in this polo field? Chapter 339. The Tang dynasty had strict requirements for a polo field used for batting. First, the field had to be flat and there could be no holes. Otherwise, the horses and batters would be injured. Secondly, grass could not grow on the field. The ground had to be compacted. But today, the field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues was filled with all kinds of broken weapons and arrowheads. Many of them were even rusty. This field could be used for batting? Was this not a garbage dump? Where did all these broken metals come from? The officials and nobles all had black faces full of question marks. Some of them were old and had blurred vision. They even walked closer to see what was going on. Someone waved his hand to summon a servant from the Hall of Martial Virtues and asked why the field had become like this. The servant looked left and right and helplessly replied in a low voice. Replying to the noble Lu Guogong, with the approval of the saint, specially used a carriage to transport these weapons and poured them on the field. Do you know why this is? This servant really does not know. Seeing that they could not get an answer from the servant, the nobles and officials began to discuss. What was Lu Guogong, Cheng Jijie trying to do? Was he afraid that the county boy would be at a disadvantage, so he purposely caused trouble and caused today's batting competition to be cancelled? This guess received the approval of many people. After all, based on the current situation, today's batting competition would definitely not be able to continue. The horses' hooves were weak. Who would dare to let these precious horses run on such a field? Although the broken weapons and arrowheads were rusty, their sharpness could still be seen. If they were stepped on by the horses, even a good horse would be crippled. Lu Guogong's move is quite ruthless. Even if that Chongping County Duke wants to avenge his wife today, I'm afraid he won't be able to. Isn't that so? Lu Guogong is indeed the #1 troublemaker of the Tang dynasty. His skin is really thick. He can even use such a method. Isn't he ashamed? Have you seen the goat-nosed Duke? Duke Wei's face was originally green today, but now that the batting competition is cancelled, he doesn't look so scary anymore. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let the goat-nosed Duke hear you. It's a pity that today's batting competition won't be able to continue. I wonder if Chongping County Duke will be disappointed when he comes. I heard that day at the Baya Yuan Gate, his adopted son was beaten very badly by a group of men from Wuxia. What adopted son? I don't think Duke Chongping cares at all. I'm afraid it's his wife who cares. You still don't know, right? His wife and adopted son. The topic of discussion quickly changed from the strange situation at the polo field to the relationship between the Duke of Chongping's wife and the adopted son named Zhang Shenji. This level of digression was not much different from the forums of the future. Since ancient times, the gossipers were still the same. As expected, when Zhang Liang led a group of fake disciples into the square in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues and saw the baseball field, he immediately jumped up and cursed. Ho Junji was also dumbfounded. He had never imagined that a mighty duke like Chang Yaojin would do something like this. What was even more unexpected was that Pai Lupi actually acquiesced to Chang Yaojin's actions. It seemed that it would be impossible to make things difficult for Chang Yaojin today. He shook his head regretfully and turned to leave with Zhang Liang. However, he saw Chang Yaojin leading Li Wangyu and a group of silk pants over. Duke Zhang, Duke Ho, the baseball match is about to begin. Where are the two of you going? Zhang Liang angrily glared at Chang Yaojin. Duke Lu, you already know the answer. Why ask? The field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues has been ruined by you. How are we going to continue today? Wahahaha, who said we're not going to continue? Duke Zhang, are you afraid? Cheng Yaojin laughed happily. You. Zhang Liang was so angry that he was speechless. How could there be such a shameless person? Chang Yaojin ignored him and strode to the front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He raised his voice and shouted at the officials and nobles standing on the steps. Everyone, is there anyone who wants to bet on today's baseball match? This duke will be the banker. Is there anyone who wants to place a bet? The Tang people love to gamble, and the officials and nobles were no exception. Chang Yaojin's words immediately aroused everyone's interest. Duke Lu, how do you want to bet? Please enlighten us. Wahaha, simple. We'll bet on today's results. If the Duke of Chongping wins, the payout is 1-2. If the Duke of Wuxia wins, the payout is 1-3. If it's a draw, the payout is 1-2. In addition, the Duke of Wuxia wants to offer the saint a method to protect the horse's hooves. This is also a bet. If the Duke of Huxian's words are true, the payout is 1-to-1. If the method is not feasible, the payout is 2-to-1. No matter how much you bet, this Duke will accept it. Is there anyone else who is interested? In today's match, can the ball continue to be played? Cheng Yaojin laughed. Yes, why not? The Duke of Huxian will definitely go on stage. If the Duke of Chongping refuses to go on stage, then it means that the Duke of Chongping has admitted defeat. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Liang, wanting to see how he would react. Zhang Liang was angered half to death by Cheng Yaojin's words. Seeing the situation, he could only grit his teeth and say, as long as the Duke of Huxian dares to go on stage, this old man will naturally accompany him to the end. Wahahaha, look, isn't this settled? Today's match will definitely continue. How about it? Who wants to make a bet with this Duke? Cheng Yaojin's words aroused everyone's interest. However, someone asked, Duke of Lu, we know that the Duke of Chongping's fake sons are all good at batting. However, who are the Duke of Huxian's batters? This Duke has 3 sons. The Duke of Zheng's eldest son, the Duke of Liang's second son, the Duke of Yi's 2 sons, the Duke of Qiao's eldest son, the Duke of Langyi's eldest son, and the Duke of Huxian himself. Cheng Yaojin recited the name list of Li Wangyou's team members, but everyone shook their heads. A bunch of hedonistic sons of dukes and prefectures going to compete with the fake sons of Zhang Liang's household? Wasn't this a joke? Zhang Liang's fake sons were somewhat famous among the batters of Chong'an. Many of the nobles present had seen their matches. As for those hedonistic sons, they were not bad compared to the other sons of nobles. However, when compared to Zhang Liang's fake sons, they were nothing. In the words of the later generations, this was like a professional player against an amateur player. Did the result of this match need to be said? If a bunch of NBA players were to compete with amateurs, would anyone believe that the amateurs would win? The answer was naturally no. If you asked 100 people, they would all say that the NBA players would win. At this moment, the officials and nobles all had such thoughts. They all looked at Duke of Lu with strange expressions. Had water entered this old man's brain? Why would he make such a bet? If the Duke of Chongping won, the payout would be 2-to-1. That meant that the Duke of Lu's household would have to spend a lot of money today. Duke of Lu, you're not joking? Then I'll bet 1,000 taels of gold that the Duke of Chongping wins. Don't worry, when have I not kept my word? If there's a bet, there's no reason to lose. As long as you dare to bet, I dare to accept it, Cheng Yaojin replied casually. Duke of Lu, if that's the case, then I'll also bet 1,000 taels of gold that the Duke of Chongping wins. I'll bet 1,500 taels of gold. I'll bet 2,000 taels of gold. Chapter 340. The old scoundrel set up a bet there. Because there were too many people betting with him, Cheng Yaojin even found an eunuch from the palace to record the bets with paper, ink, and brush. Almost all the officials and nobles were betting on the Duke of Chongping's victory. Only a few people placed their bets on Li Wangyu and the other wastrels. Li Wangyu couldn't help but grit his teeth. He finally understood why the old scoundrel had locked them up in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the Left for 3 days. It was because he was worried that the news would be leaked and affect his opening bet. F***ck, this old scoundrel is too much. Li Wangyu strode over to Cheng Yaojin's side. Righteously, he whispered into his ear. Uncle Cheng, when we meet, split it in half. Otherwise, your nephew will shout. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in anger. Li Wangyu didn't back down. In front of gold, the old scoundrel's threats were useless. Scram. Brat. At most, I'll give you 20%. His Majesty still wants half. Cheng Yaojin lowered his voice. It's a deal. Li Wangyu retreated to the side, satisfied. He chuckled as he watched the eunuch continuously record the bets placed by the officials and nobles. 20% it was. He wasn't greedy. 20% was still quite a bit of gold. It looked like he would make a small profit today. Just now, he did a rough calculation. There were already about 20,000 taels of gold on Zhang Liang. Moreover, there were still hundreds of officials placing their bets. Indeed, the ancients didn't lie. A horse wouldn't get fat without eating at night. A man wouldn't get rich without a windfall. The most shameless one was still Pai Lupi. Without a word, he had colluded with the old scoundrel to cheat money. No wonder Chang Yaojin could bring so many broken weapons and swagger around the polo field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He had painstakingly invented the horseshoe and had the wastrels practice with him. He even had to compete in order to get 20%. And Pai Lupi didn't do anything and actually wanted to take half of the gold. Truly shameless. Despise him. It didn't take long for the officials and nobles present to make a bet with Chang Yaojin. In the end, the total amount of gold that was bet on Duke Chongping was as high as 50,000 taels of gold. The aristocratic families, in particular, had placed heavy bets. 50,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 300,000 strings of copper coins. This was indeed a huge sum. If Chang Yaojin lost, he would have to pay 100,000 gold taels. Li Wangyu pondered without any malice. If the old hooligan really lost, Duke Lu's mansion would have to be his pants, right? He might even have to use Noda's public house to pay off his debt. SK. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Should I go easy on the old hooligan when I'm guarding the gold to give the old hooligan some excitement? However, he decided to forget about it. Of the 50,000 gold taels, 10,000 of them were from him. 60,000 strings of copper coins was not a small sum. However, Li Wangyu had forgotten that with his terrible horsemanship and batting skills, what difference would it make if he went easy on the opponent or not? In front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, the chamberlain loudly announced, "The sage has arrived." Everyone bowed. Pai Lupi appeared with the pregnant Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the other imperial concubines. After Pai Lupi spoke a bunch of nonsense, he gave Li Wangyu a meaningful look and prepared to announce the start of the batting match. Zhang Liang suddenly stepped forward and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, why did the batting field become like this today? Why did High Duke Lu dump so many broken weapons on the battlefield?" He was still unwilling to compete with Li Wangyu on such a field. Even if he could win, he would have to be careful. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the horses would be injured. The horses weighed nearly a ton and ran at a speed of tens of kilometers. The force of impact was enormous. If the broken weapons on the field were to be touched by the horses, the force would be greater than a person slashing down with a knife. The horses would definitely be injured. Duke Chongping's 30 fine horses had been painstakingly gathered from all over the world. Normally, he treasured them a lot. If a few of them were to be destroyed because of today's batting match, it would be too painful. Thus, he stepped forward and asked this question. Pai Lupi was very calm. He only nodded slightly at Chang Yaojin, indicating for him to explain. The old hoodlum stepped forward. "Today is the day of the county's men. I am going to present the method of protecting the horse's hooves to your Majesty. Naturally, the test will be strict. When cavalry is on the battlefield, can we ask the enemy to clean up the battlefield before charging? This old man's arrangement is to simulate the battlefield environment. Duke Zhang, do you have any questions?" Zhang Liang was speechless at Chang Yaojin's words. He could only cup his hands to show his approval. Li Wangyu and the Silk Pants all mounted their horses and headed towards the field. On the other side, Zhang Liang was also helpless. He could only instruct his fake sons to be more careful and slow down the horses to prevent them from getting injured. Previously, after seeing the situation on the field and confirming that they had to continue batting, Zhang Liang had already ordered people to put rattan shoes on the horses' hooves. Although it wasn't very useful, it was better than nothing. It would more or less provide some protection. However, the officials and nobles discovered that the horses that Li Wangyu and the Silk Pants were riding didn't have any protection on their hooves. Everyone widened their eyes and stared closely at the horses. However, the hooves of the horses were empty. They couldn't see anything. "Isn't the county's man going to present the method of protecting the horse's hooves to your Majesty today? Why isn't there any difference? He didn't even put on his shoes. Isn't he afraid of injuring these fine horses?" Some sharp-eyed people recognized the markings on the horses that Li Wangyu and the others were riding. They couldn't help but shake their heads and bitterly smile. The horses that the county's man is riding are all imperial horses from the palace. Your Majesty lent them the horses. If the imperial horses are injured, let's see how the county's man will explain himself to your Majesty. Are they really imperial horses? The county's man is too impulsive. He's riding on the field without any protection? Haha, do you really believe that the county's man can come up with a method to protect the horse's hooves? Since ancient times, who has ever heard of a method to prevent the horse's hooves from being damaged? This is pure nonsense. I think Lu Guogong is going to spend a lot of money today. I think that County's man knows how to summon the wind and rain, scatter beans to form soldiers, and has an immortal method to protect the horse's hooves. Ha! These imperial horses are all rare fine horses. It would be a pity if they were ruined because of this. The officials discussed animatedly. On the side, Wei Zheng's face darkened again. He took large strides and walked in front of Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, how can you let that brat mess around like this? When did the County's man protect the horses? After this match, I'm afraid that the imperial horses will be ruined. Your Majesty, please immediately stop the County's man from messing around. Pai Lupi calmly replied, how does Duke Wei know that the County's man didn't protect the horse's hooves? Isn't it obvious? I'm not blind. Wei Zhang said angrily. Haha, Duke Wei, don't be anxious. Just relax and watch. These imperial horses are mine. I'm not anxious, so why should Duke Wei be so anxious? Pai Lupi's attitude angered the old man so much that he almost vomited blood. Just as he was about to stiffen his neck and continue to admonish him, he heard a series of rapid drumming from the side of the field. The match had already begun. Chapter 341. Just like in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left, when the officials and nobles saw the silk pants positions, they couldn't help but roar with laughter. Even Pai Lupi, although Cheng Yaojin had already told him everything, including the mysterious horseshoes and Li Wangyo's new polo tactics, Pai Lupi knew everything. But after seeing this scene with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but shake his head. In everyone's opinion, it was necessary for batters to form a 3-on-3 formation. If the three of them couldn't coordinate well, then they weren't good batters. But at this moment, on the polo field, the silk pants were spread out. In everyone's eyes, this tactic was completely undesirable and couldn't stop the Duke of Chongping's attack. Zhang Liang was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. This was simply giving him free money. Just now, when Cheng Yaojin was the banker, he had also bet 1,000 taels of gold on himself to win. It seemed that today, he would be able to help his wife vent her anger and earn a small fortune. Zhang Liang waved his hand and called for his fake sons to advance. In his imagination, this loose formation would be easily broken by his side and he would be able to send the ball into the opponent's goal without any hindrance. He only needed to carefully steer the horse and not step on the broken weapons on the ground. This actually slowed down Zhang Liang's advance, but in his eyes, it didn't matter. It was just a slight delay. Seeing the opponent's attack, the silk pants didn't panic in the slightest and slowly retreated on their horses. Under the protection of two fake sons, Zhang Liang dribbled the ball into the center of their territory. The silk pants scattered around the field suddenly sped up and charged at Zhang Liang. Originally, there was only one person in front of him, but in an instant, Zhang Liang was shocked to find that 5 or 6 fine horses had appeared in front of him, directly blocking him and his fake sons. This was the all-offense and all-defense tactic that the silk pants and Li Wangyu had been practicing in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left for the past few days. Li Wangyu had transferred the all-offense and all-defense tactic from the soccer field to the polo field, and found that the results were surprisingly good. Total attack and defense was a tactic proposed by the Dutch in the later generations. It emphasized that there was no fixed position on the field other than the goalkeeper. When you needed to attack, you were the striker. When you needed to defend, you were the defender. The Dutch relied on this tactic to set off an orange whirlwind in the world of football. Full attack and full defense was only popular for a while, but it was soon eliminated. The biggest problem was the high technical requirements for the players, as well as the distribution of the players' physical fitness. But on the polo field, stamina was not a problem. A horse's endurance was far better than a human's, not to mention that they could change horses every 30 minutes, so there was no need to worry about the horse not being able to run. After the polo ball was intercepted by the playboys, the offense and defense switched. Zhang Liang was just about to call out to the dummies to snatch the ball back when he was surprised to find that the ball was gone. Looking around, he was shocked to find that the red polo ball had been sent flying far away, heading straight for his backfield. And in the direction where the polo ball was flying, there were already rich playboys waiting. Zhang Liang looked at the speed of the playboys' horses and couldn't help but curse in his heart. These bastards! Didn't they feel sorry for the horses that weren't their own? There were so many scrap metals on the field. If they were stepped on by the horses' hooves, the horses would be crippled. But they couldn't just stand by and watch the horses gallop. They could only curse and turn their horses around to chase after them. The playboys' horses were so fast that it was as if the weapons on the field didn't exist at all. The spectators couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Old Wei Zhang was even angrier. He turned his head and loudly admonished Pai Lupi. His spittle was about to fly to Pai Lupi's face. "Your Majesty, these playboys are acting so recklessly. What if these precious horses are damaged? Hurry up and stop the ball. We can't let them continue to act like this." Pai Lupi waved his hand. "Don't be anxious, Eunuch Wei. Continue watching. What else is there to see? Could it be that these horses were really cast on by Hu Xian's men? Horses can step on weapons without being damaged? That's ridiculous." Before Wei Zhang could finish speaking, his voice was suddenly stuck in his throat. Although he wasn't young, he hadn't reached the point where his vision was blurry. Just now, he clearly saw Chang Yaojin's eldest son riding a horse galloping at full speed. One of the horse's hooves stepped on a shining blade. Wei Zhang almost cried out in surprise, but he was shocked to find that the horse was completely fine. After stepping on the blade, the horse continued to maintain its previous speed and continued to gallop towards Duke Chongping's goal. How can this be?" the stubborn old man muttered, not daring to believe his eyes. "Haha, Eunuch Wei, how is it? How effective is Hu Xian's method?" Pai Lupi laughed proudly. Wei Zhang was so excited that his beard stood up. "Your Majesty, is this really the method Hu Xian's man said to protect the horse's hooves? Is it really so miraculous? Would it be convenient to spread to the entire army? How much would it cost?" Pai Lupi twirled his beard and smiled proudly. "The cost is almost negligible. Moreover, this method is very simple. Eunuch Wei, do you know that Hu Xianen only used an hour to forge the item to protect the horse's hooves 3 days ago at the eastern city's Xieji blacksmith shop?" "Xie's blacksmith shop? Nonsense! How could such an important weapon of the military be forged by the common people? Your Majesty, please immediately send the Imperial Army to the Eastern Market and take control of Xie's blacksmith shop. We can't let this method spread to the common people." If Li Wangyu heard Wei Zhang's words, he would probably spit out a mouthful of salt soda. In a feudal dynasty, there really was no human rights. This unyielding official actually had the same thoughts as that old hoodlum Chang Yaojin. Pai Lupi shook his head. "Duke Wei, Ji Jie already did this 3 days ago. The shopkeeper and craftsman of Xie's blacksmith shop are all in the golden guards of the left camp. However, I am prepared to have Ji Jie release them today." Wei Zhang anxiously said, "Your Majesty, you can't." Pai Lupi didn't wait for Wei Zhang to spit and continued. "Duke Wei, this method of Hu Xian's man is too simple. Once it is used in the military, there will be no secrets. The common people will know at a glance. There is no meaning in keeping it a secret. Therefore, I naturally won't be a petty person and continue to detain the craftsman and shopkeeper of Xie's blacksmith shop." Wei Zhang naturally could not believe the words of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Although he still didn't understand how Li Wangyu did it, he could only silently nod. "This official congratulates your Majesty." This official misunderstood Hu Xian's man. When the game is over, this official will apologize to him. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. "Duke Wei, there is no need to be like this. That kid doesn't deserve your praise. He is just a little clever. Don't let this kid be arrogant and complacent." Wei Zhang also smiled. "Hu Xian's man is smart. It is also your Majesty's discerning eyes that didn't bury his talent." When Pai Lupi heard this, he couldn't help but nod and laugh. For a moment, the emperor and his subjects were harmonious, and the atmosphere was harmonious. If Li Wangyu heard the conversation between the two, his eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Wei Zhang, who was famous in history for reprimanding Pai Lupi, actually knew how to flatter him? In fact, Wei Zhang's EQ wasn't low. Otherwise, how could he always anger Pai Lupi half to death, but still live well and hold a high position? He was also a smart person. While Pai Lupi and Wei Zhang were talking, the polo match in front of Wuda Hall had already been scored. Chapter 342. The wastrels were like cats playing with mice on the field, easily tearing apart the defense of the Chongping Prefectural Dukes team. In their first attack, they sent the red ball into the goal. This change not only stunned Zhang Liang, but also the officials and nobles who had placed heavy bets on the side of the field. When the drum that signified the goal sounded, The sidelines were completely silent. There wasn't even any sound of cheering. After a while, Pai Lupi lightly clapped his hands. Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others began to stomp their feet and cheer, breaking the strange silence on the sidelines. The following match was even more one-sided. It was even easier than the first match between the Wastrels and the Imperial Army of the left. After all, the Imperial Army didn't have to worry about their horses being injured and used all their strength to gallop. As for Zhang Liang, it was as if he was dancing in shackles. His hands and feet were tied, and he didn't dare to use all his strength to gallop. Even though he was so careful, 2 of the horses that were wearing rattan shoes were accidentally injured. This made Zhang Liang's heart bleed and he was filled with regret. Looking at the 7 or 8 banners behind his own goal, he knew that he had completely lost today. Li Wangyu rode his horse back and forth in front of his own goal. It was truly too easy. He didn't even have a chance to spur his horse to gallop. After 2 hours of competition, everyone else was drenched in sweat. They had changed their horses several times, but only he was clean. He hadn't even changed his horse. As for the officials on the sidelines, they were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. This result, which was out of everyone's expectations, was simply inconceivable to the extreme. If it weren't for the fact that the Chongping prefectural duke, Zhang Liang, had also lost 1,000 taels of gold and lost a lot of face in front of everyone, perhaps everyone would have suspected that he had colluded with the Wastrels to fake the match. Their own son had actually won against Zhang Liang, Feng Xianling, and Du Ruhui. Although they didn't say it out loud, everyone could see the joy on their faces. As for Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other martial generals, they didn't care about the feelings of the bystanders at all, shouting and wrangling over there, making the hundreds of officials who had lost a large sum of gold have the urge to beat people up. The old scoundrel was still holding the list of bets recorded by the chamberlain and proudly waved it at the officials. Everyone, hurry up and send the gold to my residence. Don't make this duke look for you to collect the debt. Wah! F***ck, this bastard. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't beat this old man, the grass on his grave would be 3 feet tall next year. Wei Zhang, on the other hand, did not care at all about who won or lost. Seeing Li Wangyu and the others leave the field, he immediately lifted his robe and trotted over. Without saying a word, he wanted to pry off the horse's hooves to see what was going on. The old man's actions startled Li Wangyu and the other playboys. Wei Shuyu, however, felt sorry for her father. She quickly jumped off the horse's back and held onto her own horse so that the old man could check the horse's hooves. When Wei Zhang saw the U-shaped piece of metal nailed to the horse's hoof, he was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. It's that simple? It's that simple? It's so simple that no one in all the dynasties could think of it. Wei Zhang muttered to himself. He finally understood why Pai Lupi said that there was no value in keeping this a secret. This was indeed the case. This horseshoe was too simple. Once it was used on a large scale in the army, it would be impossible to keep a secret. Suddenly, as if he was possessed, he stepped forward and grabbed Li Wangyu's arm. Huxian man, this is a great merit, comparable to the merit of opening up new territory. This old man will definitely ask His Majesty for a reward for you. I misunderstood you before. Please don't blame me, Huxian man. The old man's actions startled Li Wangyu. He thought that the old man was going to fight him to the death again. After hearing Wei Zheng's words clearly, Li Wangyu smiled and said, Wei Gong, what are you talking about? It's all my fault. I hope Wei Gong won't take offense. In front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, the officials who couldn't be bothered to watch the old hooligan Cheng Yaojin show off also gathered around. They wanted to see what tricks Li Wangyu's horses had on their hooves. Everyone had seen the performance of both sides' horses on the field. Who would have thought that the Duke of Chongping, who was wearing rattan shoes and was so careful, would still injure 2 horses? On the other hand, the Huxian man, who seemed to have no protective measures, not only did his horses come out unscathed, he also completely ignored the broken weapons. This made everyone curious. When they saw the horseshoe nailed to the horse's hooves, everyone suddenly understood. With such a strange idea, the Duke of Chongping's loss was not unjust. The polo enthusiasts surrounded the silk pants and asked them about the tactics they had used. When they found out that the Huxian man, the imperial tutor of the crown prince, had taught them, the officials couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Could this Huxian man really be a literary star that descended from the heavens? It was said that Zhang Sun Wuji had said that the world was divided into 10 portions, and Li Wangyu had 8 portions. From the looks of it, this was not a lie. These officials of the imperial court waved the folding fan Li Wangyu had given them the other day, exclaiming that this youth was not ordinary. Li Wangyu's limelight was now second to none. At this time, Zhang Liang's face was gloomy as he walked over with his horse. Hu Xianman, you've won today's match. I concede defeat. Duke of Chongping, you let me win. Zhang Liang coldly snorted and threw the reins in his hands to Li Wangyu. He didn't want to waste any more words, so he turned and left. Li Wangyu was baffled. What was the meaning of this? Cheng Chumo saw his confusion and laughed loudly. Ziyu, the family head of the losing side, will give his horse to the other side. This is the rule. Tiske, your luck is not bad. Duke of Chongping's Zhao Yebai is a rare and famous horse. You really got lucky. The Zhao Yebai he spoke of was a white horse with a body as white as snow, without a single strand of other hair. Even the horse's mane was pure white. Compared to the white horse that Yang Quan had given to the Li family, Zhao Yebai was an extremely luxurious prince. The original white horse was a beggar wearing dirty white clothes. The two simply couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Li Wangyu immediately fell in love with this white horse. Under the sun, its coat was so white that it was dazzling. No wonder it was called Zhao Yebai. It was extremely fitting. So winning the match had this kind of benefit. Li Wangyu couldn't help but want to thank Zhang Liang. He really was a good person, giving him gold and a horse. He was too polite. Ziyu, how about I exchange 2 horses with you? Hee, I also really like this Zhao Yebai. Fang Yai shamelessly asked. In response to his words, Li Wangyu threw out the contempt of a king. Please leave in a mellow posture. What do you mean? Fang Ai stupidly asked. Duhe's eyes turned, and he figured out the meaning of Li Wangyu's words. Holding back his laughter, he said, I'm telling you to get lost. I'm going to kill you. While the silk pants were laughing and joking, in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, Pai Lupi was put in a difficult position because of Wei Zheng's words. Duke Wei, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. After all, he's only 16. Chapter 343. Naturally, Pai Lupi and Wei Zhang were talking about Li Wangyu. Facing Pai Lupi's hesitation, Wei Zhang said righteously, Your Majesty, horses are the military equipment of the country. Without them, the country is in danger. Hu Xiannan has presented this horseshoe. His merit is no less than opening up new territory. With such a wonderful merit, how can we not reward him because he is young? Pai Lupi hesitated. Of course, I agree with Duke Wei's words. However, Zio has only been given a title for a month. If we give him another title, won't we be spoiling him? It turned out that Wei Zhang was actually advising Li Heir, requesting Li Heir to reward him with a title of nobility based on the contribution of the horseshoes. Pai Lupi was hesitant about Wei Zheng's suggestion. It was not that he was unwilling to give up the title. In truth, with Li Wangyu's contributions, it was already unfair for him to only be given the title of founding countyman. After the Ministry of Works experimented with 4-wheeled carriages, they realized that using these carriages to transport grain was not only many times faster than before, but the cost was also reduced to 10% of the original. Just this item alone was enough to stabilize Long Jiudo, who was originally in a precarious situation. Long Yu Dao faced a lot of military pressure, especially to defend against the Western Turks. The Tang dynasty had always wanted to send in a large number of troops. However, due to the lack of supplies, Noda's Long Yu Dao only had a few thousand men. From Chang'an City to the few important prefectures in Long Yu Dao, the distance was over 2,000 miles. Before Li Wangyu made the 4-wheeled carriages, it would take 1 to 2 months for the cow carriages to transport grain from Chang'an to Long Yu. Along the way, the people and horses ate, and in the end, less than 20% of the resources were left. After the Ministry of Works experimented with the 4-wheeled carriages, they used 4 horses to pull the carriages from Chang'an City to Long Yu Prefecture in just a short 20 days. In one trip, they managed to transport enough grain for a few thousand men for a year. This greatly reduced the military pressure on Long Yu, and they even started to have the ability to infiltrate the West region countries. After obtaining sufficient supplies, there were even voices in the imperial court discussing whether or not to attack Gao Chong. In short, the seemingly inconspicuous 4-wheeled carriage brought the Tang dynasty more than just a means of transportation. Now, the horseshoes developed by Li Wangyu were no less significant to the Tang dynasty than the four-wheeled carriage. Therefore, Wei Zhang directly asked Pai Lupi to give Li Wangyu another title. Your Majesty, if Gan Luosher can be a prime minister, why can't Li Zio be conferred a noble title? If I don't reward a man for his merits, I'll fail him. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Wei Zhang continued to persuade Pai Lupi. Although Empress Zhang's son, who was beside Pai Lupi, never interfered in court politics, she couldn't help but say, Erlang, I feel that Duke Wei's words are reasonable. Since even Empress Zhang's son had spoken, Pai Lupi did not continue to argue. He pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. Maid Guanyin and Duke Wei are right. I've learned my lesson. The title of nobility in the Tang dynasty was bestowed by the emperor to the nobles and their meritorious officials. Li Erk made the decision on how to reward them, and there was no need to discuss it with the other officials. Li Er asked the inner attendant to summon Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were at the side, and whispered a few words to them. However, when old Fang and old Du heard this, they couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu, who was still fooling around with the debauches. This young man was amazing. Looking at their own son beside him, old Fang and old Du, the two officials in the imperial court, felt a little depressed. Sure enough, the topic of other people's children was inescapable from ancient times. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui did not express any doubts about Pai Lupi's instructions. They nodded and went to do their own work. After Li Wangyu finished playing with the playboys, he excitedly walked to Pai Lupi and was ready to talk to Pai Lupi about the polo field and the polo league. Before he opened his mouth, Fang Xianling, who was beside Pai Lupi, stood out with a roll of yellow silk in his hand. There is a system. Li Wangyu, the male founder of Hu County, received the imperial edict. Fang Xuanling's words immediately silenced the noisy scene in front of the hall of Wuda. Why issue an imperial edict at this time? Naturally, there were shrewd people among the officials. Thinking of the horseshoes, they immediately guessed the content of the imperial edict. It was most likely that this 16-year-old male from Hu County was going to be promoted again. Disciples, Li Wangyu, the male founder of Hu County, has made meritorious contributions to the country. Meritorious son, the male founder of Hu County, is bestowed with 10,000 gold, 500 households in the fief, and 200 households in the fief. As this imperial edict was hurriedly written by Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui and stamped by Pai Lupi was issued, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. I've been promoted again? This was somewhat out of his expectations. He didn't expect Pai Lupi to be so generous. His title from Hu County's male to Hu County's son seemed to sound a little better. The officials discussed animatedly, their expressions of envy overflowing from their words. However, no one stood out to oppose it. Even if the aristocratic families didn't get along with Li Wangyu, they also knew that given Li Wangyu's contribution to the horseshoes, it was already harsh to just give him the title of Son of Hu County. Congratulations, Son of Hu County, for your promotion to the imperial court is worthy of celebration. Congratulations, Son of Hu County. Congratulations to His Majesty. Congratulations, Son of Hu County. This old man has long seen that Son of Hu County's bearing is extraordinary. You're definitely not a person who stays in the pond. Li Wangyu had been promoted to noble in front of everyone. Even the aristocratic families could only pinch their noses and go up to the court to congratulate him and say a few polite words. Li Wangyu could only smile and return the greetings, the muscles on his face almost cramping from smiling. In truth, being promoted to noble meant little to the current Li Wangyu. He didn't want to be an official, and he certainly didn't want to get involved in court politics. For him, the title of Son of Hu County and Son of Hu County was just a difference in title. Li Wangyu only needed a protective talisman, a noble status that could protect him and his beautiful superior. That was all. As a loser who had no ambition and only wanted to eat and die in the Tang dynasty, having a high noble title was actually a burden. However, others naturally didn't see it this way. The group of playboys were envious and clamored for Li Wangyu to treat them to a meal at Ping Kong Fong. This group of hooligans just wanted to drink wine with young ladies. Li Wangyu looked at them with disdain. Under the pressure of the crowd, he could only nod and agree. However, he didn't forget about building a polo field and holding a polo league. The cultural and entertainment life of the Tang dynasty was too boring. It wasn't easy to find a sport that he liked. Naturally, he wanted to make it more lively and pass the time. Li Wangyu took advantage of Pai Lupi's happiness and made his suggestion again. This time, Wei Zheng didn't object. As long as the horses weren't injured or worn out from playing polo, the sheep-nose was also interested in playing polo. Although Pai Lupi was also interested in the league that Li Wangyu proposed, he couldn't help but hesitate when he heard that a polo field with tens of thousands of seats would be built. Zio, the treasury of the Tang dynasty isn't rich yet. I'm afraid that building a polo field will cost a lot. The court won't be able to afford it. Chapter 344. Pai Lupi was not wrong. 3 days ago, when Li Wangyu proposed to build a large polo field so that tens of thousands of Chong'an people could watch the game, he was tempted. After returning to the palace, Pai Lupi summoned an official from the Ministry of Works and asked how much it would cost to build a polo field according to Li Wangyu's plan. However, the final price calculated by the official from the Ministry of Works gave him a huge shock. First, they needed to acquire land to install Li Wangyu's plan. Only the squares in the south of the city had enough space for such a large polo field. Moreover, to build such a large polo field, 1 square was not enough. They needed to merge 2 squares together. The official took a map of Chong'an City and circled the 2 squares beside Anhuimen, Zhaoxing Square and An Square for Pai Lupi. Zhaoxing Lane was 661 meters long, while An Lane was 955 meters long. Including Jingyao Men Street, which was 100 meters wide in the middle of the 2 lanes, the total length reached more than 1,700 meters. The 2 lanes were 477 meters wide from north to south. The area was enough to build a 1,000 paces long polo field. Moreover, the 2 squares were close to the outer city wall. Merging them together would not affect the traffic on Jinjiaomen Street. It was very convenient. The cost of building houses in the Tang dynasty was not high, but the land in Chong'an City was quite expensive. As the saying goes, every inch of land has the same price as gold. Even though Zhaoxing Square and An Square were located at the south gate of Chong'an City and were the cheapest places in Chong'an City, they were still very expensive. In history, Ma Zhou, as an imperial censor, could not even afford a house in Chong'an City because that house was priced at 2 million. 2 million was 2,000 strings of cash and 300 taels of gold. The house that Ma Zhou wanted to buy only took up 1/32 of the area of 1 square. In the end, it was Li Er who waved his brush and asked the yamen to pay for Ma Zhou's house. Only then did Ma Zhou have his own house. Although the land in the south of Chong'an City was much cheaper than the area where the officials lived in the north of the city. However, the official estimated that buying all the land in Zhaoxing Square and An Square would cost 60 to 70,000 strings of cash, which was 60 million copper coins and 10,000 taels of gold. And this was only the price of purchasing the land. According to Li Wangyu's idea, a large amount of soil should be piled up on both sides of the polo field to form high stands. It was a simple elementary school math problem. A rectangle that was 1,500 meters long and 400 meters wide had a circumference of 3,800 meters. The amount of work required to build a 10-meter-tall mound was astonishing in the eyes of the Tang. The official from the Ministry of Works calculated the cost and estimated that it would cost no less than 50 million yuan. It was another huge sum of money. In addition to the other facilities, the Ministry of Works official gave Pai Lupi a number that gave him a toothache. 120 million coins and 20,000 taels of gold. In fact, Pai Lupi could afford it. Just today, the old rogue Chang Yaojin had won more than 40,000 taels of gold from the officials and nobles in Chong, and after deducting the compensation, Pai Lupi would take half of the 40,000 taels of gold, Chang Yaojin would take 30%, and Li Wangyu would take 20%. The amount of gold that Pai Lupi took was enough to build this unprecedented polo field in the Tang dynasty. But Pai Lupi was reluctant to part with it. With so much gold, how much would he need to buy if he went to the western region to buy horses? He felt that it was not worth it to build a polo field for the people's entertainment. Zio, building the polo field you mentioned would require at least 20,000 taels of gold. With such a large sum of money, the national treasury would be stretched. If you don't believe me, you can ask Prime Minister Fong, Prime Minister Du, and Eunuch Wei. Pai Lupi spread out his hands, indicating that he had no money. Li Er's evasive words, if it were others, they would probably believe it. But Li Wangyu knew that half of the money that Chang Yaojin won would be given to Pai Lupi. This fellow was stingy and stingy. Li Wangyu purposely pointed his mouth in Chang Yaojin's direction, indicating that he knew about the division of the spoils. Your Majesty, please think of another way. Pai Lupi ignored his hint and pretended that he did not see it. He clenched his teeth and said, Zio, I can't cook without rice. I really don't know what to do. Damn, this fellow was born in the year of the Pai Xiao, only taking in and not taking out. With Pai Lupi acting so shamelessly, Li Wangyu could not do anything about it. Did this fellow not understand that if there was output, there must be input? 3 days ago, he thought of building a polo field on a whim. But in the past few days, Li Wangyu had carefully thought about it and felt that it was very promising. The tickets for the polo field, the on-site advertisements, and the surrounding shops were all money. And for a long time in the future, it would be impossible for a second polo field of this scale to appear in Chang'an City. Was there a need to worry about not being able to make a profit? The Tang dynasty was lacking in entertainment, and polo was popular but rarely seen. Was there a need to worry that the stadium would not be full for every game? Seeing that Pai Lupi was unwilling to pay, Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and leaned over to Pai Lupi and whispered, Uncle, can I borrow some money from you? Borrow money? How much do you want to borrow? I don't have 20,000 taels of gold to lend you. Pai Lupi heard this and looked at Li Wangyu very warily. Li Wangyu laughed. Not much, just 10,000 taels of gold. No. Uncle, I'll pay you according to the interest rate of the official money. How about that? No, I don't have money. You really don't want to lend? No. Li Wangyu pretended to be regretful and shook his head. If you don't want to lend, then forget it. I'll ask the officials later and see if I can borrow 10,000 taels of gold. By the way, I can also talk to them about Lu Guogong being the banker and setting up the gambling. Come back, you bastard. Be careful or I'll beat you. Okay, when Lu Guogong receives the gold, I'll ask him to give you 10,000 taels of gold. Don't talk nonsense. Pai Lupi was anxious when he heard this. The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty had colluded with the founding Lu Guogong to set up a gambling scheme to cheat the officials of their gold. If this matter was spread out, he, Pai Lupi, would still have face? Hey, uncle, don't worry. I'm the most tight-lipped one. Li Wangyu quickly patted his chest and promised. Get out, get out. Don't let me see you again today. You bastard, you're pissing me off. Pai Lupi turned around and left. He didn't want to say another word to Li Wangyu. Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang both covered their mouths and chuckled. They followed Pai Lupi and left. After Pai Lupi left, Li Wangyu was very proud. He didn't have the slightest bit of unhappiness when the fops asked him to treat them at Ping Kong Fong. It was all thanks to this group of lovable fops who forced him to watch the polo match at the Northern Imperial Army's barracks. As a result, watching the polo match not only raised his title by 1 level, but also earned him a huge polo field in Chang'an City. Of course, he was most satisfied with the horse, Zhao Yebai. Li Wangyu loved the horse so much that he couldn't put it down. He was also extremely grateful to Zhang Liang, the boy who gave him money. A good person. The Tang dynasty needs such a good person. But as the saying goes, a handsome person can't be handsome for more than 3 seconds. Li Wangyu's complacent mood didn't last for long. Chapter 345. The morals of the officials and nobles of the Tang dynasty were still above average. At the very least, no one was as shameless as the old hooligan Cheng Yaojin and reneged on the bet. In less than 2 days, each family sent people to deliver gold to Duke Lu's mansion to clear the gambling debts. This time, Cheng Yaojin didn't cause any trouble for Li Wangyu and happily sent 20,000 taels of gold to him. 1 tael of gold in the Tang dynasty was equivalent to 30 grams in modern times. 20,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 600 kilograms. It wasn't too heavy and a 4-wheeled carriage could easily carry it away. However, such a large amount of gold was sent to Dingzhou village's barren residence. Oh, it was now the Viscount residence. The old housekeeper Li Hang was quite frightened. The old man had never seen so much gold. Even though it was locked in the residence's treasury, he was still so worried that he couldn't sleep well. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior also felt that it wasn't appropriate for the family to save so much money. However, there were no banks in the Tang dynasty. Every family saved their money in their own residence. Even though he was distressed, he didn't have any good ideas to solve this problem. He did have the intention to hire more troops to guard the house, but the Li family's old residence in Dingzhou village was too small. The people in the house were already cramped and there was no place for them to stay. He could only wait for half a year for the manor to be completed. Only then could he expand his family's power. Fortunately, Dingzhou village had always been safe and sound. Moreover, it was famous outside. Ordinary thieves didn't dare to cause trouble in Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu had caused so much trouble when he went out. His beautiful superior was speechless. Among the entire Dingzhou village and Lai Hot, she and Li Wangyu were the calmest when it came to his promotion. However, the beautiful superior was in favor of Li Wangyu wanting to build a polo field. It wasn't that she liked playing polo. It was just that she knew better than Li Wangyu what such a large stadium meant. Li Wangyu had never been to Europe or America. Wuxia's large stadiums weren't profitable. Most of them were operating at a loss. However, when his beautiful boss studied in the United States, she had a good understanding of the operation of European and American sports stadiums. As long as the number of guests was guaranteed, profits were inevitable. Her view was the same as Li Wangyu's. In the Great Tang, in this era where sports stadiums had yet to appear, building a polo field that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators in a city with a population of 1 million was an extremely lucrative prospect. As for how to operate the polo field in the future, the beautiful boss also gave a lot of suggestions, which made Li Wangyu, who had been confused before, suddenly see the light. For the next few days, Dingzhou village was unusually lively. Just like when Li Wangyu had just been knighted, all the officials and nobles in Chang sent gifts to congratulate him. As for those who were familiar with Li Wangyu, they would visit him in person. The Lai Hot was filled with guests every day, and banquets were held from morning to night. The two disciples, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, were even more excited for their junior division commander. The two of them even specially asked for leave from their respective yamen and went to Dingzhou village to help Li Wangyu receive the guests. It was also thanks to the help of these two disciples. Otherwise, Li Wangyu suspected that he would be the first nobleman in the Tang dynasty to die of exhaustion because of a knighthood promotion. The villagers were even more honored that their lord had been promoted, and they all came to congratulate him. For this reason, Li Wangyu could only let Niu Wu buy pigs and kill sheep, and hold a banquet in the village to make the village lively again. After a few days, he finally sent away all the people who came to congratulate him. Li Wangyu quickly asked Niu Yong to escort 10,000 taels of gold to the Ministry of Works to buy land. Li Wangyu accepted all the suggestions that the Ministry of Works officials gave to Pai Lupi. He looked at the map of Chang'an City and personally went to Zhaoxing Square and Square to investigate. He felt that these two squares were the most suitable for building a polo field. Hu Xinzi personally sent 10,000 taels of gold to the Ministry of Works, which even alerted the Minister of Works, Duan Luan. In Chang'an City, there was nothing that could be kept a secret. The news that Li Wangyu wanted to build a polo field had already spread to all the officials. Regarding this, the officials all had different opinions. Some mocked Hu Xinzi's youthful nature and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Spending 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field for fun was truly extravagant. Some sat and watched, feeling that if this polo field could really be built, it would be one of the sights of Chang'an City. There were also polo enthusiasts who supported Li Wangyu's plan to build a polo field of this scale. In short, this matter stirred up a wave of spring water in Chang'an City. In the various yamens, all the officials were discussing this matter, especially the Ministry of Works. There were all sorts of discussions. Many people did not believe this matter. This was truly throwing away a lot of gold. A 16-year-old viscount was willing to spend so much gold and silver to build a polo field. Wasn't this burning money? Even Pai Lupi could not see the commercial value of the polo field, let alone these officials. It was under such circumstances that when Li Wangyu led the Niu brothers into the Ministry of Works and escorted the gold, the entire Ministry of Works was in an uproar. Duan Luan personally came out to welcome him. Hu Xinzi, are you really going to build a polo field? This is 20,000 taels of gold. After Li Wangyu greeted Duan Luan, he smiled and replied, Minister Duan, your nephew has already sent the gold, so how can it be fake? These 10,000 taels of gold are used to redeem the land in Zhaoxing Square and Square. Minister Duan, please help your nephew with this matter. Duan Luan, the Minister of Works, was related to Li Wangyu by marriage. He was the son of the Sui dynasty's Minister of War, Duan Wenjin. After rebelling against the Sui dynasty, he joined the Tang dynasty and married Li Yuan's daughter, Princess Gaomi. Princess Gaomi was Pai Lupi's sister, so Duan Luan was Pai Lupi's brother-in-law. It made sense for Li Wangyu to call himself a nephew. If the polo field was to be built successfully, the Ministry of Works would have to cooperate. Not only did they need to redeem the land, but they also needed to recruit workers to build the polo field. Since ancient times, there had been too many shenanigans involved in construction projects. Li Wangyu did not wish for the gold that he had painstakingly dug out from Li Er's mouth to be embezzled by others. Hu Xinzi is indeed a young hero. You are really generous. Don't worry, I will help you with this matter. As long as you have enough money, the polo field will be completed in at most a year. Duan Luan twirled his beard and nodded with a smile. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed again. Thank you, Minister Duan. When the polo field is completed, your nephew will invite Minister Duan to watch the football match. Haha, that's great. I am also looking forward to it. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. After Li Wangyu handed over the gold to the officials of the Ministry of Works, he left in satisfaction. However, to Li Wangyu's surprise, the Ministry of Works had only begun to redeem the land for a few days when something happened that caused him trouble. He never expected that the Tang dynasty would also have nail households. Chapter 346. Zhaoxing Square and Don Square were located outside of Chang'an City. Most of the square was farmland, and there were not many people living there. Farming in the city was a habit of Chinese cities. For a huge city like Chang'an, even if it was surrounded by the enemy, they would not lack food for a short period of time. As for Hu Xinzi wanting to buy their land, the people in these two squares did not have much of an opinion. After all, Hu Xinzi had paid the copper coins according to the market price, which was enough for them to buy land from other squares. The matter of the Ministry of Works helping Li Wangyu to buy land went smoothly. However, there were exceptions to everything. The Ministry of Works officials met with a family in Don Square who refused. Even if the Ministry of Works officials offered a 20% premium, this family would not sell their land. When the news reached Li Wangyu, it made him slightly shocked. The Tang dynasty actually had people who refused to sell their land? Not to mention the fact that he had given enough money to buy the land. Just his face as the founding Viscount and the Ministry of Works officials were not enough to make this family lower their head. This was something worth pondering. In Chang'an City, the south of the city was mostly where normal people lived. It was the poorest region in Chang'an City, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the slums. The walls here were even made of yellow dirt, and they were only half a person tall. They were really old and broken. For a family living in such a place to be able to go against the Ministry of Works and not sell their land, Li Wangyu could not help but find it weird. Seeing that the matter of buying land had been delayed, Li Wangyu was a little anxious, so he brought Niu Wu to Chang'an to personally ask the Ministry of Works. Minister Duan, who is it that is not willing to sell their land? What is their background? After Pai Lupi greeted Duan Luan, he went straight to the point. Duan Luan sighed and said, Hu Xinzi, do you have a grudge with the Ministry of Civil Affairs? His words stunned Li Wangyu, and he did not know what was going on. The Ministry of Civil Affairs, which later became the Ministry of Revenue, was in charge of finance and civil affairs, including land, marriage, money, tribute, and so on. It was divided into the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Gold, and the Ministry of Grain. The Li Langzhong that Duan Luan mentioned was the Li Langzhong of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. He was the head of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, a secondary grade 5 official. Li Wangyu didn't know any Dr. Li, and he didn't think that he had any enmity with this person. In Noda's Ministry of Civil Affairs, he only knew Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs. He shook his head. Minister Duan, I don't know any Dr. Li. Is this related to him? Duan Luan couldn't help but be a little surprised. You don't know Dr. Li? Then why did he refuse to sell the land? That piece of land in Dayan Square is the courtyard that this Dr. Li purchased. Li Wangyu was also stunned. Why would a fifth-rank official of the imperial court go to the slums to buy a courtyard? However, this was not the time to investigate this matter. He hurriedly asked, Minister Duan, did this Dr. Li say why he was unwilling to sell the land? I haven't offended this person. Duan Luan shook his head. Then it's troublesome. Dr. Li is adamant that he doesn't want to sell the land. The Ministry of Works can't do anything about it. We can't force him to sell the land. Li Wangyu frowned. Sure enough, demolition was a troublesome matter no matter when. Now, a lot of land in Zhaoxing Square and Dayan Square had been bought. If he couldn't deal with this Dr. Li, Then the construction of the polo field couldn't continue. After thanking Duan Luan, Li Wangyu got up and left. He planned to find someone to ask about this Dr. Li's background and why he wanted to go against him. For information, he just needed to find the foppish playboys. This group of top foppish playboys of the Tang dynasty had nothing to do every day and wandered around Chang'an. In Chang'an, there weren't many things that they didn't know. Sure enough, as Li Wangyu expected, the foppish playboys knew all about the background of this Dr. Li from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. But after knowing his background, Li Wangyu became even more depressed. This Dr. Li from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was indeed not acquainted with Li Wangyu. But he had a younger sister who was married to the Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang. Dr. Li was the elder brother of the Li clan, Zhang Liang's brother-in-law, and Zhang Liang's brother-in-law. This made Li Wangyu so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Did he have to be so arrogant? You're a fifth-rank official and your mansion is in the north of the city. Why did you go to the south of the city to buy land and build a villa? Li Wangyu naturally didn't know that Dr. Li had bought that land in Day and Square because he had been tricked. The elder brother of the Li clan was called Li Ru. He was a very devout Taoist monk. He was good friends with the abbot of the Tai Ching Palace in Chang'an. One time, he asked the abbot about feng shui. The abbot said that his lucky star was in the south, so he should live in the south of the city. Li Ru believed this without a doubt, so he bought that land in Daehan Square and built a villa there. Every rest day, Li Ru would go to his villa in Daehan Square and stay there for a day. In fact, if not for the conflict between Li Wangyu and the Li clan, Li Ru would have sold the land to Li Wangyu for the sake of the Ministry of Works. After all, there were many squares in the south of the city. With Li Ru's status as a minister, he could have built a villa there. But that day, Li Ru was also in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He watched as his brother-in-law sullenly lost the polo match. Not only did he fail to avenge his younger sister, he also lost his Zhao Yebai. And because of this, he lost 500 taels of gold to Chang Yaojin. This made him even more jealous of Li Wangyu. Now that Li Wangyu wanted to buy his villa to build a polo field, how could Li Ru let him have his way and sell the land to him? After figuring out what was going on, Li Wangyu could only sigh. Was he really that unlucky? If he had known, he would have bought 2 other squares and it would not have been so troublesome. It was too late to say anything now. He could only think of a way to solve this problem. He knew that he had a grudge with Zhang Liang and the Li clan. If he rashly went to buy the land, he would only be suffering. He could only think of a way to find someone to help him. The first person that Li Wangyu thought of was the Ministry of Civil Affairs Dai Zhou. As Li Ru's immediate superior, Li Wangyu believed that Li Ru would definitely give Dai Zhou face. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou had met a few times and could be considered acquaintances. He brought gifts and a greeting card and personally went to Dai Zhou's residence to ask Dai Zhou to help him. As long as Li Ru was willing to sell the land to him, the price was negotiable. To this, Dai Zhou naturally nodded in agreement. In his eyes, it was just a small matter. But no matter if it was Dai Zhou or Li Wangyu, they did not think that Li Ru would not give any face to his immediate superior. No matter how Dai Zhou tried to persuade him, Dr. Li would not sell the land. Dai Zhou, who had lost face, could not do anything. He could only send someone to tell Li Wangyu that there was nothing he could do. He wanted Li Wangyu to find another way. Seeing that Dr. Li of the Ministry of Civil Affairs was so difficult to deal with, Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. For such a small matter, he could not go find Pai Lupi, right? And after Dai Zhou said that the project had failed, Li Wangyu even suspected that Dr. Li would not give face to Pai Lupi. After all, even if it was Pai Lupi, he could not force his subordinate to sell the land. For a moment, Li Wangyu was at his wits' end. The land that Zhaoxing Square and Dayan Square had bought was also put on hold. Li Wangyu was still trying to think of a way to deal with this stubborn person. He did not expect that because of the construction of the polo field, he would be impeached by the imperial censor in the court. Chapter 347. The aristocratic families, led by the Wang clan of Taiyuan, did not let go of their conflict with Li Wangyu just because he had been promoted. However, Li Wangyu was not in the imperial court and was just an idle noble. It was difficult for them to take advantage of Li Wangyu. However, Li Wangyu wanted to build a polo field in Chang'an, which provided a target for the aristocratic families to attack him. After the officials paid their respects to Pai Lupi, They were just about to sit down and begin the discussion when an imperial censor stood up and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." "Report it." "I am impeaching the founder of Hu County. He is arrogant and extravagant. He is greedy for pleasure and wants to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field just for the pleasure of hitting balls. He is truly extravagant." "Your Majesty," the Confucius said, "do not worry about scarcity, but about inequality. Do not worry about poverty, but about insecurity. The founder of Hu County should not be allowed to indulge in his extravagant ways. He is an extravagant person who wastes his wealth and brings harm to himself." When Pai Lupi heard this, he could not help but frown. Everything was going well. So why was Li Wangyu being impeached? He did not care about the censor's impeachment. If Li Wangyu was willing to spend money to build a polo field, why should he care about them? Naturally, he could not casually say this, so he continued to listen to the censor. "Your Majesty," the Confucius said, "there is only so much wealth in heaven and earth. Frugality is a virtue. Prohibition of extravagance is a good government. However, the founder of Hu County spent a lot of money to build a polo field. He also forcefully bought land from the people, causing public resentment. I ask your Majesty to punish the founder of Hu County and ban the construction of a polo field." When Pai Lupi heard this, he could not help but curse the censor for looking for trouble. "If you say that Li Wangyu is extravagant, why don't you go and see what kind of life those aristocratic families are living?" In the hall, the people close to Li Wangyu all had unhappy expressions. They all felt that the censor's impeachment was a waste of time and was looking for trouble. As an imperial censor, Ma Zhou naturally had to speak for his teacher. He immediately stood up and retorted. "Your Majesty, the founder of Hu County spent a lot of money to build a baseball field. But it was not for his own selfish desires. It was built for the people of the Tang dynasty." Pai Lupi pretended to be surprised and asked cooperatively, "Oh, what do you mean?" Ma Zhou bowed. "Your Majesty, the baseball field built by Huxian County can accommodate tens of thousands of citizens at the same time. The people of the Tang dynasty like to play ball, but they usually don't have the chance to see it. If the baseball field is built, the tens of thousands of people in Chong and can have fun with His Majesty. This is a wonderful thing. How can it be called arrogant and extravagant?" He glanced at the censor from an aristocratic family and said in a clear voice, "Mr. Huxian spent a lot of money to benefit the people of Chong'an. What he did was to help the people of Chong'an. He should be rewarded by His Majesty." Ma Zhou paused and continued, "As for the land redeemed by Mr. Huxian County, the people complained. Let me ask you, what kind of people did they complain about? Why didn't I hear any complaints from the people of Zhaoxing and De'an? But they were very satisfied with the land redeemed by Mr. Huxian County." The censor was a little speechless. He couldn't say that Minister Li of the Ministry of Civil Affairs complained. Could he? For a moment, he was speechless. Hearing Ma Zhou's words, all the officials in the hall nodded and agreed with Ma Zhou. After all, they couldn't see the commercial value of the baseball field. Even in Pai Lupi's eyes, Li Wangyu had too much money to burn. That was why he used his own money to build such a huge baseball field. It was not an exaggeration to say that such an act was selfless and helped the people of Chong'an. Even many officials secretly cursed Li Wangyu for being a spendthrift. Of all the things he could do, he used 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball field. He really had nothing better to do. After the censor was rebuked by Ma Zhou, he couldn't help but look at the heads of the aristocratic families. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, "Your Majesty, a few months ago, Mr. Huxian County owed the Yamen of Huxian County a huge sum of 2 million taels of gold. How could he take out 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball field? There must be something fishy about this matter. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to investigate this matter and see if there was any corruption." In the Tang dynasty, there was no crime of having a huge sum of money of unknown origin. The censor's words were purely groundless accusations, and he was trying to frame Li Wangyu. However, the censor's words almost made Pai Lupi break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't tell the officials that Li Wangyu's 20,000 taels of gold were won by him and Cheng Yaojin from the officials in a bet. After that, they split the spoils with Li Wangyu, right? Just as Pai Lupi was thinking about how to answer, the old scoundrel Cheng Yaojin stood up and pointed at the censor, scolding him. "Bastard! Mr. Huxian County's 20,000 taels of gold was given to him by me. What, do you have a problem with that? Given? Chang Yaojin's words made the officials in the hall speechless. Old man, can't you be a little more reliable? That was 20,000 taels of gold, not 200 copper coins. Chang Yaojin, you said you gave it to Mr. Huxian County? Don't you feel guilty? Why don't you give it to me? However, since Chang Yaojin said so, what could they do? Are you going to bite this old man? Why did Lu Guogong give Mr. Huxian County so much gold? The censor still wanted to argue. Chang Yaojin's spit was all over his face. None of your business. The censor's face turned red from Chang Yaojin's scolding, and he didn't know how to answer. After Chang Yaojin's pestering, Pai Lupi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to continue arguing about this matter, so he said, Mr. Huxian County is willing to build a baseball field for the people. It is a good story. We are happy to see it happen. Don't mention this matter again. Once Li Er opened his mouth, it could be considered as setting the tone. Although the aristocratic families were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Li Ru snorted coldly in his heart, but he didn't say anything. In any case, he had made up his mind. No matter what, he wouldn't sell the land of De'an Square to Li Wangyu. The aristocratic families didn't manage to overthrow Li Wangyu in the court, but they used the same old trick again. They began to spread rumors in the streets to slander Li Wangyu. It was originally just nonsense, but they didn't expect that the rumors targeting Li Wangyu would be so fierce, causing the people of Chang, and who didn't know the truth to talk about it. De Lang, have you heard? Zhaoxing and De'an Square in the south of the city are going to be flattened to build a baseball field. I heard that Mr. Huxian County is going to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build this baseball field. Tisk, TSK, 20,000 taels of gold? How much money is that? These damn dignitaries, they have so much money, but they don't know how to share some with us. I thought that the county was a good person, but I didn't expect him to be so extravagant. Bah, how can these dignitaries be good people? They should all be beheaded. Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want to die? I heard that the talents of Zhaoxing and De'an Square are pitiful. They were directly driven out by Mr. Huxian County and became beggars. Their good homes are gone just like that. This county is so young, but he's so rich and heartless. He really deserves to die. Because of the people's hatred of the rich, rumors like this fermented through the mouths of the people, and it caused the anger of the people in Chang'an. Li Wangyu's name was stinking in the streets for a while. In this regard, Li Wangyu, who was thinking hard about how to buy land from Li Ru in Dingzhou village, knew nothing about it. Chapter 348. In fact, how much money Li Wangyu spent had nothing to do with the people. But in the eyes of the illiterate people of the Tang dynasty, being rich was a sin in itself. As the saying went, I'm right when I'm poor, but you're not benevolent when you're rich. Most people had this idea about the rich merchants and aristocratic families. This was also one of the reasons why the rebels of the past dynasties could always attract enough response as long as they shouted the slogan, equal status, equal wealth. Of course, the people couldn't be blamed for this. Even in the prosperous Tang dynasty, under such a feudal system, all kinds of injustice could be found everywhere. It was quite normal for the people to hate the rich and powerful. However, Li Wangyu had suffered an unexpected calamity. After a wave of rumors spread by the aristocratic families, coupled with the common people's innate hatred for the rich and powerful, Li Wangyu had been tricked just like that. Now in Chang'an, people were either discussing how much money the county official had to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field, or cursing the rich and unbenevolent rich and powerful. For this reason, Li Wangyu sneezed a lot at home these days, thinking that he had caught a cold. On this day, Li Wangyu was still worrying about Li Ru in the mansion when he saw the old butler Li Hang hurriedly leading the old village chief in. Old village chief, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Li Wangyu saw the old man's nervous look and couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Jia Xiaolang, a lot of beggars suddenly came to the village today. A large group. Old Me has asked the village's young men to stop them at the entrance of the village. Do you want to drive them away? Beggars were beggars. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Has there been a disaster recently? Since the government ordered to eliminate the locusts, the big locust plague of Zhanguan 2 years ago had almost been eliminated. Although this year's grain reduction was certain, there shouldn't be people fleeing and begging, right? And even if they wanted to flee, shouldn't it be in July or August, when there was a shortage of food. It was only the end of April and the beginning of May. How could there be groups of beggars? The old villager shook his head and said, "They don't look like refugees. They look more like beggars in Chang'an. They speak with the accent of Chang'an." Li Wangyu asked curiously, "Beggars in Chang'an? Why would these people come to my Dingzhou village to beg for food?" Dingzhou village was located in Chang'an, 100 miles away from Chang'an city. Although it had only been half an hour on horseback, it was obvious that these beggars did not come here on horseback. It would take a day to walk 50 kilometers on foot. What attracted these beggars from Chang'an city to Dingzhou village? Even the old villager was confused. He had lived his whole life, and this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Let's go. Let's go to the village entrance and see what's going on. Li Wangyu simply stood up and beckoned the old villager to walk towards the village entrance. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, they saw that it was already crowded with people. There was indeed a group of beggars dressed in rags outside the village. They were clamoring to enter the village, and there were no less than 100 of them. At the entrance of the village, there was a group of old soldiers leading the village's young and strong men. They held weapons and stared at the beggars covetously, not allowing them to move forward. Although the houses in Dingzhou village were still dilapidated, there were many copper coins hidden in each house. The old villager naturally did not want to let so many beggars into the village, fearing that they would cause trouble. The villagers also came to watch the commotion. The women and children pointed at the beggars outside the village and laughed from time to time. Niu Yong and Niu Wu saw so many beggars and were afraid of trouble, so they stopped Li Wangyu from going forward. The two of them held weapons and squeezed to the front of the village's young and strong men. "Who are you? Why have you come to my Dingzhou village?" Niu Yong asked loudly. "Sirs, we have no one to depend on and are very pitiful. We have specially come to ask for help from the founder of Hu County. Please take pity on us and help us. We want to see Hu County and ask for your help. Please have mercy on us. Please take pity on us and help us." The group of beggars clamored and shouted all kinds of things. Some even sang a beggar song. There are only 12 hours in a day, and there are only 2 or 3 rooms. Each room only asks for 1 coin. Heaven, heaven, heaven is so pitiful. This group of beggars was so noisy that it gave the Niu brothers a headache. They wanted to give them some clothes and food to send them away. "How can beggars like you meet our Lang Jun? I'll get someone to prepare some clothes and food for you. Leave quickly. You all have hands and feet. What can't you do? Why must you beg for food? Sirs, we don't want clothes or food. Please give us some gold. We will leave immediately and won't bother you." What? The beggar's words stunned Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the young and strong men of Dingzhou village. They don't want clothes or food, but they want gold? Where did this group of lunatics come from? Yes, that's right. Hu County has so much gold that he doesn't have anywhere to spend it. It's spread throughout Chang, and that Hu County throws away his gold casually like he's throwing away his worn-out shoes. If that's the case, why don't you give it to us? Yes, everyone in Chang'an says so. Hu County has so much gold that he can't fit it in his house. If he has mountains of gold and silver, please take pity on us. Just a little bit from the nobleman's fingers will save us. I'm not greedy. Just give me a piece of gold leaf. The beggar's words almost made the villagers laugh. Even Li Wangyu, who was behind the crowd, shook his head with a wry smile. Which bastard spread this rumor? He had mountains of gold and silver in his house. He really didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't know that a rumor was fiercer than a tiger. Li Wangyu's 20,000 taels of gold had been exaggerated beyond belief by countless people in Chang'an. In addition, some people added fuel to the fire. Now Li Wangyu had become the richest man in the Tang dynasty. It was said that all the utensils in Hu County's house were made of gold. Even the trees in his yard were made of gold, from the trunks to the leaves. Some people even said with certainty that they had seen with their own eyes that Hu County's stones in his house were made of gold. He just threw them on the ground casually and didn't even bother to look at them. And so on. The people of the Tang dynasty tried their best to imagine how rich Li Wangyu was with their own imagination. For such rumors, people with a little brain would naturally laugh it off and not take it seriously. But the beggars in Chang'an believed it. Attracted by the Li family's endless gold, this group of beggars formed a group and walked for a whole day before they came to Dingzhou village. They just wanted to ask Li Wangyu to give them some gold. The beggar's words naturally made the villagers of Dingzhou village laugh. They looked at the beggars with a little sympathy before, but now they looked at them as if they were crazy. Beggars didn't want clothes, food, and copper coins. They actually asked for gold. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. You want to go to heaven? Why don't you just go to Taiji Palace and ask the sage to give you the throne? Li Wangyu was also speechless. He didn't want to bother with this group of crazy people. He wanted Niu Yong and Niu Wu to drive them away. While they were making a fuss, they saw more than a dozen strong horses galloping toward the village outside the village. Chapter 349. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others tightened their grip on their weapons when they saw the approaching horses. When they saw who it was, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was Yang Quan, the county magistrate of Hu County. Behind him were Feng Chun and a group of bailiffs. This group of beggars came from Chang'an. If they wanted to reach Dingzhou village, they naturally had to pass through Hu County. At first, Yang Zhu didn't think much of it, but when his bailiffs came to report that the beggars had gone to Dingzhou village, he began to feel nervous. He hurriedly led County Magistrate Feng Chun and the bailiffs over. Zio, are you okay? Ming House, it's nothing. It's just a group of strange beggars. Thank you for making a trip here. I'll get the bailiffs to disperse them. These bastards only know how to enjoy life and hate work. They're really despicable for stirring up trouble. Seeing that nothing major had happened, Yang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If something happened to Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country, it would be terrible. He couldn't help but take it seriously. Ever since Li Wangyu was conferred a title, the two of them were still close. He even wanted to call Li Wangyu County Magistrate Man, or County Magistrate Son, but Li Wangyu stopped him and said that the two of them should address each other the same way. However, no matter what, Li Wangyu was now a noble of the Tang dynasty and the county magistrate who founded the country. If something really happened, he couldn't bear the responsibility as a county magistrate. After Yang Quan finished speaking, he hurriedly ordered Feng Chun to lead a group of bailiffs to disperse the beggars. However, the beggars were not afraid of the bailiffs. Not only did they refuse to leave, they also cursed. Why are you chasing us away? What law have we broken? We want to see County Magistrate's son and ask for his mercy. Give us gold. County Magistrate's son has so much gold that he can't use it all. Why won't he give it to us? Yes, we want gold. We can just pick some gold leaves and some gold stones. Don't waste your breath on these county magistrates. Let's rush into the village. That county magistrate has countless gold for us to use. Yes, charge in and get the gold. The yamen runners wanted to drive this group of beggars away, but they saw that the beggars suddenly became agitated. They actually wanted to break through the blockade of the young and strong villagers and rush into the village. Seeing that this group of beggars was about to cause trouble, the bailiffs did not dare to be careless. They hurriedly pulled out their knives and chains from their waists and threw them at the beggars. The youths of Dingzhou village were also nervous. They clenched the weapons in their hands. All the beggars who wanted to attack the village were all beaten to the ground. More than 100 beggars, in front of Dingzhou village's group of strong and powerful youths, as well as the county yamen runners. Naturally they did not have an easy time. It didn't take long for them to be knocked to the ground. Many of the remaining beggars wanted to run away, but they were all chased back by the bailiffs and tied together with ropes. Li Wangyu was at a loss. He was still confused about the fosse in front of him. What the hell was going on? What on earth happened in Ming House? Why did a large group of beggars from Chang'an City come to our Dingzhou village to cause trouble? Li Wangyu asked Yang Quan. Yang Quan had a strange look on his face. Zio, don't you know? What do I know? Li Wangyu was even more puzzled. Yang Quan hesitated for a moment and told him what happened in Chang'an City. When Li Wangyu heard all the rumors about him in Chang'an City, he could not help but be dumbfounded. What the hell was this? He was planning to build a polo field. Who did he offend? How could it be said that the trees and stones in his house were all made of gold? Damn it, why didn't they say that even the shit he took was made of gold? What was more infuriating was that he, a man of ideals, morals, culture, and discipline, a man from the 21st century, was actually rumored to be a typical example of a rich man being heartless. It was really unbearable. Who the hell was this person who was disgusting him? Li Wangyu began to flip through the little black book in his heart again, preparing to find out what kind of enemies he had. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was no one else who could and would do this except for those shameless aristocratic families. He had forgotten that his method of pasting big characters and small posters to the aristocratic families did not seem to be any better than the aristocratic families spreading rumors. While Li Wangyu was sulking and cursing the aristocratic families in his heart, Yang Quan had already asked the county magistrate, Feng Chun, to tie up all the beggars with ropes and string them into a string, intending to escort them back to the county office. However, his county office could not hold so many people. Most likely, they would be brought back to the county office to be beaten and then driven out. Yang Quan was worried that these beggars would come back to cause trouble again, so he called the old village chief over and gave him a few instructions. He told him to be more careful and not let the rascals disturb the village and the county magistrate. In response, the old village chief nodded repeatedly. The old man was also worried. Now that the village had suddenly become rich, it would not be good if there were rascals spying on them. After consulting with Li Wangyu, the old village chief ordered the old soldiers to lead the group of young men to start setting up fences at the village entrance. He also arranged for people to start patrolling the village day and night. While Yang Quan and the old village chief were busy, Li Wangyu angrily returned to the mansion. He found his beautiful superior and poured out his grievances. When the beautiful superior heard the unreliable rumors in Chang'an City, she could not help but cover her mouth and secretly laugh. Li Wangyu angrily glared at her. What kind of person was she? Not only did she not comfort his hurt heart, she was even gloating at his misfortune. She really deserved a spanking. He unconsciously looked at the beautiful superior. Because she was kneeling on the wooden couch, her dress was stretched to the point that it looked like a tempting peach. He could not help but swallow his saliva. Where are your eyes looking at? Be careful or I'll kill you. The beautiful superior naturally noticed Li Wangyu's gaze and could not help but blush. She twisted her body, stretched out two slender fingers, and waved them in front of Li Wangyu's eyes like scissors. No, nothing. Li Wangyu hurriedly averted his gaze, not wanting to think about those annoying things. With such a beautiful woman by his side, why should he think about those bullshit rumors? Who would like to spread those nonsense? Would he lose a piece of flesh? Looking at the beautiful superior's soul-stirring face, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a fire in his heart. Hee, Chongqing, you see, since we came to the Tang dynasty, we haven't gone out together. Why don't we go sightseeing in Chang'an City today? Humph, are you asking me to go out? Su Chongqing proudly raised her white slender neck, with a sly smile on her stunning face. Li Wangyu could not help but swallow his saliva again. Hee, yes, little girl. How about accompanying me to have fun today? Sorry, I don't date children. After the beautiful superior finished speaking word by word, she giggled and ran back to her room before Li Wangyu could react. When Li Wangyu figured out the meaning of her words, he was so angry that he almost pulled out a 40-meter-long broadsword and chased after her. Damn, I was teased again. You are a child. Chongqing, you tell me clearly, who is a child? Li Wangyu turned around and chased out. After a while, Li Wangyu and the beautiful superior rode straight to Chang'an City. The beautiful woman rode a snow-white horse, which made Li Wangyu feel a bit of resentment. Without a doubt, the horse that Zhang Liang had lost to him, Zhao Yabai, had been taken by his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu, who could not be Prince Charming, could only pinch his nose and ride the date-red horse to accompany the beautiful woman. This was really the first time the two of them had a real date. Chapter 350. There were not many scenic spots in Chang'an during Zhengguan's reign that were suitable for transmigrators. At least the big Wild Goose Pagoda and Little Wild Goose Pagoda had not been built yet. The terracotta soldiers and horses were still lying quietly on the ground, accompanying Qin Shi Huang. In the Tang dynasty, there were no cinemas, bars, KTV, or nightclubs. Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that Xujiang Pool was the most worthwhile place to visit. There was a poem that said, "The brocade hall is always embroidered with curtains during the day." The pink beauty coaxed him with wine, and the young man in green followed. The jade staff gently knocked the flower petals, and the golden whip was like a willow branch. Riding 3 to 5 horses, they traveled leisurely along Xujiang Pool. This Xujiang Pool was very suitable for traveling with the pink beauty. It just so happened that his beautiful superior had not been to Xujiang Pool before. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, she was also interested. The two of them leisurely rode their horses and chatted softly in front of the pool. They were relaxed and comfortable. The only thing that made Li Wangyu dissatisfied was the big light bulb, following behind them. Niu Wu insisted on following them and protecting them. Li Wangyu could not persuade him no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he could only tell Niu Wu to stay away from them while his beautiful superior snickered. Only then could he and Su Chongqing have some space to talk privately. After strolling until noon, Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior felt hungry and prepared to find a place to eat in Chang'an. Sujiang Pool was too far away from Shi City. Li Wangyu did not want to cross the city to eat in those restaurants. Suddenly, he remembered the famous Zhao's soup pancake in Chang'an. The soup pancake in the Tang dynasty was also known as wonton in the future. Yang Xiong of the Western Han dynasty's Fang Yan mentioned that pancake is called wonton. Wonton was a kind of pancake. When it was cooked with soup, it was called soup pancake. Li Wangyu had eaten this Chang and Zhao's soup pancake once out of admiration. Zhao's wonton pancake was delicious but not greasy. The seasoned soup was mellow but not bland, giving a long aftertaste. Li Wangyu ate it with great satisfaction. Listening to Li Wangyu's introduction, the greedy worm in the belly of the beautiful boss was also aroused, and she nodded repeatedly. The Zhao's soup pancakes were not opened in the East and West markets, but in Zhaogua Square, not far from Sujiang Pool, outside Chongji Temple. The old couple led their son and daughter-in-law to run a restaurant in the square. The business was quite good. When Li Wangyu arrived with his beautiful boss, the restaurant was almost full of diners. The waiter was shopkeeper Zhao's son. He saw that the three of them were all riding horses, especially the beautiful boss's shining night white. It was so dazzling that it almost blinded everyone's eyes. He knew that the three of them were nobles. In the Tang dynasty, such a majestic horse was comparable to the supercars of the modern era in the eyes of the public. It attracted the attention of the passers-by, and the diners in the restaurant also whispered to each other. Shopkeeper Zhao's son didn't dare to be negligent. He attentively helped them tie up their horses and invited them to an empty table to sit down. "Give us 3 bowls of soup pancakes." "Oh, 4 bowls." Li Wangyu thought of Niu Wu's appetite and quickly added, "Okay, 4 bowls of soup pancakes. Please wait a moment." Shopkeeper Zhao's son hurriedly responded and went to the kitchen to inform his father. The restaurant of the Xiao family was not big, and the diners sat very close to each other. When Li Wangyu and the others waited for the dishes to be delivered, they could clearly hear the diners' conversation. The beautiful boss's shining night white attracted a lot of envious voices. People who loved horses in the Tang dynasty could be found everywhere. Many diners commented on the majestic white horse clearly and logically. They were very envious, and Li Wangyu felt a little complacent in his heart. "Wan Sanlang, look at this white horse. How much is it worth?" "Hee, that's a big deal. In the West market, it only costs 10 strings of copper coins to pull a horse, but in the army, it costs 50 strings of copper coins to pull a horse. I think this white horse is even more expensive. You can't buy it for less than 100 strings of copper coins." The diner called Wan Sanlang's voice was not low, and all the diners in the restaurant could not help but gasp. "His so expensive? Wan Sanlang, are you trying to fool us?" "Hey, what's there to fool you? I've been working in the cattle and horse market in the West market for so many years. How can I not know this?" Wan Sanlang's words made the diners look at Li Wangyu and the others differently. At this time, Li Wangyu and the others' wontons had been delivered. They just pretended not to hear and buried themselves in the food. Everyone's discussion soon shifted from the precious shining yabai to the rumor of 20,000 taels of gold for the construction of a polo field in Chang'an. Li Wangyu could not help but frown when he heard that. Actually, compared to the famous founder of Hu County, what does this horse count for? I'm afraid you don't know? I have an elder brother who works in that county's residence. Tissa, I'm not afraid to scare you to death if I tell you this, but in the residence of this county's founder, even the chestnut used for the toilet is made of gold and inlaid with all kinds of gems. Just those gems, any one of them can be exchanged for several horses like this. The man's words caused everyone in the restaurant to gasp again. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, almost choked to death because of his words. Bragging really doesn't pay tax. Also, your elder brother works in my house. This bragging really makes it seem as if it's true. Li Wangyu felt that if he was not talking about himself, he might have believed it. Damn, so what Yang Quan said was true. This rumor is getting more and more exaggerated. If it continues to spread, Li Wangyu will probably become the god of wealth who can turn stone into gold. The beautiful boss naturally heard this and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This made Li Wangyu so angry that he glared at her. Niu Wu's mouth was wide open. He thought that he was hallucinating. He was about to stand up and refute, but Li Wangyu pulled him back and shook his head, indicating that he should not speak. The atmosphere in the restaurant became livelier because of the bragging man's words. That's why that county spent so much money to build a baseball field for him to play in. It was a small matter. It's just a pity that the people of Zhaoxing and De'an were chased out of their houses in the middle of the night in order to make room for that county. A perfectly good home was gone just like that. I heard about this matter. That county had countless gold in his house, but he was still so stingy. Not only did he not give them the money to buy the land, but he also let the people in his house kidnap women. TSK, the people of those two houses are in trouble. Their homes are gone, and even their slightly beautiful daughters were taken to the county's founder's house to be ravaged day and night. Isn't that right? Fortunately, my house is in Anlu House, which is just across Anhuiman Street from that Daran house. These days, the cries of the people of Dan House can be heard through the walls of the house. It's too pitiful. That county really doesn't know shame and acts like a beast. He's so extravagant and lascivious. I thought that someone who could write such a strange book as The Three Kingdoms must be a great scholar. I didn't expect him to be so unbearable. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could no longer hold it in. He slammed the table and stood up. The beautiful boss's face also turned cold. Her mischievous expression was gone. Niu Wuza clenched his fists. The veins on his neck bulged in anger. It's fine to say that I'm rich and heartless, but to even talk about raping women and ravaging them day and night? This is simply forcing me to feed *T into my mouth. Damn it! Chapter 351. The sound of Li Wangyu slamming the table was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. Li Wangyu angrily asked, "Everyone, aren't you afraid of being punished by the authorities for making up such rumors?" However, his words only caused the restaurant to be silent for a few seconds before being mocked by everyone. Bah, why can't we talk about what that county magistrate did? Only county magistrates are allowed to set fires, but commoners aren't allowed to light lamps? This Lord Xiao Lang must be from a wealthy family. That's why he's so protective of that county magistrate, right? Humph, they're all jackals of the same tribe. So what if he's rich? Just because he's riding a good horse, he dares to shout and shout? If it were any other day, these diners wouldn't have dared to curse at someone riding a horse like Ye Bai. However, today, everyone in the restaurant was condemning that county magistrate. It was as if they were of one mind and the law couldn't punish the majority. Thus, even though they knew that Li Wangyu's group of three had extraordinary identities, they still attacked them. The beautiful woman's face was frosty as she coldly said, "Everyone, why are you insulting my innocence without any evidence? When has that county magistrate ever kidnapped a woman or occupied someone's land?" It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. Her words caused everyone in the restaurant to laugh. "Haha, young lady, why aren't you properly taking care of your husband and children in your residence? Why are you spouting nonsense? We all saw what that county magistrate did with our own eyes. How is he insulting your innocence? His appearance isn't bad, but I didn't expect him to have the heart of a poisonous scorpion. How much gold did that county magistrate give you for you to protect such a beast like him? I'm afraid this young lady isn't this young man's mistress, is she? Or perhaps she's a girl from Peace Square." Li Wangyu had already been enraged by these rumors in the marketplace. At this time, when he heard them humiliating his beautiful superior, he couldn't bear it any longer. He directly picked up the bowl of hot soup on the table and threw it at the person who said that his beautiful superior was the miss from Peace Square. The Zhao soup pancakes used the best chicken soup as the base. It tasted delicious, but the temperature of the chicken soup was also quite high. The bowl of soup splashed onto the head of the person who had spoken just now. The scalding soup made him wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. Seeing Li Wangyu suddenly launch an attack, the customers in the restaurant were stunned for a moment before they flew into a rage. All of them suddenly stood up and rushed toward Li Wangyu and the other two. For a moment, the Xiao family's small eatery was in a mess. When Niu Wu saw that his Lang Jun had made a move, he didn't hesitate. He waved his big fist and smashed it toward the surrounding diners. With his martial arts, it couldn't be easier for him to deal with these ordinary people. With just 2 or 3 punches, he knocked down several people. However, as the saying goes, the Tang people revered martial arts while the Song people revered literature. Although these diners were all common people, they didn't fear Niu Wu's fist at all. Instead, after he knocked down a few people, the others became even more fierce and surrounded him. After Li Wangyu threw the bowl of soup, he also felt a bit of regret. In this eatery, there were more than 10 diners, but Niu Wu was only one person. With his small body, he couldn't help much. If by any chance he got into a fight and hurt his beautiful superior, then it would be too late for regrets. Seeing that all the diners had surrounded him, Li Wangyu quickly pulled his beautiful superior behind him. He reached out and picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the table again and smashed it toward the diners. The eatery was in chaos. The Xiao family's shopkeeper and his son hurriedly shrank behind the counter and repeatedly called for everyone to stop. But at this time, how could everyone stop? Niu Wu naturally had a lot of skills. If he really hardened his heart and pulled out the weapon at his waist, then these diners would probably all be lying on the ground. But it was only a verbal disagreement and a fight, so Niu Wu naturally couldn't hurt people. And with his bare hands, although he was brave and fierce, he might not be able to deal with a siege of more than 10 people. Li Wangyu saw that Niu Wu was being besieged and that there were several people on his side surrounding him again. He quickly picked up the bowl of soup on the table and made a gesture to throw it out again. His action scared the diners who were surrounding him. They immediately dodged, afraid that the hot soup would be poured on them. The person who was poured a bowl of hot soup by Li Wangyu just now was still rolling on the ground and howling in grief. After using the hot soup to force the diners away, Li Wangyu didn't waste any words. He threw down the bowl of soup, pulled his beautiful superior, and turned to run. He didn't forget to call out, "Niu Wu, leave quickly. Don't get entangled with them. Lang Jun, you guys get on the horse first." Niu Wu blocked the entrance of the restaurant by himself. He had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. Li Wangyu untied the reins. He didn't care to avoid arousing suspicion. He stretched out his hand to hold his beautiful superior's perky buttocks and pushed her onto the horse. Then he also turned over and got on the horse. He pulled the reins of Niu Wu's horse and shouted at Niu Wu, "Niu Wu, let's go!" Niu Wu kicked the person in front of him to the ground and turned around to run. He turned over and landed on the horse's back. The 3 of them didn't care about the ban on horses in Chang'an City. They whipped their horses and ran away. The group of diners squeezed out of the restaurant. Looking at the horses that were far away, they couldn't catch up. They could only jump and curse. Li Wangyu urged the horse to run straight out of Zhao Guofeng. Then he laughed and pulled the reins. The conflict just now had let him vent his anger. He was in a good mood. "Niu Wu, send 10 copper coins to Zhao's soup pancake shop as compensation." Today, the Zhao soup pancake shop had suffered an unexpected disaster. Because of the fight between Li Wangyu and the others, the shop was smashed into a mess. Li Wangyu was naturally not an unreasonable person. Although today's incident was caused by the diner's obscenities, it had nothing to do with Zhao's soup pancake shop. He naturally had to compensate. Niu Wu grinned and nodded with a smile. The beautiful female boss rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu in a flirtatious manner and rebuked, "Look, why are you building a polo field all of a sudden? Now you've made yourself a pest that everyone in Chang'an City hates. Let's see how you're going to deal with it." Of course, she didn't really blame Li Wangyu. She just complained out of concern. Li Wangyu also smiled bitterly. He didn't know that it would cause such a big trouble. Have the people of Chang'an City gone mad? There are people who believe such ridiculous words, and all of them speak as if it's true. The beautiful superior also sighed. Everyone has the idea of getting rich quickly, but it's difficult to realize. You've been so high profile and spent so much money to build a polo field. Besides, some people added fuel to the fire. Naturally, their envy turned into jealousy. Li Wangyu was furious. He obviously wanted to add some cultural entertainment for the people of the Tang dynasty, but they didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. The matter of buying land had not been solved. Now his reputation in Chang'an City was so bad because of the rumors. Li Wangyu really regretted it. If he had known it, he would not have built a polo field. But now, it was too late to say anything. If he couldn't find a way to solve this matter, He really didn't need to come to Chang'an City in the future. More than 1 million people in Chang'an City could drown him with their saliva. Li Wangyu looked up and sighed. So what if I'm rich? Who did I offend? Chapter 352. Li Wangyu was indeed very annoyed. He had clearly done a good thing, but was misunderstood and even abused by the other party. It was hard for him not to get angry. Just like that monkey's son, he was clearly fighting a monster, but was misunderstood by Tang Sanzang, who not only chanted the golden hoop spell, but also drove the monkey away. It was really sullen. This was also the reason why he couldn't hold back and fought in the Zhao's soup pancake shop today. After being disturbed like this, he and the beautiful boss no longer had the interest to continue dating and play. They were also too lazy to find another restaurant to eat, so the three of them directly rode back to Dingzhou village. Back in the backyard, Li Wangyu looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he opened his arms to the beautiful boss. Poor, weak and helpless me. Please give me a loving hug. Bah, stinky hooligan, stay away from me. The beautiful boss saw through his sinister intentions at a glance and pushed him away with a very disgusted expression. Li Wangyu's heartbroken look made the beautiful boss unable to help but laugh. Well, seeing how pitiful you are, this miss will reward you with a hug. The beautiful boss said that she was disgusted with Li Wangyu, but still went forward to give him a gentle hug. This was the first time that a beautiful boss had taken the initiative to hug him, so Li Wangyu was instantly revived on the spot as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was just about to reach out and wrap his arms around the beautiful boss's slender waist, but this demoness had already pushed him away with a giggle. Hey, I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Stingy, I'm not leaving you out. What did you say? Say it again. The beautiful boss put 2 fingers on Li Wangyu's waist. No, nothing. Hee, I said don't let me see you again, otherwise, I'll fall in love with you every time I see you. Li Wangyu's desire to live was very strong, so he immediately began to show off his vulgar words of love. The beautiful boss made a disgusted and vomiting expression. Ugh, too disgusting. You can save these vulgar words of love for Aphrodite. Amidst the laughter and banter between the two lovers, Li Wangyu's depressed mood improved a lot. For Li Wangyu's depression, the beautiful boss could understand. She comforted him. Wangyu, don't worry. There was no way to explain this kind of thing. The more he tried to explain, the worse it would get. It was better to just let it be. Anyway, people are forgetful. After a while, everyone will forget about this matter. Although the beautiful boss's words were reasonable, Li Wangyu still felt aggrieved. Sigh, my heart was originally towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. All right, stop sighing. You can't really distribute gold to the people of Chang'an, can you? His beautiful boss didn't mean it, but Li Wangyu suddenly felt a trace of inspiration. Chongqing, what did you just say? What? You can't give gold to the people of Chang'an. Before the beautiful boss could finish her words, she saw Li Wangyu fiercely hugging her and kissing her pretty face with lightning speed. Wahahaha, I have an idea. Yes, it's to give them gold. Hee, I'll see who in Chang'an will say bad things about me. They will have to worship me as the god of wealth. Li Wangyu laughed out loud. His beautiful boss's words just now reminded him, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He thought of a way that was not a way, but could perfectly resolve the current situation. Wasn't it just that the people of Chang'an were jealous of his wealth? How big of a deal was it? If he gave them a chance to become rich, would he still be afraid of the people talking bad about him? He was laughing, but he didn't notice that the beautiful boss's cheeks had turned red, and her eyes were about to kill someone. Li Wangyu. The beautiful boss, who was suddenly attacked by Li Wangyu, was embarrassed and angry. She went berserk. It was only then that Li Wangyu realized what he had just done. He hurriedly ran away. With great difficulty, he managed to escape the pursuit of his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu giggled as he touched his lips. The feeling was quite good. After smirking for a while, he began to seriously think about the idea he had just come up with, which was to issue lottery tickets. Li Wangyu bought lottery tickets a lot in the future. However, it was obvious that he didn't have much luck. On the day he transmigrated, the highest winning amount was only 5 yuan. However, there was a reason why this thing could be popular all over the world. Lottery tickets with gambling properties could satisfy people's curiosity and adventurous mentality. Although the winning rate was very low, under the temptation of a huge prize and a small investment, It still stimulated people to buy it tirelessly. As a veteran lottery fan, Li Wangyu knew a lot about lottery tickets. This thing could be traced back to ancient Rome more than 2,000 years ago, which was Rome a few hundred years before the Tang dynasty. The earliest modern lottery tickets were issued in Florence in the 15th century. Therefore, even in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, if Li Wangyu wanted to issue lottery tickets, there wouldn't be any problems. At least, there wouldn't be any technical problems. The only thing he needed to consider was the anti-counterfeiting function of the lottery tickets. He thought hard for a long time and felt that he could only learn from the Ming and Qing dynasties. The anti-counterfeiting method of banknotes should be able to prevent people from forging lottery tickets. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. Moreover, there were huge profits to be made by issuing lottery tickets. If Pai Lupi knew how much money he could make, he would be crazy with joy. Not to mention how much profit the lottery made in the future would make, Li Wangyu knew that in the 15th century, Spain first issued lottery tickets to collect a huge amount of money. The annual income was about 5 million yuan, which was one of the country's huge sources of income. In the 15th century, 5 million pesetas was an astronomical figure in Spain. With the richness of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu estimated that the profit he could make through lottery tickets would also be a huge number. Li Wangyu didn't dare to hold such a huge amount of wealth in his hands. That would cost him his life. Therefore, Li Wangyu thought about it and decided to report the lottery to Pai Lupi. He wasn't greedy. It would be enough if he could get a share of the profits. Li Wangyu also thought that if lottery tickets were to be found in the Tang dynasty, it would probably be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Maybe he could also solve the little problem of the Ministry of Civil Affairs Li Ru. After the beautiful boss stopped chasing him, Li Wangyu immediately told her his idea. The beautiful boss gave him a thumbs up. Wangyu, the lottery is really a good idea. I'm afraid that once it's issued, it will cause a sensation in Chang'an. Of course. Don't they all want gold? I think the grand prize will be 200 taels of gold, which is worth 1,200 strings of copper. Each lottery ticket is worth 2 coins. I'm not afraid that the people of Chang'an won't go crazy. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more excited he became. He simply took a pen and paper and discussed the specific details of the lottery with the beautiful boss, listing them one by one on the paper. From how the lottery tickets were printed, how the prize money was distributed, how the lottery was drawn, and so on, the two wrote in detail based on their knowledge of lottery tickets in the future. Li Wangyu planned to go to Taiji Palace tomorrow morning to discuss this matter with Pai Lupi. He wanted Chang'an to go crazy for the lottery. Chapter 353. In Chang'an City, in the Legislative Hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was carefully reading Li Wangyu's proposal regarding the issuance of lottery tickets. Li Wangyu sat beside the table proudly, sipping on the fragrant tea. Ever since Pai Lupi tasted the Medicine King tea, personally made by Sun Simiao at the Li family, he became interested in this method of drinking tea. After returning to the palace, Pai Lupi ordered people to pick fresh tea leaves and process them according to the old Taoists' method. The tea leaves he obtained were very delicious and he liked them very much. Most of the tea in the palace was brewed using this method of brewing tea. Whatever was good at the top, the subordinates would be even better. Pai Lupi's fondness for tea leaves was copied by many officials. Now in Chang'an City, this method of brewing tea leaves directly was gradually becoming popular. However, the tea leaves that had not been stir-fried did not have a strong aroma. Moreover, the tea leaves had a pungent smell. Li Wangyu leisurely drank his tea while thinking about these trivial matters. He wondered when he should make the stir-fried tea leaves. After presenting this proposal to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu waited to see the shocked expression on Pai Lupi's face. Wahaha, I am indeed a genius. I can even think of such a method. Li Wangyu was very proud. However, Pai Lupi on the throne frowned more and more. Not only did he not show the shock and joy that Li Wangyu imagined, but he also looked confused and puzzled. Zio, I'm afraid this lottery ticket of yours is not appropriate. I know that you have been wronged recently, but you don't have to be so prodigal as to give away the gold, right? Not to mention, you can't let the imperial court issue lottery tickets. What? Li Wangyu thought that he was hallucinating. What was Pai Lupi saying? Lottery tickets were a way to accumulate wealth, and he actually said that they were prodigal? Uncle, how is this prodigal? Lottery tickets make a lot of money. Do you think I'm stupid? 2 copper coins to buy a lottery ticket, guess 7 numbers, and win 200 taels of gold if you guess correctly. Aren't you just giving away gold? Pai Lupi shook his head. In the past few days, he had already heard all the rumors about Li Wangyu in Chong, and through the 100 Cavalry Department. However, Pai Lupi couldn't do anything about the aristocratic family's incitement of the people's hearts and spreading rumors. There was no way he could go and issue a report to the Imperial Palace to help Li Wangyu explain and clarify that there wasn't that much gold in Hu County's house, and that Li Wangyu didn't bully the market, kidnap women, or take over other people's fields. That would be too ridiculous. After reading Li Wangyu's suggestion of issuing lottery tickets, Li Er only thought that his nephew had been wronged and couldn't think straight. Thus, he gave away the gold that he had worked so hard to obtain. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by Pai Lupi's answer. Damn, this illiterate person didn't even pass elementary school math, right? Pai Lupi can't even understand such simple probability? The lottery plan that Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss came up with was basically a copy of the 2 colored balls of the future. However, the 6 red balls didn't have numbers from 1 to 33, but from 1 to 20, and the blue balls had numbers from 1 to 16. A simple mathematical formula could calculate the probability of winning the grand prize. 20 times 19 times 18 times 17 times 16 times 15 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 times 16 times. The answer was 620160. A 1 in 620,000 chance of winning. Although this was much higher than the 2 colored balls of the welfare lottery, which had a 1 in 17 million chance of winning, the population of the Tang dynasty was much smaller after all. If the rules of the lucky lottery were completely copied, Li Wangyu was worried that no one would really win the prize. If 1 million people in Chang'an bought a lottery ticket, they would earn 2 million. Even if someone won the first prize, they wouldn't lose money. Moreover, it didn't mean that if 1 million people bought the lottery ticket, they would definitely win the prize. This was a matter of probability. If the lottery ticket was a loss, the lottery agencies in the future all over the world would have gone bankrupt long ago. However, Li Wangyu opened his mouth and felt that this matter couldn't be explained to Pai Lupi, who was illiterate. Uncle, about this matter let's ask Minister Dai to come. He will definitely understand what is going on. In Li Wangyu's opinion, Dai Zhou's mathematics level was still not bad. He should be able to explain it to him clearly. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu doubtfully, but still ordered the chamberlain to summon Dai Zhou. The 6 government offices were all in the imperial city, so they weren't far from each other. Dai Zhou was quickly led into the hall by the chamberlain. After greeting Pai Lupi handed Li Wangyu's proposal for the lottery ticket to him and asked Dai Zhou to look into it and see if it was feasible. To Li Wangyu's surprise, Dai Zhou, who was considered a top mathematician in the Tang dynasty, actually shook his head after looking at his lottery ticket proposal. That's not appropriate. Huxianzi, forgive this old man for speaking bluntly, but your lottery ticket is too risky. If many people win, wouldn't you have to pay out a lot of gold at once? Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Even Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, couldn't see through such a lucrative lottery ticket? He opened his mouth for a long time, but didn't know how to respond. The reaction of the ruler and his subject was truly beyond his expectations. For a moment, Li Wangyu didn't know what to think. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu didn't want to waste his breath trying to convince the ruler and his subject. Since they didn't want the money that was sent to them, they couldn't blame him. Li Wangyu planned to issue his own lottery ticket. Once Pai Lupi saw the benefits of the lottery ticket, he would naturally return to his old ways. When the time came, it would be fine for him to hand over the lottery ticket, but when the time came, he would have to ask for more benefits. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. He looked at Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou with a look of superiority. Your Majesty, since you and Minister Dai both feel that this lottery ticket is not feasible, then forget it. Your nephew will issue it himself. Your Majesty, please allow it. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi, but his smile was like that of a fox that was about to steal an old hen. Ziyu, why do you have to do this? The common people are ignorant. There is no need to pay too much attention to the rumors. Your family's adults are no longer alive. As your uncle, I can't watch you act recklessly and be a hedonistic prodigal son. This matter cannot be allowed. I won't allow it. Pai Lupi still believed that Li Wangyu had become muddle-headed from anger. That was why he thought of issuing a lottery ticket. Winning 200 taels of gold for 2 copper coins was, in his opinion, giving away money. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi didn't allow it and couldn't help but become anxious. This was a good opportunity to make a fortune and wash his reputation clean. How could he let Pai Lupi ruin it like this? Uncle, it's not what you think. This matter really has a lot of potential. Just believe in your nephew. When have you ever seen your nephew do a losing business? Ziyu, there's no need to say more. I won't allow it. Pai Lupi's resolute attitude almost caused Li Wangyu's nose to become crooked from anger. This fellow was blocking someone's path to wealth, yet he still acted as if he was doing it for his own good. Li Wangyu really didn't know what to say. As expected, the truth was in the hands of a few people. Li Wangyu naturally didn't want to let it go like this. His eyes spun for a long time and he thought of a way that wasn't really a way. Chapter 354. Li Wangyu naturally would not give up on the idea of issuing lottery tickets. Since Pai Lupi refused to budge, he had to find another way. Pai Lupi had his own plan, but he had his own. After being rejected by Pai Lupi, the next day Li Wangyu unexpectedly changed out of his usual self. He wore the official robes of a county official and came to Chang'an to attend the court session. Those who were familiar with Li Wangyu all asked curiously, why did he come to court today? The 2 disciples, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, were also confused. They had long known about their little division master's lazy personality. He was definitely not the kind of person who would visit a temple for no reason. Today, he came to attend the court session for the first time, but they did not know why. Chang Yaojin was even more curious when he saw that Li Wangyu was holding a wooden box in his hands. Young man, what are you holding in your arms? Greetings to Uncle Cheng. This is just a small toy. Hee, a small toy. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to the old hooligan, but avoided answering his question. Chang Yaojin glared at him and was about to flip out. Fortunately, Yu Shernan came to his rescue. No matter how shameless the old hooligan was, he did not dare to act rashly in front of Yu Shernan. Not to mention, the old man was old enough to be Chang Yaojin's father. He did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Yu Shernan. Chang Yaojin could only glare at Li Wangyu and go to chat with Qin Qiong. Yu Shernan did not care about why Li Wangyu came to court today. He was more concerned about whether Li Wangyu was troubled by the recent rumors. He pulled Li Wangyu aside and consoled him for a while. This made Li Wangyu feel very touched. This old man was really too cute. He was very much like his grandfather who had passed away in his previous life. The imperial censor called for everyone to meet the emperor. After they received their sword, which was purely for decoration, Li Wangyu insisted on bringing the wooden box into the Great Hall. Seeing Li Wangyu's insistence, the censor had no choice but to allow him to open the box and inspect it. After confirming that there were no sharp blades, he allowed him to bring it into the main hall. However, the censor was also confused about what was in Li Wangyu's wooden box. He had no idea what this county magistrate was trying to do. All the officials were seated in the main hall. Li Er sat on the throne, but when he saw Li Wangyu in the crowd, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why did this brat come to court today? Could it be because of the lottery he mentioned yesterday? Pai Lupi was dissatisfied. He made up his mind that no matter what Li Wangyu said today, he would not agree to the lottery. This was simply nonsense, a wastrel. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had nothing better to do today and was here to listen to the court affairs. For more than 2 hours, Chong Chao didn't utter a single word. He sat obediently in his seat, as if he was listening with great interest. This made Pai Lupi suspicious, but since Li Wangyu wasn't causing any trouble, he couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Seeing that the morning's court discussion was over, the eunuch was about to announce the end of court when Li Wangyu stood up. Your Majesty, this subject sees that Your Majesty and all the other officials are having a hard time discussing state affairs. This brat has a game here that would like to amuse Your Majesty and all the other officials. I hope that Your Majesty will agree. The officials in the hall were stunned, and they all looked curiously at Li Wangyu. They couldn't understand what this county magistrate was up to. Pai Lupi subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he saw the wooden box in Li Wangyu's hands, he couldn't help but feel curious. Pai Lupi thought to himself, I'll see what this brat wants to do. In any case, no matter what he says, that lottery ticket won't be able to get me to agree. Zio, let's hear it. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone, I have 20 red balls with the numbers 1 to 20 written on them, and 16 basketballs with the numbers 1 to 16 written on them. As Li Wangyu spoke, he opened the wooden box in his hands and showed it to Pai Lupi and the other officials. 2 colored balls. This was the game that Li Wangyu was going to play with Pai Lupi and the other officials. These ping-pong-sized wooden balls were all made yesterday after he was rejected by Pai Lupi. When he returned to Dingzhou village, he found Carpenter Liu and asked him to make them for him. The craftsmen of the Tang dynasty were truly amazing. Although there weren't any modern machines, there were already handmade spindle beds, which worked on the same principle as the beads made by modern machines. Carpenter Liu easily used the spindle bed to help Li Wangyu process 36 ping-pong-sized wooden beads. Then, he painted the red and blue balls with wood paint, and wrote the numbers on them. The Tang dynasty version of the 2 colored balls was ready. Li Wangyu's idea was very simple. Since he couldn't convince Pai Lupi with numbers, then he would let him experience it for himself. He would let him know that he wasn't crazy and didn't want to use his family's gold to squander. After showing everyone the 2 colored balls in the wooden box, he took out a stack of small pieces of paper that he had prepared and asked the chamberlain to distribute them to the officials in the hall. Your Majesty, everyone, is there anyone who is willing to play with me? As long as you give me 2 copper coins, you can write a set of numbers on these pieces of paper. 6 red balls with the numbers 1 to 20, and 1 blue ball with the numbers 1 to 20. Li Wangyu then handed the wooden box to the chamberlain. Later, I will ask your Majesty to randomly pick 6 red balls and 1 blue ball from the wooden box. If you correctly guess all the numbers of the 7 balls that your Majesty picks, I will pay you 1,000 taels of gold. I don't know if anyone is interested in playing with me? As soon as he finished speaking, the officials in the hall couldn't help but be in an uproar. Giving Hu Xianzi 2 copper coins and correctly guessing 7 numbers would be exchanged for 1,000 taels of gold. This was very interesting. There were about 400 to 500 people who could enter the Taiji Palace and participate in the daily court meetings. They were all officials of Chang'an City who were 5th rank and above, as well as those low-rank imperial censors. 1,000 taels of gold naturally didn't attract the big shots of the imperial court, but it didn't stop them from thinking that this game was very interesting. But for those ordinary officials, 1,000 taels of gold wasn't a small amount. The salary of the officials of the Tang dynasty wasn't high. It could even be said that it was very low. Compared to the Song dynasty, the salary of the officials of the Tang dynasty was no different from that of a migrant worker. They were both first-rank officials. During the Zhenguan period, the monthly salary was only 68,000 copper coins, but in the Song dynasty, it was as high as 120,000 copper coins, in addition to 150 dawn of grain and other benefits. Other than the officials who were born in aristocratic families or those who had business acumen, ordinary officials of the Tang dynasty were really poor. In history, when Ma Zhou was an imperial censor, he wanted to buy a house worth 2 million taels of gold, but he couldn't afford it. As for 1,000 taels of gold, that was 6 million taels of gold. It was equivalent to 800 months of salary for a first-rank official of the imperial court. Li Wangyu's words couldn't help but cause the majority of the officials in the hall to become restless. Hu Xianzi, you're not joking, are you? You're really giving you 2 copper coins. If you correctly guess the number that His Majesty will draw, you'll get 1,000 taels of gold? Haha, it's even interesting. Hu Xianzi, this old man will give you 10 copper coins. Can you write down 5 sets of numbers? I'll bet 20 copper coins. Write down 10 sets of numbers. Li Wangyu repeatedly confirmed that his words were correct and asked Pai Lupi to testify for him. Moreover, there was no limit to how much the officials could bet. They could bet as much as they wanted. For a moment, the hall of the Taiji Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. Chapter 355. When Li Wangyu proposed this game of 2 colored balls, even Pai Lupi, who had always opposed his lottery, became interested. He waved his hand to summon an eunuch and had him give him a piece of paper so that he could place a bet. The officials in the hall began to open their pouches. The smallest was 2 copper coins, while the largest was 100 copper coins. Even Ma Zhou and Yan Liben chuckled at their junior division commander. They threw out their copper coins and began to place their bets. As the officials placed their bets, they also began to discuss Li Wangyu's actions. 2 copper coins for 1,000 taels of gold? Had this county son gone mad? If many people guessed the number today, wouldn't he have to pay out tens of thousands of taels of gold? In the eyes of the gambling addicts of the Tang, Such an unfair game was simply madness. Just what does County Sun Huxian mean by this? Does the officials know? Haha, perhaps there's too much gold and the residents can't fit it all in. The rumors on the streets say that County Sun Huxian's daughters are all gold. It seems like they're true. Someone used the rumors to ridicule Li Wangyu, though none of the officials took them seriously. 2 copper coins for 1,000 taels of gold? I've never heard of such a thing. I think that County Sun Huxian will lose miserably today. With so many people here, is he afraid that no one will guess the 7 numbers correctly? If many people really do guess correctly, will County Sun Huxian be able to take out so much gold? What's there to worry about? Isn't there a sage as a witness? Are you afraid that County Sun Huxian will renege on his debt? Besides, County Sun Huxian is preparing 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball stadium. Is he afraid that he won't have enough money? Haha, I'm afraid that after today, all the gold that County Sun Huxian is preparing to use to build a baseball stadium will change owners. This old man still can't see through this County Sun's intentions. It's truly strange. Cui Gong, why do you care what he's planning? In any case, it's fine as long as he has the gold. Perhaps County Sun Huxian has gone mad. Haha. Some of the officials ridiculed and some made fun of him, but this did not stop them from placing their bets. Even the eunuchs in the hall who were distributing paper and collecting copper coins couldn't help but ask Li Wangyu if they could also place their bets. Regarding this, Li Wangyu naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. He laughed as he watched the officials place their bets. He was in a good mood. He didn't believe that in this hall, there would only be 400 to 500 people who would be able to win the prize. If there was really someone with heaven-defying luck who had a 1 in 620,000 chance of winning the prize, then he would accept it. Actually, if Li Wangyu had suggested this method of playing, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he encountered the future lottery players. This was because the probability of winning was 1 in 620,000. In other words, if someone bought all the numbers, they would only need 620,000 bets. With this conversion, he would only need a little over 1.2 million copper coins to win the 1,000 taels of gold. One must know that 1,000 taels of gold was worth 6 million copper coins. Therefore, when Li Wangyu issued the lottery, the special prize was only 200 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 1,200,000 copper coins. If someone really did that, they would lose a lot of copper coins. Naturally, he was not afraid that someone would do that. Today, in order to attract the attention of the officials, Li Wangyu deliberately increased the prize by 1,000 taels of gold. He was betting that the mathematics students of the Tang dynasty would not be able to calculate the probability of winning the prize. It didn't take long for the eunuch to help Li Wangyu collect all the copper coins that the officials had placed their bets on. These officials more or less had some copper coins scattered on them. After counting, there were actually more than 30,000 copper coins, which made up 30 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu smiled and asked the eunuch to help him put away the copper coins. He held the box of 2 colored balls and walked to the front of the imperial stairs, asking Pai Lupi to personally open the prize. Pai Lupi did not refuse. Under the eager gazes of the officials, he reached into the wooden box and casually pulled out the first red wooden ball. Li Wangyu reached out and took it. He glanced at the number on it and shouted, "Number 17. After shouting twice, he handed the wooden ball to the eunuch and asked him to show it to the officials to show it to them to show fairness. After the number was read out, the officials were busy looking at the small pieces of paper in their hands. Some people found that the number they had bet on was 17. They were so excited that their eyebrows danced. They were very happy, as if the 1,000 taels of gold already belonged to them. Those who did not guess the number were depressed and helplessly threw away the pieces of paper in their hands. Today, Li Wangyu only wanted to show Pai Lupi how the lottery worked, so he did not set up the first prize, second prize, and so on. Anyone who guessed the wrong number would be invalidated. When the first red ball was drawn, half of the officials in the hall had already thrown away the small pieces of paper in their hands. Obviously, they did not guess the number 17. Pai Lupi continued to draw the red balls from the wooden box. Li Wangyu on the side constantly called out the numbers. Number 5. Number 19. Number 11. Before Pai Lupi could draw the blue ball from the wooden box, he was shocked to find that the officials in the hall had all thrown away the small pieces of paper in their hands. Obviously, none of the 6 red ball numbers were correct. The officials who had just laughed at Li Wangyu were now silent. The people who were originally full of confidence and wanted to win the 1,000 taels of gold from him were now shocked to find that in the end, it was Li Wangyu who won the 30,000 taels of gold from them. Everyone could not help but feel that they had been tricked, but they did not know where the problem was. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Was this the lottery that Li Wangyu spoke of? He seemed to be able to taste something from it. He gestured to the eunuch, indicating that the court was dismissed. He then pointed at Li Wangyu, indicating that he should follow him. The eunuch called for the court to be dismissed. After the officials bowed to Pai Lupi, they discussed the game of two colored balls and walked out of the hall. Li Wangyu hurriedly followed Pai Lupi in the imperial palanquin, all the way to the legislative hall. Zio, was that the lottery that you spoke of? Pai Lupi finally became interested. As soon as he returned to the legislative hall, he could not wait to ask. Uncle, that's right. This is how the lottery is played. Using a small price to win a huge prize, in order to attract the people to buy it. The money to buy the lottery may seem small, but when sand accumulates, it will make a tower. This insignificant amount of money will accumulate into a terrifying amount of wealth. Pai Lupi nodded thoughtfully. He also saw that just now in the hall, there were 400 to 500 people, and Li Wangyu had collected 30,000 taels of gold. What if the lottery was bought by the millions of people in Chang'an? What if it was bought by the millions of people in Guanzhong Road? Seeing that Pai Lupi was tempted, Li Wangyu hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. He analyzed and calculated the possible income from the lottery for him. This time, Pai Lupi finally listened. Zio, are you really confident? Uncle, I can guarantee with my head that this lottery is absolutely feasible. In that case, I approve. Uncle is wise. Li Wangyu was overjoyed and hurriedly flattered him. Uncle is wise and virtuous. You follow the will of the heavens and the will of the people. Long live Uncle. After Pai Lupi heard his flattery, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, who was drinking tea, almost choked to death. Cough cough. Zio, get out of here. Chapter 356. 10 days later, the rumors about Li Wangyu, the founder of Wuxia County, in Chang'an City decreased significantly. No matter how bored the people of the Tang dynasty were, they wouldn't gossip about one person for so long. But when it came to Li Wangyu, most of them looked at him with disdain. But on this day, Li Wangyu became the hot topic of discussion among the people of Chang'an City. The morning drum sounded in Chang'an City, and the doors of the 108 workshops opened. The people of Chang'an City, who were busy making a living, were preparing to go out to work, but they were surprised to find that a notice had been posted on the doors of the workshops. Some people immediately thought of the erotic notice from not long ago and thought that there would be something interesting to watch, so they all gathered around. When the literate people read the notice out loud and found that it wasn't what they were looking for, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. But when they heard the news written on the notice, the commoners were in an uproar again. Brother one, are you sure you didn't read it wrong? What kind of double-colored lottery is this? You can really win 200 taels of gold by spending 2 copper coins? Which Wuxian son did this? Tiske, does he really have so much gold at home that he doesn't know where to spend it? If you really win, you'll get 200 taels of gold? That's more than 1,000,000 taels of gold. How much money is this? Dalong, quickly take a look at the notice and see if it's true. What's with the double-colored lottery? Lang Jun, please explain it to everyone. If you guess 7 numbers correctly, you can get 200 taels of gold? This isn't a joke, right? This notice is stamped with the official seal. How can it be fake? Is Wuxian's son really the god of fortune? Isn't he just rushing to give away money? Similar scenes appeared in almost all of the 108 workshops in Chang'an City. Even in the wealthy district in the north of the city, this notice caused quite a stir. When the officials who were rushing to the court noticed this notice, they immediately thought of the game that Wuxian's son had played with them in the Taiji Palace 10 days ago. So this was called a lottery. Many officials who were short of money were actually somewhat happy. He originally thought that he had missed the opportunity to make a fortune, but he never expected that Wuxian's son would make the lottery public and make such a big fuss. Although the prize money had changed from 1,000 taels of gold to 200 taels of gold, it was still attractive enough. After all, one only needed to spend 2 copper coins to have the chance to win 1,200,000 taels of gold. Who wouldn't be willing? Many officials also noticed that the way the lottery was played this time was different from the way it was played in the main hall. Not only did they have to guess all 7 sets of numbers correctly to win the prize, but there were also small prizes such as second and third prizes. The first prize was to guess all the numbers correctly and win 200 taels of gold. The second prize was 50 taels of gold for guessing 6 red balls. The third prize was to guess any 5 red ball numbers, or 4 red balls plus a basketball number. The prize was 5 taels of gold, and so on until the 6th prize was 10 copper coins. Li Wangyu had almost completely copied the rules of the Wuxia double-colored welfare lottery. However, this simple and easy-to-understand lottery rules caused an uproar in Chang'an City. In order to promote the double-colored lottery, he didn't just put up notices in front of the gates. The four-wheeled carriage company's carriage once again played the role of a promotional vehicle. It drove all over Chang'an City and threw out a large number of advertisements. Now that there was engraving printing, it was simple to print these advertisements. The most exaggerated thing was that after Li Wangyu convinced Pai Lupi, especially after he made some calculations, Pai Lupi finally understood the huge benefits contained in the lottery. The monarch of the Tang dynasty could no longer sit still. With Pai Lupi's tacit approval, large advertising banners were hung above several important city gates in Chang'an City for the first time. Make a fortune. The double-colored lottery will help you. Buy the lottery and win the big prize. Gain both fame and fortune. Winning 1,000,000 taels of gold is not a dream. Luck is in 2 copper coins. 1 lottery ticket, 1 chance, 1 big prize, 1 lifetime of benefits. Buy more, buy less, buy as much as you want. Early, late, and early you must win. These advertising slogans that Li Wangyu directly plagiarized from the lucky lottery advertisements of the later generations stimulated the people of the Tang dynasty as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were all looking forward to the unfamiliar lottery ticket. It was as if they really only needed to spend 2 copper coins to get the 200 taels of gold. Under the instructions of Pai Lupi, the Ministry of Civil Affairs cooperated with Li Wangyu to operate the double-colored lottery ticket. In Chang'an City, 6 lottery sales points were set up in Pingkong Square, Bujing Square, Changsha Square, and Shenyang Square, where the 2 counties of Chang'an City were located. More than 20 scribes from the Ministry of Civil Affairs were responsible for these 6 sales points. There were also government runners from the 2 counties of Chang'an City to maintain order. Both Chang'an County Magistrate Cui Zhua and Wanyan County Magistrate Liu Dehaeng had some understanding of the lottery. During the daily court session, these 2 mayors of the capital of the Tang dynasty were also in the court. They also used their wallets to buy a few numbers. Although they did not win, they were quite interested in the lottery. Now, with Pai Lupi's edict and the instructions of Minister Dai of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, they naturally did their best to cooperate and transferred the government runners from the counties to help maintain order. There was no computer network in the Tang dynasty. Everything had to be done manually, including filling in the lottery tickets and statistics. For this reason, Minister Dai Zhou directly transferred more than 100 scribes from the various government offices of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to fill in the lottery tickets at these sales points. Dai Zhou thought that he was well prepared, but he underestimated the attraction of the lottery to the people of the Tang dynasty. They could win 200 taels of gold by spending 2 copper coins. This huge stimulation of wealth made the people of Chang'an City all jealous after they understood what the lottery was. They did not even go to work. They hurried back home to take out their money bags and rushed to the nearest sales point to buy the lottery tickets. Some believers of Buddhism and Taoism first ran to the temple and Taoist temple to burn incense and pray that they would win the lottery. Some people even asked the Taoist masters to help them calculate the numbers they would win. The Taoist masters who did the divination were stunned for a while. Some people murmured and grabbed a handful of copper coins to calculate which 7 numbers they should buy. Some people who liked to gamble even took out their counting chips and started to calculate. The 6 sales points in Chang'an City were instantly crowded by the surging tide of people. Even the yamen runners from the 2 counties of Chang'an, and who were in charge of maintaining order today, were pushed out of sight by the crowd. Under the stimulation of the gold, the red-eyed people of Chang'an had no time to care about the yamen runners. The lottery tickets were originally scheduled to be sold at the auspicious time calculated by the Directorate of Heaven. Because there were too many people, the officials in charge of selling the lottery tickets were worried that something would happen. They did not even have time to light up the sticks and hurriedly announced the start of the sale. Seeing the government runners in front of the lottery shops disperse, the people holding the money bags in their hands immediately rushed into the shops. The Tang dynasty's 2 colored lottery tickets were officially on sale. Chapter 357. The first lottery ticket of the Tang dynasty was handwritten by a scribe from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and handed to the people who bought the lottery ticket. When the Chang'an citizen took the lottery ticket excitedly, he was shocked to find that the lottery ticket in his hand was actually colored. Those who had studied high school history knew that there was a question in the history exam that asked when the earliest color printing technology in China appeared. A. Sui and Tang dynasties. B. Tang and Song dynasties. C. Song and Yuan dynasties. D. Late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. According to the principle of choosing C if you don't know how to do the question, C was the correct answer during the Song and Yuan dynasties. Therefore, although engraving printing appeared during the Zhenguan period, color printing technology would only appear 300 or 400 years later. The 3 paintings of the Buddha Sutra from the Song and Liao dynasties were found in the Sakya Pagoda of the Buddhist Palace Temple in Shaanxi Jing County. Historians also recognize them as the earliest color printing in China. There was no doubt that the color printing technology of the lottery ticket was invented by Li Wangyu. In fact, the principle of color printing was not complicated. Like engraving printing, the window paper would break with a poke. According to the needs, red, blue, and black engraving plates would be engraved. A piece of paper would be engraved 3 times, and the colors would be engraved on a piece of paper. The reason why Li Wangyu wanted to create this color overprint technology was to prevent counterfeiting. Because the lottery ticket needed to be printed in large quantities, Li Wangyu even invented copper plate printing. This was not difficult. He just had to change the wood used for the engraving plates into copper coins. The advantage of using copper plate printing was that the copper plate had a long lifespan, and the patterns that needed to be printed could be carved very carefully. The printed lines were bright, and the fine patterns could be reproduced. With Pai Lupi's instructions, the best craftsmen in the supervisor were all convinced. In just a few days, this set of complicated copper plate engraving printing technology was created. The printed lottery ticket was the size of a palm, but there were complicated and fine-colored patterns on it. These patterns were not randomly drawn. When Li Wangyu asked Yan Liben to draw the drawing, he deliberately designed a secret code to hide it. Of course, this was also to prevent counterfeiting. The same was true for the Qing dynasty banknotes. They used complicated patterns and red and blue color printing to prevent counterfeiting. Another anti-counterfeiting technology for lottery tickets was the anti-counterfeiting seal, which was also something that Li Wangyu learned from the Qing dynasty. They specially hired skilled craftsmen to carve the seal using the microcarving technique and stamp it on the lottery ticket. It was not a big seal, but it was actually engraved with 300 to 400 words of preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Moreover, it was deliberately engraved with a few wrong words as an anti-counterfeiting mark. There were even words printed on the lottery ticket: counterfeiters will be executed. First report will be rewarded with 10 taels of gold. It serves as a warning to those who attempt to take risks. There were color over prints, copperplate printing, dark lines, and anti-counterfeiting seals. If the lottery could be forged, Li Wangyu could only accept it. These lottery tickets were filled in by the scribes of the Ministry of Civil Affairs using tiny Chinese characters. A lottery ticket could contain up to 10 sets of numbers. As for the income from the lottery tickets, the Ministry of Civil Affairs would record it and record it. The Imperial Censorate would send an Imperial Censor to supervise it. In order to prevent the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs from cheating, Pai Lupi even sent people from the 100 Cavalry Department. The 6 lottery sales points in Chang'an City were all supervised by people from the 100 Cavalry Department. Every blank lottery ticket was strictly recorded. The Ministry of Civil Affairs even had special personnel to record the lottery numbers sold so that people could check it after they won the first prize. It could be said that with the experience of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss in the future, the Tang dynasty's unprecedented lottery was not chaotic at all. Everything was in order. The only thing that needed to be criticized was the need to manually fill in the lottery numbers. Even though there were more than 20 scribes at each lottery sales point, it was still inadequate in the face of the flood of people in Chang'an City. Filling in the lottery numbers manually could not be sloppy. Even if the scribes were tired to the point that their wrists were sore and their foreheads were covered with layers of sweat, the crowd outside the lottery sales points did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Even the 100-meter-wide streets outside the East and West markets and Ping Kong Fong were blocked by the crowd. It was as if all the people in Chang'an City had crowded here today. When Pai Lupi was still in the court, he was informed by the chamberlain that the lottery sales were booming. This made Pai Lupi feel incredible. He did not care that the court was still in session and directly announced the adjournment of the court. After that, He changed into casual clothes and went out of the palace with a few guards. Pai Lupi was still worried if he did not see the lottery sales with his own eyes. Li Wangyu naturally came to Chang'an City early today. He led Niu Wu to inspect the 6 lottery sales points and was ready to make up for the loopholes. Behind him, Chang Chimo and a group of foppish people were still complaining that Li Wangyu did not ask them to join in such a fun thing. It was not good enough. Fang Yai also shamelessly asked Li Wangyu what the winning numbers were. He also wanted to buy a lottery ticket. Regarding Fang Yai's shameless words, the foppish people actually followed suit and clamored for Li Wangyu to give them the winning numbers of the first prize. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only silently roll his eyes and give them the middle finger. This group of bastards was really infuriating. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to the foppish people who were bored. After looking at the 6 lottery sales points, he was also a little anxious. He did not expect that the people of Chang'an City would be so enthusiastic about the lottery. The more than 100 scribes prepared by the Ministry of Civil Affairs were just a drop in the bucket. The attraction of 200 taels of gold was not small. Li Wangyu wondered if the people of Chang'an City had all come to buy lottery tickets after seeing the notices and advertisements. Li Wangyu hurriedly rode his horse to the imperial city. He was going to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to discuss with Daizhou and see if he could transfer more scribes to the 6 lottery sales points to help. The group had just arrived at the Vermilion Bird Gate when they coincidentally met Pai Lupi, who was out on patrol. Everyone hurriedly greeted him. "Zio, you came at the right time. I was just about to go to the 6 markets to take a look. How is the situation now?" "Uncle, there are too many people." Li Wangyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Little nephew and Minister Dai both underestimated the enthusiasm of the people to buy lottery tickets. Now the 6 markets are packed with people who want to buy lottery tickets. The scribes of the Ministry of Civil Affairs are simply too busy. Little nephew is going to find Minister Dai to see if he can transfer more people to help. Are there really that many people buying lottery tickets? It is indeed so. Little nephew estimates that there are already no less than 70 to 80,000 people gathered in the 6 markets, waiting to buy lottery tickets. When Pai Lupi heard that there were so many people gathered, he was also a little nervous. He waved his hand to summon the eunuch beside him and gave him an order. Order the Imperial Guards to immediately send Imperial Guards to the 6 markets to maintain order. Then have Minister Dai mobilize scribes to the 6 markets to help sell lottery tickets. Zio, come with me to take a look. The last sentence was directed to Li Wangyu. The uncle and nephew pair led Cheng Chumo and his group of foppish people to the nearest peace square. Chapter 358. Pai Lupi's prompt decision to mobilize the Imperial Guards to maintain order was a very wise choice. Otherwise, the lottery sales in Chang'an today would have caused a lot of trouble. The 6 markets selling lottery tickets were already overcrowded. Whether it was the yamen runners of Chang'an or the marquis in the market, even if they shouted until their throats were broken, they could not stop the people from crowding forward. With so many people crowding here, if an accident happened, the crowd would panic and cause a large-scale stampede. The consequences would be unimaginable. If that really happened, Li Wangyu would not be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life and would feel guilty for the rest of his life. When the fully armed Imperial Guards of Golden entered the market to maintain order, the surging crowd in the 6 markets was finally contained. No matter how great the temptation of gold was, it could not resist the threat of the shining weapons of the Imperial Guards of Golden. The people of Chang'an who were anxious to buy lottery tickets finally calmed down a little and did not force their way into the 6 markets. Even so, Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, and the others, under the protection of the palace guards, spent a lot of effort before they finally squeezed into the lottery sales in Pingkong Square. These lottery sales were all equipped with long wooden counters, behind which sat a row of clerks from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. All of them were extremely busy. In front of the lottery sales counter, it was so chaotic that one could not look straight at it. Even with the yamen runners, marquis, and Imperial Guards of Golden to maintain order, the front of the counter was still a mess. The people who were in a hurry to buy the lottery tickets almost pushed over the wooden counter, making Li Wangyu worried for a while. It seemed that the people of the Tang dynasty urgently needed to spread the awareness of queuing. However, when he thought about the time when Li Wangyu transmigrated to the future, the country was still vigorously promoting the concept of queuing and cultivating the awareness of queuing. Li Wangyu felt relieved. It seemed unrealistic to expect the Tang people of 1,300 years ago to have the awareness of queuing. Understanding was one thing, but with such chaos, It was easy to cause trouble and affect the efficiency of buying lottery tickets. Pai Lupi also frowned. Zio, with so many people, it's easy to cause trouble. Should I let the Imperial Guards of Golden disperse the crowd? Li Wangyu quickly shook his head. This lottery ticket was something new. Now, the commoners were only here because they were stimulated by the gold. If the Golden Guards were to disperse the citizens, it would affect the lottery sales. However, Pai Lupi's worries were not without reason. With so many people crowding around, it was indeed inappropriate. He had to think of a way to satisfy both parties. Looking at the crowd in front of the counter, Li Wangyu suddenly patted his head in annoyance. How could he forget about the line railing and the 1-meter line? He hurriedly waved his hand to summon the Imperial Guards and ordered them to immediately transport a batch of bamboo. Then, he ordered them to find a group of carpenters from the works supervisor to come here. Pai Lupi didn't understand, but he didn't stop him. It didn't take long for the bamboo and the craftsmen to arrive. Under Li Wangyu's orders, the Imperial Army of the Chamberlain of Chamberlain cleared out all of the commoners in the lottery shop and allowed the craftsmen to enter. Li Wangyu took a pen and paper and drew a simple diagram. Then, he ordered the craftsmen to use bamboo to make a path for the queue. The path for the queue was very simple. They just had to saw the bamboo into bamboo poles of suitable length and tie them up with hemp rope. For the craftsmen, this was a simple matter. Li Wangyu only had to explain a little to them to understand. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, there were more than 20 bamboo paths in the lottery shop. At this time, Dai Zhou also rushed over with a group of scribes. After he received Pai Lupi's orders, he urgently mobilized more than 100 scribes from the various departments of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and sent them to 6 lottery shops to provide support. After a period of bustle, the lottery shops were once again opened. With the Imperial Army of the Chamberlain of Insignia maintaining order at the scene and the bamboo queues separating the commoners, the chaotic situation from before didn't appear again. In addition, with the help of the new scribes, the speed of the lottery sales increased by a lot. Seeing that this method was effective, Li Wangyu hurriedly ordered the craftsmen to go to the other 5 shops and modify them according to this method to ensure that the lottery sales would proceed smoothly. Seeing the commoners excitedly holding up the lottery tickets they just bought and squeezing out of the crowd, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Zio, is this the right thing to do? I'm a little uncertain. Look at them, each and every one of them is holding on to hope. The probability of winning is 1 in 10,000. Isn't this cheating them? However, Li Wangyu didn't see it this way. He shook his head and said, Uncle, as long as this lottery is done properly, it should be a good thing for the country and the people. 2 copper coins isn't a burden to the commoners. However, little drops make a mickle. When this money is gathered together, it can fill the national treasury. It can also allow the imperial court to have more than enough power to protect the commoners. This is a great merit. The protection he was talking about was the measures to protect the commoners and allow them to reproduce. In other words, it was the welfare system of the Tang dynasty. The rights of Zhou recorded, to protect the commoners in 6 ways. The first is to be kind to the young, the second is to provide for the elderly, the third is to shake up the poor, the fourth is to compensate the poor, the fifth is to relieve the sick, and the 6th is to live in peace and prosperity. This was the 6 policies of protection. Kind to the young was to raise children, old age was to support the elderly, shake up the poor, and relieve the poor were to help the poor, relieve the sick was to protect public health, and live in peace and prosperity was to stabilize the rich. What Li Wangyu said was not wrong. Just like the welfare lottery of the later generations, in his advice to Pai Lupi, he also divided the sales of the lottery into several parts. 40% would be the lottery's bonus, 30% would be collected into the national treasury, 20% would be used to protect the commoners, and the remaining 10% would be split 60-40 between the palace and the Li family. Although Li Wangyu had been busy for half a day and it seemed that he had only obtained 4% of the shares, this was still a lottery ticket. In the future, if the results of the pilot test in Chang'an were good, it would be pushed to Guanzhong Road and even the entire Tang dynasty. Under the rough calculations of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, even 4% of the lottery's earnings was still a suffocatingly large number. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi ponder for a while before nodding his head. Zio, what you said is very true. You are experienced in scheming for the country. If this matter is really successful, I will definitely give you a reward and increase your nobility. Increase my nobility again? If Pai Lupi said this to anyone else, They would probably go crazy with joy. However, Li Wangyu was shocked and hurriedly declined. "Uncle, this is what I should do. Please don't mention the matter of increasing my nobility again. I am already very satisfied as a founding viscount. I am still young, and I am afraid that the court officials will criticize me if I am given a nobility title. Please don't mention this matter again." Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi snort coldly. "Humph Zio, you have contributed greatly to the country. What can others say? If anyone has an opinion, let them come and speak to me." Pai Lupi's domineering words made Li Wangyu smile bitterly. He wasn't being pretentious, but it was really too troublesome to increase his nobility title. For the nobles of the Tang dynasty, being able to be increased by Pai Lupi was not only equal to glory and wealth, but also a kind of honor. As for Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, they still didn't really consider themselves as Tangs. It had been 3 months since they transmigrated, and for them, the prosperous Tang dynasty was still like a dream or a game. It was so unreal. In Li Wangyu's view, whether it was founding viscount or founding viscount, they were just protective talismans. Now, based on his closeness with Pai Lupi, these nobility titles didn't have much meaning. However, since Pai Lupi said so, Li Wangyu couldn't embarrass him. He could only vaguely say, "Hee hee, this nephew thanks uncle. How many lottery tickets will be sold today?"